Chapter 1. The Orphan of the Zhao Clan. The first year of Jianning, early spring. Ji Province, Changshan County, Fanzi County, Zhao Family Village. The sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the earth, infusing the village with a refreshing atmosphere. Beneath the grand locust tree at the eastern entrance of the village, a large reclining ox stone served as a sunlit perch for a boy of perhaps 7 or 8 years. Despite his tender age, he stood tall for his years, reaching a height of approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters, his muscular physique suggesting he was no stranger to physical exertion. Clad in a simple hemp garment, his hair fell casually around him, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. At this moment, the boy casually rested his right leg atop his slightly bent left leg, occasionally swaying it gently as if savoring the delightful moment. His rosy lips moved incessantly, as though engaged in a soliloquy. "Tongzi, are you there? Brother Tong, could you please make a sound? If you remain silent, I shall perform for you." Yet, no reply came. "Eek!" the boy called out, almost neurotically. "Grandmaster Tong, please show yourself. I cannot bear to be without you. How am I to survive in this cannibalistic era of the Eastern Han without you?" His voice grew shrill, as if he were enduring profound anguish. Still, silence prevailed. "Damn it, you wretched system. So you refuse to appear. I couldn't care less about you. I refuse to believe that I cannot carve out a life for myself without your presence. What a farce. Perhaps the system may be late, but it shall never be absent. Do you intend to wait until I meet my demise to come collect my remains?" The boy shouted defiantly, his eyes gleaming with resolute determination. With these words, an eerie quiet enveloped the surroundings. Exhausted from his tirade, the boy sat up with a long sigh, laden with indignation and dissatisfaction towards the heavens. "Oh, why have you thrust me into this world? I truly wish to avoid this." He silently lamented, feeling that his life held many exquisite experiences yet to be savored, only to be abruptly transported to this alien realm. "I was once hailed as the most beloved son of the people. Setting aside my battlefield exploits, must I truly be condemned to this fate simply for risking my life to save a little girl? Is there no justice in this world? Is there no humanity left?" As he complained, he reflected on how the principle of good deeds being rewarded seemed to have abandoned him. The boy was named Zhao Duo, the current village chief of Zhao Family Village. Indeed, this mere child of 7 or 8 had ascended to the position of village chief, a role he had occupied for over a month. This was due to the unfortunate demise of his father, who had ventured out to procure supplies for the village, only to encounter the bandits of Haifeng's stronghold on his return journey. In a bid to protect his kin, he met his tragic end. It was at that moment that Zhao Duo was thrust into the role of village chief by the village elders, under the preposterous justification of inheriting his father's legacy. As for the dramatic scene on the ox stone, it had unfolded countless times before. Since the day Zhao Duo had learned to walk 7 years ago, such moments had become a frequent occurrence. However, Zhao Duo was not a native of this world. He had originally been a promising youth, thriving under the red flag and basking in the warmth of spring. Zhao Duo was once a versatile Special Forces soldier in the Wolfang Special Brigade of the Southeast Military District of the People's Republic of China. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. During a mission, he suffered an injury that forced him into an unwelcome retirement. Nevertheless, life must go on. After retiring, Zhao Duo embarked on a new chapter in his life. By a stroke of serendipity, he became a highly regarded streamer on the Douyin platform. His exquisite skills and unique creativity garnered a legion of fans, earning him the title of an internet sensation in the realm of handicrafts. Simultaneously, he was an ardent enthusiast of outdoor survival, frequently sharing astonishing tales of his adventures in the wild. One day, as Zhao Duo strolled through an antique market, an unforeseen event transpired on his journey home. While passing a street, he suddenly witnessed a dump truck careening towards a little girl playing by the roadside due to brake failure. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the child. Fortunately, Zhao Duo succeeded in snatching the girl from the clutches of death, swiftly pushing her into her mother's embrace. Tragically, in that instant, the dump truck mercilessly collided with Zhao Duo. He was violently hurled into the air, blood gushing from his mouth like a vivid red rose, ultimately wilting upon the ground. At that moment, the only solace Zhao Duo felt was that, as an orphan, he was solitary and that few would mourn his departure. However, he remained unaware that his blood was dripping onto a scroll he had just acquired from the antique market. When Zhao Duo awakened once more, he found himself being held by a village woman clad in traditional attire, her rough hand unceremoniously striking his delicate backside. The sudden pain was unbearable, and an indescribable sense of shame surged within him, prompting him to cry out. Yet, the farmer lady did not cease her actions at the sound of his cries. Instead, she grinned widely and called out excitedly to a middle-aged man nearby, "Village chief, look! The little fellow has finally cried." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes sparkled with surprise, tears welling in his eyes. He approached with trembling hands, gently taking Zhao Duo into his arms, murmuring, "My son, you are finally safe. Heaven be praised. I have not only lost your mother, but also risked losing you." The middle-aged man was none other than Zhao Duo's father, Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan's wife had tragically perished during childbirth, yet he bore no resentment toward Zhao Duo. Rather, he cherished him deeply. In his heart, Zhao Duo represented the culmination of his and his wife's love, the beacon of hope for the Zhao family. He had often told Zhao Duo, "You are the precious bloodline born of your mother's perilous sacrifice. With you, our family shall not face extinction under my stewardship." Fortuitously, Zhao Yuan had named him Zhao Duo, sparing him the trouble of changing his name upon rebirth. Deprived of his mother, Zhao Duo had been nurtured by the village's collective care. As the only son of the village chief and the Zhao clan's patriarch, he was naturally well-fed. However, Zhao Duo was exceedingly particular, only accepting milk based on appearance, and his voracious appetite often left the village children hungry. Ultimately, Zhao Yuan had no choice but to instruct all the mothers to express their milk into bowls, preventing the picky Zhao Duo from starving. This peculiar scenario would undoubtedly have become a legendary tale, a child perishing from picky eating, a truly bizarre anecdote for the ages. Thus, Zhao Duo flourished under Zhao Yuan's meticulous care, who refrained from remarrying to shield his son from potential bullying. Yet now, with Zhao Yuan's untimely demise, Zhao Duo found himself once again on the path of his previous life, becoming an orphan, his inner anguish known only to himself. He sought vengeance, and after a month of preparation, he believed himself sufficiently ready. Chapter 2. The Night Raid. As Zhao Duo walked home, he felt a heaviness in his heart. He recalled his father, the man who had once showered him with boundless love and care. Yet now, his father was gone, leaving behind only an abyss of longing and sorrow. The villagers of Zhao Family Village greeted Zhao Duo warmly as they paused in their paths. "Hello, young chief. Have you been to the village entrance again? Do remember not to wander too far. The beasts of the mountains are perilous." Zhao Duo replied politely, "Yes, Annie, I understand. You are hanging out the laundry." He recognized that their kindness stemmed from their respect and affection for his father. Upon returning to his home, Zhao Duo's gaze fell upon the three-part courtyard. This abode held the cherished memories he shared with his father, each corner suffused with warmth. The front room was spacious and bright. The rear served as their living quarters, while the farthest section housed the ancestral shrine. Here, they had shared meals, conversations, and laughter, and the fond recollections surged forth like a tide. These past few years had been the happiest of Zhao Duo's two lives. He had never imagined such a life would be abruptly snatched away. Now, it had been forcefully taken from him by a band of robbers, and each thought of this ignited an unbearable pain within him, as if countless ants were gnawing at his heart. Only those who have truly lost can comprehend the preciousness of family ties. For Zhao Duo, this anguish was magnified. In his previous life, he was an orphan, yearning for the warmth of a family and the love of kin. Now, having finally attained all this, it was cruelly stripped away in an instant. Unable to contain his sorrow, tears streamed down his face. Returning home, he felt the absence of Zhao Yuan's attentive care and warmth, leaving him enveloped in solitude. As a former Special Forces soldier and a solitary aristocrat, cooking was a trivial task for Zhao Duo. He prepared a relatively sumptuous dinner for himself, replenishing his energy in anticipation of the night's endeavors. This evening, the moon hung particularly dim, seemingly shrouded by a thick veil of clouds, aptly echoing the old adage, on dark, windy nights, murder and arson abound. Zhao Duo sat quietly at the dining table, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. He vividly recalled how mealtime had once been a rare moment of warmth shared between father and son. Now his father was absent, leaving him to dine in silence. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Duo clenched his teeth tightly, producing a series of clicks, his eyes brimming with hatred and resolve. He vowed to avenge his father, ensuring that those who had wronged him would pay a heavy price. At this moment, Zhao Duo was clad in a black outfit designed for stealth, remarkably reminiscent of the special operations attire from his previous life. To ensure his safety, he had inserted several hard steel plates into his chest area as a defensive measure. In his left hand, he grasped a long recurved bow, measuring over a meter in length, almost equivalent to his own stature, while his right hand wielded an extraordinarily sharp dagger, its edge astonishingly keen, resembling a modern Gurkha knife. Even more strikingly, his waist was bulging with over a dozen hand grenades he had crafted himself. These weapons were meticulously prepared, with the hope that they would serve him well on his path of vengeance. Indeed, in addition to these, he had equipped himself with various other items, effectively arming himself to the teeth for this undertaking. In the dead of night, as the moonlight poured down like water upon the earth, a faint creak emanated from the back door of the Zhao residence, as if a phantom of the night were gently pushing the door open. The ancient wooden door slowly revealed a narrow gap, where a small hand tightly grasped the handle, cautiously nudging it open. Subsequently, a small head peeked through the crack, alertly surveying the surroundings. The owner of this small head was none other than Zhao Duo, his eyes wide open as he meticulously scanned the environment, seemingly in search of something. Confirming that the coast was clear, Zhao Duo stepped forward with a sense of relief, his entire form now exposed to the night. Dressed in black, his diminutive figure exuded an air of tenacity, reminiscent of a leopard in the dark, agile and swift. Zhao Duo advanced along the village's narrow paths, his footsteps light as a wraith. He adeptly sidestepped obstacles in his way, bending and leaping with fluidity and grace, devoid of any clumsiness. Even burdened with weapons weighing 20 to 30 pounds, he maintained a steady pace, showcasing remarkable balance and endurance. Zhao Duo's physical prowess was truly extraordinary, leaving one in awe. In this life, at merely 8 years of age, he could effortlessly lift 300 pounds, far surpassing the peak of his former self, which left the science-oriented Zhao Duo perplexed. This formidable physique allowed him to navigate through the forests with ease, as if he were one with the shadows. After approximately an hour, Zhao Duo successfully arrived at the foot of Haifeng Mountain. He paused, closed his eyes, and envisioned the location of Haifeng's stronghold. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, a flicker of determination shining within, and resolutely embarked on the winding path leading to the stronghold. This was not Zhao Duo's first visit to Haifeng Mountain stronghold. Since the tragic demise of his father, Zhao Yuan, the flames of vengeance had ignited within him. He had visited this place thrice prior, each time silently observing the terrain and the guards of Haifeng's stronghold, preparing meticulously for today's operation. As he neared the stronghold, Zhao Duo crouched low, stealthily advancing towards the entrance. To him, the stronghold resembled a dilapidated temple rather than a fortified hideout. Once bustling with life, it had now fallen into disrepair. It was unclear when this temple had been overtaken by the band of brigands, who mercilessly oppressed the villagers, committing unspeakable atrocities. The nearby inhabitants harbored deep animosity towards them. The surrounding villages had collectively reported their grievances, seeking assistance from the authorities. Strangely, no official forces had ever come to eradicate these bandits, leaving the villagers to endure in silence. After thorough investigation, Zhao Duo had gathered information about these outlaws. It turned out that there were around 20 bandits in the stronghold, led by one known as the One-Eyed Dragon, a name that brooked no goodness. Villagers from Zhao's village spoke of the One-Eyed Dragon's formidable strength, claiming he had reached a level akin to a first-tier martial artist, a notion that Zhao Duo scoffed at, having no knowledge of martial arts himself. In his view, what did it matter if one was a martial artist? He did not believe these so-called warriors were as formidable as they claimed. To him, no matter how skilled one might be, they would fear the blade of a kitchen knife. As long as he remained cautious and meticulous, he was confident he could find a way to deal with these brigands. Zhao Duo cautiously approached the stronghold's entrance, aided by the faint glow of firelight within, allowing him to clearly see two sentinels stationed at the gate. The two bandits appeared lethargic, lazily leaning against the entrance, their heads bobbing in a stupor, completely devoid of vigilance. Observing this scene, Zhao Duo felt a surge of glee. Ha! How easily I have approached this place. Now, let me demonstrate how I shall deal with these two guards. When Zhao Duo was 30 meters away from the two bandits, he halted, retrieving the recurved bow from his back. He deftly knocked two wolf-tooth arrows onto the string, and with a determined pull, he drew the bow to its full moon-like arc, aiming carefully at the two men. He released, and the arrows shot forth like meteors, reaching the unsuspecting bandits before they could comprehend what was happening. Without uttering a sound, the arrows pierced their throats, and they crumpled to the ground. Zhao Duo swiftly advanced, dragging the two bandits into the nearby underbrush to conceal them, and deftly picked up a torch. He cautiously made his way into the stronghold's courtyard, where he beheld a row of over a dozen dilapidated houses. The sounds of raucous laughter and drunken revelry echoed from the central hall. "Ha ha, boss! I raise a toast to you." Clearly, the bandits were gathered in the hall, indulging in feasting and merriment. Zhao Duo quietly moved to the eaves, surveying the surroundings with a keen eye, then carefully ignited the wooden window with his torch, watching as flames rapidly engulfed it. The fire swiftly spread, casting a fierce glow throughout the room. Zhao Duo observed this scene in silence, inwardly praying for the success of his plan. Chapter 3. The Might of the Warrior. Upon witnessing the flames, Zhao Zhao's figure flickered, swiftly retreating into a shadowy corner of the courtyard to conceal himself. Then he nocked an arrow, focusing intently on the exit of the hall. His gaze calm and resolute, tightly gripping his bow, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Before long, the inebriated revelers within the hall became aware of the peril. "Oh no! The boss! The hall is on fire!" One exclaimed in alarm. "Fools! Knowing there's a fire, why aren't you rushing to fetch water?" thundered the furious voice of the leader, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a long table was hurled from the hall, smashing violently against the blazing entrance, splintering it into pieces. Soon after, two lackeys emerged from the hall. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao wasted no time in releasing his arrow, which flew like lightning towards the face of an approaching bandit. His movement was swift and decisive. Showing no hesitation, he quickly drew another arrow. Bending his bow once more as anticipated, the two bandits fell to the ground, unable to rise again. "Boss, there's an archer lying in wait outside. Dog Dan and Goshing are dead." A sharp-eyed bandit spotted the arrows embedded in his fallen comrades and reported fearfully to the leader. "This cannot be. The local magistrate had assured me no soldiers would come to suppress us," murmured the one-eyed dragon, revealing an unexpected alliance between the officials and the bandits. "Enough of that. Everyone, grab something to protect yourselves and rush out. Otherwise, we may all perish in the flames," the one-eyed dragon decisively commanded. His voice urgent to his command. The dozen or so bandits in the hall instantly sprang into action, shouting and frantically seizing various tools and items to charge towards the exit. However, the one-eyed dragon lingered slightly behind, maintaining a calculated distance. After all, those who ascended to such positions were not simpletons, and as the leader, he was particularly shrewd and cunning to as the bandits burst forth from the hall. An intense battle was imminent. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Zhao observed the unfolding scene, and as the bandits surged from the hall, he unhesitatingly raised his bow, unleashing a relentless volley of arrows that in the blink of an eye. Over 10 bandits lay lifeless in pools of blood. The remaining bandits finally realized Zhao Zhao's position and hastily armed themselves with makeshift weapons, charging towards him. To this moment, Zhao Zhao had exhausted his arrows. Yet he swiftly drew forth a razor-sharp kukri, fearlessly confronting the aggressive bandits. As Zhao Zhao stepped out of the shadows, revealing his true form, the bandits were momentarily taken aback. They never expected their adversary to be merely a youth of tender years. This revelation sparked a mix of astonishment and disdain towards the seemingly frail Bo-wide in that instant of their distraction. Two more fell victim to Zhao Zhao's swift blade, their throats severed, upon witnessing the ferocious Zhao. The remaining two bandits retreated in fear, exclaiming, "Boss, we're in a dire situation." With a furious shout, the one-eyed giant emerged from his quarters, brandishing a wickedly sharp blade. "That you're all worthless. You deserve to die." He had taken the opportunity to arm himself, while others obstructed Zhao. Before the last two bandits could revel in their relief, Zhao appeared like a specter not long after stepping out of his dwelling. A fierce blaze erupted from the room behind him. Gazing at the inferno raging before him, Zhao unhesitatingly seized the corpse of the one-eyed dragon and cast it into the sea of flames, obliterating any trace of evidence. Once this was accomplished, Zhao found the time to unfasten his bundle, silently praying, "Great ancestors of the Three Pure Ones and the Jade Emperor, please grant me the fortune to obtain the sacred texts of martial arts." As he peeled back the layers of the package, his heartbeat quickened, almost as if he could hear the thrum of his own heart. With each layer unwrapped, his anticipation grew, intertwining tension and excitement. Finally, as the last layer was unveiled, Zhao felt his heart plummet. The first sight that met his gaze was a handful of golden leaves, shimmering brilliantly in the firelight, nearly blinding him. The radiance emitted by these leaves induced a momentary dizziness. But he quickly regained his composure, shifting his attention to a tome beside him. The cover of the book bore the powerful inscription bold Demon Body Refinement Technique, its characters robust and vigorous, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. Zhao understood the significance of this book. It could very well be the key to altering his destiny. However, he refrained from hastily perusing its contents. Instead, he swiftly rewrapped the package, tucking it carefully into his bosom, pressing it close as if fearful of losing such a treasure. After ensuring everything was secure, Zhao still felt a lingering unease and patted the bundle to confirm it was firmly in place. Only then did he turn to leave, preparing to return to Zhao family village. That on his journey home, Zhao remained in a state of exhilaration, envisioning the transformations and powers the bold demon body refinement technique might bestow upon him. Upon finally arriving at Zhao family village, the horizon was already tinged with the light of dawn. Utilizing his familiarity with the village's layout, he successfully evaded the early risers and quietly returned home. Once inside, Zhao did not immediately succumb to rest. He knew that now was not the time for relaxation. An important matter awaited his attention. With resolve, Zhao lifted the head of the one-eyed dragon and made his way to the Zhao ancestral hall. He unveiled the tattered garment, revealing the grotesque visage of the one-eyed dragon. Carefully, he placed the head upon the altar and ignited incense. Kneeling on the ground, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face, his voice choked with emotion. "Father, rest in peace. Your unfilial son has avenged you." Memories of tender moments shared with Zhao flooded his mind, each recollection a piercing reminder of his grief. After a prolonged period, Zhao finally ceased his weeping. Wiping away his tears, his gaze steeling with determination, that he bowed deeply to the altar housing Zhao, then slowly rose and exited the ancestral hall. Back in his chamber, exhaustion enveloped him, and he collapsed onto his bed. Swiftly falling into a deep slumber, in his dreams, he first encountered his father, Zhao, whose gaze was filled with warmth and affection, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. Next, he envisioned himself as a formidable warrior, capable of slaying foes 10 paces away, leaving no trace behind. When he awoke, it was already afternoon. Rubbing his eyes and shaking his heavy head in an attempt to rouse himself, an intense wave of hunger suddenly swept over him, reminding him that it was his empty stomach that had stirred him from sleep. Rising, he made his way to the kitchen, where he prepared a simple meal of noodles in a clay pot. As he savored the steaming dish, he couldn't help but lament the inadequacies of ancient cooking utensils. Previously, Zhao had always handled the cooking, and now, taking it upon himself, Zhao realized the toil involved. Contemplating the necessity of crafting better kitchenware in the near future, returning to his bedroom, Zhao eagerly retrieved the mysterious bold demon body refinement technique, carefully opening its pages and beginning to study diligently. The text within was profound and arcane, resembling ancient riddles, challenging to comprehend. Yet, Zhao did not waver. He understood that he must possess the patience and fortitude to delve into this manual. As moments passed, Zhao Duo became wholly absorbed in the book, deciphering each chapter word by word. With unwavering conviction and a thirst for power, he gradually began to grasp the secrets contained within. Upon completing his reading, he gained a deeper understanding of the martial path. It became clear that the journey of martial arts was divided into multiple realms, the first being the Great Body realm, comprising 9 grades, the 9th grade refining skin, the 8th grade refining flesh, the 7th grade tempering bones, the 6th grade transforming marrow, the 5th grade refining blood, the 4th grade tempering organs, the 3rd grade condensing awareness, the 2nd grade connecting meridians, and the 1st grade opening orifices. Moreover, the Bull Demon Body refinement technique encompassed the entire training process of the Great Body realm, rendering it an exceptionally rare and invaluable cultivation manual that, if mastered to perfection, it could even culminate in the creation of an immensely powerful Bull Demon battle body. The first half of the technique elaborated on the methods of cultivation, ranging from the fundamental practice of circulating vital energy to refine the body, to the ultimate goal of opening the Dantian's Qi, leaving no detail unaddressed. The latter half detailed various alchemical formulas corresponding to each realm, a dazzling array of options. The final pages recorded a martial art known as the Bull Demon Mountain Moving Fist, a technique embodying the might of the Bull Demon, extraordinarily powerful and imposing. Upon closing the tome, Zhao Duo endeavored to calm his restless spirit while inwardly cursing the one-eyed dragon for squandering such formidable skills. Contemplating how such a fool had acquired this technique, that if there truly were souls in existence, the one-eyed dragon would doubtlessly return to the mortal realm to strangle Zhao Duo for his lack of martial integrity, resorting to weaponry in a martial contest. However, as Zhao Duo's emotions gradually settled, he found himself filled with curiosity and questions about the world around him. He pondered, what manner of world was this? That such wondrous techniques could exist. He had initially believed he had merely traversed back to the historical Three Kingdoms period of the Eastern Han Dynasty, imagining he could easily conquer the realm with knowledge from his past life. Yet, the reality was far more absurd. In this world dominated by martial prowess, life was perpetually at risk. But when he gazed at the Bull Demon Body refinement technique in his hands, confidence surged within him. He vowed to leave his unique mark upon this world, aspiring not only to scale the pinnacle of martial arts, but also to usher in an era where all could rise to greatness. Chapter 5. The Chaotic Azure Lotus Diagram. With great effort, Zhao Duo meticulously recalled the intricate details of the Bull Demon Body refinement technique, ensuring there were no oversights. Only then did he settle into a meditative posture upon his bed, attempting for the first time to concentrate his vital energy. Without the ability to gather this energy, refining his body would remain a distant dream. That he closed his eyes, regulating his breath, gradually immersing his consciousness within. Guided by his intent, his entire being began to gather energy, converging towards his heart. However, just as the energy was on the verge of reaching his heart, it suddenly lost its direction, scattering chaotically, causing Zhao Duo excruciating pain. Startled, Zhao Duo opened his eyes, gasping for air, that he had not anticipated that concentrating vital energy would prove so arduous. Indeed, the Bull Demon Body refinement technique was no simple feat. Nevertheless, he refused to concede defeat. Taking a deep breath, he shut his eyes once more, adjusting his mindset and redirecting the flow of energy. This time, he proceeded with utmost caution, carefully sensing the fluctuations of the energy, striving to discover a method to control it. As time slipped by, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, yet he remained steadfastly focused on guiding the energy's flow. Suddenly, he felt a subtle force, seemingly beckoning the energy towards the correct path. A surge of joy filled his heart as he followed that guiding force. Gradually, the energy stabilized, ceasing its erratic movements, ultimately merging successfully with his heart. Zhao Duo exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. However, his smile was short-lived, as he soon felt the energy he had just consolidated uncontrollably rushing towards his brain. Despite his attempts to rein it in, all efforts proved futile. Panic surged within him. He realized the precariousness of the situation, yet at that moment, he was powerless to halt the energy's flow. As it surged faster towards his brain, a searing pain began to throb in his head. Zhao Duo gritted his teeth, desperately resisting the agony, that he understood that allowing the energy to enter his brain could yield catastrophic consequences. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled a phrase from an ancient tome: "Chi flows in the heart. Blood gathers in the brain. With spirit to govern it, the path can be attained." Concentrating fiercely, he directed the energy, attempting to guide it along the route described in the ancient text. Gradually, the energy's flow slowed. Though still approaching his brain, it was no longer spiraling out of control. Zhao Duo dared not relent, pouring all his effort into managing the energy that at last. Through his diligence, the energy settled entirely, gently merging into his brain. In that instant, as the energy integrated with his mind, a resounding roar echoed within, and he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Zhao Duo found himself amidst a chaotic starry expanse, with the Milky Way flowing backward. Vast and boundless, in the heart of the starry sky, he beheld a familiar scroll, the chaotic blue lotus, a piece procured from an antique market that he never anticipated that his rebirth in this realm of high martial arts was a consequence of your bestowal. Could this be the ocean of my consciousness? But how can I return to reality? Zhao Duo gazed at the chaotic blue lotus, murmuring to himself, having lived in an era of information explosion on Earth. Zhao Duo was no stranger to the bombardment of various data, and he had some understanding of visualization techniques, a loss on how to escape his ocean of consciousness. Zhao Duo shifted his focus to the scroll, pondering whether he might attempt to visualize the chaotic blue lotus. Resolute in his actions, Zhao Duo, a pragmatist at heart, began his visualization without further hesitation. As time passed, the once tranquil ocean of his consciousness began to stir, eventually becoming tumultuous. Unbeknownst to him, a force drew him inward. Intertwining strands of spiritual energy began to coalesce, slowly sketching the chaotic blue lotus. Merely rendering a fragment of the lotus's root consumed a significant portion of Zhao Duo's mental energy. When his spirit was nearly exhausted, he could not complete the depiction of the chaotic blue lotus, which faded away in his consciousness under his watchful gaze. Yet, Zhao Duo did not succumb to despair. He resolved to take a brief respite before continuing his visualization of the chaotic blue lotus that he inhaled deeply, gradually relaxing his mind. During this interlude, he recalled the knowledge acquired in his past life, contemplating how to better harness his spiritual energy. Once he felt adequately prepared, Zhao Duo refocused his attention and commenced a second attempt at visualization. This time, he was more concentrated, employing the techniques he had learned to gently guide his spiritual energy in delineating the outline of the chaotic blue lotus. As the drawing progressed, the image of the lotus became increasingly vivid. Although his progress was slow, Zhao Duo remained undeterred, fully aware that the path of cultivation demands patience and perseverance. Gradually, the roots, stems, and leaves of the chaotic blue lotus emerged. Zhao Duo's spiritual energy was refined and enhanced throughout this process. However, just as he was on the verge of completing his visualization, a wave of fatigue washed over him, that he recognized that his spiritual energy had reached its limit and that he could not push himself further. With a soft sigh, Zhao Duo ceased his visualization. Although he had not entirely rendered the chaotic blue lotus, he had made significant strides. Thus, he repeatedly attempted, failing, resting, and trying again, a cyclical endeavor that, at least, revealed a glimmer of hope as his spiritual energy grew after each recovery. Zhao Duo felt ensnared in a relentless cycle of failure, akin to traversing a maze where the exit remained elusive. Eventually, he lost track of time, and a sense of frustration began to creep in. His ocean of consciousness was inundated with illusions: power to rule a nation, the ability to decide life and death at a whim, wealth with treasures to squander, compelling even the mightiest of kings to bow, beauty, the allure of all enchanting maidens at his command, indulging in the pleasures of life. These vivid images flashed before Zhao Duo, tempting him to succumb to their allure. Yet, he remained unperturbed by these illusions. With closed eyes, he concentrated, striving to free himself from their distractions. After numerous fruitless attempts, Zhao Duo, almost as if guided by fate, began to recite the Tao Te Ching. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of 10,000 things. Therefore, always be without desire, in order to see the mysteries. Always have desire, in order to see the outcomes. These two have the same name, but differ in their applications. They are both called profound. Profound and more profound, the gateway to all mysteries. As Zhao Duo silently recited the Tao Te Ching, his once agitated mind found tranquility, and a refreshing sensation washed over him, bringing an unprecedented sense of relief that he became immersed in the rhythm of the recitation, gradually entering a wondrous state. His consciousness seemed to drift into another world, surrounded by verdant mountains, babbling brooks, and a gentle breeze caressing his face. Chapter 6. The Chaotic Blue Lotus Seed. After several recitations of the Tao Te Ching, Zhao Duo felt his mind become remarkably clear, akin to earth nourished by spring rains. His spiritual realm was cleansed and nourished by the verses of the Tao Te Ching, becoming increasingly lucid and potent. Even the spiritual shadow within his ocean of consciousness appeared more solid, emanating a reassuring aura. Zhao Duo sensed his spiritual energy surging, akin to a river rushing forth, unceasing, that he felt a profound certainty that he would succeed in visualizing the chaotic blue lotus in his next attempt. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his state, Zhao Duo focused his mind once more, preparing to visualize the chaotic blue lotus anew. As time elapsed, the chaotic blue lotus gradually revealed its contours in his mind. First its roots, then its leaves, flowers, and fruit, each detail distinctly visible, as if they truly existed. Zhao Duo maintained unwavering concentration, aware that only by keeping his focus could the outline of the chaotic blue lotus become clearer. After prolonged effort and persistence, the outline of the chaotic blue lotus finally began to solidify. Yet, it still appeared elusive, as though it might dissipate at any moment. Zhao Duo's heartbeat quickened, and beads of sweat formed on his brow as anxiety gripped him. He feared that his efforts would be in vain, that this hard-won result might slip away. That moment, an unexpected event occurred as the chaotic blue lotus took shape. The scroll depicting it within his ocean of consciousness suddenly became restless. Trembling violently as if disturbed by some unseen force, in a flash, the scroll transformed into a streak of azure light, racing towards the chaotic blue lotus at blinding speed. Zhao Duo's eyes widened in alarm. Filled with confusion and concern, he was unaware of why the scroll had undergone such a transformation, nor could he fathom the implications for his cultivation. Heavens, please don't shatter the chaotic blue lotus I've painstakingly sketched. Zhao Duo cried out in desperation. The azure light moved with such swiftness that he could hardly react, forced to watch helplessly as it surged towards the chaotic blue lotus, but he exerted all his effort to halt the unfolding events. But regardless of his attempts, he could not alter the trajectory of the azure light. With a muffled thud, the azure light collided with the chaotic blue lotus. However, the outcome was not what Zhao Duo had envisioned. It was neither a violent clash like a meteor striking the earth, nor did the chaotic blue lotus vanish as he feared. Instead, the azure light seemed to resonate with the chaotic blue lotus, and the two began to merge slowly. Within Zhao Duo's ocean of consciousness, the previously scattered strands of spiritual energy appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force, converging towards the azure light and the chaotic blue lotus, compressing inward. Ultimately, within Zhao Duo's ocean of consciousness, these energies coalesced into a single seed glowing with azure brilliance, reminiscent of a resplendent pearl. Oh dear, where is my chaotic blue lotus? Why is there only a blue lotus seed left? Zhao Duo let out a heart-wrenching wail, filled with despair and sorrow, his voice shattering the silence and evoking tears. He gazed incredulously at the scene before him, overwhelmed by feelings of loss and unwillingness to accept the reality. Zhao Duo observed the blue lotus seed gliding gracefully within his ocean of consciousness, its path imbued with an enigmatic quality, eluding capture. With each rotation, the errant energies around it converged like rivers flowing into the sea, incessantly gathering and transforming into even more powerful spiritual energy. However, just as Zhao Duo believed all was coming to a conclusion, the chaotic blue lotus seed suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance, then seamlessly merged into his very essence. In an instant, Zhao Duo felt as if he were seated in a cinema, countless diverse images flickering before his eyes like slides in a projector. Amidst the chaos, a chaotic blue lotus swayed in the wind, breathtakingly beautiful. Upon it, the 36 varieties of the blue lotus cradled the great deity Pangu. This formidable Pangu bore the monumental task of creating heaven and earth. Yet as he endeavored to forge the cosmos, he faced fierce opposition from 3,000 chaotic demons. Thus commenced a harrowing battle, culminating in Pangu exhausting all his strength in his grand act of creation, tragically perishing in the process. The chaotic blue lotus, originally a treasure nurturing Pangu, could not escape the calamity of the cosmic upheaval, enduring tremendous impact. Ultimately, the chaotic blue lotus shattered into countless fragments, which scattered across the newly formed primordial world, gradually evolving into various innate spiritual roots and treasures over time. However, as fate would have it, amidst the grand design, a sliver of primordial power from the chaotic blue lotus fortuitously merged with a shard of a creation jade disk, and through eons of evolution, culminated in the very scroll that Zhao Duo had discovered at a street stall. This enigmatic scroll had traversed countless epochs in the cosmos before finally coming into Zhao Duo's possession. Such serendipity seemed orchestrated by destiny itself. When Zhao Duo's blood, spilled in an effort to save a girl, inadvertently stained the scroll, he unwittingly completed the ritual of recognition. That it was through this remarkable stroke of fortune that Zhao Duo was granted the opportunity to be reborn in the world of the High Martial Three Kingdoms. However, after enduring the protracted era of the end of the Dharma, the energy of the Chaos Azure Lotus Scroll had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former self. Furthermore, in order to channel immense magical power to facilitate Zhao Duo's rebirth in a foreign realm, nearly all of its energy had been expended. As Zhao Duo successfully envisioned the Chaos Azure Lotus, the scroll could no longer sustain itself. It merged its last vestiges of origin and a flicker of undying spiritual light into Zhao Duo's visualization, transforming it into a seed of Azure Lotus. This could very well be considered an alternative rebirth chosen by the Chaos Azure Lotus. Time seemed to elapse unnoticed, and with a drawn-out exhalation, Zhao Duo expelled the lingering impurities from his body. The very moment the Azure Lotus seed manifested, he found himself ejected from the sea of consciousness and returned to the realm of reality. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of excitement danced within them. He took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within his body, and his heart brimmed with joy. Although he had not fully envisioned the Chaos Azure Lotus, the transformation brought forth by the seed left him utterly astonished. With a mere thought, the Azure Lotus seed appeared before Zhao Duo, radiating a soft azure light, akin to a resplendent gem. Gently, he caressed the seed, sensing the boundless vitality and vigor encapsulated within. This Azure Lotus seed seemed to be a seed of life, awaiting the opportune moment to sprout and flourish. This truly the Azure Lotus seed I envisioned? Zhao Duo murmured, anticipation glimmering in his gaze. Even though he had not achieved the complete vision of the Chaos Azure Lotus, the mere existence of this seed filled him with exuberance. After all, this Azure Lotus seed harbored infinite potential and possibilities, perhaps destined to evolve into something even more extraordinary in the future. With utmost care, Zhao Duo stored the Azure Lotus seed within his sea of consciousness and then rose to his feet. Stretching his limbs, he reveled in the lightness and agility of his body, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Truly, the Chaos Azure Lotus Scroll was remarkable, capable of enhancing his form to such an extraordinary degree. Was he not already on the verge of achieving the pinnacle of the skin refinement stage? Yet, it was regrettable that such a precious artifact had dissipated so completely. Zhao Duo exclaimed in awe. Then, a surge of excitement coursed through him as he recalled the Azure Lotus seed within his sea of consciousness, that he firmly believed that one day he would realize his long-cherished aspiration of successfully envisioning the legendary Chaos Azure Lotus. Chapter 7. The Azure Lotus Scriptures. Through the window, the silvery moonlight cascaded into the courtyard, with a brilliant moon suspended high in the sky. Zhao Duo had not anticipated that despite his prolonged cultivation within the sea of consciousness, only half the night had passed outside. How wondrous! Returning to his bed, Zhao Duo closed his eyes and focused his mind. To his astonishment, he discovered that the world around him had undergone a tremendous transformation. He could clearly perceive the ethereal energy drifting through the air. This extraordinary sensation left him both exhilarated and astonished that he had unwittingly acquired the divine consciousness that only a third-tier expert in the realm of consciousness solidification could possess. Otherwise, he would never have been able to sense the energy in the air. Calming his excited heart, Zhao Duo began to deeply contemplate the insights gained from this cultivation session alongside the bull demon body refinement technique. His mind sank into the sea of consciousness, commencing his comprehension of the mysterious trajectory of the azure lotus seed. Gradually, Zhao Duo became immersed in this experience, unable to extricate himself, as if he were enveloped in a chaotic world. Surrounded by swirling chaotic energy, reminiscent of the primordial universe before the dawn of creation, various laws manifested, nourishing Zhao Duo's soul. Concurrently, he sought to verify the profound trajectory with the bull demon body refinement technique. Various flashes of spiritual light illuminating his path as he began to amend the shortcomings of his techniques. Simultaneously, the vital energy within Zhao Duo surged joyfully along his meridians, resembling a group of mischievous sprites. Initially, it followed the established route of the bull demon body refinement technique, refining his skin, rendering it increasingly resilient. As time progressed, the flow of vital energy began to evolve, becoming more intricate, akin to a mysterious dance. Ultimately, a brand new body refinement technique took shape. Although it was merely a nascent creation, it had maximized the effects of refining both vital energy and spiritual energy at the moment this technique materialized. The spiritual energy within the bedroom was instantaneously vacuumed away by Zhao Duo, its devouring force spreading outward until it enveloped the entire Zhao family village. Fortunately, this absorption power was swift in both its arrival and departure. And such a massive influx of spiritual energy quickly filled Zhao Duo's body. Zhao Duo was completely absorbed in his cultivation, greedily drawing in this spiritual energy, which surged through him like a torrential river. Continuously cleansing his meridians, that a portion was utilized to nourish his vital energy, another fraction to temper his physical form, while the remaining was absorbed by the azure lotus seed within his sea of consciousness. Zhao Duo's aura steadily ascended, his body shimmering with a faint azure glow. His skin became as translucent as jade, exuding a powerful vitality, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window. Illuminating Zhao Duo's youthful visage, his delicate brows fluttered open. Zhao Duo slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating them like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. That he felt the tumultuous power surging within him. A subtle smile gracing his lips, as if a gentle spring breeze had caressed his face. His strength had significantly increased, and the inadvertently self-created technique instilled him with newfound confidence, akin to a surging ocean. Though the technique had been conceived, the question of naming it troubled Zhao Duo. Since it is derived from my insights on the azure lotus seed, I shall call it the azure lotus scriptures. As for its deficiencies, I shall address them once my cultivation reaches a higher realm. Rising to his feet, Zhao Duo summoned the full force of his vital energy, causing his skin to take on a bronze hue. A clear indication that he had reached the copper skin stage of the body refinement process. In the path of martial arts, the 9 tiers of skin refinement involve tempering the physical form, categorized into 4 stages: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Upon entering the realm of skin refinement, one's body becomes as resilient as cowhide, denoted as the cowhide stage. The minor achievement stage is referred to as the iron armor stage, where one's body is akin to being encased in iron, impervious to ordinary blades. The one-eyed dragon of the Black Wind Stronghold is a practitioner of this iron skin stage. Major achievement corresponds to the copper skin stage, where one could serve as a standard centurion in the Han army, capable of effortlessly wielding a tremendous force of 3,000 Jin. At this point, most martial artists begin to contemplate breaking through to the flesh refinement stage, as the resources required to achieve the perfection stage of skin refinement are immense. The perfection stage, which Zhao Duo currently attained, is also known as the jade body stage. At this stage, the skin resembles jade, having regained its original hue, and the skin becomes extraordinarily resilient, with strength surging to an astonishing 10,000 Jin. Of course, reaching the perfection stage in skin refinement requires both innate talent and ample resources. In just a single night of cultivation, Zhao Duo had reached the coveted jade body stage, possessing the strength of 10,000 Jin. This clearly demonstrated the extraordinary nature of the Chaos Azure Lotus Scroll and the Azure Lotus Scriptures. Feeling his stomach grumble, Zhao Duo strode toward the kitchen. With a resounding crash, the wooden door of his bedroom was flung open, colliding with the wall and shattering into fragments. Alas, it seems that rapid progress brings its own troubles. I cannot yet control my newfound strength, Zhao Duo lamented. During the brief journey to the kitchen, he inadvertently shattered countless bricks beneath his feet. Observing the earthen pot before him, Zhao Duo decided against cooking. He feared that one misstep might fracture the cookware. Instead, he resolved to first familiarize himself with his surging power for mastering this newfound strength. Zhao Duo had devised a preliminary plan that he swiftly made his way to the courtyard. Assuming a stable stance, with his left foot stepping half a pace to the left, he raised his arms parallel to his shoulders, squatting down and lowering his hands to his abdomen, commencing the 24 forms of Tai Chi. In the beginning, Zhao Duo moved like a toddler just learning to walk, stumbling and faltering, creating numerous depressions in the ground beneath him. However, as time progressed, he gradually acclimated to his newfound strength, and his movements became increasingly fluid. His punches alternated between fierce power and gentle grace, skillfully embodying the duality of Tai Chi's might and stillness, flowing like a stream. With each punch, a fierce wind accompanied it. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him. As he practiced, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, forming a small whirlwind. Zhao Duo felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated that this Tai Chi learned during his university days would prove so effective. He was confident that with persistent practice, he would completely master his strength. Just as Zhao Duo was fully immersed in the essence of Tai Chi, a cacophony of chaotic and piercing shouts erupted from outside the Zhao family village. Uncle Zhao Heir. Something's gone awry. When Daniel went hunting in the mountains, he was accidentally injured by a wild boar. The sharp cries sliced through the tranquil village like a sword, echoing throughout Zhao family village. In an instant, the previously serene village became a hubbub of commotion, with neighbors emerging from their homes, gathering curiously towards the source of the commotion. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Duo's expression turned grave. Without hesitation, he withdrew his martial stance and swiftly rushed towards the sound. As a former Special Forces soldier, he possessed ample experience and skills in treating external injuries. Chapter 8. Suturing the wound when Zhao Duo arrived at Daniel's home in a state of urgency. A throng of villagers had already gathered, chattering anxiously among themselves, their faces etched with concern. After all, the entire Zhao family village is comprised of kin, all belonging to the Zhao clan within 5 generations of blood relations. And their relationships have always been quite amicable. Zhao Daniu has suffered grievously. His thigh is fractured, and there is a wound on his abdomen stretching a foot long, with blood continuously gushing forth. It appears he may not withstand much longer. One villager, displaying a sympathetic expression, shook his head helplessly and sighed, "What a pity! He has 2 young children at home that need to be cared for. What will his wife do?" Another villager, sharing a bleak outlook on Zhao Dania's condition, expressed a willingness to provide assistance. Just then, Zhao Duo squeezed through the crowd and entered the inner room that he immediately spotted the village doctor, Zhao Cheng, tending to Zhao Dania's wounds. However, Zhao Cheng shook his head repeatedly while treating the injury, clearly not optimistic about Zhao Dania's condition. Nearby, a young woman had collapsed to the ground, weeping inconsolably, while 2 robust twin boys looked utterly helpless. Zhao Duo's arrival did not draw the attention of the other villagers, as everyone was focused on Zhao Dania. But on the bed, Zhao Daniu lay with his left leg twisted grotesquely, the pale bone protruding from the flesh of his thigh. That, however, was not the most critical issue. The true life-threatening injury was the gaping wound across his abdomen, from which blood flowed incessantly. Upon completing these steps, he swiftly seized a wooden plank from the table and skillfully secured it to Zhao Dania's left leg to prevent further injury. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took a deep breath and remarked, "Sister Daniu, it seems I have lived up to expectations at last. As long as Brother Dania does not develop a fever in the next few days and takes proper rest and care, he shall soon make a full recovery." Upon hearing this, Dania's wife was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she hurriedly knelt in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, little village chief, for saving my husband. I bow before you in appreciation." Zhao Cheng, observing from the side, was momentarily taken aback, having not expected Zhao Duo to possess such skills. However, at that moment, Zhao Duo's subsequent actions nearly caused the elderly man to lose his composure. Adhering to the principle of leaving no opportunity wasted, Zhao Duo nonchalantly tucked the precious bottle of golden wound medicine into his clothing. not sparing even the bottle of anti-swelling and pain relief ointment. Zhao Cheng, witnessing this scene, was infuriated, his beard bristling as he silently cursed. This rascal is nothing short of a bandit. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, unwilling to erupt in anger in front of so many witnesses for fear of being labeled as miserly. He could only cast a fierce glare at Zhao Duo, who wore a cheeky grin, seemingly unaffected by the elder's gaze. "Have you studied medicine?" Zhao Qing inquired. "That no," Zhao Duo replied. "Then how did you come up with these ideas?" "I naturally thought of it after seeing others mend clothes that no, you slippery little fellow. Setting bones is not something one merely thinks of. It's innate, isn't it? You just need hands." Zhao Cheng, at a loss for words, displayed a myriad of expressions akin to a Sichuan opera performer, causing Zhao Duo to feel a shiver of apprehension. Zhao Duo recognized that his response was far from satisfactory, but could hardly disclose. Brother is a reborn soul, lest he meet a fate akin to Copernicus. Thus, he silently bore the brunt of Zhao Cheng's ire. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Duo, and he turned to Zhao Ergo beside him, asking, "Brother Ergo, did you encounter a horde of wild boars? How could Brother Daniel sustain such severe injuries?" He hoped this would divert Zhao Cheng's attention. "Do not mention it. We went hunting in the wild boar forest and, inexplicably, encountered an enormous wild boar. Our arrows proved futile against its body, and Brother Daniel was injured while trying to protect Xiao Hu. Had we not managed to find refuge in a narrow cave, where the wild boar could not enter, we might not have returned at all," Zhao Ergo recounted, still shaken by the experience. Xiao Hu, mentioned in the tale, hung his head in shame and sniffled. "It's all my fault. Had I not panicked, Brother Daniel wouldn't have been hurt." Hearing this, Zhao Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "How large was the wild boar you mentioned?" Zhao Ergo gestured, indicating that it was more than twice the size of an ordinary wild boar, with tusks as sharp as daggers, rendering their arrows utterly ineffective. Such ferocity! Zhao Qing's heart sank. If that were the case, the wild boar might have already transformed into a formidable beast, but he pressed further. "Did you observe any special markings or aura about it?" Zhao Ergo shook his head. "No, we were too preoccupied with fleeing to pay attention to such details." Zhao Qing sighed. "It seems we must exercise caution. If a wild boar can drive you to such extremes, it is likely already a formidable beast. If that is the case, we must inform the other villagers to steer clear of that forest." At this, both Zhao Ergo and Xiao, whose expressions turned grave. The emergence of a powerful beast nearby would pose a significant threat to the entire village. Upon hearing the mention of a beast, Zhao Duo's eyes sparkled like stars as he inwardly mused, "I never expected this world to harbor not only warriors but also beasts. Could consuming the flesh of such a beast enhance my strength?" As he contemplated this, excitement coursed through him, envisioning a shortcut to power. Yet, outwardly, Zhao Duo feigned curiosity and surprise, asking the elder Zhao Cheng, "Uncle, what exactly is a beast?" He deliberately projected ignorance about this new concept to glean more information from the elder. Upon hearing Zhao Duo's question, Zhao Cheng immediately brightened, assuming a didactic posture, and enthusiastically began to explain. "A beast generally refers to a wild creature that has awakened its intelligence, drawing in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, which it transforms into demonic power. Through instinct or inherited techniques, it cultivates this power, enhancing its bloodline abilities, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it may even take on a human form." Listening to Zhao Cheng's explanation, Zhao Duo was both intrigued and captivated, his mind conjuring images of adorable beast-eared maidens reminiscent of those from his past life's internet fantasies that he thought, if such beings truly exist, how delightful that would be. However, this did not imply that Zhao Duo was merely a lecherous individual. Rather, it reflected his profound curiosity and desire to explore the unknown. Beasts are also categorized by rank. The first tier is the lowest, while the ninth tier is the highest. A first-tier beast corresponds to a warrior at the skin refining level, a second tier aligns with the meat refining level, and a third tier corresponds to the bone forging level, and so forth. Moreover, beasts of the same tier often surpass humans in strength due to their robust physiques and innate abilities, Zhao Qing explained patiently. Zhao Duo listened intently, secretly contemplating whether he should venture into that forest to confront the wild boar that might become a beast. After all, He was already at the pinnacle of the skin refining stage, on the cusp of breaking into the meat refining stage that if he could conquer a first-tier beast, it would present a monumental challenge and an invaluable opportunity for him. Simultaneously, he wished to eliminate such a menace for Zhao family village. Zhao Duo also recognized that Zhao Cheng was no ordinary elder. His extensive knowledge was beyond what one would expect from a village doctor of this era. At that moment, Zhao Cheng suddenly grew serious. However, when encountering beasts, one must exercise utmost caution, especially with higher-tier beasts that a moment's negligence could lead to perilous consequences. Zhao Duo nodded in understanding. Zhao Cheng patted Zhao Duo's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, you are quite astute. Should you have any uncertainties in the future, feel free to seek my counsel. Zhao Duo's heart swelled with joy, promptly agreeing, as it would enable him to better comprehend this high martial world. Chapter 10. Hunting beasts around the afternoon hour. As the sun began its descent, Zhao Duo seized the opportunity while the villagers were busy preparing meals to quietly depart the village, armed with a curved blade and a bow. With a quiver of arrows strapped to his waist, he appeared gallant and poised as he hastened towards the southeastern forest, his heart brimming with anticipation and nervousness. Under the influence of immense power, Zhao Duo's steps became unusually light and vigorous. With each stride, he covered a distance of 4 to 5 meters, leaving deep footprints in his wake. His swiftness was astonishing, akin to the wind racing through the woods. Even the world champion Bolt from his previous life would find it hard to keep pace. Before long, Zhao Duo arrived at the forest where Zhao Dainiu had encountered his misfortune. Due to the abundance of wild boars, the villagers had aptly named it the Wild Boar Forest. As he entered the woods, Zhao Duo navigated cautiously, wary of disturbing the surrounding wildlife. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the tall trees, casting dappled patterns upon the fallen leaves, imbuing the forest with an aura of tranquility and mystery. Aside from the rustling of the dry leaves beneath Zhao Duo's feet, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. This eerie quietude sent a chill down Zhao Duo's spine. Along the way, he spotted a dozen wild boars, but their sizes did not match Zhao Ergo's description of the enormous creature. Most of these wild boars were foraging or resting, oblivious to Zhao Duo's presence. He quietly circumvented them, continuing his search deeper into the forest for his target. As time passed, and the sun began to dip below the mountaintops, the light within the wild boar forest grew dimmer. Zhao Duo felt a sense of urgency rising within him, contemplating that if he failed to find the wild boar beast soon, he might have to return to Zhao family village. After all, the wild boar forest could be quite perilous at night, and one could never be sure what strange entities might be lurking within. At that moment, a low, rumbling roar resonated from not far ahead. Zhao Duo's heart leaped with joy as he hurried toward the source of the sound, ultimately arriving at a small valley. Upon nearing, he discovered an enormous wild boar fiercely battling a black panther. The wild boar matched Zhao Ergo's description well. Its size indeed colossal, to Zhao Duo's astonishment. There were also 4 other wild boars, 2 large and 2 small, spectating the fierce duel. The smaller ones were comparable in size to the battling wild boar, while the larger ones were more than 4 times the size of an ordinary wild boar. Upon sensing the auras of the 5 wild boar beasts, he discerned that 3 of the smaller ones likely possessed the strength of minor mastery in the skin refining stage, while the 2 larger ones were nearing the completion of that stage. This could be troublesome. Zhao Duo secretly pondered as he concealed himself within the thicket, quietly observing the fierce battle unfolding before him. He realized that these wild boars were indeed the targets he had been seeking. The boar demons that to his surprise, there was more than one, and he felt a twinge of relief for Zhao and the others. Knowing they had only encountered a smaller one, that witnessing a flicker of intelligence in the eyes of the 2 larger wild boars, Zhao Duo was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these boar demons possessed such cunning. Could it be that this black panther was merely utilized by them to hone their offspring? The thought sent a chill down his spine. From his hidden vantage point, Zhao Duo resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to strike. The wild boars, clad in thick fur and armed with razor-sharp tusks, were formidable adversaries, while the black panther displayed remarkable agility and ferocity. However, under the relentless assault of the wild boars, the panther gradually found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining increasingly severe wounds. Ultimately, it was violently hurled away by the boar demon, crashing to the ground, never to rise again. Upon witnessing the demise of the panther, the three juvenile boar demons emitted ecstatic howls, eagerly commencing their feast upon its lifeless form. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao stealthily approached them, poised to launch his attack. Yet, as he drew within 50 meters of the boar demons, the largest among them abruptly raised its head. Its nearly 2-meter-long tusks pointed skyward, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant demeanor, ready to strike at any moment. Recognizing that concealment was no longer feasible, Zhao sprang to his feet, knocking an arrow to his bowstring. Prepared to engage. With deft precision, he unleashed a flurry of 3 wolf-tooth arrows, each soaring through the air like meteors, aimed directly at the eyes of the 3 feeding juvenile boar demons. Given the remarkable toughness of the boar demons' hides, penetrating them with the force of Zhao's longbow would prove challenging. Hence, the vulnerable eyes became his optimal targets. At the very moment he released his arrows, the largest boar demon seemed to instinctively sense impending danger. Without hesitation, it attempted to charge forward to shield the juvenile boar demons. But everything unfolded too rapidly. One of Zhao's arrows struck its massive body, but it merely clattered harmlessly to the ground. In fly at this moment, he felt that he had been excessively merciful towards those pig demons and truly ought to have torn them to shreds to vent his pent-up frustration. As Zhao ventured deeper into the cave, he could distinctly sense wisps of spiritual energy flowing outward from within, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the cave must house some extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. Truly, he had stumbled upon this bounty without exerting any effort, as if he had traversed a long distance in vain only to find it right before him. Filled with excitement, Zhao hurriedly made his way further into the cave. Upon reaching the cave's end, he beheld a small puddle on the ground, containing a milky white liquid that emanated a rich fragrance and spiritual energy that appeared to be the secret behind the rapid advancement of those wild boars. Illuminated by the flickering torchlight, Zhao observed that the liquid was seeping from a hole in the cave wall, approximately the size of a bowl, alongside numerous marks left by the wild boar's attempts to dig, which had evidently ended in failure. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him. Casting a glance at the milky liquid in the puddle, Zhao had no intention of sampling it. It was clear that the wild boars had consumed it in abundance, and he could not guarantee the absence of any viruses within, lest he contract some disease like foot and mouth. Crouching down, he cautiously extended his hand into the hollow, attempting to probe how much of this mysterious milky liquid remained. When his fingers gently touched the liquid, it felt akin to gelatin, bouncy and resilient. Furthermore, the liquid inside had become exceedingly viscous, exhibiting a gelatinous consistency, indicating that it might be even more precious and pure than that outside. Applying a slight force, Zhao found that his palm easily sank into the gelatinous substance. That he carefully observed that the interior of the hollow resembled a massive porcelain bowl, filled to the brim with this liquid. Occasionally, droplets would fall from above, forming the small puddle outside. Zhao finally grasped the general situation, but when he withdrew his hand, he unexpectedly detected a faint, refreshing fragrance that turned out that some of the milky liquid had adhered to his hand. Exuding a clean aroma, uncontrollable thoughts surfaced in Zhao mind. I want to taste it. Under this temptation, he inexplicably extended his tongue to lick the liquid from his hand. After completing this series of actions, Zhao suddenly came to his senses, realizing that his behavior had been rather improper, even feeling a twinge of shame that he could hardly believe he had licked his palm like some sort of pervert. However, before he could dwell on his regret, a surge of powerful energy abruptly erupted from his stomach. The mysterious liquid had entered his body, releasing a formidable force. Despite its vast quantity, the energy was remarkably gentle, gradually spreading from his stomach throughout his entire being. Sensing the tumultuous energy coursing within him, Zhao reacted immediately. That he swiftly assumed a cross-legged position and activated the body-refining techniques from the Qinglian Tao Sutra, guiding this potent energy to circulate within him. These spiritual energies intertwined with his blood vitality, flowing through his meridians and rapidly enhancing Zhao physical strength. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy continually infused into his blood vitality, significantly augmenting its potency and gradually enhancing its spiritual essence. As time passed, the rate at which the spiritual energy overflowed increased, while Zhao Duo's absorption rate began to lag behind, but he felt as though his body were transforming into an inflating balloon, expanding relentlessly at this moment. Fear and anxiety filled Zhao Duo's heart, prompting him to curse. Damn it. Am I going to explode? It's all my fault for being greedy. Why did I lick that liquid? In his frustration, Zhao Duo wished he could slap himself a few times for his gluttony. Fortunately, just as Zhao Duo felt he could no longer endure, the chaos Qinglian seed within his sea of consciousness suddenly erupted with a powerful. This invisible force swiftly drew the spiritual energy from within Zhao Duo into itself. The energies flocked to the chaos Qinglian seed like swallows returning to their nests, converging at an astonishing speed and forming a surging wave of spiritual energy. Reminiscent of the mighty tides of the Qiantang River, the chaos Qinglian seed welcomed this influx of energy without reservation. When Zhao Duo felt that his body could withstand it, the chaos Qinglian seed gradually reduced its absorption of the spiritual energy. At this critical moment, Zhao Duo finally exhaled in relief. Yet he did not let down his guard. Instead, he continued to diligently execute the body refining techniques that as time elapsed, his physique underwent substantial enhancement under the thorough cleansing of the spiritual energy. Eventually, Zhao Duo sensed that his body had reached a limit, as if a tightly shut door barred his path forward. However, he did not lose heart. He persisted in running the body refining techniques, repeatedly tempering his form. Each effort brought him one step closer to a breakthrough, and finally, with a crisp popping sound, the spiritual energy and blood vitality successfully shattered the constraints of merely refining Zhao Duo's skin. They began to refine all 639 muscles and fascia throughout his body, signifying an impending breakthrough in his physical realm. The state of body refinement was achieved, and Zhao Duo's strength surged exponentially. Chapter 12. Penicillin. When Zhao Duo awakened from his meditative state, he slowly opened his eyes to find that the torches beside him had already extinguished. This session of cultivation seemed to have lasted longer than usual, for he felt an emptiness in his abdomen, accompanied by occasional rumblings, as if urging him to seek sustenance. Without taking a moment to relish the fruits of his cultivation, he swiftly made his way to the cave entrance. The morning air was fresh and brisk, infused with a faint mist and the essence of sunlight, evoking a sense of tranquility and harmony. 5 massive wild boar carcasses lay sprawled on the ground, their imposing forms strikingly grand. Hastening to the scene, he located the broken tip of the knife from the previous night, dismembered one of the smaller pig demon's forelegs, and after a quick cleansing, started a fire to roast it. Perhaps it was the pure and natural essence of the wild, or perhaps the nourishing influence of spiritual energy, but the roasted pork emitted an enticing aroma that made Zhao Duo's mouth water. Ignoring the scorching heat of the freshly roasted pig demon meat, Zhao Duo tore into it voraciously. Remarkably, the meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, infused with a hint of spiritual energy that gradually nurtured Zhao Duo's physique. Though the effects were not immediately apparent, they were certainly better than nothing. After satisfying his hunger, Zhao Duo finally had the opportunity to reflect on the gains from this cultivation session. That he gazed at his palm, which gleamed like jade, and couldn't help but murmur to himself, "I never imagined I had the potential to be a pretty boy." He slowly clenched his fist, the muscles in his arms clearly defined, exuding an aura of masculinity, as if he were a walking embodiment of testosterone. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful punch to a nearby tree, which was as thick as a person's waist. With a resounding thud, a multitude of leaves cascaded down. Ultimately, the tree could not withstand Zhao Duo's extraordinary strength and collapsed with a thunderous crash, startling a flock of birds in a flight. This scene left Zhao Duo, who had just witnessed the extent of his terrifying power, utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Is this the strength of the body refinement realm? That punch must have had a force of at least 20,000 pounds. Yet he did not feel that he had perfected his physical training. Could it be that I possess some unique constitution? Zhao Duo pondered inwardly, according to the records of the Neo-Mo body refining technique. Each advancement in the physical realm typically grants a maximum increase of 10,000 pounds of strength. Upon reaching the Qi awakening realm, one could attain a terrifying force of 90,000 pounds. However, Zhao Duo was puzzled and perplexed as to why he possessed such astonishing might. Nevertheless, he was inherently open-minded and did not dwell on it excessively, quickly casting the matter aside that he then sensed the chaos Qinglian seed within his sea of consciousness. After a night of cultivation, it had grown even greener and more solid. After validating his newfound strength, Zhao Duo returned to the cave. He carefully scooped the milky liquid from the hollow into a water pouch he carried, which was originally capable of holding 4 pounds of liquid, but could not contain all of it. Ultimately, Zhao Duo was forced to find a stone to plug the hollow, preventing it from being disturbed by other beasts or demons after his departure. Having taken care of everything, Zhao Duo exited the cave and used vines to securely bind the 5 enormous wild boar carcasses. Thus, he dragged the weighty burden of nearly 10,000 pounds of meat at a leisurely pace toward Zhao family village. However, with these burdens in tow, Zhao Duo's journey was not as effortless as before. Amidst the rumbling sounds, he finally arrived at the entrance of Zhao family village. Along the way, he encountered numerous villagers already toiling in the fields, all of whom were left utterly astonished by the massive pile of meat trailing behind Zhao Duo. They stood frozen in the fields like wooden sculptures, even ignoring Zhao Duo's greetings that it was only after he passed by. Dragging the mountain of meat, that they slowly regained their senses, dropping their hoes and hurriedly following in Zhao Duo's wake. "Little village chief, did you hunt all these pig demons?" a robust man asked in disbelief. Before Zhao Duo could respond, an elderly man smacked the sturdy man's head, scolding, "Is that even a question? If it wasn't the little village chief who hunted them, could it have been us?" The burly man, having been struck, angrily turned his head, eager to discern who in Zhao family village dared to assault him. However, upon spotting the elderly man trailing behind him, his neck instinctively recoiled in fear, and the fierce demeanor he had just exhibited vanished without a trace, replaced by a sycophantic grin. "Father, I merely wish to confirm something. I am already so grown. Why do you still strike me?" The old man remained silent, merely casting a withering glare his way, causing the burly man's waist to bend once more, his comical demeanor eliciting peals of laughter from the villagers nearby. That moment, the villagers began to speculate whether Zhao Dainyu had been injured by the wild boar demons, prompting the little village chief to take matters into his own hands and seek vengeance in the wild boar forest. "Villagers, come back with me to distribute the meat," Zhao Duo called out as he noticed an increasing number of villagers following in his wake. Upon hearing Zhao Duo's proclamation, the villagers instantly responded with excitement. "All right, little village chief." This stirred a wave of enthusiastic cheers from villagers who typically would not indulge in even a single meal of pork. "Long live the little village chief." Such exclamations startled Zhao Duo, causing him to shrink his neck and inwardly lament. "I never anticipated you would be such people. I extend my goodwill to share meat, yet you seek to take my life." Yet he could not entirely fault these simple-minded villagers. Their exuberance was the source of their fervor. However, just as Zhao Duo prepared to depart from the village, he suddenly spotted Dainya's wife rushing towards him. Her expression fraught with urgency and concern. Breathless and glistening with sweat, she appeared utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Zhao Duo, she hastened forward, grasping his hand tightly, her voice laced with desperation. "Little village chief, I have finally found you. Dainyu is suffering from a high fever, and Uncle Zhao is at a loss. Please, I implore you to save my husband." With that, she attempted to kneel before Zhao Duo. Seeing this, Zhao Duo quickly extended his hand to support Dainya's wife, fully aware that in this era, a fever was no trivial matter. If not treated promptly, it could very well endanger a life. Yet at that moment, he had little recourse and could only comfort her. "Sister Dainyu, do not fret. Allow me a moment to think of a solution." Lacking ibuprofen, aspirin, or penicillin, Zhao Duo lamented internally. What can a novice in traditional medicine like myself do against inflammation and fever? In his distress, he tugged at his hair in contemplation, suddenly struck by a thought. "Wait, penicillin? Yes." A flash of inspiration coursed through Zhao Duo's mind, prompting an exclamation that startled the villagers nearby. "Do you have a solution?" Among them, Dainya's wife reacted the quickest, rushing forward to inquire, for this was a matter of life and death for Zhao Dainyu. Zhao Duo, however, was too preoccupied to respond to her, as his mind raced. He distinctly remembered that the green mold on moldy food contained penicillin, but the potency of this unrefined form was known only to the heavens. Yet, at this juncture, a dying horse must be treated as a living one. Zhao Duo's authority as the village chief became evident. With the command, all the villagers at the entrance of the village promptly returned home to seek out anything covered in green mold. In this world, the collective effort of many made tasks easier, and within the time it took to burn a joss stick, a pile of green moldy buns had amassed before Zhao Dania's home. He first scraped the unsightly green mold from the buns with a small knife, placing it into a porcelain bowl. Next, he added a little water to the bowl, stirring it into a paste. Finally, Zhao Duo applied this green, snot-like substance evenly over Zhao Dania's wounds. Thankfully, it was on his abdomen. Had it been on his back, he would have turned into a green mold turtle. Will this work? Zhao Qing asked skeptically, his eyes wide with doubt, as he had never heard of green mold being used as medicine. Zhao Duo set down the porcelain bowl and quickly washed his hands clean. For the mold was rather distasteful, that he replied, "We shall do our best and leave the rest to fate." Hearing this, the old man Zhao felt an urge to kick him. Chapter 13. The whole village cultivates, having completed all tasks. Zhao Duo summoned Dania's wife to convey some instructions before exiting the courtyard that as he emerged from Zhao Dania's home. Zhao Ergo, who had been waiting at the door, rushed forward, his face etched with worry. "Little village chief. Is Dania all right?" Zhao Duo patted Zhao Ergo's shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry, brother Ergo, the medicine has been applied. He should be fine." Upon hearing Zhao Duo's response, Zhao Ergo and the nearby Huzi finally breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions relaxing. Observing the villagers gradually gathering, Zhao Duo took a deep breath and announced loudly, "Let us go to the village entrance to distribute the meat." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the village. Upon hearing of the meat distribution, the villagers erupted with excitement, cheering joyously. They followed Zhao Duo to the village entrance, their laughter and chatter creating a festive atmosphere that surpassed even that of the Spring Festival. Zhao Family Village boasted over 300 households and nearly 3,000 inhabitants, making it the largest village in the vicinity that in no time. News of the meat distribution spread throughout Zhao Family Village, drawing nearly half the village's population to the entrance. The villagers surrounded the massive carcass of the boar demon, engaging in hushed conversations. Xiaohu, gazing at the enormous body before him, felt a surge of fear. Ergo, I never imagined there were 5 of these monstrous wild boar demons. Thankfully, we only encountered one. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands, his face betraying a lingering sense of dread. Zhao Ergo, upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment, privately grateful for their good fortune in not encountering the other 4 boar demons. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his curiosity about how the little village chief had managed to slay these beastly creatures. He turned his gaze to Zhao Duo, standing upon the ox stone, pondering whether the little village chief had become the fabled warrior of legend. With this thought, Zhao Ergo's gaze toward Zhao Duo grew even more fervent. At this moment, Zhao Duo stood atop the ox stone, acutely aware of the intense gazes directed at him from below. Spotting Zhao Ergo among the crowd, he waved him over. Zhao Ergo hurriedly approached, his heart racing with excitement. Zhao Duo smiled and said, "Brother Ergo, could you please enlist the village hunters to maintain order at the scene? I have an announcement to make." Zhao Ergo, taken aback, repeatedly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Little village chief, you flatter me. I will gather the brothers to maintain order right away." Zhao Duo patted him on the shoulder, responding, "I appreciate your assistance." "Brother Ergo." Zhao Ergo, beaming at the shoulder that Zhao Duo had patted, turned and departed to rally the hunters of Zhao Family Village. In but a short while, Zhao Ergo returned with a group of hunters, swiftly dispersing to uphold order. The previously chaotic atmosphere transformed into one of calm organization, a development Zhao Duo had not anticipated. He was surprised to discover that Zhao Ergo, despite his simple nature, was quite competent. Just as Zhao Duo cleared his throat to begin speaking, he spotted a group approaching under Zhao Qing's leadership, advancing with great fervor. Upon recognizing who they were, he promptly descended from the ox stone to greet them. This group comprised the elders of the Zhao clan and their descendants. Having heard of Zhao Duo's plans to distribute meat from the demon beast, they had come to lend their support. Zhao Duo understood their intentions well. He recognized the necessity of giving them due respect, for without their backing, he would not have been able to assume the position of village chief at the tender age of 8. Zhao Duo approached the group with brisk steps, a warm smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Esteemed elders, what brings you here? I am truly honored by your presence," Zhao Cheng replied with a smile. "Little Duo, we heard you were distributing demon beast meat, and as we had nothing better to do, we came to join in the festivities." Zhao Duo promptly responded, "Uncle, please lead the elders to take their seats. If I fall short in any way, I humbly ask for your guidance." That he then greeted each elder and urged Zhao Ergo to rush back to the village to fetch chairs for their comfort. Zhao Duo felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he had made ample preparations, or he would have been embarrassed today. That he warmly invited the elders to sit and personally poured tea for them as Zhao Laotai observed Zhao Duo bustling about. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. He had not expected Zhao Duo to generously distribute the demon beast meat he had hunted among the villagers. After all, such meat could enhance vitality, an invaluable treasure that could extend even his own life by several years. As several elders took their seats with solemnity before the ox stone, the atmosphere fell into an absolute silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. At a tea this moment, Zhao Duo, standing atop the ox stone, cleared his throat twice and then spoke with unwavering conviction. "Dear villagers, I have gathered you here today primarily to address two matters. First, regarding the meat distribution, each person will receive 1 pound of fresh wild boar demon meat. Secondly, and of utmost importance, I deeply feel the frailty of our Zhao clan. Just 1 month ago, my father tragically fell victim to foul play at the hands of thieves. Fortunately, 2 days ago, I successfully avenged him. Yet, I am acutely aware that my individual strength is far from sufficient to protect our entire Zhao clan. Thus, I have resolved to impart the martial arts techniques seized from the mountain bandits to each member of our clan, hoping that we may all strive together, united in our efforts to safeguard the Zhao lineage." As Zhao Duo's words resonated through the air, the clansmen below erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Akin to a pot of boiling water, brimming with fervor, "Oh heavens, you have finally opened your eyes. Our Zhao clan has at long last acquired our own martial arts techniques." Beneath the Wunyo stone, the elder Zhao was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke with a trembling voice. Simultaneously, other clan members echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, from this day forth, we too can embark on the path of cultivating martial arts." In that moment, cheers and applause surged like waves, reverberating throughout the valley. Zhao Duo did not quell the animated discussions of the crowd. He understood their exhilaration. After all, in this era of martial prowess, martial arts techniques serve as the ladder for advancement. Only through relentless training and the enhancement of one's abilities can one establish a foothold in this world. Once the villagers' chatter gradually subsided, Zhao Duo slowly addressed them. "Tomorrow morning at the hour of the rabbit, I shall commence guiding everyone in their training at the village entrance. Those with children over the age of 6 must ensure their attendance." His voice was steady and powerful, instilling a sense of reassurance and trust. That he then proclaimed loudly, "Enough of the idle chatter. Zhao Ergu, gather the hunting brethren and prepare to distribute the meat." This declaration ignited the villagers' enthusiasm, prompting a chorus of cheers to erupt from the crowd. The children leapt with excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The elders wore smiles of contentment, as if glimpsing a hopeful future. The entire village was suffused with an atmosphere of joy, and each person brimmed with aspirations for the morrow. Chapter 14. Into the city after the last villager departed with their share of the beast meat, Zhao Duo completed the distribution of the 3 young wild boars. He approached Zhao Ergu, gently patting his broad shoulder, and smiled. "Brother Ergu, everyone has worked hard. Each household shall receive an additional 10 pounds of meat as a token of my appreciation. Furthermore, I would appreciate your assistance in safely escorting the clan elders back home." "Oh, and each elder is to receive an extra 2 pounds of beast meat. Additionally, please help me prepare 20 pounds of beast meat to take to Brother Daniel." Zhao Duo meticulously organized everything, while Elder Zhao listened with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Leaning on his cane, he approached Zhao Duo and said with a smile, "Young Duo, we old folks need not take more than our share. You should focus on transporting the remaining beast meat to the county for sale." Zhao Duo promptly replied, "Elder, your words do not hold true. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. We rely on you and the other elders for guidance and support." Even aware of Zhao Duo's flattery, Elder Zhao and the other clan elders could not suppress their content smiles, akin to blooming chrysanthemums. They clearly appreciated Zhao Duo's compliments. Their spirits lifted as they regarded the young man before them. Cheng Heir, you are familiar with the county. You shall accompany the village head shortly. Ergo, do not dawdle. You should also join, as many hands make light work that I est the oldest villager in Zhao family village. Elder Zhao naturally commanded the clansmen, his words imbued with undeniable authority, causing everyone to nod in agreement. However, upon hearing that everyone could go to the county, the delicate young boy assisting Elder Zhao suddenly whined. Grandpa, I want to go to the county too. I have never been to the city. His eyes sparkled with longing and expectation, compelling one to fulfill his wish. Elder Zhao, upon hearing the child's plea, did not object but instead affectionately ruffled the boy's hair and turned to Zhao Duo. Zhao Duo felt a pang of anxiety, inwardly lamenting, shouldn't this matter be entrusted to your son, Zhao Cheng? Why is it directed at me? Nevertheless, he unwaveringly responded, Elder, rest assured, I will take good care of our little brother. His tone was resolute and sincere, alleviating Elder Zhao's concerns. Elder Zhao smiled with satisfaction, nodding gravely as he said, in that case, I shall trust you with Yun Heir. Upon hearing this, Zhao Duo was momentarily struck dumb, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Elder Zhao. He couldn't help but marvel. Zhao Yun, and it just so happens that we are in this county. Could this little fellow before me be the renowned Zhao Zilong, who would later shake the three kingdoms? At that moment, Zhao Duo's mind was flooded with astonishment and exhilaration, akin to a stampede of wild horses that he silently rejoiced in his remarkable fortune, unexpectedly encountering such a rare treasure, but he understood that Zhao Zilong, as one of the 5 tiger generals of Shu Han, possessed martial prowess of the highest caliber. If nurtured with care, he might surpass the achievements of his past life. With this thought, Zhao Duo vowed to treat Zhao Yun with utmost diligence, ensuring he would not squander this extraordinary opportunity. Approximately 15 minutes later, having expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Dania's wife, Zhao Duo finally emerged from Dania's courtyard. At this moment, he felt exceptionally lighthearted, striding home with a spring in his step. For he still needed to place the Xiling grass and the millennia-old stone marrow in his abode. However, upon reaching the village entrance, he discovered that Zhao Ergu had already loaded all the remaining beast meat onto the carts. Gazing at the impressive lineup of 15 ox-drawn carts, Zhao Duo smiled with satisfaction, pondering, this trip to the county will surely yield numerous essential supplies for the village. Yet upon observing Zhao Ergu's intention to sell all the beast meat, Zhao Duo shook his head in resignation, berating himself for not providing clearer instructions that he understood all too well how crucial this beast meat was for martial cultivation. He knew that without resources, achieving significant progress in martial arts would be exceedingly difficult, and this beast meat could provide ample energy for beginners, greatly benefiting their training. Brother Ergu, we need not take all this beast meat to the county. Let us leave 5 carts behind, Zhao Duo stated earnestly. Zhao Ergu displayed a puzzled expression, inquiring, Village head, this beast meat is highly sought after by the scions of noble families in the county. It will undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum. Why not take it all? Zhao Duo smiled gently, explaining patiently, well, starting tomorrow, our village will embark on a collective martial training initiative that I plan to provide half a pound of beast meat daily to the village youth, establishing a solid foundation for them. Zhao Duo's words illuminated Zhao Ergu's understanding, just as Zhao Cheng darted over, gripping Zhao Duo's shoulder tightly, and asked excitedly, is this true? His eyes widened with anticipation and excitement. As a physician, he was well aware of the significance of training resources. Zhao Cheng gazed at Zhao Duo, his eyes alight with enthusiasm, that he understood that this represented a rare opportunity for the entire village. Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Zhao Duo gently patted Zhao Cheng's overly enthusiastic hand, chuckling, Uncle, there's no doubt about it, but we need to instruct the villagers to cure the beast meat swiftly to prevent spoilage. Village head, you are truly wise, Zhao Cheng praised, asserting that with this beast meat, the children's training journey would be much smoother. Zhao Ergu nodded repeatedly in agreement. Although he felt some reluctance, he recognized that Zhao Duo's decision was for the village's long-term benefit. Even the 5-year-old Zhao Yun, as the story requires, tugged at Zhao Duo's sleeve, innocently asking, Village head brother, Does this mean that as long as Yun Air practices martial arts daily, he will have beast meat to eat? His eyes radiated unhidden desire, seeing Zhao Yun's adorable countenance. Zhao Duo nodded emphatically, and upon receiving Zhao Duo's affirmative reply, Zhao Yun erupted into joyous exclamations. Thus, they left 5 carts of beast meat behind and set off for the county with the remaining goods. Along the journey, the presence of little Zhao Yun ensured a constant stream of laughter and cheer in this high martial world. Even the yellow oxen, nourished by the spiritual energy, appeared exceptionally robust as they effortlessly pulled nearly 500 pounds of beast meat across the full 200 miles from Zhao family village to Fangzi County. At the hour of the dog, Zhao Duo could already see the imposing city walls stretching across the land, signaling their arrival at Fangzi County. The walls resembled a slumbering giant beast, resting upon the earth, exuding an ancient and profound aura, rising to a height of 3 zhang. The walls were constructed entirely of solid blue stone, adorned with ancient runes and patterns that flickered with a faint glow. Every so often along the walls, watchtowers were erected to survey the surroundings. The city gates stood wide open, flanked by soldiers clad in armor, wielding long spears. Their expressions were solemn, vigilantly observing the passers-by. Above the city gate hung a massive plaque inscribed with the 3 characters. Fangzi County to AS Zhao Duo steered the ox cart closer to the city gate. A wave of reverence surged within him. Chapter 15. Li Dan Zhao Duo stared at the towering walls before him, utterly astounded. They were simply magnificent. The nearly 10-meter-high walls appeared impenetrable, akin to a steel fortress in an era devoid of advanced technology and large machinery. How did people accomplish such a feat? This is merely an inconspicuous county within the vast Han Empire. One cannot help but wonder what the ancient formidable passes and the imperial capital of Luoyang must look like. The young lad Zhao Yun expressed his awe, exclaiming, "Father, how lofty it is!" Zhao Cheng affectionately ruffled Zhao Yun's hair and responded, "Once my son has honed his martial skills, he can travel throughout the empire and experience the wonders of the outside world." Upon hearing his father's words, Zhao Yun nodded resolutely. He had long yearned to explore the world beyond. As the procession entering the city grew shorter, it soon became Zhao Duo and his companions' turn. Leading their horses to the city gate, Zhao Duo gazed at the Han soldiers before him and could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Indeed, they were imposing and majestic. The soldiers guarding the gate were all in high spirits, exuding a robust vitality. Clad in splendid armor and wielding long spears and shields, their eyes reflected determination and valor. These soldiers emanated a powerful aura, all being practitioners of at least the initial stage of skin refining. The centurion leading them was a consummate practitioner of the skin refining stage, and his youth, barely 17 or 18, was astonishing, a testament to his exceptional talent. Indeed, beyond comparison with Zhao Duo, it appeared that the Han army had not yet decayed to its very core. Zhao Duo mused inwardly as he approached the centurion. Carrying a piece of beast meat weighing approximately 50 pounds in his left hand, he first presented the entrance fee for his group and then lifted the beast meat towards the centurion. Respectfully stating, "Greetings, General, that I am Zhao Duo, the village chief of Zhao family village. I come bearing this small token of appreciation that we aim to sell the game we have hunted in our village, and I hope it can provide the brothers with a warm soup tonight." Zhao Duo's actions were born out of necessity. As the saying goes, the king is easy to see, but the little ghosts are troublesome, that he wished to avoid any complications arising from their excessive cargo. Observing Zhao Duo's thoughtful demeanor, the centurion's face broke into a satisfied smile, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Although he found it puzzling that such a young boy could serve as village chief, he did not intend to delve deeper. He casually extended his left hand to receive the beast meat, but as his fingers grazed the surface, his expression suddenly turned grave. He distinctly sensed the aura emanating from the beast meat, indicating it had come from a formidable beast of late first tier. With his current strength, he could not confidently claim victory against such a beast. At that moment, the centurion buried his previous underestimation. For within Zhao Duo's group lurked a practitioner of the 8th tier. It seemed that no matter the era, strength remained the ultimate truth. In astonishment, the centurion promptly adjusted his expression, accepting the beast meat from Zhao Duo with both hands and turning to a soldier behind him, instructing, "Take care of this. You fellows will have a treat tonight. Don't forget to thank Village Chief Zhao." "Thank you, Village Chief Zhao." The soldiers echoed in unison, their voices harmonious and resonant. Their eyes sparkled with joy and gratitude, genuinely appreciating Zhao Duo's generous gesture. Zhao Duo smiled slightly and cupped his fists in salute to the centurion, saying, "You are too kind. General, that I have one more request. May I trouble you for a small favor?" The centurion, in a hearty laugh, replied, "Brother Zhao is jesting that I cannot bear the title of general. I am merely a few years your elder, but if you don't mind, you may call me Brother Li, to be honest. I hail from the Li clan, and my given name is Dan that I in this county. I hold a small measure of influence, and I assure you, I will not decline any request within my means." Zhao Duo glanced at the villagers and the game, cupping his fists once more. He said, "Brother Li, I must shamelessly ask for your guidance. We are unfamiliar with the city and seek the location of the market." Upon hearing Zhao Duo's inquiry, Li Dan's eyes brightened as he pulled Zhao Duo aside and whispered, "Brother Zhao, are all your goods beast meat?" Noticing Li Dan's newfound warmth and the casual address, Zhao Duo pondered deeply. Zhao Duo mused to himself. Perhaps this centurion sensed the blood-soaked essence of the beast meat, hence his enthusiasm. Intrigued, Zhao Duo seized the opportunity to inquire, "Brother Li, you have a keen eye. Indeed, these are all beast meats that I there a high demand for such in the city." Li Dan chuckled, replying quietly, "Brother Zhao possesses remarkable skills to procure such an abundance of beast meat to confide. The nobles in this city have a particular fondness for beast meat, relishing its exquisite flavor and rich nutrition. However, acquiring such delicacies is no easy task. Ordinary hunters seldom manage to do so." Zhao Duo felt a surge of delight. It appeared he could sell it at a handsome price that Li Dan, clapping Zhao Duo on the shoulder with a beaming smile, suggested, "How about this, Brother Zhao? You sell all your beast meat to me." The price. Before Li Dan could finish his sentence, Zhao Duo's expression shifted dramatically, that he had no faith that Li Dan would be so benevolent. Was this fellow attempting to coerce him into a low-price deal? These ancient soldiers were not as disciplined as the armies of his past life. With that thought, he instinctively unleashed the aura of an 8th-tier practitioner, exerting pressure on Li Dan due to Zhao Duo's formidable foundation. The aura he unleashed was not inferior to that of an ordinary 7th-tier practitioner. Under the weight of Zhao Duo's overwhelming presence, Li Dan suddenly felt as though his heart was gripped by a terrifying hand. On the verge of shattering, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Internally, he cursed, "This young village chief is indeed a firecracker. He explodes at the slightest provocation. Why won't you let me finish my words?" As Zhao Duo's imposing aura pressed down, Li Dan's complexion turned pale. He struggled to straighten his back to prevent himself from collapsing and managed to say, "Brother, please rein in your aura. I can barely withstand it. Just let me explain." At that moment, Li Dan felt as though an invisible hand was tightly squeezing his throat, making it difficult to breathe. His face turned ashen, and beads of sweat cascaded down, soaking his garments. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, leaving him in a state of shock, as if devoid of his very soul. Seeing this, Zhao Duo finally realized that his previous actions had been overly aggressive. He quickly restrained his aura and extended his hands to support the nearly collapsing Li Dan, asking with concern, "Brother Li, are you all right?" Once Li Dan steadied himself, Zhao Duo bowed deeply, his tone earnest as he said, "I hope Brother Li can forgive my impulsiveness. You know how we mountain folk hold our game dear, as it is earned through the lives of our kin." Watching the bowing and apologetic Zhao Duo, Li Dan could not help but twitch his lips, internally cursing, "If it weren't for the fact that I can't overpower you, today I would show you why flowers bloom so vividly." Yet he maintained a polite demeanor, responding, "No harm done. No harm done. That I must admit, I never anticipated that Brother Zhao possessed such strength. Before you, I have no means to resist. It seems I have wasted many years of life. However, I must advise you to refrain from such reckless behavior in the future." Upon hearing Li Dan's words, Zhao Duo relaxed his guard slightly. "Brother Li, please forgive me. I was a bit rash just now. Please speak plainly. What do you intend?" Li Dan took a deep breath to steady his nerves, saying, "You see, I hold a certain standing in the Li family and can assist in introducing you to my elders that if you sell the beast meat to our Li family, the price will surely exceed that of the market. Moreover, in the future, should you have more beast meat, you can deliver it directly to the Li family without the hassle of seeking buyers. Zhao Duo's heart stirred. This was indeed an appealing proposition. However, he remained somewhat skeptical of Li Dan's motives for such eagerness to assist that Li Dan smiled, explaining, "We are neighbors. It is only natural to help one another. Besides, I stand to gain some benefits from this as well." Zhao Duo understood. This was a win-win situation that he nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I thank you, Brother Li. When might I have the pleasure of meeting your elders?" Li Dan pondered for a moment before responding. "Wait here a moment while I attend to some matters at the city gate, and then I will take you to meet my elder." Zhao Duo clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Li. I shall await your return." Chapter 16. The Li family of Fanzi County. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Dan completed his arrangements at the city gate and returned to the point where he had parted ways with Zhao Duo. Seeing that Zhao Duo had not left, he appeared visibly more relaxed, indicating that this matter held significant importance for him as well. Under Li Dan's guidance, Zhao Duo and his companions drove their ox cart through the lengthy city gate. Upon entering the city, Zhao Duo was taken aback by the scene before him, akin to a country bumpkin entering a grand garden. Before him lay a road approximately 10 meters wide, bustling with people and vehicles moving in an orderly fashion. Much like pieces on a chessboard, and on either side stood wooden buildings of 2 or 3 stories, bustling with various businesses, where patrons streamed in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. The sounds of vendors peddling their wares echoed along the street, creating a vibrant scene. Children chased and played in the alleys, their laughter ringing out joyfully. In tea houses and taverns, customers engaged in spirited conversation, the atmosphere lively. However, Zhao Duo also keenly noticed some details. Despite the vibrant hustle and bustle, a few beggars were interspersed among the crowd. They were clad in tattered garments, their faces haggard, their eyes betraying helplessness and resignation. These beggars stood out like blemishes on white jade, revealing a hint of the signs of a waning dynasty. Noticing Zhao Duo's astonished expression, Li Dan's excitement grew. "What do you think, brother? Is Fanzi County lively enough? Do you have any interest in moving to the county? As long as you can successfully sell that beast meat. Acquiring a small courtyard here should not pose a problem." Li Dan's words struck Zhao Cheng and Zhao Ergo like a sharp blade, and both glared at him in indignation. Even Zhao Yun was no exception. However, his gaze, devoid of malice, appeared rather endearing. Zhao Duo understood that if looks could kill, Li Dan would be utterly perforated by now. Subsequently, they pricked up their ears, awaiting Zhao Duo's response to "Haha, thank you for your kind offer, Brother Li. However, I still believe that Zhao family village suits me better. After all, a gold nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse." Upon hearing Zhao Duo's response, the villagers of Zhao family village visibly breathed a sigh of relief. As for Zhao Duo's decision, Li Dan refrained from further persuasion. As a martial artist, he could sense the palpable anger emanating from the villagers. Along their journey, the villagers of Zhao family village looked around with wide eyes, their expressions filled with curiosity and wonder, as if every detail was a marvel. Li Dan occasionally took the opportunity to introduce the surrounding sights, providing Zhao Duo with a glimpse of the county town. During this time, Zhao Duo was astonished to learn, through Li Dan's explanations, that the entire county town housed a staggering population of 300,000. This figure momentarily left Zhao Duo's mind in a state of shock, as he struggled to fathom such a colossal population. Yet, after some contemplation, he recognized the vast differences between this world and the one he had known in his previous life. The world here had expanded, and the population had surged, but he soon accepted this reality and understood the rationale behind such changes. Approximately half an hour later, under Li Dan's guidance, Zhao Duo arrived at a grand and imposing courtyard. Above the entrance hung a plaque engraved with 2 gilded characters. Li Fu. Li Dan was the first to halt his steps, turning to Zhao Duo and saying, "Brother Zhao, please wait a moment. I shall enter and announce our arrival." Zhao Duo nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding, and replied, "Then I shall trouble you, Brother Li." Under the watchful eyes of Zhao Duo and the others, Li Dan exchanged a few words with the gatekeeper before stepping through the gates of Li Fu. Although Zhao Cheng and the others were unaware of the specifics of their conversation, Zhao Duo, as an 8th-grade martial artist, heard clearly. He distinctly caught the gatekeeper referring to Li Dan as third young master, which left him greatly astonished, realizing that Li Dan possessed such a background. As soon as Li Dan vanished from sight, Zhao Cheng cautiously approached Zhao Duo and whispered, Village chief, are we truly going to sell this beast meat to the Li family? Zhao Duo chuckled and replied, Haha, Qingshu, you need not worry. Firstly, the quantity of beast meat we have brought is substantial. If we sell it bit by bit, it would take an eternity. Furthermore, we need to purchase daily necessities for the village. And we simply cannot afford to waste so much time. Secondly, selling to the Li family not only saves us a great deal of time, but also allows us to establish a relationship with this significant client. In the future, we need not worry about finding a market for any beasts we hunt. Zhao Duo elaborated on his thoughts to Zhao Cheng. But village chief, I've heard that the Li family is a giant presence in the county town. Even the county magistrate must show them respect. Surely, they won't be greedy. Zhao Ergo chimed in, voicing his concerns. Zhao Duo furrowed his brow upon hearing this. To be honest, he knew little about the Li family. But from Li Dan's demeanor, he believed he was not that kind of person. However, who could truly know the depths of a person's heart? Contemplating this, Zhao Duo reassured Zhao Ergo, Haha, there is no need for concern. Not to mention that this beast meat, in our eyes, may be priceless, but to those great families, it is merely ordinary that if they truly harbor any ill intentions, let us see if they possess the capability. His words exuded confidence, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Zhao Ergo and Zhao Cheng exchanged glances, both recognizing the worry reflected in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, within Li Fu, the Li family members were engaged in a heated discussion in the living room. Li Dan sat at a lower seat, observing his father and two elder brothers, speaking with determination. Father, elder brother, second brother, I must make every effort to win over this young man. Zhao Duo that he has already reached the 8th grade martial artist level at such a young age. His future is bound to be limitless. The moment Zhao Duo inadvertently revealed his prowess, Li Dan had resolved to do everything in his power to court him. Seeing his son's resolute stance, the family head felt a twinge of hesitation and turned to his eldest son, Li Hao, asking, How heir? What do you think? Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before responding, Father, I believe third brother has a point. Zhao Duo is indeed a talent. However, he comes from humble beginnings and lacks a background. Individuals like him find it challenging to become our assets. The second son, Li Chong, echoed, Indeed, Father, third brother is too naive. Although Zhao Duo shows promise, his origins limit his potential. There is no need for us to waste resources on him. Upon hearing his elder brother's remarks, Li Dan stood up in a fit of urgency, vehemently rebutting, How can you say such things? Zhao Duo possesses immense potential. With just a bit of guidance, he will undoubtedly become a valuable ally. The family head, witnessing the heated argument among his three sons, felt torn. Finally, he sighed and said, Very well, since you all have differing opinions, let us decide by vote. After an intense discussion, ultimately the family head and his two elder brothers chose to abandon the idea, while Li Dan remained steadfast in his desire to win over Zhao Duo. Upon seeing the voting results, Li Dan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet he did not give up. Continuing to articulate his perspective to his father and elder brothers, that in the end, after Li Dan's persistent efforts, the family head was finally persuaded, agreeing to purchase Zhao Duo's beast meat at a premium price and expressing a desire to establish a good relationship with him. Upon hearing this, Li Dan's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Chapter 17. Li Hao's scheme before long. Zhao Duo and his companions saw Li Dan emerge from the estate, followed closely by a portly middle-aged man who appeared to be a steward. Along with several attendants, that he approached Zhao Duo with a smile and said, Brother Zhao, I have not disappointed you. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, our family steward in charge of external affairs, Li Yuan. Zhao Duo regarded the ever-smiling steward before him with a sense of distaste, silently cursing, smiling tiger. He understood that it seemed Li Dan had not achieved his objective, and the individual standing before them was likely more than just a steward. Despite his overwhelming aversion to the steward's insincere smile, Zhao Duo swiftly stepped forward, respectfully bowing and saying, It is a pleasure to meet you. Steward Li, I will trouble you for the arrangements ahead. However, in response to Zhao Duo's politeness, Li Yuan merely chuckled lightly, showing no inclination to invite Zhao Duo inside Li Fu to discuss the acquisition of the beast meat, that he coldly replied, Village Chief Zhao is too kind. We are all quite busy, and time is of the essence, that I have come today on the orders of the family head to discuss the acquisition of this beast meat. Please, name your price. What do you intend to sell it for? Upon hearing Li Yuan's indifferent and somewhat mocking tone, as well as his condescending, patronizing attitude, the faces of Zhao family village's villagers turned grim. Yet, without Zhao Duo's direction, they could only suppress their anger and remain silent. Zhao Duo, however, remained unperturbed, turning his gaze toward Li Dan, his expression clearly signaling for him to handle the situation, though he appeared calm on the surface. Internally, a raging fire of fury blazed within him. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, that he silently recorded this grievance, targeting not only the steward Li Yuan before him, but also the yet-to-appear eldest young master. Zhao Duo was known for his magnanimity and seldom held grudges. Only keeping a mental note of such slights to at that moment, Li Dan finally regained his composure, inwardly cursing Li Yuan 1,000 times. You are not here to assist me. You are merely here to create trouble. Simultaneously, he realized why his elder brother had recommended Li Yuan for this task to their father. It was evidently to intentionally embarrass him and thwart his efforts to win over Zhao Duo. Having come to this realization, Li Dan unceremoniously shoved Li Yuan aside, as if discarding refuse, his face darkening as he declared, "Steward Li, you may return to the estate. I shall handle this matter." Li Yuan, who had been reveling in his superiority before these common folk, was utterly taken by surprise when Li Dan suddenly acted, nearly losing his balance. That Li Yuan's astonishment was palpable as he thought. I, Li Yuan, am a member of the Li family. How could Li Dan treat me this way? To humiliate me in front of these common folk is utterly intolerable. He felt a profound sense of indignity, his heart swelling with embarrassment and rage, that he inwardly cursed, Li Dan, "Oh Li Dan, how could you do this to me? Once I return to the family, I will report this to the eldest young master and ensure you pay for this." Yet, despite his dissatisfaction, he dared not lash out publicly. After all, Li Dan was the third son of the family head, while he was merely a lowly steward that if a confrontation were to arise, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Thus, despite the simmering resentment within him, Li Yuan had no choice but to swallow his anger and depart in disgrace. With Li Yuan no longer causing disruption, the atmosphere between Zhao Duo and Li Dan grew considerably more animated. They began discussing the pricing of monster meat, and ultimately, in a gesture of goodwill, Li Dan purchased all the monster meat at a steep price of 1 tael of silver per pound. With this, Zhao Duo had accomplished half of his goal for entering the city. He had successfully sold the monster meat and amassed nearly 6,000 taels of silver, a significant sum that could resolve many of his problems. Now, he merely needed to procure some essential supplies before returning home with a sense of satisfaction. After learning that Zhao Duo intended to buy numerous necessities for the village, Li Dan enthusiastically led the group through the county town. And with the guidance of this local influential figure, the subsequent tasks unfolded remarkably smoothly. Grains, fabrics, salt, and wrought iron were all loaded onto the ox cart. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of the Li residence, Li Hao, Li Chong, and Li Yuan gathered together. "Brother, I never imagined that scoundrel Li Dan would actually send Li Yuan back, thinking he could win over a country bumpkin. He is becoming increasingly unambitious." Li Chong muttered, his voice low and devoid of fraternal affection. Li Yuan, wearing a familiar expression, seemed accustomed to such occurrences, indicating that this was not the first time. "Do they think they can contend with us this way? How naive! If they wish to court that bumpkin, I shall ensure they do not succeed," Li Hao declared ominously, his eyes glinting with malice. "Brother, what should we do? We cannot allow Li Dan to act with impunity." Li Chong inquired eagerly, filled with anticipation for Li Hao's stratagem. "Humph, if Li Dan wishes to play, then we shall play along. Li Yuan. Go summon Mad Dog and have him bring his men to ambush Zhao Duo and those country bumpkins midway. Let them learn the consequences of crossing us. Furthermore, half of the silver plundered shall be your reward," Li Hao said viciously. Although framed as a reward, his condescending tone was akin to a master tossing a bone to a compliant dog. "Yes, young master, leave this to me and Mad Dog. I assure you that the bumpkin will regret it, and we shall handle it beautifully," Li Yuan responded with excitement, revealing a cruel smile as he envisioned finally avenging himself. He had already placed Zhao Duo and others who had witnessed his humiliation on his kill list, even fantasizing about how he would torment Li Dan after the demise of the old patriarch. "However, you must be cautious and ensure our father remains unaware. Otherwise, we could find ourselves in a predicament," Li Hao cautioned, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. Rest assured, young master, we will exercise caution, Li Yuan quickly assured, signaling his intent to proceed with care. After their discussion concluded, Li Yuan left the secluded courtyard with a sprightly step, heading to summon Mad Dog, preparing to ambush Zhao Duo along his route. Unbeknownst to Zhao Duo, he remained entirely oblivious to Li Hao's sinister plot. Chapter 18. The ambush at the first quarter of the hour of the rooster, the sun gradually descended, casting a crimson hue across the horizon. Zhao Duo and his companions, accompanied by Li Dan's warm farewells, slowly exited the county town aboard the ox cart. Unlike their earlier journey, now the cart exuded the fragrant aroma of wheat. However, the hunters from Zhao village were visibly tense, casting wary glances at passers-by, as if anticipating an imminent threat. After an afternoon of expenditures, they still possessed a substantial sum of 3,000 taels of silver, and their nerves were taut with the weight of it. Even Zhao Yun wore a conflicted expression as he sat atop the wooden chest containing the enormous sum, though his young mind could not fathom the enormity of 3,000 taels. He understood that such wealth could procure a lifetime supply of malt sugar. Deciding to quell his anxiety, he bit into the malt sugar in his hand, revealing a look of satisfaction that relaxed the nerves of those around him. As they journeyed, the rhythmic clatter of the cart wheels over the stony ground accompanied Zhao Duo and his companions as they hastened toward Zhao village. As night fell, the stars began to twinkle in the sky, and their figures gradually faded into the encroaching darkness. Zhao Duo's expression turned serious as he raised his hand, signaling for the group to halt, his gaze fixed on a nearby forest. Village chief. What is it? Zhao Ergo, who was driving the cart, inquired, turning to Zhao Duo. It appears we have company lying in wait up ahead. Zhao Duo pointed towards the thicket, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, the villagers of Zhao village grew tense, hastily grasping their bows, lamenting that this location was indeed not a favorable one for them. Zhao Ergo's face turned grave as he scrutinized the path ahead, doubt and caution flickering in his eyes. Could this merely be coincidence? Perhaps some other reason is causing these birds not to settle in the woods. Zhao Duo gently shook his head, his focus unwavering on the forest. It cannot be mere coincidence. I trust my instincts. Zhao Ergo nodded. Though he still harbored some skepticism, he knew Zhao Duo's intuition was typically accurate. He quietly advised the surrounding villagers, prepare yourselves, if there are indeed enemies lurking. We must respond swiftly. The villagers tightened their grips on their bows, anxiously scanning their surroundings as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Just then, a gentle breeze rustled through, carrying with it a faint, ominous intent. Village chief, could it be that you failed to eliminate the Black Wind bandits completely, and they have returned seeking revenge? Zhao Qing anxiously clutched Zhao Yun's small hand, pulling him protectively behind him. Fearing for his safety, as he was their only heir, Zhao Duo remained composed, shaking his head. That is not possible. Last time we captured all the bandits from Black Wind Mountain. There could not be any left. His formidable confidence provided him with reassurance. Then who are these people? Why have they suddenly appeared here? Someone asked, urgency lacing their voice. Zhao Duo took a deep breath, calmly assessing the situation, regardless of their identity. We cannot let our guard down. Everyone, heed my orders. Gather the ox carts together in a circular formation to create a rudimentary defensive structure. Upon hearing Zhao Duo's command, Zhao Ergo swiftly led the others into action. They worked together, maneuvering the carts into position, forming a tight circle. Utilizing the items on the carts and ropes, they constructed a makeshift barricade. Before long, a simple circular defensive structure was erected. The villagers stood within the protective formation, their expressions tense, bows at the ready as they vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Meanwhile, within the forest, Mad Dog and Li Yuan exchanged glances, observing as Zhao Duo directed his team to rapidly establish their defenses. Have they mistaken the script? Shouldn't they be panicking at our sudden assault and falling prey to our blades? Li Yuan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Oh no! It seems they have caught on to us. Mad Dog's brow furrowed, a hint of anxiety in his gaze. The once flawless plan had been unraveled by the adversary, leaving him feeling deeply unsettled. What now? Should we charge out? Li Yuan tentatively suggested, his voice trembling. Mad Dog gritted his teeth, determined that if it comes to this, we must force our way through. Alert the brothers. Prepare for an attack. With that, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to ready themselves for battle. In an instant, a cacophony of battle cries erupted as a group of fierce warriors surged from the woods, brandishing various weapons as they advanced menacingly toward Zhao Duo and his companions. As they neared Zhao Duo's range, Mad Dog and Li Yuan ordered their men to halt, confronting Zhao Duo from a distance. Zhao Duo regarded the unexpected intruders with confusion, internally speculating on their motives. When his gaze landed on Li Yuan at the forefront of their ranks, understanding dawned upon him. This was undoubtedly another consequence of the disgraceful affairs within their large family. With a sigh, Zhao Duo muttered to himself, "Alas, I am but an innocent bystander. Why must I become an unwitting casualty in this firestorm?" He leaped onto the ox cart, scrutinizing the opposing group. There appeared to be around 30 individuals, each exuding a formidable aura, clearly not to be trifled with. What surprised Zhao Duo the most was that they had brought along 11 magnificent steeds, each standing over 2 meters tall, their bodies well-proportioned, muscular, and their coats gleaming in another life. They would have been considered exceptional thoroughbreds, snorting and prancing as if to showcase their vitality to that moment. Zhao Duo found himself enamored with them, even perceiving Li Yuan in a less loathsome light. "How considerate of you! You brought me some much-needed steeds." Zhao Duo felt a surge of joy, yet he also recognized that Li Yuan's display of the 11 horses was not an act of goodwill. Rather, it was a show of strength and authority. Nevertheless, for Zhao Duo, those 11 steeds were indeed a fortuitous boon that in Zhao Duo's eyes. These individuals had merely become tools delivering him horses, while the opposing forces were formidable. The only ones he truly needed to regard with caution were 3 8th-tier martial artists and 7 7th-tier martial artists, as for the others, who were hardly even worthy of being called martial artists. How could they possibly command his respect? Young man, those who recognize the times are indeed the true heroes. Do not make it troublesome for me, your grandfather. Simply bind your own hands, and perhaps I shall grant you mercy if I am in a good mood. The Mad Dog, upon receiving the reins, took a couple of steps forward and spoke. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Duo did not react with anger. Instead, a smirk of disdain graced his lips that he slowly rose to his feet. Gripping a sharp machete tightly in his hand, his gaze piercing and cold, fixated on his adversaries. "Though your appearance is grotesque, your thoughts are quite grandiose." Zhao Duo's words incited a hearty laugh from the hunters of Zhao village, instantly diffusing the previously tense atmosphere. Humiliated by Zhao Duo's taunt, the Mad Dog erupted in a furious howl, seething with rage. A notorious troublemaker within the county, akin to today's gangsters. He was accustomed to being domineering and had never been so publicly belittled. Brandishing his massive blade, his eyes glinted with ferocity. "Boys, charge! Annihilate them!" At his command, his men surged forward like a raging torrent, the sound of hooves and shouts resonating in a deafening chorus. The advancing force radiated an overwhelming aura, their blades glinting ominously, as if they intended to consume everything in their path. In contrast, Zhao Duo and his companions stood ready, weapons in hand, on the brink of battle, their proximity drawing ever closer. The air thick with tension and peril. Chapter 19. Effortless annihilation in the astonished gaze of Zhao Duo. A bizarre spectacle unfolded at the Mad Dog's command. The once-mounted warriors dismounted their steeds. The Mad Dog himself leading his gang towards Zhao Duo. Turned out they were utterly untrained in mounted combat. The horses were merely a means of transportation for them. Witnessing this absurd scene, the villagers of Zhao erupted in laughter, for the spectacle was undeniably comical. The previously anxious Zhao Duo now felt a sense of relief, recognizing that the charge of war horses should not be underestimated. Ergo, have the archers target those ordinary folks. I will handle the remaining martial artists, Zhao Duo instructed Zhao Ergo, turning his head. With his command, the hunters of Zhao village unleashed a volley of arrows towards the Mad Dog's underlings. A flurry of arrows soared chaotically towards them, causing the ordinary henchmen to turn pale and scramble for cover. Seeing this, the Mad Dog led a few martial artists to swat away the arrows in midair, attempting to shield his men. However, only a few arrows were deflected, while the majority broke through their defenses, resulting in several muted thuds as some of his men fell to the ground, the first wave of arrows proving effective. Elated by the success of the initial barrage, Zhao Go nearly howled with excitement as he readied his second volley. The mad dog, feeling a heavy dread, had never anticipated that Zhao Duo would venture out with such a formidable contingent of archers. Little did he know that the elder Zhao had arranged this to prevent a repeat of the Zhao Yuan incident, but to minimize casualties. The mad dog reluctantly ordered his ordinary henchmen to retreat. However, this only made it easier for Zhao Go and his archers to continue their assault, arrows raining down relentlessly, eliciting screams and cries of despair. Faced with such a dire situation, the mad dog and another 8th-tier martial artist resolved to take matters into their own hands. Leading the remaining warriors in a final charge against the villagers of Zhao, they aimed to breach Zhao Go's defenses and regain the upper hand. The mad dog's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he brandished his weapon. Roaring, "Charge, kill them!" A throng of martial artists followed closely behind, surging towards the villagers of Zhao. As they approached, Zhao Go and his companions unleashed another volley of arrows, but against these 8th-tier warriors. They inflicted no damage whatsoever. Observing this, Zhao Duo commanded his men to cease firing and instructed them to prepare their defenses. He leapt down from the ox cart, machete in hand, and without hesitation charged towards the mad dog in his a mere 100 meters. The two sides quickly closed the gap, allowing them to discern each other's features and expressions that in the blink of an eye. He caught up with a few martial artists who had fled first. With a swift motion of his blade, a series of hissing sounds pierced the air. Those were the chilling sounds emitted when a sharp steel knife cleaved through flesh. One head after another soared into the air and then fell, blood splattering like blooming roses, vibrant and striking yet imbued with the scent of death. After accomplishing this grim task, Zhao Duo turned to glance at Li Yuan, who was nearly out of sight, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he strode purposefully in the direction Li Yuan had escaped. This time, Zhao Duo finally demonstrated his true prowess. Lacking any agile techniques, he relied solely on his formidable strength to pursue, channeling the physical power rivaling that of an 8th-grade perfected realm. His feet thundered against the ground, propelling his body forward like a cannonball shot from its barrel. Moving at a lightning-fast speed as he accelerated, he gradually caught up with Li Yuan's warhorse. Zhao Duo deftly mounted the steed, situating himself firmly behind Li Yuan. The sudden shift sent waves of panic through Li Yuan, who cried out in terror, "Don't kill me." However, before he could finish his plea, Zhao Duo twisted his neck with a decisive snap. Thus, the entire band of marauders met their demise. Chapter 20. Return to Zhao family village after hastily burying Li Yuan's corpse. Zhao Duo finally had the time to scrutinize the magnificent steed before him. Its coat gleamed like luxurious satin, lustrous and radiant, save for its 4 hooves, which were as white as freshly fallen snow. Tall and powerful, with a long back and a straight, short waist, its limbs were robustly muscled. Zhao Duo recalled that this horse had a splendid name in his past life, Tianwei, and in his previous life. Zhao Duo was an ardent lover of horses. Experienced the thrill of riding. He had even traveled to Inner Mongolia to join a cavalry unit for half a year. However, due to financial constraints, he could never possess a steed of his own. Little did he expect that upon transmigrating to this era of high martial arts, he would unexpectedly fulfill his long-held wish. Zhao Duo felt that simply admiring the horse from a distance could not satiate his affection for it. Thus, he slowly approached the black steed, extending his hand with eager anticipation that moment. The horse seemed to sense Zhao Duo's intentions, becoming restless. "You scoundrel! Not only did you leer at me with those lecherous eyes, but now you also intend to touch my pure body with those filthy hands. What's next? Do you plan to ride me? Not a chance, just watch and see if I kick you." In a flash, the steed reared up, its hooves striking out like lightning toward Zhao Duo's face. Yet, Zhao Duo had been vigilant, swiftly raising his hands to block the impending blow. With a resounding thud, Zhao Duo firmly caught the horse's front hooves, preventing them from descending. The steed struggled fiercely, yet no matter how it writhed, it could not escape Zhao Duo's grasp, emitting a series of anguished whinnies as if to accuse him of wrongdoing. Seeing the horse in such distress, Zhao Duo erupted in exasperation. "Damn it, you, an unrefined beast, dare to attempt an ambush on me. If that old tortoise can ride you, why can't I? a handsome youth akin to Panin. With that, Zhao Duo unleashed the imposing aura of an 8th-grade martial artist, bearing down on the horse. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, the steed gradually calmed, ceasing its struggles, and its bright, expressive eyes shimmered with tears. Appearing utterly helpless, Zhao Duo, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but mutter, if the stars of entertainment possessed even a fraction of this horse's acting prowess, they would not be reduced to such a state. Surely the Oscars owe this creature a golden statuette for Best Actor. Slowly, he released his grip, and the steed let out a sigh of relief, its hooves finally touching the ground. Overjoyed, it pranced around happily. Subsequently, it trotted over to Zhao Duo, affectionately nuzzling his chest with its long face, as if inviting him to take advantage of its companionship. Slightly taken aback by the horse's enthusiasm, Zhao Duo inwardly scolded. What a shameless creature! Yet he could not resist the overwhelming affection he felt for the steed, and before he knew it, his hand was reaching out to stroke its lengthy face. Zhao Duo's mouth opened and closed, struggling to articulate his emotions, ultimately managing to utter 2 words, "So long." Just as Zhao Duo reveled in this intimate moment, a flicker of sorrow crossed the horse's face, as if it were lamenting its lack of cleanliness. However, upon hearing Zhao Duo bestow upon it a name as electrifying as lightning, it perked up, joyously snorting and rubbing its face against Zhao Duo's chest, exuding an air of sycophancy. Once Zhao Duo had sufficiently admired lightning, he mounted the horse, squeezing its flanks, prompting it to gallop at full speed back in the direction they had come from. The exhilarating rush of the wind tousled his hair, and Zhao Duo could not help but release a long, resonant howl that echoed through the wilderness, startling the birds in a flight. Before long, he spotted the caravan of Zhao family village in the distance. Simultaneously, Zhao Erga noticed Zhao Duo charging toward them on horseback. His voice brimming with excitement as he shouted, "The village chief has returned." His tone was infused with joy and enthusiasm. At Zhao Duo's command, lightning leapt high into the air before landing steadily less than a foot away from Zhao Erga. The gust from its hooves ruffled Zhao Erga's hair, and Zhao Duo distinctly observed a bead of cold sweat trickle down Zhao Erga's forehead. He reached out, giving Lightning's neck a gentle pat. Chuckling, "You rascaled at this moment." Zhao Ergu regained his composure, hastily retreating 5 or 6 steps to maintain a safe distance, wary of any further antics from the horse. Zhao Duo dismounted Lightning and approached with concern, asking Erga, "You weren't frightened, were you?" "He, village chief, how could I be scared? Look, we've surrounded these horses, but their temperaments are too fierce to allow us close." Zhao Ergu quickly denied, gesturing toward the side. Following Zhao Erga's indication, Zhao Duo immediately observed the hunters of Zhao family village holding bows and arrows, tightly encircling the war horses. Among them, 2 horses bore arrows in their bodies, the blood around the wounds already dried, indicating only superficial injuries. These war horses were currently trapped within the circle, nervously pacing back and forth, white steam billowing from their nostrils, appearing exceedingly agitated, as if they might break through the encirclement at any moment. Zhao Duo watched this unfold and jokingly addressed Lightning. "Lightning, why don't you go calm your brethren? Tell them not to be anxious. They will obediently return to the village with us shortly." Lightning seemed to grasp Zhao Duo's words, joyfully snorting as if to say, "I understand," before striding confidently toward the encircled horses. This action left the onlookers perplexed, wondering what the village chief's horse intended to do. Lightning stood proudly outside the circle, letting out a melodious whinny, seemingly communicating with the captured horses. To everyone's astonishment, the previously restless steeds gradually settled down, losing their earlier ferocity. Zhao Duo could hardly believe that Lightning possessed such remarkable intelligence. It appeared he had stumbled upon a treasure. "Goodness, village chief, could your horse possibly have the bloodline of a divine beast?" Zhao Ergu exclaimed in awe at Lightning's behavior. "Who knows?" Zhao Duo replied, uncertain himself. "Uncle, please tend to those 2 injured horses," Zhao Duo urged Zhao Cheng with concern. While Zhao Cheng applied medicine to the horses, Zhao Yun approached Zhao Duo, her face alight with hope as she asked, "Cousin, can you take me along to ride Lightning?" Her innocent demeanor nearly melted Zhao Duo's heart. How could he bear to refuse his idol from his previous life? Surveying the scene, Zhao Duo nodded in satisfaction, realizing that in addition to the horses, Zhao Ergu and the others had gathered the enemy's weapons and placed them into an empty ox cart, while the corpses on the ground had been buried and dealt with. As for the absence of captives, Zhao Duo chose not to inquire. Once Zhao Cheng had finished treating the horse's wounds, the group continued toward Zhao family village. Zhao Yun, perched atop Lightning, giggled with delight, lightening the mood for everyone. Half an hour later, Zhao Duo caught sight of flickering flames at the village entrance, signaling their return to Zhao family village. Chapter 21. The Wrath of Zhao Duo. Zhao family village was situated in a unique location. Positioned at the mouth of a gorge-shaped valley, serving as a crucial passageway into the gorge, akin to a throat that constricted the valley's entrance. From a distance, Zhao Duo spotted the torches flickering at the valley's mouth. Realizing that the elder Zhao was undoubtedly concerned and had stationed guards there, squeezing his legs against Lightning's flanks, Zhao Duo's command sent the horse racing toward Zhao family village like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Seeing a rider approaching at breakneck speed, the villagers at the entrance grew tense, instinctively aiming their bows and arrows at Zhao Duo's direction, their eyes filled with wariness as they fixated on him. Zaydur, upon witnessing this, could not help but admire the villagers' heightened vigilance. He quickly protected the little Zhaoyan in his arms and called out loudly, "Fellow villagers, I am Zaydur." Upon hearing Zaydur's voice, the villagers finally felt relieved and hastily set aside their bows and arrows, exclaiming, "The village chief and the others have returned." This shout rippled through the air like a bomb dropped into a tranquil lake, transforming the entrance of Zhao village into a lively scene. Many people poured out from the houses on either side, all of them family members of the hunters who had accompanied Zaydur. Their faces radiated joy and anticipation, akin to travelers in a desert who have spotted an oasis. As Zaydur drew nearer, those villagers who had yet to see their loved ones surrounded him in a flurry, clamoring to inquire about the whereabouts of their husbands or fathers, that in an instant. Zaydur felt as if he had plunged into a cacophony of voices, the incessant noise causing his head to ache. This scene made the steed beneath him, Lightning, restless, stamping its hooves in agitation, while little Zhaoyan, frightened, burrowed deeper into Zayadur's embrace. Zayadur quickly reassured them, "Everyone, please calm down and be careful not to get kicked by the horse. They are bringing the ox cart behind us." He had hoped that once he clarified the situation, the crowd would quiet down and patiently await their turn. However, to his dismay, they grew even more boisterous, their words gradually taking on a more insatiable tone. That Zerga's wife, with her plump visage, gazed greedily at Zayadur, impatiently inquiring, "Little village chief, you must have sold a considerable amount of beast meat in the city this time, right? How do you intend to distribute it to us?" Her words prompted several nearby village women to echo her sentiments. "Indeed, village chief, how do you plan to allocate it?" They seemed utterly oblivious to the displeasure etched on Zayadur's face, that in their insatiable inquiries, their greedy visages were laid bare, and among them, Zhaoyan's small face was filled with trepidation. He could not comprehend how these kin, who had always been somewhat amiable, now bore such a sinister countenance. Lightning appeared to sense Zayadur's agitation, its hooves striking the ground with increased intensity. How they bully the young. Zayadur thought indignantly. When his father was alive, they had never dared to act with such audacity. That moment, Zayadur's emotions ignited like oil on fire. Finally bursting forth, he widened his eyes, glaring at the crowd with a mix of fury and disappointment. These individuals were his own kin, yet they now revealed their avaricious natures, sending a chill down his spine. However, at that moment, Zayadur inhaled deeply, straightened his chest, and bellowed, "Shut the hell up!" His voice reverberated through the village entrance like a thunderclap. His words were laced with boundless rage and resolve, as if he intended to expel all his grievances in one go. His gaze was steadfast and piercing, akin to a sharp sword penetrating the heart. Zayadur's thunderous roar struck the villagers' hearts like a resounding bell, imbued with a hint of spiritual force that unsettled their spirits, causing their faces to pale, and they instinctively recoiled, some even collapsing to the ground. This was merely a result of Zayadur controlling his strength. Otherwise, he could have rendered them utterly dazed. In stark contrast to the ashen-faced villagers, Zhaoyan and Zayadur's arms remained unscathed, merely astonished at the villagers' sudden state of disarray, gasping for breath like fish out of water. The villagers who had initially surrounded Zayadur now fell silent. Retreating in fear, their gazes laden with trepidation, as if Zaydur were a predator ready to pounce. They began to grasp the meaning of the saying, "A warrior must not be insulted," and the fate of those who fail to become warriors, living like insects. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng and his companions, leisurely making their way behind, were jolted from their pleasant mood by Zayadur's furious shout, instantly aware that something significant had transpired to provoke his wrath. After a day of interaction, Zhao Cheng had gained a slight understanding of Zayadur. Despite his youthful appearance and the demeanor of a well-mannered scholar, anyone who dared to cross his line would find him transformed into a ferocious tiger, ready to tear them apart. Casting a glance at the still-dazed Zergu and the others, Zhao Cheng shouted, "Stop dawdling. Let us hurry over and see what's wrong with the village chief, who has angered him so." Hearing Zhao Cheng's reminder, Zergu and the others finally snapped out of their stupor, vigorously cracking their whips to hasten the ox cart. The distance they had to cover was minimal, and in the blink of an eye, Zergu and his party arrived at the village entrance. As they approached, the scene before them became vividly clear. Two groups of people stood in stark contrast at either side of the village entrance, one larger and the other smaller. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the space, evoking a sense of unease. Zayadur gripped the reins of lightning tightly with his left hand while holding onto the still trembling Zhaoyan with his right. At that moment, his expression was ominously dark. The warm smile he usually wore long vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor that warned others to keep their distance. And on the other side stood a group of villagers, hunched and timid like quails. When Zerga discerned their faces more clearly, an ominous premonition surged within him. These were none other than their respective wives and children. "Uncle, it's getting late. I must trouble you to ensure that the supplies and horses are properly arranged. There is much to attend to today, so I shall return home to rest," Zayadur stated as he handed little Zhaoyan over to Zhao Cheng, paying no heed to Zergu and the others. He mounted his horse, the money box in hand, and rode home without looking back. Observing this scene, the worldly wise Zhao Cheng could likely surmise what had transpired moments ago, with a resigned shake of his head. He instructed those whom old Zhao had arranged to assist to drive the ox cart and horses toward the village storage. As Zayadur's figure receded into the distance, the expressions of Zergu and the others turned grim, their hearts harboring resentment toward Zayadur for abandoning them after extracting their labor. Upon returning home, Zayadur first arranged a place for Lightning to rest, just outside his own corridor, to ensure Lightning would not go hungry. Zayadur brought ample fodder, beans, and eggs, placing them before the horse. "Brother, eat up. I apologize for the inconvenience that in a few days I shall build you a spacious stable," Zayadur gently said while stroking Lightning's back. It seemed that Lightning understood Zayadur's words, letting out a joyful neigh before beginning to munch on the food voraciously. Amidst the sound of Lightning's chewing, Zayadur turned and returned to his bedroom. Chapter 22. The bull demoness mountain moving fists sitting cross-legged on his bed. Zayadur endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions within him, murmuring, "Human hearts are indeed greedy," that he recognized the necessity of swiftly adjusting his mindset. Otherwise, he would be unable to continue his cultivation. Thus, he began to recite the Tao Te Ching, hoping to quell the inner turmoil through this practice. As time passed, his state of mind gradually returned to tranquility, achieving a level of composure akin to still water, unperturbed by the heavens' collapse. Once he felt entirely calm, he slowly opened his eyes and reached beneath the bed to retrieve a water pouch filled with the Millennium Stone marrow he had previously acquired. This was an exceedingly precious treasure capable of aiding him in enhancing his cultivation. However, recalling the excruciating pain and terror he had experienced during his last encounter with the stone marrow, Zayadur hesitated for a considerable time. Ultimately, after much inner conflict, he resolved to consume merely a drop. Fearing he could not endure another life-and-death trial, as the drop of Millennium Stone marrow entered his mouth, a surge of immense energy immediately dispersed within him. Zayadur hastily circulated his vital energy, guiding this power through his meridians. Simultaneously, he felt as if his entire body's muscles were being pounded by countless small hammers, sending waves of tingling pleasure coursing through him. This sensation was immensely enjoyable. As though every inch of his muscles were rejoicing. As time passed, Zayadur found himself increasingly immersed in the joy of cultivation. He discovered that his passion for cultivation was growing, even surpassing his interest in matters of romance. This state of complete dedication to his training filled him with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. Before he realized it, the night faded and dawn broke. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting light upon Zayadur's face that he blinked slightly, concluding a night of cultivation. Upon introspection, he noticed the chaotic green lotus seed within his sea of consciousness, resembling a green star, emanating a mysterious glow. Tendrils of mist swirled around it like clouds, rendering the chaotic green lotus seed both enigmatic and solemn. Zayadur gazed at the chaotic green lotus seed, a peculiar sensation swelling within him, as if it possessed life, breathing freely, with each inhalation and exhalation. The mist circled within the chaotic green lotus seed before being expelled anew. Through this process, the mist became increasingly refined, perpetually cycling, and the chaotic green lotus seed gradually solidified. Zayadur slowly opened his eyes. Two beams of bright light shooting forth, piercing the void like two sharp swords. The brilliance extended for 9 inches, lingering without dissipating, as if it sought to penetrate all barriers. This was a sign of a significant surge in spiritual power, sharpening his gaze and rendering the world before him clearer than ever. His senses and sixth consciousness were greatly enhanced, rendering him acutely aware of his surroundings. Just as Zhao Duo was still immersed in this wondrous transformation, a streak of lightning suddenly thrust its elongated visage through the window, using its sticky tongue to wash Zhao Duo's face. This unexpected act repulsed Zhao Duo, who harbored a slight obsession with cleanliness. He quickly reached out to push the lightning away while jokingly rebuking, "Damn, you didn't even brush your teeth." However, the lightning seemed unfazed by Zhao Duo's reaction, instead casting him an exaggerated eye roll in discontent. Gazing upwards, Zhao Duo noticed the eastern horizon had begun to pale with the first light of dawn, indicating the approach of the hour of the hare, that he then turned and entered his room, hastily completing his morning routine. After donning a fresh and tidy outfit, he made his way toward the village entrance, for today marked the beginning of his responsibility to guide the villagers of Zhao family village in their cultivation. Yet, as Zhao Duo pushed open his front door, the scene before him momentarily rendered him speechless. Kneeling in an orderly fashion at his doorstep were the members of the hunting team, led by Zhao Ergu, each bearing a few thorny branches on their backs, suggesting a tone of contrition. However, in Zhao Duo's keen perception, they appeared vibrant and full of energy, indicating they had not arrived long ago, which elicited a faint smirk from the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing Zhao Duo emerge, Zhao Ergu hurriedly crawled forward a few paces and then prostrated himself heavily, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. He earnestly implored, "Please, village chief, forgive my wife's ignorance." The other team members followed suit, bowing their heads in request for Zhao Duo's pardon, their postures humbly submissive. Zhao Duo stood silently on the steps, surveying the scene from his elevated position, that he recognized these individuals as the same members of the hunting team who had accompanied him to the county yesterday. Yet none of the actual culprits, their families, were present to offer apologies, which left Zhao Duo feeling profoundly disappointed that a cold smile crept upon his lips as he silently excluded Zhao Ergu and the others from his future inner circle. How could peace be achieved in the world if there was discord within one's own family? Perhaps even Zhao Ergu and his companions harbored grievances toward Zhao Duo, and their visit to apologize was merely a fade. Zhao Duo was no saint. The mere fact that he had refrained from executing those who dared covet his family's possessions, out of respect for kinship, was already a significant concession at this moment. Facing Zhao Ergu's apology, Zhao Duo cared not whether it was sincere or feigned. In his eyes, the absence of a personal apology from that greedy wife indicated a lack of genuine contrition. By such actions, Zhao Ergu and the others had inadvertently elevated Zhao Duo to a position of awkwardness, as more and more villagers gathered, pointing and whispering. Zhao Duo struggled to suppress his inner fury. He did not wish to leave the impression of being brutish and domineering. He stepped forward to assist Zhao Ergu, saying, "Brother Ergu, as kin, what is there to forgive? I would never blame you. Consider this matter as a fleeting cloud that will pass with the wind. Besides, the hour is not early. I must go to the village entrance to guide everyone in their cultivation." That he patted Zhao Ergu's shoulder with feigned indifference. Having spoken, Zhao Duo sidestepped Zhao Ergu and the others, striding directly toward the village entrance. Zhao Ergu watched his retreating figure, a myriad of complex emotions etched upon his face, upon hearing that Zhao Duo would be guiding everyone in their cultivation. The crowd that had been observing surged forward, eagerly trailing behind him toward the village entrance. Among them, Zhao Cheng held Zhao Yun's small hand, shaking his head helplessly while softly muttering, truly wise in some moments, foolish in others. After all, he had gleaned the general circumstances from Zhao Yun the previous day, realizing how easily one could be blinded by greed, compounded by the ignorance of the unknowing. When Zhao Duo arrived at the village entrance, several village women had already placed the beast meat into a cauldron to simmer. The water in the cauldron was crystal clear, merely seasoned with a pinch of salt. Despite this simplicity, a throng of children surrounded the pot, utensils in hand, eagerly awaiting their share of the delicious beast meat. Some children were even fixated on the bubbling morsels, salivating at the sight. Zhao Duo gracefully leaped onto the Wonia stone, clearing his throat with a slight cough. Though the sound was not loud, it resonated in the ears of the crowd like thunder, echoing powerfully. Ahem. The martial arts session is about to commence. All children, please line up in order of height, maintaining a distance of 2 arms lengths between each other. With Zhao Duo's command, the crowd began to stir restlessly, eventually stabilizing after a quarter of an hour. Zhao Duo shook his head in resignation and then spoke slowly. The world is filled with countless streams of spiritual energy, intangible yet undeniably real. The first step in martial cultivation is to attract the abundant spiritual energy that permeates the heavens and earth into one's body, thereby enhancing one's vitality and refining the flesh. This is the first realm of cultivation, the physical body realm. Today I shall impart to you the Cow Demon Mountain Moving Fist, an external refining technique that not only aids in consolidating one's vitality and refining the body, but can also be employed in combat. As for the accompanying internal refining technique, we will wait until Uncle Zhao explains the meridian map before imparting it to you. The crowd, both children and adults alike, listened intently, not a sound escaping their lips. Satisfied with their focus, Zhao Duo nodded approvingly. After a brief explanation, Zhao Duo began to demonstrate the Cow Demon Mountain Moving Fist, executing each move with precision. Although it was his first time performing this technique, Zhao Duo felt no hesitation in preparation for today's lesson. He had practiced countless times in his mind the previous night, each movement now deeply ingrained in his memory. First move, Cow Demon descends the mountain, he declared, delivering a punch that seemed to conjure an image of an enraged cow demon charging down from the peak. That a thunderous crash echoed as Zhao Duo's sleeves billowed, producing a rustling sound. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch into the air, compressing the surrounding atmosphere, which erupted in a series of explosive sounds akin to striking solid matter. Second move, Cow Demon roars. Third move, Cow Demon tramples. Fourth move, Cow Demon swings its tail. Fifth move, Cow Demon collides. Sixth move, Cow Demon probes. Seventh move, Cow Demon moves mountains. Eighth move, Cow Demon shakes the earth. Ninth move, Cow Demon tops heaven. With a fierce roar, Zhao Duo simultaneously thrust both fists forward, resembling the 2 horns of a furious cow demon. The force was as swift as lightning. The air around him crackled violently, producing a series of popping sounds. The swirling air coiled around his arms like 2 great serpents, with a resounding bovine roar. The turbulent air coalesced into a vividly lifelike cow demon. The creature's muscles rippled with explosive power, and after a resounding bellow, its eyes flared with rage, hooves pounding as it shot forth like an arrow. A tremendous explosion followed, raising a cloud of dust, and the ground at the village entrance was left with a sizable crater, nearly a meter in diameter. Witnessing this spectacle, the villagers were left in awe. They had never encountered such a scene, igniting a fervor within their hearts. Chapter 23, Double-sided stirrups and horseshoes. Though it was his first time boxing, Zhao Duo felt no sense of unfamiliarity. As if he had mastered this set of techniques, upon completing the sequence, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration, akin to a natural progression. This was all thanks to Zhao Duo's countless rehearsals of the Cow Demon Mountain Moving Fist in his mind, which had become deeply embedded in his very essence. As he executed the final move, Cow Demon tops heaven, the spiritual energy he had gathered surged into his body like a torrent. Zhao Duo immediately felt a powerful pressure akin to the discomfort of a glutton forcibly overstuffed. Yet he did not panic. After all, he had faced the brink of death before that. He swiftly focused his mind and diligently circulated the refining portion of the Qinglian Tao Sutra. Perceptive Zhao Cheng recognized that Zhao Duo had reached a crucial point in his cultivation and hurriedly called for Zhao Hu and others to encircle Zhao Duo, shielding him from any distractions. Time flowed like a river, and gradually, a blue ethereal silhouette materialized above Zhao Duo's head. Zhao Cheng and the others, standing closest, could clearly discern that it was a bull-shaped demon with majestic horns. Clearly, this was a manifestation of Zhao Duo, comprehending the essence of the cow demon mountain-moving fist that as the bull demon's phantom emerged. Zhao Duo's process of refining spiritual energy also reached its conclusion. With a long exhale, Zhao Duo slowly opened his eyes. What greeted him were the concerned gazes of Zhao Cheng and Zhao Yun, along with the protective presence of Zhao Hu and other clan members. He offered a faint smile and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you all for your protection. Now it is your turn to practice the cow demon mountain moving fist." As soon as the words left his lips, the villagers' eyes gleamed with eager anticipation. Immediately, Zhao Duo began to meticulously guide his kin in the path of cultivation. However, it was impractical to teach every villager individually, as that would be an impossible task. Thus, he devoted a significant portion of his energy to the children of Zhao family village, for they embodied the future of the village and served as the foundation upon which his dreams could be realized. The tantalizing aroma of beast meat wafted through the air. Its enticing scent seemed almost alive, infiltrating the nostrils of every child and awakening their appetites. The children, who had been diligently practicing, found their focus shattered by the alluring fragrance and turned their heads in unison, their gazes drawn to the large cauldron nearby. Observing this scene, Zhao Duo understood that the children had lost interest in their training, so he gently clapped his hands and declared loudly, "Let us take a break. Children under 16, please come forth and line up for some meat." Upon hearing that they could partake in meat, the children erupted in excitement, their faces aglow with joy. They immediately ceased their training, eagerly grasping their earthen bowls and surging towards the cauldron brimming with delicious beast meat. However, under Zhao Hu's guidance, the children remained orderly, forming a neat line. The older children naturally positioned themselves at the back, while Zhao Hu unhesitatingly took his place at the end of the queue. This scene filled Zhao Duo, who had been observing closely, with immense satisfaction, and he nodded in approval. Subsequently, Zhao Duo approached the cauldron, wielding a large ladle, and began serving meat to each child. As Zhao Duo affixed horseshoes to it, Lightning exhibited a hint of resistance. It was reluctant to have such long nails driven into its hooves. However, under Zhao Duo's stern admonitions, Lightning ultimately acquiesced. Observing Zhao Duo's meticulous work on its hooves, Lightning felt an impulsive urge to deliver a swift kick to Zhao Duo's face. Yet, acknowledging the disparity in their strengths, it refrained from such an action. Once Zhao Duo completed his task and released the horse's leg, Lightning tentatively took a few steps on the ground. The metallic horseshoes emitted a crisp clattering sound against the earth, leaving Lightning utterly astonished. Before long, Lightning appeared dissatisfied with merely wandering in the courtyard. It picked up its reins and trotted over to Zhao Duo. This unexpected behavior sparked a flicker of surprise in Zhao Duo's eyes. Although he knew Lightning was intelligent, he had never anticipated it would display such keen awareness. Zhao Duo couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that Lightning is capable of independent cultivation? He stroked his chin, quietly contemplating this question. Taking the reins from Lightning's mouth, Zhao Duo led it out of the village. This time, however, they chose not to exit the valley where Zhao's family village was situated, but instead ventured deeper into the valley. Beyond Zhao's village lay a road that stretched into the heart of the valley, flanked by the agricultural fields of Zhao's family. Many villagers were diligently laboring in the fields. Zhao Duo noticed that some of the farmers still employed traditional straight-tine plows. And despite the assistance of oxen, the work remained arduous for those pushing the plows. It seemed imperative that the curved plow be manufactured promptly. Zhao Duo mused as they left the village. Lightning was unusually exuberant, racing across the vast fields with unrestrained glee. Along the way, the wind whipped through Zhao Duo's hair, creating a remarkably free-spirited appearance. Lightning navigated streams and ditches with the grace of a dancer, only slowing its pace as they approached the valley's end. Eventually, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a small river cascaded down, flowing through the area. The water was exceptionally clear, and Zhao Duo could occasionally spot sizable fish. Weighing 5 or 6 pounds, gliding past him, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Zhao Duo's spirits lifted alongside the breathtaking scenery, but he silently admired the beauty of nature, feeling the gentle caress of the breeze against his cheek. As if all worries had been cast far away, gazing at the splendid landscape, Zhao Duo's heart relaxed completely. Even the displeasure he had encountered upon returning to Zhao's village dissipated. Dismounting, he reclined on the lush grass, inhaling the fragrance of the greenery, and found an extraordinary tranquility that lulled him into slumber. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Zhao Duo, lightning resumed its grazing with great contentment. When Zhao Duo eventually awoke, the sun was high in the sky, and the intense light compelled him to squint. Not far from him, lightning grazed leisurely, appearing quite pleased. Feeling his stomach growl, Zhao Duo resolved to catch some fish by the river. He picked up a stick to serve as a makeshift weapon and made his way towards the water's edge. After relishing a sumptuous feast of river delicacies, Zhao Duo mounted Lightning once more and galloped back towards Zhao's village. As he approached home, he noticed 2 figures standing at his doorstep. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Dinyo's wife and Zhao Hud. Seemed they had been lingering at his door for quite some time. Though he had no idea how long they had waited, the distinct sound of Lightning's hooves drew nearer. Zhao Hu and Dinyo's wife turned to face the source of the noise. Upon seeing the long-awaited return of Zhao Duo, their faces lit up with expressions of joy. Zhao Duo quickly reined in the horse, slowed its pace, and gracefully dismounted, but he hurried over to the 2, ushering them into his living room, and then inquired of Dinyo's wife. "Sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize. I was out riding this morning. Have you been waiting long? Is there any change in Dinyo's condition?" Hastily shaking her head, Dinyo's wife replied with excitement, "Village chief, that's not it. I came to tell you that Dinyo has woken up. I also brought you some eggs as a token of my gratitude." Seeing the more than 20 eggs in the cloth bag she held, Zhao Duo felt a surge of emotion, yet he hesitated to accept such a generous gift. These eggs were likely among the last remnants from her household. He quickly declined, saying, "Sister-in-law, I cannot accept this. Please take them back to nourish Dinyo, that he has just regained consciousness and is still quite weak, in need of sustenance." However, Dinyo's wife was insistent on leaving the eggs with him. Expressing her gratitude, "Village chief, this is just a small token from our family. Please accept it. Without your help, Dinyo would not have awakened so soon." The 2 engaged in a polite tug-of-war over the eggs, neither willing to relent that moment. Zhao Hu interjected, urging, "Sister-in-law, you should take them back. Dinyo truly needs to recuperate." Ultimately, with Zhao Hu's counsel, Dinyo's wife reluctantly departed with the eggs, after seeing off Dinyo's wife. Zhao Duo turned back to the yard. Noticing Zhao Hu still standing there, he smiled and asked, "Brother Hu, what brings you here today?" Zhao Hu scratched his head, a bit bashful, and replied, "It's nothing serious, just noticing Zhao Hu's hesitance." Zhao Duo's curiosity piqued, and he chuckled, "Brother Hu, what is it? Why the reluctance?" At Zhao Duo's prompting, Zhao Hu's face reddened further. Taking a deep breath, as if resolved to a decision, he raised his gaze and earnestly stated, "Village chief, I would like to inquire how I can quickly master the Nyo Mo Banshan Fist." Chapter 25. The Curved Plow. Zhao Duo fell silent upon hearing Zhao Hu's inquiry. He had not anticipated that merely a day later, Zhao Hu would seek advice on how to swiftly grasp the Nyo Mo Banshan Fist. That moment, he was uncertain whether Zhao, who was merely seeking an easy way out of the rigors of martial training, or genuinely wished to become a martial artist quickly. If it were the former, he would be deeply disappointed, as he held Zhao Hu in high regard. This juncture, Zhao Hu was visibly restless, akin to someone seated on a bed of nails. Zhao Duo's silence led him to mistakenly believe that Zhao Duo was angry. The anxiety and torment within him made Zhao Hu break into a cold sweat, his sole thought being, "Village chief, please do not be upset with me." When Zhao Duo finally lifted his gaze to clarify his thoughts with Zhao Hu, he was met with a face full of trepidation. "Brother Hu, what troubles you?" Zhao Duo began, but before he could finish, Zhao Hu anxiously interjected, eager to explain, fearing he might miss the opportunity to clarify. "Village chief, I assure you, I am not afraid of hardship, nor am I seeking shortcuts by asking that question. Zhao Hu exclaimed anxiously, I simply wish to know if there is any method that could help me master the Nyo-Mo Banshan fist more swiftly, so I can alleviate some of your burdens. Listening to Zhao Hu's words and observing his earnest demeanor, Zhao Duo's doubts eased slightly, and a warm sensation enveloped his heart, an emotion he had not felt since Zhao Yuan's passing. Taking a deep breath, he slowly began, Brother Hu, you must remember that the Nyo-Mo Banshan fist is a vigorous martial art, requiring both internal and external cultivation. It cannot be rushed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's face fell slightly, but he nodded and replied, Understood, village chief. However, is there any special training method or technique? That way, I could master the Nyo-Mo Banshan fist more quickly. Zhao Duo pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, achieving swift mastery is not difficult. You can observe the yellow cattle in the village, gleaning insights from their movements and stillness, that if you can incorporate that essence into the Nyo-Mo Banshan fist, you too may quickly find your footing. But remember, there are no shortcuts in the path of cultivation. Diligence and hard work are essential. From that day forth, for an extended period, villagers often spotted Zhao Hu lingering near the yellow cattle, leading them to speculate whether he had developed an unusual fascination. After receiving Zhao Duo's guidance, the troubled look on Zhao Hu's face vanished, replaced by a sincere smile, his heart brimming with gratitude toward Zhao Duo. For Zhao Hu, who had lost both parents at a young age, the care and support from Zhao Duo made him feel the warmth of family for the first time. Scratching his head, he grinned and asked, Village Chief, is there anything I can assist you with? I am quite strong. That he flexed his arms, which were as thick as the average person's calves, seeing the earnestness of Zhao Hu. Zhao Duo felt a fondness for him, that he chuckled, patting Zhao Hu's muscular arm, and reassured him, No need for that. I have no tasks requiring your assistance. However, if you wish to contribute, you might help me maintain order at the village entrance each morning, just as you did today. Moreover, should you encounter any challenges or uncertainties in your martial training in the future, feel free to come to me for discussion. Upon hearing that Zhao Duo did not require his help, Zhao Hu felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, when he heard the latter part of Zhao Duo's words, he was filled with an indescribable excitement. Zhao Hu eagerly nodded, pledging to fulfill his duties and promising to study and practice diligently. He departed with great joy, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Watching Zhao Hu's retreating figure, Zhao Duo shook his head with a smile and turned to enter his tool shed. In the original timeline, the curved plow was invented during the late Tang dynasty. Its name derived from its bent beam, distinguishing it from the straight tine plow. Due to the widespread application of this plow in places such as Suzhou, it has come to be referred to as the Jiangdong plow. The curved yoke plow, in comparison to its predecessors, boasts numerous significant improvements. Foremost among these is the transition from the original straight and long yoke to the current curved and shorter yoke, complemented by the installation of a freely rotating plow disc at the yoke's head. This innovation not only reduces the size and weight of the plow frame, but also facilitates turning and maneuvering, rendering the entire operation more agile and significantly conserving both human and animal labor. Zhao Duo, well-versed in the construction of the curved yoke plow, had previously replicated it in his past life, leading to his profound admiration for the wisdom of ancient artisans. At this moment, in the tool room, he retrieved his meticulously crafted set of carpenter's tools, which he had painstakingly fashioned by hand. Truly a labor of love that he then carefully selected the most suitable materials for crafting the locust wood components from a pile of timber. With all preparations complete, Zhao Duo embarked on his audacious journey of intellectual appropriation that he grasped his tools with practiced skill and unwavering focus, immersing himself in the task at hand. Each cut and swing of the axe was executed with such precision and force, as if echoing the fervor and dedication deep within his heart. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, the twilight had quietly descended. Zhao Duo finally paused from his so-called grand invention, that he gazed at the array of newly crafted kitchen utensils before him, tears glistening in his eyes. Overwhelmed by an indescribable exhilaration that at last he could liberate himself from the clumsy and cumbersome kitchen tools of the Eastern Han era. Recalling his past life as a master chef, Zhao Duo couldn't help but chuckle, filled with nostalgia. As for the curved yoke plow, he had completed its construction long ago, a creation that filled him with immense pride, even surpassing his satisfaction with the kitchenware. The emergence of the curved yoke plow promised to usher in monumental change for this ERTO further enhanced the plow's efficiency in deep tillage and soil turning. Zhao Duo crafted a cast-iron plowshare, maximizing the tool's potential. However, upon finishing all the kitchen utensils, night had already fallen, that it was evidently too late to test the practical effects of the curved yoke plow today, but he resolved to consult with Elder Zhao the following day before making a final decision. After all, having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure that on the following day. As usual, Zhao Duo guided the villagers in their training before heading to Elder Zhao's residence with his newly crafted curved yoke plow. He found the elder leisurely reclining in a chair, basking in the gentle warmth of early spring sunlight, relishing the tranquility and comfort. Do not be surprised. This chair, too, was an invention of Zhao Duo's, created to express gratitude for the elder's unwavering support. Indeed, Zhao Duo's ascension to the position of village chief was inseparable from the elder's staunch backing. After Zhao Yuan's sudden demise, Zhao Duo found himself in peril, and many among the clan elders harbored ambitions toward the estate left behind by Zhao Yuan. However, the prevailing circumstances had prevented them from acting immediately, given that Zhao Yuan had sacrificed himself for the village. To seize his estate while his remains were still warm would undoubtedly chill the hearts of the Zhao clan. Such actions would inevitably lead to a loss of cohesion within Zhao family village, rendering it vulnerable to external threats, an outcome none of the clan elders wished to witness. Thus, this provided Zhao Duo with an opportunity. Sensing the looming crisis, he swiftly summoned the tenants of his estate, promising generous rewards in exchange for their unwavering vigilance over his safety. Thanks to Zhao Duo's foresight and the support of several clan elders, he managed to escape danger, that he then leveraged the constraints imposed by various branches of the Zhao family to secure the positions of village chief and clan leader. Zhao Duo was aware of their intentions. They merely wished for him to be a puppet. However, everything changed the moment he embraced the path of a martial artist, upon recognizing Zhao Duo's arrival. Elder Zhao, who had initially begun to rise, settled back into his chair and spoke with unwavering certainty. "You rascal! Speak. What brings you to seek me out?" This left Zhao Duo, still organizing his thoughts, utterly speechless. He cleared his throat several times, attempting to mask his embarrassment and feigned indignation. "It sounds as though I've come here solely to ask for your assistance. Can't I simply visit to check on you?" Yet the elder responded without mercy. "Since you've already seen me, if there is nothing else, you might as well head back." The elder's words were as sharp as a blade, leaving Zhao Duo momentarily at a loss. Despite the elder's apparent disdain, it was simply their unique way of interacting. Without Elder Zhao's support, even as the sole heir of the Zhao family's main lineage, Zhao Duo's ascension to village chief remained uncertain. Seeing the elder unyielding, Zhao Duo had no choice but to present the curved yoke plow, his remarkable invention. The once drowsy Elder Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the plow, sparkling like a pair of brass bells. As a man who had tended to fields for decades, he could easily discern the extraordinary nature of the curved yoke plow, though he had yet to experience its efficacy firsthand. Elder Zhao accepted the curved yoke plow from Zhao Duo's hands. His gaze fixed upon it with rapt attention, as if admiring a rare treasure. Having lived to this age, he had never encountered such a finely crafted agricultural tool. Zhao Duo, standing beside him, elaborated, "This curved yoke plow is lighter, more agile, and more efficient compared to traditional plows. Furthermore, utilizing this tool will considerably ease the labor of tilling the soil, greatly enhancing efficiency." Elder Zhao nodded repeatedly, his heart swelling with anticipation. He could hardly wait to personally test this novel agricultural implement to ascertain the truth of Zhao Duo's claims. Observing the elder's eagerness, Zhao Duo cheerfully suggested, "Elder, why don't we head to the fields right now to give it a try?" Elder Zhao readily agreed, promptly instructing a nearby servant to prepare the ox cart. Before long, an ornately decorated ox cart arrived at the door. Zhao Duo carefully assisted Elder Zhao aboard the cart, placing the curved yoke plow at the back, that he opted not to have a servant accompany them. Instead, taking the reins himself, giving a gentle crack that echoed as the wooden wheels rumbled, and the cart slowly rolled out of the courtyard. Zhao Duo's fields were in close proximity to Zhao family village, and within a brief span of time, the ox cart arrived at the edge of his land. From a distance, Zhao Duo spotted his tenants laboriously struggling with the straight yoke plow. Upon seeing their master arrive, The tenants hastily abandoned their tasks to come greet Zhao Duo, exclaiming, "Greetings, master." Seeing his tenants, Zhao Duo beamed with satisfaction, for these individuals were the least likely to betray him. Although the land tax during the Han Dynasty was relatively light, it was aimed at landowning farmers. Those without land had no choice but to rent from others, with the rental terms dictated by the landlord, often resulting in exorbitant rates. During Zhao Yuan's tenure, the rent from his estate was relatively fair, yet still reached up to 40%. After Zhao Yuan's passing, Zhao Duo, in an effort to win their loyalty and ensure the safety of these tenant farmers, pledged to reduce their rent to 20%, a promise that naturally endeared him to them. After all, with a reduction of 20% in rent, they could harvest significantly more grain, instilling hope into their lives. As Zhao Duo surveyed the tenants before him, a wave of emotion washed over him. These laborers had toiled endlessly, contributing selflessly, yet could barely scrape by. Zhao Duo owned over 2,000 acres of land, employing more than 100 tenant households, each tending to an average of 20 acres. Within his fields, a small village had formed, though it paled in comparison to Zhao family village, as it was comprised of displaced individuals whom Zhao Yuan had taken in to cultivate the land, resulting in their status as tenants, living in dilapidated and lowly dwellings. Before him stood an emaciated elder, nervously wringing his hands, dirt still under his fingernails, clearly indicating he had just been working the fields. His original name had long been forgotten. Now, everyone referred to him as Zhang Laonian, appointed by Zhao Duo to oversee the farming operations. "Master, what brings you here?" Zhang Laonian inquired humbly. Zhao Duo chuckled softly. "Ah, old man, I've invented a new plow that is faster and requires less effort. Let us bring it over for everyone to try." With that, Zhao Duo lifted the curved yoke plow from the cart and placed it on the ground. Upon seeing the considerably smaller curved yoke plow, the tenants' faces were filled with skepticism. Someone whispered, "Can such a small plow really till the earth?" Another remarked, "The plows we used before were so large and required great effort. Can this one possibly work?" Yet Zhao Duo paid little heed to their murmurs, recognizing that skepticism is a natural response to new innovations. However, as tenants, they had no right to question. Zhang Laonian promptly organized 2 skilled laborers, harnessing the oxen to prepare for a trial. Observing this, Elder Zhao interjected, "Young man, why am I not allowed to experiment?" Zhao Duo looked at the elder, who was unsteady on his feet, feeling a wave of exasperation. He inwardly lamented, "Are you unaware of your own condition? If anything were to happen, Zhao Cheng would undoubtedly hold me accountable. Of course, these thoughts would never escape his lips. Otherwise, given the elder's temperament, he might very well strike him with his cane." In a moment of resignation, he could only gently persuade, "Old sir, considering your advanced age, it would be prudent to let the younger generation take charge." The elder Zhao let out a dissatisfied grunt, seemingly displeased with Zhao Duo's response, yet he did not insist further. However, Zhao Duo understood that although the old man did not voice it, he must have felt a twinge of disappointment inside. Thus, an idea struck him, and he entrusted the task of giving orders to the elder, smiling as he said, "Old sir, why not take the lead in issuing commands?" Upon hearing this, a smile immediately illuminated Zhao's face, and he readily accepted the task. After all, it was no small feat for a visitor. They ought to feel a sense of involvement, wouldn't they? With the elder's authoritative command, the tenant farmer gently flicked the whip in his hand, and the ox, pulling the curved plow, surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, moving with such speed that it nearly sent the plow attendant tumbling. Fortunately, the person behind reacted swiftly. After regaining his balance, he quickly pressed down on the plow's handles, successfully slowing the oxen's pace. Even so, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, an acre of land had been plowed. And remarkably, it was turned over deeply and evenly. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhao's grandfather gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape for a long while. His eyes widened as he absorbed the scene before him, realizing that this new plow would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to the family. Zhao Duo felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing he had successfully demonstrated the effectiveness of the curved plow and earned the elder's approval. His next plan was to promote this plow within Zhao village to enhance agricultural productivity. Just as Zhao Duo was formulating his plans, a shadow swiftly approached him, and with a thud, Zhang Laonian knelt before him. This sudden display of reverence left Zhao Duo, who had grown up in a world of equality. Feeling somewhat disoriented, for in the Han Dynasty, kneeling was typically reserved for ancestral worship or court ceremonies, unlike in the Qing Dynasty, where servitude was often demeaned. Zhao Duo hurried forward to assist Zhang Laoyan. But before he could act, Zhang had already bowed his head to the ground, and when he lifted it again, tears of excitement streamed down his face. "Master, please, you must keep this curved plow. With it, we need not worry about deep plowing this year, and we will surely reap a bountiful harvest." Upon hearing Zhang Laoyan's earnest plea, the tenant farmers behind him finally understood why their steward was kneeling and promptly followed suit, bowing in respect. Zhao Duo felt a sudden tightness in his chest, as if something were constricting his heart, but he stepped forward to help Zhang Laoyan rise, resolutely stating, "Rest assured, this curved plow was brought here for your use. How could I possibly take it away? Not only will this plow remain with you, but I will also ensure that more curved plows are delivered in the future." These words left his lips. Everyone present stood in stunned silence, unable to believe Zhao Duo's declaration. Upon hearing Zhao Duo's promise, the tenant farmers erupted in cheers, their voices soaring high into the sky, as if they were trying to break through the clouds and reach the heavens. Their faces radiated joy and anticipation, their eyes shimmering with hope, for they knew that as long as Zhao Duo was willing to assist them, they could look forward to a fruitful year without delaying the farming season, which meant their lives would improve and their hopes would flourish. Zhao Duo scanned the crowd and noticed that many of the tenant farmers' children were tiptoeing and stretching their necks, their eyes filled with curiosity. Yet compared to the children of Zhao village, these tenant farmers' children appeared rather pitiable. They wore tattered clothing, their faces drawn and pale, lacking color. Clearly, their living conditions were dire, and they were likely malnourished. Witnessing this, Zhao Duo felt a pang of sorrow. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck Zhao Duo's mind that if he could impart martial arts to the children of Zhao village, why not also cultivate the children of the tenant farmers? This would not only improve their living conditions, but also enable them to become his loyal assistants. Moreover, as they grew up, they would surely be grateful for his guidance, becoming his most devoted subordinates. Once this thought took root, it spread like wildfire in his mind, becoming increasingly feasible. Thus, without hesitation, Zhao Duo declared, "Old sir, beginning tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, you may send the village children to Zhao village to learn martial arts." This statement struck like thunder, shattering the surrounding tranquility. Zhang Laoyan and the other tenant farmers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting to surprise, excitement, and disbelief. They exchanged glances, then knelt down in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. The tenant farmers will surely follow your lead from now on." Their voices brimmed with gratitude, resonating throughout the entire tenant farming community. At that moment, a wave of warmth surged through the hearts of the tenant farmers, for they understood the significance of Zhao Duo's decision. It not only meant that their children would have the opportunity to change their destinies, but also brought them boundless hope. Chapter 27. Summer Harvest. Zhao Duo stood amidst the crowd, observing the enthusiastic tenant farmers before him, and a wave of emotion welled up within him. Their trust and support filled him with immense satisfaction. As he heard them collectively pledge their allegiance, a smile crept onto his lips, revealing the joy that blossomed deep within his heart. However, at that moment, outside the crowd, Zhao's grandfather regarded Zhao Duo with a complex expression. His eyes were filled with astonishment, seemingly struggling to comprehend Zhao Duo's remarkable display. After all, in just a month, Zhao Duo had grown to such an extent that he could command the allegiance of these tenant farmers. Such a transformation was nothing short of astounding that on the way back to the village, Zhao Duo drove the ox cart, conversing animatedly with the elder who sat at the front. Along the journey, Zhao Duo expressed, "Old sir, you witnessed the effectiveness of the curved plow firsthand. I believe we should immediately organize the village's carpenters and blacksmiths to devote themselves to the production of these plows, ensuring that Zhao village can utilize them as soon as possible." Zhao's grandfather nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. "Yes, you may proceed with confidence that I will wholeheartedly support your efforts to haha. It seems that you have grown capable of handling matters on your own. However, I did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. It seems you have not disappointed your father's expectations. We old folks should step back and allow the younger generation to take charge. I trust that Zhao village's future will only grow brighter." With that, Zhao's grandfather sighed deeply, a hint of satisfaction and relief evident in his eyes. "Old sir, Zhao Duo began, but was interrupted by the elder. "At my age, I ought to enjoy the joys of grandchildren," Zhao's grandfather said, patting Zhao Duo's shoulder. Thus, aboard the ox cart, the two generations of Zhao village completed the transfer of authority. Zhao's grandfather turned to Zhao Duo and inquired, "What are your plans?" Zhao Duo pondered for a moment before responding, "Old sir, I do not wish to reveal the curved plow's existence for the time being, as I am still young, and the village lacks sufficient strength." Zhao's grandfather nodded in understanding of Zhao Duo's concerns. Zhao Duo continued, "If word gets out, it may invite unnecessary trouble." The elder agreed, "Yes, that would be best. Once the village's strength has grown, and you have matured a bit more, you can release the curved plow. It could serve as a valuable asset, possibly granting you a position in the court, or at the very least, enhancing your reputation. I can assure you that the curved plow will remain undisclosed for 3 to 5 years. But beyond that, I cannot guarantee, considering there are still many daughters-in-law from other villages." Zhao Duo expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, old sir, for your understanding. I am thinking of the village." That Zhao's grandfather smiled, reassuring Zhao Duo. "I understand your intentions. Rest assured, I will fully support your decisions." Feeling a sense of relief, Zhao Duo responded, "I appreciate it, old sir, you little rascal. How come you're being so polite with me now?" Zhao's grandfather chuckled. With the unwavering support of the elders, Zhao village produced nearly 300 curved plows in just 5 days. This was not due to Zhao Duo's unwillingness to create more, but rather because the number of oxen available for plowing was limited. Even with so many plows, a significant portion still required human effort to operate. However, as martial arts training progressed, many villagers experienced a considerable boost in strength, alleviating the burden of labor. These plows were managed and allocated by Zhao Duo, not only to concentrate efforts on significant tasks, but also to ensure that the curved plows would not leak out. Only in this manner could Zhao village maintain its competitive edge. With everyone's concerted efforts, nearly 30,000 acres of land were thoroughly plowed in just a few days. Once the villagers completed sowing, Zhao Duo promptly organized a workforce to cultivate new land. He understood that the future would be chaotic, and preparation was paramount. After all, the ancestors have set an exemplary precedent: build high walls, store ample grain, and delay claiming kingship. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several months have swiftly passed. The wheat in Zhao family village's fields has bowed under the weight of its heavy ears. This year's summer harvest in Zhao family village stands in stark contrast to previous years. Not only in the increased area of farmland, but also in the yield To establishes authority, Zhao Duo has spared no effort, employing his utmost skills. Following the introduction of the curved plow, Zhao Duo unveiled another remarkable invention: the water wheel. With this significant contraption, irrigation in Zhao family village has become remarkably effortless, saving a tremendous amount of labor. Zhao Duo also took the lead in implementing a meticulous farming method derived from future generations on his estate. It is worth noting that this theory is a gem of agricultural development in our country, allowing us to sustain 22 of the global population with merely 7 of the world's arable land. However, Zhao Duo did not impose this meticulous approach on the other villagers, as he understood that once they witnessed tangible benefits, they would naturally emulate it without any prompting. After all, Zhao Duo's theory is no secret. It is well known throughout Zhao family village, yet very few have put it into practice, as it requires a considerable investment of effort. Outside Zhao family village, nearly 40,000 acres of land stretch into a sea of golden hue, where the gentle breeze stirs the waves of wheat, creating a mesmerizing spectacle akin to a golden ocean. Amidst this golden expanse, numerous villagers and tenants wield their sickles, harvesting the ripe wheat. Their clothes are soaked with sweat, yet their faces are radiant with joy and satisfaction. The villagers of Zhao family village are well aware that this year marks a bountiful harvest, not only due to favorable weather conditions, but also owing to the agricultural tools represented by the curved plow and water wheel invented by Zhao Duo. This has propelled Zhao Duo's prestige to unprecedented heights within Zhao family village. However, amidst this celebratory atmosphere, the yield from Zhao Duo's land stands unparalleled in Zhao Duo's fields. Golden grains pile up like small mountains, exuding a rich aroma. Upon careful calculation, The yield per acre from his fields reaches an astonishing 830 pounds. This figure is truly remarkable. In the Han Dynasty during the same period in the past, the wheat yield was merely 120 pounds per acre. Even in this world, where the land is infused with spiritual energy, the yield typically hovers around 400 pounds per acre. Zhao Duo's yield of an astounding 830 pounds means he can sustain a greater population on the same land. This undoubtedly represents a groundbreaking achievement, unmatched by any before or after, leaving the Zhao clan in awe and regret, as if they had missed out on a treasure trove. Summer, a season of harvest for humanity, is also a time of abundance for various creatures in the mountains, particularly omnivorous wildlife such as wild boars. When the grain ripens, they emerge from the forest to indulge in the fruits of human labor without reservation. However, the hunters of Zhao family village typically only drive away or hunt weaker beasts, while they find themselves powerless against the more formidable ones that if they were to confront them head-on, it would only result in unnecessary casualties. This year, however, the situation has changed. After months of training, although not everyone in Zhao family village has become a martial artist, each individual's strength has significantly increased, transforming them as if reborn, making it effortless to deal with ordinary beasts. Notably, several exceptionally gifted villagers have successfully advanced to the 9th rank of the martial arts realm, such as the rehabilitated Zhao Dainyu, Zhao Hu, and Zhao Ergu. Zhao Duo has arranged for Zhao Dainyu to lead Zhao Ergu and several capable hunters in patrolling the area, targeting the wild beasts venturing out from the wild boar forest. The attainment of the 9th rank martial artist is not limited to just Zhao Dainyu and a few others. In fact, Zhao Cheng, Zhao Yun, Zhao Wen, and Zhao Wu. Zhao Wen and Zhao Wu are the names Zhao Duo bestowed upon Zhao Dainyu's twin sons, have also entered the ranks of martial artists. However, Zhao Cheng, being older and one of the few educated individuals in the village, is someone Zhao Duo is reluctant to let take risks. The others are merely children, and Zhao Duo cannot bear to expose them to danger, as these children are his future allies in conquering the world. Chapter 28. The Instructional Squad. At this moment, in the forested edge of the Hengduan Mountains, a group of individuals weaves through the dense vegetation. They move with agility and speed, seemingly blending into their surroundings. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows that illuminate their resolute faces. The leader of this group is none other than Zhao Duo himself. Scattered around him are several young men from tenant farming families, organized into small groups to safeguard Zhao Duo's safety. These young men from tenant farming families are robust and determined, exuding an air of solemnity that suggests they have encountered considerable combat in the wild boar forest. Along the way, they have dispatched numerous wild boars. Clad in attire reminiscent of modern Special Forces jungle combat gear, they brandish an array of weapons. Some wield long knives, others hold bows and crossbows, while some carry quivers of arrows. They walk steadily, their vigilant eyes scanning their surroundings, maintaining a heightened state of alertness. From their formation, it is evident that each team has a core leader, the strongest among them. Zhao Hu, the earnest young man, stands among them, vigilantly watching the surroundings beside Zhao Duo, making him the only member of the Zhao clan in the squad, highlighting Zhao Duo's regard for him, in addition to Zhao Hu. The three strongest individuals in the group coincidentally bear the surnames Zhang, Wang, and Emmett, as sons of tenant farmers. They do not possess any remarkable names. Thus, Zhao Duo, in a playful spirit, has humorously named them Zhang Long, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. Though he is not a judge of the past, the entire squad consists of 20 individuals, all selected by Zhao Duo from among the tenant farmers' youths, under Zhao Duo's tireless instruction. They have not only become literate, but have also memorized various knowledge imparted by him. Of course, their martial arts training has not lagged behind. With Zhao Duo's unwavering support, they have all reached at least the mid-stage of the 9th rank in the martial arts realm, with the 4 captains achieving full mastery. However, this has not come without a cost, as Zhao Duo has exhausted the purple spirit grass he collected in the wild boar forest, even using over 20 drops of the 1,000-year stone marrow to enhance their strength. This squad can be regarded as Zhao Duo's most formidable force, with each team possessing its own unique strengths, such as Zhang Long's team excelling in knife and shield tactics, Zhao Hu's straightforward character being molded towards protection, Wang Chao's team being particularly skilled in mounted archery, and Ma Han having a penchant for intelligence gathering. Zhao Duo plans to cultivate this squad into his instructional team, preparing for future military endeavors. Under Zhao Duo's leadership, the team traverses the wild boar forest, arriving at the edge of the Hengduan Mountains. Their primary objectives are twofold. First, to hone the squad's skills, as only through combat can their potential be unleashed. Second, to intercept the beasts emerging from the Hengduan Mountains to prevent them from disrupting Zhao family village's summer harvest. In contrast to the wild boar forest, the trees of the Hengduan Mountains are taller and denser, with sunlight struggling to penetrate, rendering the forest particularly dark and damp. The ground is carpeted with thick layers of fallen leaves and weeds, crunching underfoot that a foul odor permeates the air, causing discomfort. Everyone be cautious and pay attention to your surroundings. Zhao Duo whispers, his voice echoing in the stillness of the forest, tightening the hearts of those present. The team continues onward, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Suddenly, a rabbit the size of a wolf dog bolts from the underbrush, causing a commotion. The members of the instructional squad swiftly raise their weapons, warily scanning their surroundings. However, the rabbit does not make it far before an arrow pins it to the ground, and after a fierce struggle, it finally succumbs, its tenacity leaving everyone astonished. That arrow was shot by Wang Chao, whose archery skills are second only to Zhao Duo himself. One of the team members hastily runs forward to retrieve the rabbit. Grinning as he approaches Zhao Duo, "My lord, this rabbit is quite hefty. It should yield a good amount of meat. With a few of these, we could have a hearty meal." Yet, as he draws near, a strong stench of blood wafts toward them. This scent ignites a sense of unease within Zhao Duo, prompting him to furrow his brow as he surveys the environment, sensing that danger looms. As time passes, this unease intensifies. Zhao Duo furrows his brow tightly and turns to Zhao Hu beside him, whispering, "Brother Hu, alert everyone to stay vigilant. My instincts tell me something might happen." Zhao Hu nods slightly and immediately relays Zhao Duo's instructions to the other members. They all grip their weapons tightly, their gazes scanning the surroundings, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances at that moment. Zhao Duo suddenly turns his head, his gaze landing on the still dripping carcass of the rabbit in the team member's hands. In an instant, he realizes the source of the problem. The scent of blood will undoubtedly attract nearby beasts. His expression shifts dramatically as he urgently calls out to the team member, "Quickly bury the rabbit on the spot." The voice bore an urgency and tension that resonated in the air. Upon hearing Zhao Duo's call, the team member stood momentarily dazed, unsure of how to respond. Seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation, it was Zhao who first regained his composure, delivering a sharp slap to the back of the team member's head, his voice laced with anger. "Fool! The scent of blood will attract the beasts." This admonition struck the team member like a bucket of cold water, jolting him back to reality as he recognized the gravity of his error. He hastily began to dig into the earth with his long knife, attempting to bury the rabbit's carcass. However, it was already too late. Just as he finished covering the rabbit, a rustling sound erupted from the nearby forest, reminiscent of countless feet trampling upon fallen leaves and grass, sending chills down their spines. The expressions of the team members turned grave in an instant, for they understood that danger was drawing near. With the rustling growing ever closer, their heartbeats quickened. After all, they were within the perilous expanse of the Hengduan Mountains, rife with unknown threats and formidable beasts. From the sound, it was evident that their adversaries were not few. The members gripped their weapons tightly, their bodies trembling slightly, a consequence of the adrenaline surging through their veins, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination and vigilance. Gradually, they clustered together, forming a tight defensive circle, instinctively positioning Zhao Duo at the center for his protection. Leading the outermost layer was Zhang Long's squad, armed with shields and long knives, their demeanor solemn and alert. These shields were sturdy enough to withstand beastly assaults, while their blades gleamed with lethal sharpness, ready to deliver fatal strikes. The second layer was commanded by Wang Chao, whose team was equipped with bows and arrows, currently strung and poised, their arrowheads glinting ominously, prepared to unleash deadly projectiles at a moment's notice. Their gazes were fixed on the front, ready to spring into action at the slightest movement. In the third layer stood Mahan's squad, each member wielding a compact crossbow in their left hand, its bolt aimed straight ahead, while their right hand gripped a sharp tang knife, reflecting the cold light. Their movements were synchronized, devoid of hesitation or chaos. At the innermost core was Zhao Hu's team, each member tall and robust, clutching their long knives with vigilance, their eyes scanning the horizon. Their presence bolstered the entire formation with a sense of security. As if they formed an unyielding bulwark, amidst this four-tiered defense, Zhao Duo stood quietly, observing the swift response of the four teams, showcasing the fruits of their training. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling a swell of pride. In that moment, Zhao Duo regained his usual composure. Despite the multitude of beasts surrounding them, he did not sense imminent danger. After all, they were merely on the periphery of the Hengduan Mountains, where no overwhelmingly powerful beasts could reside. As time trickled by, a pair of eerie green eyes suddenly appeared in the forest beyond their defensive circle, accompanied by low, rumbling growls. Clearly, the beasts had been drawn in by the scent of blood. When Zhao Duo and his companions finally discerned the forms of these creatures, a cold sweat broke upon them. Nearly 20 to 30 massive wolf-like beasts emerged before them, and this was merely a fraction of the horde. As more wolf demons continued to pour forth from the depths of the forest, the sheer number sent a wave of dread through the ranks. Damn, how can there be so many wolf demons? "We are surrounded," a team member exclaimed, his voice trembling. "Everyone, remain calm. These wolf demons are not particularly strong. They are merely of the lowest tier, at the 9th rank of skin refining." Zhao Duo cautioned. He understood that panic would lead to perilous outcomes. Hearing Zhao Duo's reminder, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han also quietly reassured their respective teams. And within moments, the group regained their composure and swiftly entered a battle-ready stance, preparing for the imminent conflict. These enormous wolves were all azure wolf demons. Their bodies were a shade of bluish-gray, standing about 2 meters tall and stretching an astonishing 4 meters in length, their muscular forms radiating strength that far surpassed the prairie wolves of Zhao Duo's previous life. Typically, these azure wolves roamed in packs within the forests, hunting in coordinated groups. Each foray would see them attack in numbers ranging from dozens to hundreds, showcasing formidable teamwork that as all the azure wolf demons came into view. Their numbers swelled to around 150 at that moment. The foliage in the forest began to tremble, and 5 even larger azure wolves emerged, their sizes visibly surpassing those of their compatriots. One of which was even twice the size of an ordinary azure wolf. That it was evident that this largest wolf was the king of the pack, that a notable distinction between the wolf king and the other azure wolves was a small patch of silver fur on its chest, shaped like a crescent moon, swaying gently in the breeze. The other 4 azure wolves flanked the king, serving as its protective sentinels. That in the face of this azure wolf demon horde, Zhao Duo remained unperturbed. Unlike the others whose expressions turned grave, most of these wolf demons were of the 9th rank, posing no threat to the training team. Only the few wolf guards held strength that could barely surpass Zhang Long and his team. Reaching the flesh-refining stage, the only creature truly worthy of Zhao Duo's concern was the Wolf King, having attained the late stage of bone forging at the 6th rank. Zhang Long and his team members fixed their gazes upon the approaching pack of wolves. Each step the creatures took seemed to synchronize with their own heartbeat, weighing heavily upon their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Their complexions paled, and beads of sweat began to form on their brows, as they felt their minds being ensnared by the wolves, that if they could not escape this mental trap in time, the consequences would be dire. Noticing Zhang Long's predicament, Zhao Duo parted his lips to utter a single syllable. The sound imbued with an almost magical quality that instantly roused Zhang Long and his comrades from their stupor. They gasped for air, as if they had just been rescued from drowning, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Before the battle had even commenced, they had nearly fallen prey to the wolves' psychological grip, prompting the team to instinctively tighten their grips on their weapons, glaring ferociously at the approaching beasts in an attempt to intimidate them. Damn, these creatures are indeed formidable, but they are a bit too arrogant, Zhao Duo thought, his eyes narrowing with anger as he observed the brazen azure wolf king. Wang Chao's expression darkened as he tightly gripped his bow, murmuring, "My lord, these wolf demons clearly believe victory is assured, which is why they underestimate us. That I wonder if they possess such formidable teeth." With that, Wang Chao suddenly drew back his bowstring with great force, pulling it into a full moon shape. That he then released his fingers, sending a black arrow shooting forth like lightning, hurtling towards one of the azure wolves in the pack. The wolf demons were utterly unprepared for Wang Chao's brazen ambush. With a series of swift sounds, Wang Chao's team members, seeing their leader initiate the attack, unleashed their own arrows toward the wolf pack that in the blink of an eye. Arrows streaked through the air like shooting stars, followed by the sounds of impact as several wolf demons froze in place, as if struck by a spell, before crashing to the ground. Witnessing the scene before him, Wang Chao could not help but chuckle derisively. "Let us see if you dare to act so arrogantly now." His eyes shimmered with confidence and disdain. The remarkable results were largely thanks to the superior craftsmanship of the weapons, meticulously forged by Zhao Duo and his artisans. Seeing his numerous underlings fall to Wang Chao's ambush, the Wolf King let out an enraged howl that reverberated through the AI. The Wolf King's howl echoed. The pack seemed to respond to a command. Baring their fangs and rushing toward the group, their eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent, eager to rend the intruders to shreds in retribution for their fallen comrades. Faced with the sight of the 100 wolves charging, the group fell into disarray. After all, these training team members were, in essence, still mere children, the eldest among them, Zhang Long, barely 18 years of age, having never witnessed such a scene. The wolves drew closer. They could distinctly see the frosty breath billowing from the creatures' mouths, intensifying their anxiety. In response to the mounting, it became acutely aware that it could no longer permit the indiscriminate slaughter of its own people, and thus issued a new command. The wolf demons on the battlefield received instructions from their king and promptly altered their methods of attack. They ceased their direct charges and began to maneuver in serpentine patterns, attempting to evade the arrows of the dynasty. In an instant, the two small squads that had previously been able to easily eliminate the wolf pack found their accuracy greatly diminished due to the sudden change in tactics. Their arrows fell wide of the mark or merely grazed the fur of the wolf demons. With the pressure lifted, the wolf demons swiftly closed in on the members of the teaching squad, baring their fangs and raising their claws as they retaliated against the outermost members of Zhang Long's squad, intent on killing and devouring them. For the flesh and blood of martial artists was a sumptuous feast that often left them salivating. In this world of high martial arts, the age-old law of man consuming demons and demons consuming man remained unaltered. Chapter 30. Tempering as they gazed upon the ferocious pack of wolf demons before them, the members of Zhang Long's squad felt their hearts leap into their throats, their bodies trembling with excitement. Without hesitation, they decisively drove their shields into the ground with great force, with a sharp hiss. The shields embedded themselves deeply, forming a formidable defensive line. 5 massive shields connected seamlessly, resembling an indomitable steel wall, protecting everyone within. The claws and sharp teeth of the wolf demons struck the shields with the ferocity of a tempest, producing a cacophony of distressing creaks. Although these assaults failed to inflict any substantial damage on the shields, they left noticeable bite and claw marks, testifying to the sharpness of their talons. Should such claws strike a human, the consequences would be unimaginably dire, inevitably resulting in a gruesome fate. Seizing the opportunity during the wolf demon's assault on the shields, the squad members raised their long knives and swung them through the gaps in the shields, aiming for the heads of the demons. The saying goes, wolves and dogs possess sturdy heads and fragile waists. Their heads are the hardest parts of their bodies, except for Zhang Long, who succeeded in cleaving a demon in two. The other squad members, despite exerting all their strength, could only maim their adversaries, leaving their skulls exposed and bloodied, eliciting piercing howls of agony. The evasive maneuvers of the wolf demons appeared comically absurd to Zhao Duo, who smirked with a trace of mockery and drew the bow from his back. In the glow of the setting sun, the bow radiated a lustrous, jade-like sheen, emanating a light knot of metal. This bow had been meticulously crafted by Zhao Duo using the enormous rib and sinew of a previously hunted boar demon. However, to wield this bow with ease, one needed at least the strength of an 8th-tier martial artist. At present, only Zhao Duo from the Zhao family village could harness its power. With both hands firmly gripping the bow, Zhao Duo exerted a slight force, drawing it into a perfect crescent, the arrow aimed directly at the approaching wolf demons. At that moment, Zhang Long's squad, under the relentless assault of the demons, found themselves in a precarious situation. Zhao Duo's expression hardened as he shouted, "Mahan, prepare your squad to take over for Zhang Long and the others at any moment." Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, be ready to alternate in combat with the wolf demons. We must not squander such a splendid opportunity to hone our skills. Upon hearing Zhao Duo's command, Ma Han swiftly led his team to adjust their positions, stepping forward to relieve Zhang Long and his companions. Zhao Hu and Wang Chao tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixed intently on the wolf demons, awaiting their turn to engage. The retreating Zhang Long squad gasped for breath, each face marked by exhaustion and tension. Clearly, the preceding intense battle had drained their energy, beads of sweat cascading from their foreheads, cheeks, and chins, soaking their garments. "You all performed admirably," Zhao Duo exclaimed, his voice laced with appreciation. He noted the various wounds on the squad members, some still bleeding, but thankfully, these were merely superficial injuries that would not pose a fatal threat to seasoned martial artists. "Thank you for the praise, my lord," Zhang Long replied, panting, gratitude evident in his eyes. The other squad members nodded in acknowledgement, expressing their thanks to Zhao Duo. "However, this is not the time to rest. Quickly tend to your wounds to avoid hindering our upcoming battles," Zhao Duo stated sternly, his gaze sweeping over each team member, his tone resolute and decisive. Responding to Zhao Duo's reminder, the members of Zhang Long's squad swiftly sprang into action. They retrieved their healing ointments and carefully applied them to their wounds, binding them with strips of cloth or bandages. After addressing Zhang Long, Zhao Duo resumed his focus on the battlefield. He observed that nearly 50 wolf demons had amassed outside the shielded defensive line, their numbers swelling and forming a formidable force. These wolf demons, undeterred by death, launched a frenzied assault on Ma Han's squad, their teeth and claws unrelenting in their attempts to breach the defenses. This predicament caused significant trouble for Ma Han's team, leaving them in a disadvantageous position, exacerbated by the continuous influx of additional wolf demons joining the fray. Seeing this, Zhao Duo furrowed his brow. Internally troubled that he knew that without prompt action, the situation could deteriorate further, risking the very purpose of their training. Without hesitation, Zhao Duo released his grip, and with a resonant twang of the bowstring, an arrow soared forth like a bolt of lightning, striking directly at one of the wolf demons rushing toward the battlefield. As anticipated, the arrow found its mark with unerring precision. The tremendous force transformed the merely practiced wolf demon into a cloud of red mist, scattering and staining the surrounding demons in a vivid crimson. This magnificent display ignited a fervent cheer among the members of the squad, who roared in excitement. "My lord is formidable." Subsequently, Zhao Duo became akin to a mobile artillery piece, unleashing a relentless barrage of lethal arrows upon the wolf demons. Each arrow claimed the life of a demon, blooming like resplendent flowers amidst the pack. Witnessing Zhao Duo's valor, some of the wolf demons hesitated, momentarily halting their advance. Even under the stern command of their king, a few demons began to feign compliance. Thus, Zhao Duo single-handedly thwarted the onslaught of the approaching wolf demons. Under Zhao Duo's deliberate control, the number of demons outside the shielded defensive line remained consistently around 50, a quantity that neither posed excessive pressure on the group nor diminished their vigilance and combat readiness, effectively serving the purpose of honing the squad. As time passed, both Zhao Hu's and Wang Chao's squads engaged in fierce battles, and soon the defensive responsibilities returned to Zhang Long's team. After a tumultuous skirmish, the number of wolf demons outside the defensive line gradually diminished to 40. Meanwhile, only 4 wolf demon guards remained near the Wolf King, as the others had been dispatched into the fray like oil on fire. This moment, the Wolf King finally realized it had been outmaneuvered by the humans, understanding that they had merely utilized its kind as tools for strengthening their prowess. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The most pressing matter now was how to safeguard the remaining wolves, preventing any further needless sacrifices. The Wolf King raised its head and let out a long, mournful howl, signaling a retreat. Subsequently, it led the 4 remaining guards swiftly into the depths of the forest. The other demons, embroiled in combat with the humans, ceased their attacks and turned to flee toward the wooded sanctuary. Chapter 31. Annihilation. Seeing the retreating wolf pack like a receding tide, a glimmer of derision flickered in Zhao Duo's eyes. He had no intention of letting such a rare opportunity slip away. "Brothers, charge with me. We cannot allow these wolf demons to escape." Zhao Duo slung his bow across his back, brandishing his halberd as he stepped forward without hesitation. His figure darted toward the fleeing wolf demons like an arrow released from its bow, the halberd gleaming with a cold light as it descended upon the nearest demon. The halberd loomed larger in the eyes of the terrified wolf demon, ultimately striking its midsection. With a soft thud, the demon was cleaved in two, its front half dashing several meters before finally collapsing to the ground. With Zhao Duo's rallying cry, the other squad members responded in kind, gripping their weapons tightly and following closely behind, forming a robust defensive line. They stepped out of the protective circle, initiating a counterattack, their movements synchronized and harmonious, showcasing the qualities of a well-trained army. Kill! Eliminate these wolf demons! The battle cries reverberated across the battlefield, the atmosphere shifting to one of heightened tension and intensity. Zhao Duo wielded the halberd with astonishing speed, each swing accompanied by the sound of slicing wind and a dazzling gleam. His figure flitted through the throng of demons, as if traversing a desolate expanse, mercilessly reaping the lives of the wolf demons. This halberd, weighing several hundred pounds, moved with an almost fluid grace under Zhao Duo's adept control, exhibiting remarkable flexibility. Whether thrusting, lifting, locking, parrying, stabbing, or hooking, each attack was imbued with both strength and finesse. Every strike Zhao Duo executed found its target with precision, the force perfectly calibrated, leaving no room for waste. Zhao Duo's technique flowed seamlessly, akin to a beautiful symphony as described in the verse of the spear technique. This spear is akin to a dragon, with its fangs and claws instilling awe. The spear play resembles a dragon's probing claws, always pulling back to strike at the chest. The azure dragon bows its head, supporting the spear's might, unwavering in its grasp, while the valiant strikes carve through the mountains that a change of hands brings forth a merciless blow. The wolf demons sensed the immense threat posed by Zhao Duo, yet they did not retreat in surrender. Instead, they grew fiercer, displaying indomitable fighting spirit that a portion of the wolf demons remained behind under the howls of their king, attempting to thwart Zhao Duo and his companions from their relentless pursuit. Utilizing their speed and strength, they deftly navigated through the mountains and forests, skillfully evading Zhao Duo, and approached the teaching squad. These cunning wolf demons not only evaded annihilation at the hands of the teaching squad, but also engaged them in a battle of attrition. They oscillated between hiding in the woods and launching surprise attacks, even adeptly employing guerrilla tactics, leaving the teaching squad in a state of defensiveness. Have these beasts turned sentient? Wang Chao exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration as he observed the scene before him. His impatience grew as he witnessed the tenacity of the wolf demons, igniting his ire. Zhao Duo glanced at the teaching squad entangled with the wolf demons, noting that although they were weary, they had not succumbed. This brought him some relief that he then turned and ventured into the forest, pursuing the Wolf King, that he understood that if he could slay the Wolf King, the ordinary wolf demons would inevitably fall into disarray without their leader. However, just as Zhao Duo stepped into the woods, a chill rose from the depths of his heart. He keenly sensed four malevolent winds approaching from the front, rear, left, and right. It turned out that the four wolf demon sentinels had quietly surrounded Zhao Duo and launched a surprise attack. Upon sensing the assault of the wolf demons, a hint of mockery graced Zhao Duo's lips, but he had sensed their presence the moment he entered the forest. His hesitation to act was merely to ascertain their intentions. Now, it seemed they could no longer contain themselves and had initiated the attack. Confronted by the four advancing wolf demon sentinels, Zhao Duo felt no fear. With a steady grip on his Feng Tian Hua Ji, he lightly tapped around him, adopting an apparently relaxed stance. With each motion, for crisp and melodious clinks resonated, akin to the opening notes of a symphony. These seemingly casual taps successfully countered the fierce assault of the wolf demon sentinels. Zhao Duo possessed sufficient strength to severely wound these wolf demons, merely at the 8th rank of the flesh-refining realm. Yet he deliberately withheld much of his power, but he understood the importance of not revealing his full capabilities too soon, especially with a more formidable wolf king lurking in the shadows. Thus, he opted for a clever strategy, repelling the wolf demon sentinels. Once the four wolf demon sentinels regained their footing, they emitted low, furious growls, tightly encircling Zhao Duo, ever poised to launch a lethal strike. However, after their brief skirmish, they had come to realize that Zhao Duo was no ordinary opponent. Zhao Duo had little time to linger with these wolf demon sentinels. He clearly understood that his paramount task was to lure out the cunning Wolf King and eliminate it in one fell swoop. Without hesitation, he advanced 2 steps, initiating an attack against the wolf demon sentinels. His Fang Tianhua Ji struck like lightning, frequently targeting the sentinels with precision and ferocity. Zhao Duo's figure flickered as he thrust his spear towards one wolf demon's throat with blinding speed. The wolf demon reacted swiftly, sidestepping the attack. Yet Zhao Duo's movements were fluid and unending, leaving a deep gash upon the demon's body. The other 3 wolf demons, witnessing this, converged upon him in a rapid and coordinated assault, forming a tight encirclement that trapped Zhao Duo in their midst. Yet, Zhao Duo remained unfazed, his composure unshaken. He let out a thunderous roar that echoed like thunder in the air. His Fang Tianhua Ji danced in the air, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, each strike imbued with formidable force, engaging the 4 wolf demons in a fierce battle. Zhao Duo's prowess evidently surpassed that of the wolf demons. Yet he refrained from unleashing his full strength, deliberately holding back. Thus, he battled fiercely with the 4 wolf demons, exchanging blows and refusing to yield. The clash descended into a stalemate, with towering trees crashing down under the relentless assaults from both sides. As time wore on, the 4 wolf demon sentinels bore countless wounds, blood oozing from their injuries. Zhao Duo aimed to provoke the Wolf King into action, for only then could he truly resolve the conflict. His strategy bore fruit, successfully inciting the Wolf King's ire. Indeed, moments later, Zhao Duo sensed a powerful aura stealthily approaching, one far superior to any of the wolf demons that he knew that the Wolf King had arrived. Zhao Duo sighed inwardly. As expected, he had anticipated that the Wolf King would not easily concede or retreat. Its withdrawal into the forest was merely a ploy to lure Zhao Duo in, leveraging its racial advantages to eliminate him in one fell swoop. With keen perception, Zhao Duo noticed the Wolf King stealthily approaching within a mere 20 meters. Although he remained uncertain of the Wolf King's hidden schemes, he felt a sense of relief. Since it had emerged, there was no way it could retreat. With this thought, Zhao Duo lost interest in further entanglement with the 4 wolf demon sentinels, channeling his strength into the Fang Tianhua Ji. Intensifying his assault. Intentionally, Zhao Duo exposed his back to the Wolf King, inviting it to strike. Perceiving Zhao Duo's vulnerable position, the Wolf King smirked cruelly. It opened its massive jaws, gathering a peculiar energy within. In mere moments, a small energy orb swelled to the size of a fist. This unexpected turn of events sent a jolt of alarm through Zhao Duo, who had planned to deliver a decisive blow to the wolf demon sentinels. He felt an overwhelming sense of crisis and did not dare to delay, hastily wielding the Fang Tianhua Ji. The spear tip sliced through the air like lightning, severing the throats of the 4 wolf demons. As Zhao Duo turned to face the Wolf King, he was astonished to see the Wolf King expelling the strange energy orb towards him, which elongated and thinned as it left its mouth, transforming into a razor-sharp energy blade that shot forth with incredible speed. After unleashing this strike, the exhausted Wolf King collapsed to the ground, a faint smile upon its lips, as if to say, "Let us see how you withstand my lethal blow." Observing the unfolding chaos, Zhao Duo felt a tightening in his chest. He could sense the immense power contained within the energy blade, and the consequences of being struck would be dire. Acknowledging the razor-sharp aura of the energy blade, Zhao Duo focused his mind, summoning all his strength to strike at the blade with the Fang Tianhua Ji. A resounding explosion echoed as Zhao Duo was hurled backward by the collision's tremendous force. While airborne, he felt a surge of turmoil within, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Reveal he understood that in such a fierce battle, injuries were inevitable. Thus, he urged everyone to tend to their wounds promptly, for they were to remain there for several days. Having spoken, Zhao Duo produced a jade vial from his bosom, which elicited expressions of delight from the team members who were tending to their injuries. They were well aware of the immense value of the Millennium Agate contained within, imbued with boundless energy. Although the healing effects of the Millennium Agate were rather ordinary, its vast energy could indeed turn the tides for 2 severely wounded comrades. It was only when they were on the verge of entering the martial realm that they were fortunate enough to be bestowed a single drop by Zhao Duo. That singular drop not only enabled them to successfully enter the realm, but also solidified their foundation. Zhao Duo first approached the two severely injured men, who had just had their wounds stitched and treated with healing ointment, their previously bleeding injuries now under control. Upon seeing Zhao Duo's arrival, their pale faces, a consequence of excessive blood loss, flushed with a hint of color as they bowed their heads, their voices tinged with shame and self-reproach. "My lord, we have brought you disgrace. We could hardly manage such a minor situation, and we have made you waste precious elixirs to save us." Zhao Duo was touched by their pallid countenances that he gently reassured them. "What nonsense is this? You are all my most valued subordinates. Now, open your mouths and take your medicine. Recovering swiftly is of utmost importance." With that, he uncorked the vial and carefully poured out 2 drops of Millennium Agate. Administering it to one of them, as the Millennium Agate entered his mouth, it transformed into a refreshing energy that swiftly permeated his entire body, that he felt an immediate sense of relief. The weight of his injuries significantly alleviated. After administering the Millennium Agate, Zhao Duo hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly sat cross-legged behind the injured man, his palms pressed firmly against his back, and began to channel his own vital energy to assist in refining the immense power contained within the Millennium Agate. As Zhao Duo's vital force coursed through the man's body, the energy from the Millennium Agate was gradually absorbed, transforming into a powerful force that flowed through his limbs and bones. With this influx of energy, the internal injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate, and this formidable power emanated from the chaotic blue lotus seed nestled within his sea of consciousness. After a protracted period of nurturing and cultivation, it was on the verge of materialization and finally unleashed its might at this critical juncture. Suddenly, the chaotic blue lotus seed emitted a resonant hum, and a ripple radiated outward from Zhao Duo, emptying the spiritual energy within a kilometer radius. That a colossal funnel of gathered spiritual energy surged violently into Zhao Duo's body, or more precisely, into the chaotic blue lotus seed. With the influx of immense spiritual energy, tendrils of mist enveloped the chaotic blue lotus seed, infused with vibrant vitality, and began to intertwine with Zhao Duo's form. Nourished by this mist, Zhao Duo's body revitalized as if quenched after a long drought. Bursting forth with newfound vigor, as time progressed, the tingling sensation on Zhao Duo's skin gradually subsided, revealing remarkable transformations within the bones of his right arm. This metamorphosis filled him with ecstatic joy, for he recognized that he had successfully completed the tempering of his right arm's skeletal structure. Taking a deep breath and refusing to yield to complacency, he immediately immersed himself in the tempering of his left arm. The same process unfolded once more, as the bones of his left arm shattered and healed under the onslaught of qi and blood. However, this time, thanks to the presence of the blue lotus mist, all pain and itching were minimized. Zhao Duo couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of the chaotic blue lotus seed, while Zhao Duo was wholly engrossed in the tempering of his bones. The formidable beasts of the Hengduan Mountains detected the ancient aura emanating from the chaotic blue lotus seed. Fear gripped these creatures, prompting them to speculate whether an ancient entity was about to emerge. In an instant, the entire mountain range fell into a hushed silence. Only a brief moment later, Zhao Duo successfully completed the tempering of his left arm's skeletal structure, deeply attuned to the wondrous effects of the blue lotus mist. He seized this opportune moment without hesitation to proceed with the tempering of his leg bones. By the time the teaching squad had finished their cleanup and approached Zhao Duo, he was diligently engaged in the tempering of his skull. The final bone yet to be perfected, the tempering of his skull reached completion. It felt as though all the bones in Zhao Duo's body had harmonized into a unified whole. Zhao Duo experienced an unprecedented sense of fluidity, as if every ounce of strength within him had been thoroughly awakened. Subsequently, a fierce aura erupted from him, akin to a torrential flood sweeping across the surroundings. The members of the squad gazed at Zhao Duo in awe, sensing the burgeoning power radiating from him, reminiscent of an awakened behemoth. This overwhelming presence rendered them breathless, instinctively causing them to retreat. Could this be the might of a tempered bone realm warrior? Zhao, who watched Zhao Duo with keen eyes, his gaze filled with fervor, he silently resolved to train diligently, aspiring to become as formidable a warrior as Zhao Duo. Seated in a meditative posture, Zhao Duo slowly opened his eyes, their brilliance radiating with intensity that he moved his body, producing a series of crackling sounds, and feeling the surging power within, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Zhao Duo murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips that he understood that he had successfully transcended into the tempered bone realm, surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner of this level. Rising to his feet, Zhao Duo's stature had grown taller and more imposing. His aura undergoing a dramatic transformation, he gazed towards the distant mountains, a surge of ambition swelling within him that if he were to face the Wolf King again, it would stand no chance against him. Even its innate ability, the Wind Blade, would be easily crushed. Zhao Duo exclaimed with excitement. After all, he had previously withstood the Wolf King's strongest strike while at the peak of the flesh refinement realm. Now, having broken through to the tempered bone realm, his strength was magnified tenfold. The other team members gazed at him with envy. Zhao Duo smiled slightly, aware that this was merely the beginning, and that the road ahead remained long and arduous. Clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention, he issued commands. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, your two teams are responsible for escorting the injured and the wolf carcasses back to Zhao family village. The remaining two teams will stay with me here to guard against any beasts crossing into the valley from the Hengduan Mountains. Upon hearing Zhao Duo's orders, the squad members responded in unison. Understood. They approached the mound of wolf carcasses, which resembled a small hill, leaving Zhao Hu, who had always protected Zhao Duo, utterly speechless, his mouth agape enough to fit an EGG.my heavens, so many wolf beasts. He muttered in disbelief that I've never seen so many wolf beasts in my life. Haha, with this wolf meat, everyone's strength can rise rapidly. Once he regained his composure, Zhao Hu's first thought was of the swift enhancement of their powers. His face lighting up with a radiant smile as he chuckled foolishly. Huzi, have someone marinate these wolf carcasses and the Wolf King's body upon returning to the village, then send them to the squad's quarters. This will serve as your training resources. Everything else can be delivered to the village warehouse. Zhao Duo instructed, pointing to the Wolf King's carcass set apart from the others. Upon hearing they could enjoy the superior wolf meat, the squad members' eyes sparkled with delight, for high-grade beast meat contained abundant qi and blood energy, indicating they could cultivate more swiftly. Each member rubbed their fists in anticipation, preparing to haul the wolf meat back to Zhao family village. Chapter 34. The demonized ironback Zhao Duo watched as Zhang Long and Zhao, whose teams gradually receded from view, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Although they were burdened with heavy game, their steps remained remarkably light, akin to swallows in flight, swiftly vanishing into the dense foliage. Zhao Duo harbored little concern for these two teams that he knew their trajectory led them to the wild boar forest, where no threats to warriors existed. Under Zhao Duo's leadership, the remaining two teams adopted an exceptionally cautious approach. They patrolled the edges of the Hengduan Mountains like loyal sentinels, vigilant against any beasts attempting to breach the valley and disrupt the summer harvest of Zhao family village. Since they had successfully vanquished the wolf beast tribe, the two teams had encountered no further beasts, not even the lesser ones. This unexpected revelation prompted everyone to shake their heads in wry amusement, lamenting their earlier misfortune of being lured by a mere rabbit into a confrontation with the nearby wolf pack. However, as dusk fell on the second day, a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed near Zhao Duo's temporary camp, signaling the approach of either a person or a beast. This realization triggered immediate vigilance among the hidden sentinels, who dared not relax even for an instant, sharpening their senses as they carefully scanned the surroundings. Apprehensive of potential danger, the sound drew closer. One of them anxiously raised a crossbow, aiming towards the source of the noise, preparing to confront any imminent threat. Watch it. Wang Shower, you know the power of that crossbow. Are you trying to shoot us? A gruff voice broke the tension, and 10 figures emerged from the forest, led by none other than Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. They appeared fatigued but exuded determination and resolve. Seeing the familiar faces, Wang Zhong's wariness dissipated instantly, replaced by joy and relief that he quickly lowered his crossbow, a smile illuminating his face. Captain Zhang, you still have that penchant for jokes. I've told you countless times. My name is Wang Zhong, Not Wang Xiao. Wang Zhong shot Zhang Long an exasperated glance, responding with irritation before turning to acknowledge the others with a nod, welcoming their presence. Zhong still means second. So what should I call you if not Wang Xiao, or as long as you can defeat me, I'll gladly call you second brother. How about a spar? Zhang Long brushed off Wang Zhong's complaints, cheekily inviting him to a duel. Watching Zhang Long's mischievous demeanor, Wang Zhong felt his temper flare, itching to land a punch on that irritating face to remind him that he was no easy target. I want to fight you. You're just itching for a chance to use me as a punching bag, right? Go challenge Captain Zhao or the Lord if you dare. Wang Zhong unreservedly exposed Zhang Long's ulterior motives. At that moment, Zhao perked up at the mention of his name, chiming in, "Sure, has a point. How about we spar against each other?" Zhang Long rolled his eyes at Zhao, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. "Get lost! Who doesn't know that I, Zhang Long, only pick on soft persimmons? How foolish would I be to practice on a clumsy old tiger like you?" Hearing Zhang Long's shameless words, Zhao huffed in frustration, struggling to find a retort. Meanwhile, the other team members were left astounded by their captain's audacity, hurriedly distancing themselves from Zhang Long, fearful that others might mistake them for allies. As the crowd gathered, each person feigned ignorance, presenting an air of unfamiliarity with Zhao. That a boisterous group approached him, led by Zhang Long and Zhao who knelt on one knee with their respective team members, respectfully saluting Zhao. "My lord, we have fulfilled our duty and successfully returned the prey safely to Zhao village." Witnessing their solemnity, Zhao couldn't help but burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. "We are all family. There is no need for such formality. Let us not continue this way in the future. You have returned at the perfect moment. We have just roasted the beast meat. Come, let us enjoy it together." The group settled around the bonfire, eagerly dividing the unfortunate quasi-demonic beast among themselves. During their feast, Zhao learned that the summer harvest in Zhao village was nearing completion, with just 3 to 5 days left to finish all the final tasks. After indulging in food and drink, Zhao instructed everyone to take a moment's rest. At the stroke of midnight, Zhao was suddenly jolted awake by the commotion outside. He opened his eyes, sat up, and listened intently to the sounds beyond. "Something is amiss," he whispered softly, quickly donning his garments and seizing his weapon as he hastened toward the camp's exit. The others, stirred from their slumber, hastily followed suit. In the darkness outside, shadows flickered, revealing the night watchman engaged in a fierce struggle against some unknown entity. As Zhao drew nearer, he discerned that it was merely a pack of beasts assaulting their camp. These creatures of lesser strength posed no match for the trained members of his team, who swiftly dispatched them, leaving a gruesome array of carcasses that exuded a strong stench of blood. Furrowing his brow at the scene, Zhao was perplexed by the reckless assault of these beasts on their camp, as they had previously avoided him and his companions at all costs. However, the following sight left Zhao and his team utterly astounded. The once relentless tide of beasts abruptly split as they encountered Zhao and his group, parting like a river around a stone, continuing their flight toward the wild boar forest without any intention of engaging in battle. This was utterly illogical. Zhao pondered. Could there be a formidable beast driving them forward from behind? The thought flickered across his mind, yet he could not ascertain its validity. Before he could contemplate further, a thunderous sound erupted from the direction the beast had fled. The noise swelled in intensity, deafening in its resonance, as if it sought to shatter the very world itself. Zhao felt the ground tremble beneath him. Even the dry twigs on the ground danced as if controlled by an invisible force. A sense of urgency gripped him. He understood they were about to confront a colossal threat. "Everyone, be cautious. A great battle is surely upon us," Zhao warned, gripping his halberd firmly. His voice was low yet resolute, imbued with determination and courage. The members of his team sensed the palpable tension in the air, tightening their grips on their weapons as their eyes sharpened. Fixating on the impending danger, Zhao's gaze flickered with intensity. Grateful for the grueling trials he had endured in the past, that it was through that crucible that his mental fortitude had significantly increased, sharpening his instincts tremendously. This moment, he could distinctly feel a tumultuous and chaotic force surging toward them with astonishing speed. This power was unlike anything he had encountered before, brimming with negative energy that evoked a sense of oppression and dread that if spiritual energy embodied the positive pole of a battery. Then this force represented its negative counterpart. Completely antithetical to the former, flashes of narratives from his previous life coursed through Zayadur's mind, often mentioning a phenomenon known as demonic energy. Could this force before him be what was referred to as demonic energy? Zayadur fell into contemplation, realizing that the enemy they faced might be far more formidable and perilous than he had initially anticipated. Yet he did not falter. Instead, his resolve to fight only grew stronger. In the blink of an eye, the forest ahead collapsed in a cloud of dust, unveiling the scene before them that a gargantuan ape-like beast, standing over 10 meters tall, emerged from the debris, its body cloaked in a thick layer of black fur. Resembling steel in its toughness, its muscular arms appeared capable of effortlessly tearing apart any foe. The creature's enormous, menacing head bore sharp fangs that glinted ominously, invoking an instinctive fear to that moment. The ape-like beast stood amidst the ruins, having obliterated the surrounding trees and rocks. Its presence incited panic among the nearby beasts, who fled in terror, yet could not escape the relentless pursuit of the ape. With a swift motion, the beast extended its powerful arms. Capturing a fleeing water buffalo with lightning speed, it effortlessly hoisted the creature, unhesitatingly tossing it into its gaping maw. A sickening crunch echoed as the water buffalo was mercilessly devoured, blood and flesh splattering across the ground, forming a pool of crimson. This sight, Zayadur and his companions stood frozen, eyes wide with shock as they beheld the display of raw power and savagery. Zayadur's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the ape. However, this statement struck the hearts of the entire team like a sharp thorn, inflicting deep pain to that moment. They loathed their own inadequacy, feeling powerless against a formidable foe in this dire situation. Having to rely on their lord to safeguard their retreat was far from their desired outcome. The guilt within them gnawed like a relentless ant, eroding their hearts and plunging them into profound anguish. Particularly, the earnest Zhao, who clenched his fists so tightly that he was oblivious to the pain of his nails embedding into his flesh. His face was etched with remorse and self-reproach, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears that he vowed to train harder in the future, determined to avoid a recurrence of such a scene. At last, under Zhao Duo's repeated urgings, the group reluctantly retreated towards the wild boar forest. Glancing back with heavy hearts, they vanished into the night. Zhao Duo turned to face the iron-backed Sung, murmuring to himself, "At last, I can fight with all my might." Just as Zhao Duo fixed his gaze on the iron-backed Songyue, the beast's crimson eyes also turned towards him, its massive, grotesque mouth twisting into a menacing grin. It pounded its fists against its chest with a resounding thud, as if inviting Zhao Duo to battle. This scene did not deter Zhao Duo. Instead, he gripped his Fong Tian Hua Ji firmly, raising it high, while his body transformed into a blur, charging towards the iron-backed Songyue with astonishing speed. The words of his ancestor echoed in his mind, in a narrow encounter. The brave shall prevail. That moment, he embodied the fearless warrior. Before the astonished gaze of the iron-backed Sung, Zhao Duo appeared like a shooting star, swiftly closing the distance, standing at nearly 1.8 meters. He resembled a mere insignificant ant before the creature, with his Fong Tian Hua Ji akin to an oversized toothpick. Yet, Zhao Duo's eyes radiated unwavering determination and fearlessness, as if no semblance of fear could shake his resolve. He gripped the Fong Tian Hua Ji tightly and, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, swung it down towards the colossal head of the iron-backed Songyue. Upon witnessing Zhao Duo's assault, a disdainful smile flickered across the beast's face, as though it found Zhao Duo's actions utterly beneath contempt. With a swift motion, it swung its massive arm to block the incoming Fong Tian Hua Ji. A thunderous crash echoed as the weapon struck the iron-backed Songyue's immense arm. However, this blow inflicted no harm. It merely grazed the creature's resilient hide. Utilizing the rebound force of the strike, Zhao Duo propelled himself backward, successfully evading the beast's range of attack. Remarkably, the iron-backed Songyue staggered back 2 steps from the impact of Zhao Duo's tremendous strength. These 2 steps seemed to inflict a deep humiliation upon the beast, which let out a furious roar directed at Zhao Duo. Though Zhao Duo retreated from the sound, it was not out of fear, but rather due to the unbearable stench that assailed his senses. After all, the foul odor was overwhelmingly potent. Heavens! You wretched beast, your hide is truly thick. Even that couldn't sever your arm. That didn't your mother teach you to brush your teeth? Your breath is absolutely vile. Zhao Duo gestured with an internationally recognized obscene gesture towards the beast, vociferously cursing it. For the first time, a semblance of human-like anger crossed the monstrous visage of the iron-backed Sangyin. Although it failed to comprehend Zhao Duo's gesture, it understood from the curses that it was being mocked. Seething with rage, the beast lunged at Zhao Duo, swinging its powerful arms that in the midst of the ferocious wind generated by its punch. Zhao Duo deftly evaded the attack. With a resounding crash, the monster's fist struck the ground, leaving a crater nearly 2 meters wide once the dust settled. Zhao Duo swallowed hard and licked his dry lips, pondering if this was the strength of a transformation-grade beast. Indeed, it was formidable. It seemed defeating this behemoth would require considerable effort. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Duo leaped behind the iron-backed Sangyin and, summoning all his strength, thrust the Feng Tian Huaji directly towards the beast's vulnerable rear. Though the weapon had yet to pierce the creature's defenses, the fierce wind generated by the strike caused the Sangyin to flinch in agony. Startled by the sudden attack, the beast leaped forward, creating distance between itself and Zhao Duo. It covered its rear with one hand while letting out a furious roar. Subsequently, the iron-backed Sangyin charged at Zhao Duo in a bizarre posture, one hand on the ground and the other shielding its rear. Observing this, Zhao Duo had no intention of engaging in further confrontation. He turned and fled. However, the beast was relentless, pursuing him with furious roars. And thus ensued a chase between man and beast. As they fled, Zhao Duo occasionally turned to taunt the creature. "Come on, great king, catch me. If you do, I'll let you have your way." Such provocations only fueled the beast's fury, prompting it to accelerate in its pursuit of Zhao Duo. Meanwhile, Zhao Duo adeptly dodged the beast's attacks, continuing to mock it. This chase persisted for some time, with both parties locked in a stalemate. Chapter 36. The remnant of inner demons and possession provoked by Zhao Duo. The iron-backed Sangyin roared repeatedly, its eyes ablaze with fury, launching relentless assaults upon him. Each imbued with tremendous force, it frequently picked up boulders and broken tree trunks from the ground, hurling them towards Zhao Duo. These massive projectiles whistled through the air, forming a dense web of attacks. However, Zhao Duo exhibited remarkable agility amidst the onslaught. He skillfully evaded each strike, weaving nimbly between stones and trees. His speed was astonishing, akin to a phantom, bewildering to behold. Just as a boulder or branch was about to strike him, he would always evade with incredible finesse. As the failed attacks mounted, the iron-backed Sangyin gradually lost its composure. Its eyes turned bloodshot, breath coming in heavy gasps, betraying the turmoil within. Its attacks grew increasingly frenzied and chaotic, entirely governed by emotion. Finally, Zhao Duo ceased his retreat. His objective had been achieved, and it was time to counterattack. Armed with the Feng Tian Huaji, he turned to once more engage the iron-backed Sangyin in fierce combat. Yet this time, Zhao Duo's approach had transformed, and no longer employing grandiose techniques. He resorted to cunning and unconventional tactics. The angles of his strikes with the Feng Tian Huaji were often unexpected, leaving the beast unprepared. In particular, targeting the creature's most sensitive areas caused it immense discomfort and pain. Witnessing Zhao Duo's underhanded tactics, the iron-backed Sangyin's crimson eyes blazed with fury, as if to declare, "Though I am not human, you Zhao Duo are truly despicable." Its anger surged, threatening to ignite the very world around it. Perhaps sensing the futility of its massive form against Zhao Duo's treacherous prowess, a powerful demonic aura began to emanate from the beast. This dark energy enveloped the iron-backed Sangyin, amplifying its strength and ferocity. Astonishingly, within the black flames, the creature began to shrink, halting at a height of 3 meters. Zhao Duo, witnessing this transformation, felt a surge of elation. But he brandished the Feng Tian Huaji and charged at the iron-backed Sangyin like a tempest. The beast, undeterred, nimbly evaded Zhao Duo's onslaught and swiftly counterattacked. The battle escalated, with neither side yielding. Zhao Duo gradually discerned that the smaller iron-backed Sangyin was faster and more focused in its strikes. He had to be exceedingly cautious. A single misstep could cost him his life. In this outer realm of the Hengduan Mountains, Explosive sounds erupted intermittently as towering trees and massive boulders crumbled beneath the clash of Zhao Duo and the beast. Ultimately, the Fang Tianhuaji could no longer withstand the relentless blows of both combatants, emitting a resonant crack before shattering. The iron-backed Song Yuan revealed a disdainful grin, charging at Zhao Duo with renewed vigor. Yet Zhao Duo remained unfazed, casually discarding the broken halves of his weapon and unleashing a flurry of punches upon the beast. Even without the Fang Tianhuaji, Zhao Duo's combat prowess remained undiminished. In fact, he became even more ferocious in his bare-handed assault. Empowered by the essence of the bull demon fist, Zhao Duo's strikes raged like a tempest, each blow infused with untold might. Though the iron-backed Song Yuan was agile, it began to falter under Zhao Duo's relentless barrage, suffering numerous wounds as blood flowed freely. Nevertheless, the beast refused to concede. Gritting its teeth, it persevered, continuing to engage Zhao Duo in fierce combat. That IT could not comprehend why a mere practitioner at the bone refinement stage could exhibit such power. Trading blows with a transformation-grade beast in its prime, that as time wore on, both Zhao Duo and the iron-backed Song Yuan found their stamina waning. Yet, they gritted their teeth, unwilling to surrender easily. This battle was not merely a contest of strength. It was a clash of wills. Before long, Zhao Duo seized upon an opening in the iron-backed Song Yuan's defense, unleashing the final move of the Bull Demon Mountain Pressing Fist. Bull Demon ascending to the sky. With a thunderous shout, Zhao Duo thrust his fists forward, resembling the furious horns of a raging bull. The force surged like thunder, swift as lightning, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds as it sliced through the air. The air swirled, resembling two colossal serpents entwined around Zhao Duo's arms. With a resounding bellow that shook the heavens, the currents of air, stirred by Zhao Duo's powerful limbs, coalesced into a vividly lifelike beast of a bull demon. The bull demon's muscular form was knotted with explosive strength. After a prolonged roar that pierced the sky, the demon's furious eyes widened, and its four hooves kicked up a tempest, launching forth like arrows aimed directly at the gaping chest of the magic ape. The magic ape's eyes bulged in terror as it sensed the overwhelming threat, yet it was already too late to evade. With a pair of piercing sounds, the once formidable magic ape suddenly found two enormous gaping wounds in its chest. The dark, viscous blood gushed forth like a breached dam, splattering onto the ground and instantly corroding it into a pockmarked wasteland. Zhao Duo's gaze sharpened, and his form darted forward, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. As if he had traversed the distance in an instant, now standing before the magic ape. His presence exuded a tremendous aura, his fists charged with an intensity akin to surging ocean waves. As he struck hard at the ape's head, the magic ape, its eyes wide and filled with rage, let out an earth-shattering roar that IT had not anticipated Zhao Duo would launch another lethal assault against it. And the ire within it surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption. With this bellow, the magic ape's body visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, swiftly becoming a lifeless husk to AT that moment. A dazzling red light erupted from the remains, completely disregarding Zhao Duo's formidable intent, and shot with astonishing speed into his forehead. Ha! In the next instant, a stranger's maniacal laughter echoed within Zhao Duo's consciousness. You truly believe that I, your ancestor, cannot deal with you. Submit your flesh and become a part of me. I had thought I would have to continue viewing the world through the eyes of this iron-backed ape. Yet, heaven has shown mercy, allowing me to encounter such a raw gem in you, providing me with a superior option that I have discovered your physical prowess is unparalleled, a foundation of strength I have never witnessed in my life. The achievements you can attain will undoubtedly surpass that dead monkey by a wide margin. Yet, I underestimated you. Even the fourth-tier iron-backed ape is no match for you, alas. I must resort to forbidden techniques to invade your consciousness. Prepare to be consumed by me. But wait, what is this? How can such a terrifying presence exist within your mind? No, I cannot accept this. I am not willing. The manic laughter was abruptly replaced by terror and regret. Ultimately ceasing in despair, the mysterious being prattled on. The chaotic blue lotus seed within Zhao Duo's consciousness unleashed an unparalleled gravitational pull, akin to a black hole in the universe, swiftly engulfing the mysterious entity's soul along with the iron-backed ape's blood that surrounded it. After this feat, the chaotic blue lotus seed appeared to have consumed a potent elixir, visibly solidifying, its former transparency fading, replaced by an ancient texture that radiated a luminous glow. Zhao Duo was momentarily taken aback, a chill running down his spine, realizing that this magic ape had been possessed and reborn by an ancient monster, which had attempted to seize his body. Fortunately, the chaotic blue lotus seed, a rare artifact, had effortlessly devoured the intruder, or the consequences would have been dire. As he contemplated this, beads of cold sweat trickled down Zhao Duo's forehead. Without the chaotic blue lotus seed, he would have likely been overtaken by that ancient monster by now. Taking a deep breath to calm his nerves, he resolved to embrace the path of survival wholeheartedly. Just as he was regaining his composure, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind like a tidal wave, revealing the memories of that ancient being. The overwhelming influx filled Zhao Duo's consciousness, causing his head to feel as if it might burst, like a balloon swollen with air on the brink of explosion. With a mere thought, the chaotic blue lotus seed emitted a protective azure aura around his consciousness, allowing Zhao Duo to focus entirely on absorbing this monumental memory. After what felt like half a day, Zhao Duo finally assimilated the vast memories of the ancient being, his head free from the previous pressure, and instead feeling remarkably light and refreshing, accompanied by a gentle coolness that brought him great comfort. He had not anticipated the remarkable origins of this ancient creature. Zhao Duo exhaled deeply, reflecting on the twists of fate. At this moment, he comprehended the identity and background of the ancient being. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for Pang, it turned out that this remnant soul was the manifestation of Pang Wan's inner demons. Years ago, Pang Wan had faced off against Sun Bin at Mailing, suffering a catastrophic defeat that left him no choice but to feign death and escape to the Hengduan Mountains that he hoped to diligently train in solitude, preparing for a future confrontation with Sun Bin. However, fate played a cruel trick on him. The battle at Mailing became Pang Wan's haunting specter, and as time passed, this specter gradually developed its own consciousness and grew stronger. Initially, Pang Wan could barely suppress it, but as time wore on, even his spirit was gradually eroded, leaving him unable to maintain control. Alas, Zhao Duo sighed deeply, recognizing the tragic twist that had befallen Pang Wan's life, to prevent becoming a scourge upon the world. Pang Wan inscribed a sealing formation upon his own body before engaging in a desperate battle against his inner demon, hoping that even if he were to lose, he could still confine the demon. Yet he ultimately failed. That battle left Pang Wan defeated. Although the demon was severely wounded, it was not eradicated as Pang Wan had anticipated. It became trapped within the confines of his own decaying body. Time passed, and centuries later, a young iron-backed ape inadvertently stumbled upon Pang Wan's hidden sanctuary and came into contact with his corpse. This serendipitous encounter offered Pang Wan's inner demon the opportunity for rebirth through possession. Had it not been for this iron-backed ape, in 1 or 2 more years, Pang Wan's inner demon would have dissipated into the ether, forever lost to the world. Reflecting on this, Zhao Duo couldn't help but lament the capriciousness of fate. Every occurrence seemed to hinge upon chance. Otherwise, Pang Wan's inner demon would have long since vanished. What angered Zhao Duo was the sheer greed of Pang Wan's inner demon, attempting to seize him. He could have utilized the iron-backed ape's body to focus on his training, and with time, perhaps even regain his former glory. Even if that were not possible, it would have been far preferable to being obliterated. However, upon encountering Zhao Duo, the demon, blinded by Zhao Duo's immense potential, succumbed to greed and sought to possess him, hoping to utilize Zhao Duo as a resource for its own cultivation, thereby facilitating its own journey. Yet, it was precisely this avarice that led to its own demise. Truly, a single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Initially, it had deemed Zhao Duo merely a fledgling, an insignificant insect in the early stages of cultivation. Albeit one with vast potential, that a mere disparity in realm seemed trivial before it. After all, potential does not equate to strength. It had been confident that its mastery as a refined marrow cultivator would easily subdue Zhao Duo. What it failed to anticipate was Zhao Duo's astonishing combat prowess, which rendered the demonized iron-backed ape utterly incapacitated. Even more despairing was the revelation that Zhao Duo's consciousness harbored the chaotic blue lotus seed. A heavenly artifact, the demon, unaware of its impending doom, foolishly ventured into Zhao Duo's mind, seeking to possess him, akin to a longevity deity consuming arsenic, seeking death. Consequently, the chaotic blue lotus seed mercilessly devoured it. Poor soul, Zhao Duo mused to himself. Remember to be more cautious in your next life. After all, the path of survival is invincible. One must not be overly greedy. Fate will grant what is meant to be. And what is not meant to be cannot be forced, he pondered. Now that this fellow has been nearly consumed by the blue lotus seed, he likely has no chance of reincarnation. What a pity. Pang Wan, a remarkable figure. How could his inner demon be so foolish? Indeed, the inner demon possessed its own memories of the demonic path, inheriting much of Pang Wan's recollections. This vast reservoir of knowledge was comparable to an entire library from a previous life, containing a wealth of diverse lore. Once Zhao Duo fully absorbed and understood this wealth of information, his comprehension of the high martial world would undoubtedly become clearer, and the path of martial cultivation would be illuminated. However, despite the high caliber of the various techniques possessed by Pang Wan's inner demon, they held no value for Zhao Duo. As the saying goes, what is sweet for one may be poison for another. Unless he wished to abandon his humanity and delve into the demonic path, he would have no interest in practicing these demonic techniques. Naturally, such thoughts were far from Zhao Duo's intentions. Demonic cultivators are reviled and scorned, akin to rats scurrying across the street. Even within the demon faction, demonic cultivators rank among the lowest, mere expendable cannon fodder, devoid of dignity. One would have to be utterly deranged to consider turning to demonic cultivation. After all, who would choose to become a dog when they could be human? Nonetheless, it was not without gain. While the techniques of the inner demon were useless to him, the experiences of Pang Wan's life, his battles, various techniques, divine abilities, and the highly coveted military strategies would prove immensely beneficial to Zhao Duo. Zaydur murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with excitement, while his heart swelled with a sense of secret delight. As one of the four illustrious disciples of Guguzi, Pang Wan's mastery of military strategy and tactics could only be described as transcendent, bordering on the divine. After all, he had once been able to contend with the renowned Sun Bin, only to suffer a narrow defeat at the Battle of Mailing, which ultimately led to his tragic demise. Nevertheless, regardless of this, Pang Wan's military acumen was, for Zaydur, a treasure beyond measure. It was the key to his future endeavors on the battlefield and his quest for dominion over the world. More importantly, by directly assimilating and merging the vast majority of Pang Wan's memories, Zaydur had instantaneously acquired the oceanic breadth of military knowledge and invaluable experiences in martial cultivation, akin to achieving a meteoric rise to mastery in the art of war. Of course, due to the limitations of his own cultivation level, despite having integrated Pang Wan's memories, many formations and martial techniques still lay beyond his current capabilities. This was not a matter of inexperience, but rather a reflection of his insufficient strength. The paths of martial cultivation and celestial cultivation are fundamentally distinct. The former emphasizes the honing of the physical body, while the latter focuses on the cultivation of the soul, belonging to entirely separate systems of training. Only when Zaydur's celestial cultivation ascended to the appropriate realm could he effectively wield the corresponding formations and martial techniques. For now, he could only gaze longingly at the heights he aspired to reach. As he beheld the resplendent sun hanging high in the sky, Zaydur stretched languidly, reveling in the fact that he had emerged unscathed from his encounter with the mightier magic ape. This was indeed a delightful surprise. It must be said that he owed much of this fortune to the overconfidence of the heart demon of Pang Wan. Had it not been for its folly, how could Zaydur have concluded the battle so effortlessly? Reflecting on this, Zaydur could not help but think of Pang Wan. Having now inherited his legacy, he had become a veritable disciple of Guguzi, and thus, it was only fitting that he should retrieve Pang Wan's remains. Indeed, Zaydur was a person who valued gratitude and reciprocity. He harbored no intentions of pillaging Pang Wan's secluded abode. Absolutely none. Zaydur could swear upon the light. Chapter 38. The secluded abode, guided by the memories within his mind. Zaydur swiftly made his way toward Pang Wan's hidden valley. His steps were light and rapid, reminiscent of a cheetah weaving through the jungle. As he ran, Zaydur began to notice something peculiar about his surroundings. The battle with the magic ape the previous night had been exceptionally fierce, leaving a 1 kilometer radius completely flattened. The remains of various beasts and magical creatures, casualties of their conflict, lay strewn across the ground, painting a truly horrific scene. The air was thick with the stench of blood, evoking a sense of discomfort. Observing this grim tableau, Zaydur furrowed his brow, a wave of guilt washing over him. However, he quickly shook his head, muttering to himself, "What a sin! What a sin that if blame is to be placed, let it fall upon the heart demon of Pangwan." The heart demon of Pangwan retorted, "You truly are no better than a beast. I am the one who perished, and yet you still seek to place the blame upon me. Your arrogance is to blame." Approximately an hour later, Zaydur finally arrived at the entrance of Pangwan's secluded valley. It was a cave, perfectly concealed by countless vines cascading down the rock face. Had it not been for the clear directive of Pangwan's memories indicating this as the entrance, Zaydur would never have discerned its presence. Standing at the cave's mouth, Zaydur was filled with anticipation, and he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Initially, the cave was narrow and dim, but as he ventured further, it suddenly opened up into a bright and spacious expanse. The scenery within the valley was picturesque, exuding an air of tranquility and harmony. "I have come to seek Pangwan, not to find Tao Yuanming," Zaydur thought maliciously to himself. However, the scene before him did not align with his expectations of vast fields, neat houses, and fertile lands. Instead, he was met with a riot of vibrant, exotic flowers competing for beauty and playful spirits frolicking in delight. A veritable paradise on earth. Upon witnessing the abundance of rare treasures and precious herbs in this place, Zaydur could hardly contain his excitement, his mouth watering at the thought, consumed by a singular thought. "All of this is mine." With fervor, Zaydur strode into the valley, his eyes sparkling with ambition. He envisioned boundless wealth and opportunities for cultivation enhancement. Greedily, he fixated on the invaluable herbs, his gaze alight with yearning. Then, as if entranced, he dashed heedlessly toward the herb fields, his steps hurried and frantic, chanting, "I'm going to get rich. I'm going to get rich." Ha ha! His laughter was tinged with mania, completely oblivious to the true purpose of his journey. That in his mind, the precious herbs were the only things that mattered. He was desperate to gather them all, even if it meant taking risks. His desires had driven him to the brink of madness. With a sudden thud, Zaydur collided forcefully with the protective array surrounding the herb field, as if rebuffed by an unseen force. He crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. "Ouch!" Zaydur exclaimed in pain, feeling as though his body had shattered, particularly his head, which buzzed incessantly, and stars danced before his eyes. Blood streamed from his nostrils and quickly trickled down to stain his collar. The spirit of the ginseng baby, witnessing Zaydur's comical plight, erupted into a fit of mischievous laughter. The sound resembled the whistle of a small train, eliciting an involuntary chuckle. The ginseng baby's laughter jolted Zaydur from his daze. He initially glared fiercely at the ginseng baby, but upon realizing it was safely within the protective formation of the herb field, he recognized that he could do nothing to it and had no choice but to relent. It seemed that Zaydur's menacing demeanor had frightened the ginseng baby, who promptly dove into the earth, disappearing without a trace. Rubbing his throbbing head, Zaydur struggled to rise, muttering a curse under his breath. He then moved to the side to tend to the blood on his clothes. Once he had cleaned himself up, Zaydur stood at the edge of the protective array, shaking his head in resignation as he mused. "It seems this protective array is far more formidable than I had anticipated. With my current strength, I cannot hope to breach it at the same time." He felt immense relief that Pangwan had set up a protective array rather than an offensive one. For had it been the latter, he would have surely met his demise with that one encounter. But he gazed up at the various spiritual herbs within the field, his heart brimming with regret and longing. These herbs were incredibly precious. Acquiring them would significantly aid his cultivation. Alas, he could only lament his circumstances, entering a treasure trove only to leave empty-handed. With one last glance at the mysterious herb field, Zaydur turned away in resignation, that he knew that this was not a place he could explore at present. However, shortly after he departed, the ground of the herb field began to tremble slightly, that a small head emerged from the soil. It was the ginseng baby. It looked around cautiously as if to ensure the area was safe. Upon spotting Zaydur's retreating figure, the ginseng baby let out a relieved sigh. patting its small chest with its jade-like hand. A look of terror evident on its tiny face. That wicked fellow has finally left. Yet as the ginseng baby gazed in the direction Zaydur had taken, a glimmer of desire flickered in its eyes. Its small face scrunched up in a frown, tugging at the top knot on its head in distress. It muttered to itself, "That wicked fellow possesses such a unique aura. I wish to stay by his side." Unbeknownst to Zaydur, all of this was transpiring in the herb field at that moment. He had arrived at Pang Wan's residence. The estate appeared exceedingly elegant, surrounded by vines and lush greenery. However, the charm of the courtyard was marred by the destruction wrought by the iron-backed Song ape, which had trampled the fence into disrepair, leaving a chaotic array of footprints. Zaydur cautiously pushed open the wooden gate. Fearful of making the slightest sound, he treaded lightly into the courtyard, silently praying for no unforeseen incidents to occur. However, upon spotting a massive hole in the wall of the house, anger and helplessness surged within him. That it was evident that this was yet another misdeed of the iron-backed Song ape. Zaydur could not help but mutter a curse. A beast is but a beast. Such a fine courtyard has been reduced to this sorry state. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and entered the house. The interior was simply furnished, yet it exuded an aura of tranquility and detachment from worldly affairs. Zaydur slowly paced through the room, attempting to feel the remnants of Pang Wan's past life. That as he walked, he silently prayed that the iron-backed Song ape had not desecrated Pang Wan's remains. If they had truly been destroyed, what would he have to collect? With a heart full of trepidation, Zaydur stepped into the cultivation chamber. The moment he entered the room, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Pang Wan's corpse sat intact upon a meditation mat, bringing him immense comfort. Even more astonishingly, despite the passage of several hundred years, there were no signs of decay on Pang Wan's body. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably lifelike, as if he had only just passed away. This was likely a testament to his cultivation having reached a profound level. Had Zaydur not already known of Pang Wan's demise, he would have found it utterly unbelievable that the figure before him was indeed a corpse. At this moment, Pang Wan appeared so lifelike, as if merely in a deep slumber. After gazing intently at Pang Wan's lifeless body, Zhao returned to the courtyard. He first procured a piece of wood and then began to dig. Before long, a deep pit emerged in the courtyard. Though modest in size, it was sufficient to accommodate Pang Wan's remains. Zhao silently observed this pit, a wave of sorrow surging within him. Chapter 39. The Space Ring and the Inheritance of Ghost Valley. Upon returning to the training room, Zhao approached Pang Wan's corpse and solemnly knelt before it. He performed the ceremonial 3 bows and 9 kowtows, acknowledging their bond as master and disciple. After completing the ritual, Zhao murmured, "Since I have inherited your lifelong teachings, you shall be my master. As your disciple, it was never my intention to offend. I cannot bear to leave your body exposed. That I shall ensure you find peace in the earth. That if you remain silent, I shall take that as your consent." If Pang Wan were to possess any spirit in the afterlife, he would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap to Zhao, thinking, "I would indeed wish to speak. Alas, I am dead and cannot respond to your words." Having said this, Zhao stepped forward, carefully lifting Pang Wan's body. However, just as he did, a faint sound reached his ears. Startled, he halted his actions and turned to the direction of the noise. His astonishment, he discovered an object lying quietly beside the mat, likely dislodged during his handling of the corpse. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an ancient ring. Zhao heart skipped a beat, fervently praying that it was a space ring. He immediately set the body down and rushed to pick up the ring, scrutinizing it intently. The ring bore intricate engravings that seemed to encapsulate boundless mysteries. Eager to ascertain whether it was indeed a space ring, he attempted to infuse it with his life force, as expected. Upon the infusion of his essence, the ring suddenly illuminated with a brilliant glow, and an ethereal figure gradually emerged from within. Zhao eyes widened in anticipation. Nervously fixating on the apparition, uncertain of its forthcoming words, the apparition spoke, "I am Pang Wan. It is evident that my true self has fallen in the battle against my inner demons, that I hope you will cherish the profound teachings of the Ghost Valley sect and carry them forward." It turned out that this specter was a remnant left by Pang Wan, intended for a fated individual. Upon hearing this, Zhao was filled with exhilarating joy that he explored the ring for quite some time. wishing he could see through it entirely. Had he not known it had just fallen from the corpse, he might have been tempted to kiss in that moment. Zhao Duo resembled an infatuated fool besotted by a beautiful maiden. His demeanor utterly distasteful, with actions and expressions that were repugnant to behold. After all, this was not only the coveted space ring he had longed for, but it also contained the inheritance of the Ghost Valley sect. While Zhao Duo was engrossed in his lascivious admiration of the space ring, a small head peeked through the window of the training room that was none other than the ginseng doll. Its tiny, bean-sized eyes darted about the room, seemingly in search of something. Upon noticing Zhao Duo's grotesque expression, the little creature shuddered, thinking, "Why is this person so lecherous? I must have made a grave error by stepping outside the protective formation." With that thought, the ginseng doll hurriedly scampered back to the medicinal field. However, after running a few dozen paces, it suddenly halted, as if recalling something that gently tapped its forehead, cursing itself for being foolish. Realizing it possessed the ability to burrow underground. With a stomp of its small foot, it vanished from the courtyard, only to reappear in the medicinal field moments later. At this point, Zhao Duo's intellect had finally regained the upper hand. However, a quarter of an hour had passed. After donning the space ring on his finger, he lifted the body of his dear master, Pang Wan. Once more, a quarter of an hour later, a new grave stood erect in the courtyard. With a tombstone inscribed in bold characters, "Grave of Pang Wan, disciple of Ghost Valley." Erected by disciple Zhao Duo. Gazing at the grave before him, Zhao Duo was overwhelmed by a complex wave of emotions. A figure of such remarkable caliber as Pang Wan could not escape the agony of reincarnation. The capriciousness of fate evoked a sense of melancholy within him. Zhao Duo sighed softly, composing himself before returning to the training room, where he had discovered Pang Wan. He resolved to thoroughly investigate the treasures his late master had left behind. Upon entering the training room, Zhao Duo removed the ring from his finger and examined it closely. The ring appeared unremarkable. Yet he knew it was extraordinary, that he gently pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to emerge, which he then let fall onto the ring. To his astonishment, the ring swiftly absorbed the blood, signifying that it now wholly belonged to Zhao Duo. Simultaneously, he was amazed to discover a subtle connection forming between himself and the ring. Cautiously, he extended his mental energy into the ring's interior. Eager to explore its depths as his consciousness entered, he was utterly astounded by the vastness of the space within the ring. It appeared endless, like an infinite expanse. Zhao Duo roughly estimated that this space was at least the size of 10 football fields. Before him rose a mountain of various spirit stones, standing proudly in the center of the ring and radiating a brilliant glow. These spirit stones emitted powerful waves of spiritual energy, invigorating his spirit. In addition to the mountain of spirit stones, a massive furnace stood nearby, ancient and dignified, exuding an air of mystery. Zhao Duo then noticed an array of weapons neatly arranged on a rack, each exuding an unusual luminescence, clearly not ordinary armaments. Among them, 3 weapons stood out: a long spear, a great bow, and a piece of armor. The aura emanating from these treasures was breathtaking, and Zhao Duo struggled to suppress his urge to seize them. Shifting his gaze downward, below lay rows of wooden shelves, numbering over 100, yet only one shelf held a dozen jade slips and nearly 100 jade vials. The jade slips glimmered faintly, indicating their precious nature, likely containing profound techniques or secret methods. Meanwhile, the vials housed elixirs coveted by all, each worth a fortune. The remaining shelves were filled with numerous bamboo slips. Though slightly weathered, they bore the marks of age and history. With a deep exhale, Zhao Duo steadied his emotions and focused his attention. With a mere thought, a jade slip suddenly materialized in his hand. He gently caressed its smooth, warm surface and instinctively pressed it against his forehead. A refreshing sensation washed over him as a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Zhao Duo closed his eyes, relishing the comfort brought by this coolness. The information continued to flow. He gradually discerned the title of the ancient text, Ghost Valley Master. This was a long-lost work from his previous life, revered as one of the great classics. Zhao Duo devoured the text with insatiable eagerness, each word nourishing his soul like a refreshing rain. He immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, losing track of time. Eventually, After what felt like an eternity, he completed the final page, slowly opening his eyes. They shimmered with newfound wisdom that I see now. This is the wisdom of the Ghost Valley Master, Zhao Duo murmured, his heart brimming with astonishment, but he fully comprehended the value of this tome, recognizing that the wisdom contained within would profoundly influence his future path of cultivation. With this knowledge, I shall surely journey further. After returning Ghost Valley Master to its rightful place, he reached for another jade slip. This time, he held in his grasp the Yin Fu Ben Jing. This was the foundational scripture of the Ghost Valley sect. The Yin Fu Ben Jing could be described as an all-encompassing classic, covering not only the cultivation methods of the Ghost Valley sect, but also delving into alchemy, formations, weaponry, talismans, and various other realms. It was for this reason that the Ghost Valley Master was revered as the Grand Master of all saints. The Ghost Valley Master, originally named Wang Su and Wang Chan, had the Taoist title of Xin Weizida. He was a renowned strategist in ancient Chinese history, a representative figure of Taoism, the culmination of military strategy, and the progenitor of diplomatic tactics. That he mastered various scholarly disciplines and, due to his seclusion in the Ghost Valley on Yunming Mountain, he referred to himself as the Ghost Valley Master. The Yin Fu Ben Jing, as the culmination of his lifelong studies, was undoubtedly one of the most orthodox Taoist methods. Similar to most Taoist practices, the Yin Fu Ben Jing delineated the cultivation path into 4 realms: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit back to the void, and merging the void with the Tao. Chapter 40. The Ginseng Dalabao Zhao Duo was immersed in the world of the Yin Fu Ben Jing, studying it with great concentration. The more he read, the more enthralled he became, as if he had stepped into a completely new realm. This book opened a door to the unknown, granting him a deeper understanding of cultivation, and he finally comprehended that martial cultivation emphasized the development of the physical body. Highlighting the individual's self-practice, martial cultivators pursue formidable strength, enhancing themselves through relentless battles and training. They must endure countless challenges and trials to gradually grasp the essence of martial arts and ultimately condense their martial spirit. However, only those who can transcend the mortal realm will significantly extend their lifespan. For martial artists dwelling in the realm of physical prowess, their lifespans are nearly indistinguishable from those of ordinary individuals. Yet the accessibility of martial cultivation is notably lower, allowing nearly everyone the opportunity to embark on this path. In stark contrast, Taoist practitioners of spiritual refinement place greater emphasis on the cultivation of qi and spirit. Through the continuous inhalation and exhalation of the Earth's vital energies, they master various celestial techniques, ultimately condensing their primordial spirit of the Tao. A saying resonates within the cultivation community: those who consume flesh are brave and fierce. Those who consume grains are wise and skillful. Those who consume qi are divine and long-lived. Taoist practitioners believe that through the refining of qi, one can attain immortality and transcendence, which grants them a significantly longer lifespan compared to martial artists. However, it is regrettable that Taoist cultivation is more contingent upon individual aptitude, allowing only those endowed with spiritual roots to engage in such practices. As Zhao Duo delved deeper into the study of the Yin Fu Ben Jing, he gradually comprehended the essence of the Taoist principle of Tao Faz Ran, the way of nature. This not only enriched his understanding of the path of qi cultivation, but also provided a solid foundation for his martial training. Simultaneously, it successfully cleared a significant obstacle on his journey to break through the mundane realm. Over time, Zhao Duo's aura grew increasingly profound, seemingly merging with the heavens and earth, achieving a state of resonance between humanity and nature. During this process, various insights into cultivation surged within his mind like a tidal wave, colliding and merging to ignite boundless sparks of wisdom. Influenced by the enigmatic aura emanating from the chaotic blue lotus seed, the Qing Lian Dao Jing Blue Lotus Scripture underwent further refinement, achieving a perfect synthesis between Taoist qi cultivation and martial physicality. In this extraordinary state, Zhao Duo's mindset became increasingly ethereal, as if transcending the earthly realm. He forgot all external distractions, immersing himself wholeheartedly in the world of cultivation, relishing the tranquility and joy within. His body instinctively adjusted its breathing rhythm, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy in the manner most suited to him, allowing his aura to flow freely and without obstruction. Tendrils of spiritual energy continuously fused into Zhao Duo's vital essence, rendering it increasingly dense and viscous. Under the immense pressure exerted by his heart, the vital essence surged forth like a raging torrent, commencing a thorough cleansing of Zhao Duo's entire skeletal structure. At this moment, he officially initiated the second bone tempering. The excruciating experience of his bones shattering and healing repeatedly assailed him once more. Yet this time the torment was markedly alleviated. The now solidified chaotic blue lotus seed greedily devoured the surrounding spiritual energy, releasing countless strands of pure qi. This pure qi, akin to a nourishing rain, greatly alleviated the pain inflicted by the bone tempering. While discomfort lingered, it was no longer as unbearable as the first time, as if he had reached the limits of what he could endure. The vital essence required for the second bone tempering was even more substantial than the first. However, Zhao Duo was fortunate to possess a robust foundation capable of supporting the energy expenditure. As time progressed, his skeletal structure was repeatedly refined, each successful tempering revealing glimmers of iron-like color upon its surface, indicative of his impending advancement to the iron bone realm. Observing this transformation in a state of introspection, Zhao Duo couldn't help but smile, filled with anticipation for the iron bone level. Just as Zhao Duo immersed himself in his cultivation, the innate transformative energy of the chaotic blue lotus seed permeated the valley, benefiting the surrounding flora, which grew more verdant and vibrant. Sensing this transformative aura, a ginseng doll named Bao emerged from the medicinal garden, gazing longingly toward the small courtyard. However, upon recalling Zhao Duo's rather unsavory expression, Bao hesitated, wavering in his resolve. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason, prompting the ginseng doll to employ the art of earth escape, stealthily making his way toward Zhao Duo in a corner of the cultivation chamber. A small head peeked out. It was a Bao, his diminutive form enveloped in a yellowish halo, still in the state of earth escape, but he appeared prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. A Bao's keen gaze quickly discerned Zhao Duo at the center of the chamber, surrounded by a faint glow of spiritual light. To a Bao's astonishment, the entire room was suffused with a mysterious essence, as if an endless vitality flowed within, presenting an irresistible allure. Suppressing his inner yearning, a Bao carefully observed Zhao Duo for a brief moment, noting that he remained engrossed in his cultivation, oblivious to a Bao's presence. This realization brought a Bao considerable relief, while simultaneously diminishing his wariness. With a flash of yellow light, a Bao materialized within the cultivation chamber, moving cautiously with each step, fearful of producing even the slightest sound that might disturb Zhao Duo. Gradually, he approached Zhao Duo, his gaze fixed intently upon him, until he stopped merely 2 meters away. As a Bao drew nearer, the transformative aura intensified, and his tiny nose greedily inhaled the essence, fearful of wasting even a trace. Noticing Zhao Duo's continued oblivion to his approach, a Bao's courage surged, and he began inching closer to Zhao Duo bit by bit, perhaps due to the ample transformative energy he had absorbed. A Bao's cheeks flushed, and his movements became somewhat unsteady, resembling someone who had indulged in too much drink. Ultimately, he stumbled and fell into Zhao Duo's embrace, seeking comfort, wriggling until he found a position that suited him, and then succumbed to the rich, transformative energy enveloping him. Zhao Duo, wholly absorbed in his cultivation, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, little Bao reveled in immense happiness, fervently absorbing the transformative energy, his tiny chest rising and falling with each breath. Inhaling the potent transformative aura, he exhaled the concentrated essence of ginseng, rich with medicinal potency. These essences were not wasted but rather unconsciously absorbed by Zhao Duo during his cultivation. Accelerating the pace of his bone tempering, as time ticked away, the sun ascended from the eastern horizon, its rays streaming through the window to illuminate both Zhao Duo and little Bao. In just one night of cultivation, Zhao Duo had successfully completed 2 full rounds of bone tempering. Through introspection, he discovered that his bones now exhibited a unique metallic bluish-gray hue, marking the emergence of iron bone. Is this the iron bone realm? Zhao Duo reveled in the changes within his body, his heart brimming with joy. Concluding his cultivation, Zhao Duo slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He felt as if he had been reborn, It was then that he suddenly sensed an additional presence in his embrace. Looking down, he beheld a charming doll nestled against him, soundly asleep, with the adorable little mouth occasionally bubbling up tiny froths. Zhao Duo soon realized something remarkable. This little doll possessed the strength of a late-stage meat refining realm practitioner. Most astonishingly, 5 vibrant green leaves sprouted from the top of its head, reminiscent of ginseng leaves. Ah, is this not the ginseng doll from the medicinal garden? How did it end up in my embrace? Zhao Duo gazed at the unexpectedly appeared little creature, filled with perplexity. Chapter 41. Tang Sing meet once again, captivated by the green leaves atop a bao's head. Zhao Duo remarked with playful malice, "Poor little one, so young and already green." His gaze shifted gradually to a bao, ultimately landing on the doll's delicate, flawless face, irresistibly prompting Zhao Duo to extend his mischievous hand. Ah, so smooth and tender, like a little jelly. Zhao Duo's large hand playfully kneaded a bao's face, akin to molding dough. The gentle torment finally roused the slumbering bao, who groggily lifted his head, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Zhao Duo with a dazed expression. Zhao Duo couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to gently pat a bao's head. Initially, the bewildered bao seemed to relish Zhao Duo's touch, emitting contented little sounds. However, once he regained full awareness and realized that this lecherous human was patting his head, he felt a wave of shame wash over him for having appeared to enjoy it moments before. With this thought, a bao began to struggle vigorously, attempting to escape Zhao Duo's embrace. Hey! Startled by a bao's sudden struggles, Zhao Duo felt a twinge of confusion, yet he did not loosen his grip. Instead, he held a bao even tighter. "You foolish human, release this immortal at once." A bao's voice rang out, clear and youthful, laced with indignation and dissatisfaction. Zhao Duo found this increasingly amusing. It was his first encounter with a foreign being capable of speech. Curiously, he inquired, "I never expected such a diminutive creature with a low cultivation level could speak. What is your name?" He tightened his hold on a bao deliberately, ensuring the doll could not escape. Upon hearing this, a bao's expression darkened, and he retorted, "You are the true monster. Your whole family is filled with monsters." A bao's eloquent outburst left Zhao Duo in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that this little creature also traversed through realms? In order to validate his conjecture, Zhao Duo addressed the ginseng doll, uttering, "Odd changes, even remain unchanged," and then gazed at a bao with an expression filled with anticipation, hoping he would articulate the symbols representing the quadrants. However, to Zhao Duo's dismay, a bao did not respond with the correct answer as he had wished. That a bao widened his eyes, looking at Zhao Duo with a perplexed expression, seemingly bewildered by his words. The lack of the anticipated outcome caused Zhao Duo to momentarily lose focus. Seizing upon this fleeting moment of distraction, the ginseng doll, a bao, activated the earth escape technique, instantly appearing in a corner of the training room. Gazing back at Zhao Duo from a distance, Zhao Duo was taken aback. Realizing he had been completely oblivious to a bao's movements, he quickly regained his composure, scanning the surroundings in search of a bao's figure. Upon spotting a bao in the corner, relief washed over him, though he simultaneously felt a sense of helplessness and amusement. This little rascal had managed to escape from his embrace so swiftly. "Hey, little one, why aren't you running away? Aren't you afraid I might catch you and turn you into a pill?" Zhao Duo feigned a fierce demeanor as he spoke. That a bao blinked, regarding Zhao Duo with a hint of disdain. Retorting, "I'm not afraid of you. I am a bao, and you may call me a bao the immortal." As he spoke, he puffed out his chest, seemingly attempting to display his majesty. However, due to his diminutive stature, his actions appeared rather comical and endearing. Zhao Duo couldn't help but chuckle, finding the little creature utterly delightful. "A bao the immortal, what a splendid name! But tell me, a bao the immortal, why aren't you fleeing?" Zhao Duo inquired gently. I just feel that you don't seem like a bad person." A bao's voice dropped, lacking conviction. Zhao Duo felt a stir in his heart. He crouched down to bring his gaze level with a bao's. "How do you know I am not a villain?" A bao blinked his large eyes earnestly, responding, "Because when you patted my head earlier, you were very gentle. Moreover, there is a rather unique aura about you that makes me feel quite comfortable." Zhao Duo was momentarily stunned. He had never considered that such a small ginseng doll could perceive his goodwill. Yet, he was also puzzled as to why he was unaware of any particular aura surrounding him. To verify what this special aura might be, Zhao Duo raised his sleeve to his nose and began to sniff, resembling a dog searching for food. Furrowing his brow, he inhaled deeply for quite some time. Yet he failed to detect any extraordinary scent, that he even began to doubt whether his sense of smell had failed him. However, the mingled odors of blood and sweat emanating from his clothing caused him to frown and dismiss his earlier speculation. The acrid scent reminded him that he hadn't taken a proper bath since leaving Zhao family village. "Oh dear, it seems I must hurry and wash up when I return," Zhao Duo muttered to himself. This peculiar display caught the attention of the ginseng doll, who couldn't help but giggle, her laughter ringing clear and melodious, akin to the sound of silver bells. This charming little being seemed to have forgotten its earlier fears. Completely immersed in joy, the laughter diffused the tension between the two, while Zhao Duo stared bemusedly at the giggling Bao, feeling even more perplexed that he began to wonder if Bao was indeed deceiving him. Perhaps he possessed no unique aura at all. How foolish. The aura you possess cannot be discerned by ordinary beings. Only creatures like us, who have awakened our intelligence, can sense it within close proximity. For beings such as us, this aura holds an irresistible allure. That is why I found myself in your embrace. Bao hastily explained, a hint of urgency in his voice that he could not bear Zhao Duo's skeptical expression. As if to say, "You are deceiving me." Hearing Bao's words, a flicker of doubt flashed in Zhao Duo's eyes, yet he chose to trust the little creature. After all, it seemed improbable that this small being would approach him without cause. Upon observing Zhao Duo's look of realization, Bao's round body puffed up slightly, displaying a hint of pride as he raised his head. His bright eyes sparkled with a sense of triumph, as if to say, "Humph, I would never deceive you." Then, Bao waved his hand lightly, continuing, "Allow me to kindly remind you to conceal that peculiar aura of yours that is suffused with a rich vitality. An irresistible temptation for our kind, that has the potential to cause our bloodlines to evolve continuously, akin to a most delectable feast. Fortunately, you encountered a vegetarian spirit like me. Had it been one of those wicked demon clans, you might have already been reduced to a stinky pile of dung." Upon hearing Bao's solemn warning, a chill coursed through Zhao Duo that he finally comprehended that he had unwittingly become a delectable morsel that everyone desired to devour. Simultaneously, he began to grasp what the mysterious aura Bao had mentioned truly entailed. Consequently, he quickly concentrated his thoughts, summoning a wisp of transformative energy to condense upon the tip of his index finger. At that moment, Bao keenly sensed the surge of transformative energy swirling around Zhao Duo's fingertip. His eyes instantly brightened, shimmering with excitement and longing. Then, under Zhao Duo's astonished gaze, Bao suddenly enveloped his finger with his mouth, fervently sucking upon it, a look of blissful enjoyment adorning his face. Caught in Zhao Duo's stunned expression, Bao soon realized his lapse in decorum and hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Such a wonderful thing would be a shame to waste. I merely wanted to taste it." He then awkwardly scratched his head. This incident revealed to Zhao Duo the immense allure that transformative energy held for spirits. It became evident that he must exercise caution and refrain from easily exposing his possession of such energy. Otherwise, should word get out, he could very well become a target for many. Contemplating this, Zhao Duo involuntarily shuddered, silently resolving to swiftly master a method of concealment to avoid being coveted by other spirits. Fortunately, the Yin Fu Ben Jing contained a record of such a concealment technique. Although the training was quite challenging, mastering it would effectively allow him to mask his aura and evade detection by other spirits. Bao, you mentioned that you belong to the spirit clan. Does that mean all awakened spirits capable of self-cultivation are classified as demon clans? Zhao Duo suddenly recalled Bao's earlier reference to himself as a spirit and curiously inquired. Hearing Zhao Duo refer to himself as a demon clan, Bao felt a wave of frustration, yet he patiently clarified, "Not all spirits are classified as demon clans. We, who have awakened our intelligence through a botanical form, are collectively referred to as the spirit clan. Most of us spirits are quite pure and peaceful, avoiding conflict. Those who embark on the path of cultivation in animal forms are termed demons. They tend to be bloodthirsty and savage." Upon hearing this, Zhao Duo finally grasped the distinction between the spirit clan and the demon clan. Chapter 42. Departure from the valley subsequently. Zhao Duo and the ginseng doll, a bao, engaged in delightful conversation, sharing their experiences and stories. A bao joyfully referred to Zhao Duo as brother, which filled Zhao Duo with warmth. However, when Zhao Duo curiously inquired about a bao's age, the little ginseng doll shyly fidgeted, saying, "Brother, I'm still young." Since awakening my intelligence, only a mere century has passed. Upon hearing this response, Zhao Duo felt a sense of despair wash over him. He never anticipated being addressed as brother by a creature that had already lived for 100 years. At the same time, he felt envious of the spirit clan's prolonged lifespan. Noticing the peculiar expression on Zhao Duo's face, the clever A Bao immediately understood his thoughts. She pretended to sulk, pouting her lips and huffing. A Bao doesn't want to talk to brother Zhao Duo anymore. Although I have lived for over 100 years, to us spirits, I am akin to a mere 2- or 3-year-old child. Seeing the indignant expression on the little creature's face, Zhao Duo couldn't help but chuckle, hastily offering words of comfort. But as time passed, their conversation deepened, and the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had gradually risen above their heads, casting golden rays upon the valley, bathing everything in a lustrous glow. Even the roasted goat between them was not spared, appearing all the more irresistible. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat quickly captivated a bao. No one could escape the allure of such delectable scents to this moment. A bao had long since cast aside any prior resistance, observing the little ginseng doll relishing the meal with great pleasure. Zhao Duo felt a twinge of curiosity. How could this little ginseng spirit be so infatuated with roasted meat? Shouldn't he be a vegetarian? Realizing he had been separated from Zhao Hu and the others for nearly 2 days, Zhao Duo decided he must hasten back to Zhao family village to avoid causing them undue worry. When Zhao Duo informed a bao that he intended to leave, deep reluctance shone in her eyes. Despite having known Zhao Duo for less than a day, a bao had grown quite fond of this brother, primarily due to Zhao Duo's alluring transformative energy. Furthermore, Zhao Duo's exceptional roasting skills had played a significant role in winning a bao's affection. Zhao Duo had initially hoped that a bao would accompany him back to Zhao family village, but reality proved that this was merely his one-sided desire. Ultimately, he could only embark on his journey home alone. Although the spatial ring contained numerous precious elixirs gifted by the beloved Abeo, none could fill the void left by her absence. Just as Zhao Duo was nearing the valley's exit, a faint rustling sound arose behind him, swiftly followed by a clear, youthful voice. "Zhao Duo Gij, wait for me. I want to go with you." Upon hearing this familiar call, a subtle smile graced Zhao Duo's face as he halted and turned around. Indeed, standing behind him was the adorable Abeo, bounding toward him with small, energetic leaps, her voice ringing out, "Zhao Duo Gij." Zhao Duo, gazing at the innocent Abeo before him, could not help but chuckle. Abeo reached his side, gazing up earnestly, and said, "Zhao Duo Gij, you just left for a moment, and I already feel so bored it's far more interesting to be with you." Surprised by Abeo's depth of affection, Zhao Duo bent down, gently lifted her, and carefully placed her on his broad shoulder. Thus, Zhao Duo departed from Pangwan's secluded abode, embarking on the journey home. Along the way, Abeo observed everything around her with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Duo patiently explained each new marvel to Abeo, aiding her understanding of the world. Abeo, being quite clever, swiftly grasped and remembered Zhao Duo's words. However, Abeo was not a quiet child. She would occasionally leap from Zhao Duo's shoulder, joyfully scampering ahead to explore new places and chase after charming little animals. Zhao Duo followed closely behind, ensuring Abeo's safety. They walked and played, their laughter echoing throughout the forest in this joyous manner. Zhao Duo arrived at the site of his parting with Zhao Hu and the others, the very battlefield where he had encountered the demon ape. Upon witnessing the desolate scene before him, Abeo furrowed her brows, for this place starkly contrasted with the beauty they had experienced along their journey. Suddenly, Zhao Duo vaguely heard distant shouts resonating from all around, ethereal as if from a far-off land, yet seemingly close at hand. Listening intently, he discerned that these calls were invoking his name, that a stirring within him made him realize that the shouts likely originated from the members of the teaching squad, their voices tinged with hoarseness. Clearly having called out for some time, Zhao Duo stood frozen, a hint of moisture forming at the corners of his eyes, chastising himself for returning too late. At that moment, Abeo gently nudged him and softly remarked, "Gidge, listen. It seems someone is calling your name." Regaining his composure, Zhao Duo smiled and replied, "Yes, they are all my subordinates, wonderful companions. You will surely like them when you meet." With that, he tenderly ruffled Abeo's hair. However, as his gaze fell upon the green leaves atop her head, a wave of worry surged within him. After a moment's hesitation, he could not help but say, "Abeo, could you please conceal the leaves on your head? And remember, you must never reveal your identity as a spirit being in front of others. It could bring us much trouble." Abeo blinked her large, expressive eyes and nodded obediently, indicating her understanding that a flash of green light shimmered above her head, causing the leaves to vanish from Zhao Duo's sight, leaving only two cute, playful pigtails swaying in the breeze, evading any trace of detection. Seeing Abeo conceal her identity so adeptly, Zhao Duo wore a satisfied smile, extending his hand to gently pinch her chubby little cheeks, eliciting a fit of delightful giggles from Abeo, akin to the tinkling of silver bells. After some playful moments, Zhao Duo cupped his hands in front of his mouth, taking a deep breath before channeling his inner vitality, and with all his strength, he shouted, "I am here." His voice resonated like thunder, emanating from him to all directions. The tremendous sound waves caused the treetops to rustle, leaves to fall, and startled flocks of birds to take flight. Even Abeo, perched upon his shoulder, was not spared, her small ears buzzing from the reverberation, her round eyes blinking in apparent discontent with Zhao Duo. Yet, this wave of sound sliced through the air like a lightning bolt, swiftly spreading throughout the forest. Zhao Hu and the others, anxiously searching for Zhao Duo, were initially taken aback by the sound, their faces soon transforming into expressions of disbelief. They thought they were experiencing an illusion, having subconsciously believed that Zhao Duo had met with misfortune, and their search was merely a means of reconciling their hearts. However, as the sound became increasingly distinct, they finally realized it was not a figment of their imagination, but a genuine call, and smiles illuminated their faces. Upon hearing Zhao Duo's voice, Zhao Hu and the others hastened toward the source, their hearts swelling with emotion as they finally found him, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. Moments later, the members of the teaching squad appeared in Zhao Duo's line of sight, appearing somewhat fatigued yet brimming with delight. Zhao Hu rushed to Zhao Duo, surveying him with concern. "My lord, you have returned at last. Thank goodness you were safe, that we were worried you had." Zhao Hu exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhao Duo nodded, apologizing for causing concern and expressing gratitude for their efforts. The members of the squad then noticed Abeo perched on Zhao Duo's shoulder and curiously inquired. Zhao Duo gently set Abeo down, introducing her to the group. "This is my new friend, Abeo." The onlookers regarded the adorable Abeo with friendly smiles, not probing further into the presence of such a small child in the treacherous mountains. Zhao Duo smiled appreciatively at Zhao Hu before turning to Abeo and saying, "Abeo, these are the good friends I told you about." Abeo politely greeted everyone, who warmly reciprocated. "Now let us return," Zhao Duo declared, leading the group back toward Zhao family village. Along the way, Abeo mingled harmoniously with the team members, her vivacious charm bringing abundant joy to all. Chapter 43. The bustling Zhao family village as they emerged from the wild boar forest. The group collectively exhaled a long sigh of relief, their previously taut nerves finally relaxing. Though only a step away, it felt as though they had traversed two vastly different realms. They could finally lower their guard. "Free from the constant anxiety of lurking dangers, that we made it out," exclaimed Wang Chao, youthful exuberance shining through. "While we didn't let those beasts ruin too much of our harvest this year, it has certainly exhausted us. Yet every bit of effort was worth it. Indeed, once we establish a few fortifications here, we won't have to endure such hardships venturing into the mountains to fend off the demon beasts," Zhao Duo added. At this remark, the squad members instantly perked up. After all, it was far easier to wait comfortably in a fortress than to struggle through the treacherous forest. Excitement surged as everyone animatedly discussed their visions of the future fortresses. Meanwhile, the lively and adorable Abeo, who had been a bundle of energy along the way, suddenly fell silent, her bright, shiny eyes scanning the surroundings. For one who had always dwelled in the valley, the vast expanse of the plains before her was a breathtaking spectacle beyond her imagination. As the group continued forward, they soon spotted many villagers laboring diligently in the fields, deepening the soil in preparation for the second planting season of the year. The villagers noticed Zhao, Hu, and his party, and paused in their tasks, their eyes scanning the crowd, eager to find the one they had longed for. At last, all gazes converged upon Zhao Duo, erupting into a chorus of cheers as they hastily abandoned their plows and raced towards him. Such a fervent display was in stark contrast to their usual meticulous care for their farming tools, which they treated with more reverence than their own spouses did. Of course, not all villagers rushed toward Zhao Duo. Some astute young men immediately darted back to the village, eager to share the joyous news of Zhao Duo's return with the village elders. Amidst the throng of villagers surrounding him, Zhao Duo smiled and greeted each one warmly. Witnessing their sincere emotions brought a wave of moisture to his eyes. Thus, the villagers, having forgotten about the impending autumn planting, cast aside their tools and, like stars encircling the moon, surrounded Zhao Duo as they made their way into the village. The crowd grew larger, the throng surging and the pathway becoming congested. At this moment, the villagers took notice of the little spirit doll, Abeo, perched on Zhao Duo's shoulder. Her adorable and innocent appearance instantly captivated the hearts of the older women in the crowd. Ignoring the throngs of people, they rushed headlong towards Zhao Duo, instantly engulfing the poor Zhao Duo and Abeo in a tidal wave of exuberant chatter from the Andes. Were it not for the steadfast protection from Zhao, Hu, and the others, Zhao Duo and Abeo would likely have fallen prey to the clutches of these enthusiastic women. However, the price they paid was enduring the Annie's complaints long after the incident. That moment, Abeo appeared completely bewildered, hiding her face behind Zhao Duo, clearly intimidated by the formidable presence of the Annies. After all, a cacophony of unfamiliar voices buzzing around her, though filled with affectionate praises, was enough to leave anyone feeling dazed. Abeo's gaze towards the Annies was still filled with trepidation as she whispered into Zhao Duo's ear, expressing her fear of those intimidating female humans. The innocent words of little Abeo nearly caused Zhao Duo to burst into laughter, as the juxtaposition of female humans was utterly incongruous. Clearing his throat, he gently corrected her. Abeo, we distinguish our species as male and female. Yet, seeing her bewildered expression, he instinctively felt that his explanation fell on deaf ears, as this little one failed to grasp the distinction between male-female and female-male. From a distance, the sight of Zhao village stirred a wave of excitement within Zhao Duo. This was the longest he had been away from his home. He soon spotted Zhao Qing approaching the elder Zhao, exclaiming, "Father, the village chief and the others have returned. They are almost at the village entrance." The elder Zhao's spirits lifted as he hastily made his way to the village gate. Supported by little Zhao Yun, with a grand gesture, the elder signaled for the musicians, who had been summoned like conscripts, to commence their performance. Immediately, the sounds of stringed instruments and brass filled the air, creating a vibrant spectacle at the village entrance. These temporary musicians were villagers who typically participated only in the occasional village festivities, excelling in traditional pieces like the departure of the deceased and a chorus of birds to the phoenix. However, this time, they had been urgently assembled to form an impromptu band, lacking the finesse to flawlessly perform a new piece. Nevertheless, the Zhao village band thrived on exuberance, and soon the sounds of suona and drums resonated throughout the area. The suona blared triumphantly while the drums beat with steady vigor, and other instruments joined in, collectively fostering an atmosphere of jubilance. As the drums reverberated, a group of youths burst forth from either side of the road, aligning themselves under the guidance of Zhao Yun, Zhao Wen, and Zhao Wu, and commenced a serious practice of the bull demon lifting the mountain fist. The resounding shouts echoed throughout Zhao village, with each spirited youth exhibiting a commanding presence. Their movements graceful and powerful, reminiscent of a pine standing tall and a bell sitting firm, their fists striking like dragons. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhao Duo was profoundly moved by the scene before him. His eyes widened and his lips twitched in astonishment. This old man had managed to orchestrate such a grand affair without a word. He was so touched that he instinctively wiped the moisture from his eyes. Unable to resist, Zhao Duo halted, standing alongside the villagers, attentively watching the youths practice their punches. Their synchronized movements were filled with strength and vigor, creating an overwhelming momentum that left onlookers in awe. Only after completing the bull demon, lifting the mountain fist, did the youths step down, still eager for more. Zhao Duo's satisfaction grew as he observed their remarkable proficiency, secretly nodding in approval. These youngsters had indeed not slacked off in recent days. Such a lively spectacle was undeniably moving for Zhao Duo, but he took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and quickly approached the elder Zhao. With a look of confusion, he asked, "Elder, what is the purpose of this grand display?" The elder chuckled heartily, clapping Zhao Duo firmly on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You have done a tremendous service for our village. We must celebrate appropriately." Hearing this, Zhao Duo felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched his head, promptly responding, "This is the result of everyone's collective effort. I cannot take sole credit." His gaze swept over the crowd, revealing a hint of humility. At that moment, an elder spoke up, "Indeed, had it not been for your leadership in guiding the team to thwart the beastly threats, how could Zhao village have completed the harvest so smoothly? I have heard that many nearby villages suffered greatly from beastly attacks, resulting in significant losses and even fatalities." The elder's expression turned grave as he recalled the tragic scenes, and the other elders nodded in agreement. The elder Zhao's face beamed with joy, his eyes reflecting admiration and satisfaction as he looked at Zhao Duo and the others. Subsequently, a flurry of elders surrounded them, fervently praising the members of the guiding team, showering them with compliments such as young and promising and brave and fearless. These accolades filled the team members with surprise and pride, their faces glowing with happiness. Some astute elders began to scrutinize the young members intently, their gazes sweeping over each youthful face, stirring feelings of joy within them. Each young lad appeared energetic and distinguished, possessing the strength of a martial artist at such a tender age, promising limitless potential for the future. With this in mind, the elders began to ponder whether any of their own younger generation had daughters of similar age to these team members, that if they could welcome such outstanding young individuals into their families, it would undoubtedly be a boon. Consequently, the elders' expressions softened as they regarded the team members, treating them as if they were their own grandchildren. Meanwhile, the team members remained blissfully unaware of the admiration they inspired, oblivious to the fact that they had become the objects of matchmaking interest. At that moment, the elders suddenly announced, "Tonight, we shall host a grand bonfire gathering." This proclamation struck like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, the excitement reaching a fever pitch. Chapter 44. The arrival of lightning. The following morning, Zhao Duo awoke to the enthusiastic greetings of Lightning. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Lightning's head poking through the window, the horse's elongated face beaming with delight, seemingly overjoyed at the sight of its master. However, Zhao Duo had little inclination to indulge the horse's fervor, for he anticipated Lightning's next move, a tongue-lashing. Consequently, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading Lightning's sudden advance. Just then, a dull thud resonated in Zhao Duo's ear, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. Alarmed, he mused, "What on earth just dropped?" Reluctantly, he leaned over to peer beneath the bed. The sight that met his eyes elicited an uncontrollable laugh. There lay little Abeo sprawled on the floor, a large bubble of snot adorning his tiny nose, rhythmically expanding and contracting with his breath, an undeniably adorable sight. Observing Abeo's blissful slumber, undisturbed even by his fall from the bed, Zhao Duo couldn't help but tease, "Were you a pig in your past life?" Falling off the bed without waking up. His tone carried a hint of jealousy, completely unaware that his instinctive move had inadvertently sent the peacefully sleeping Abeo tumbling to the ground to spare Abeo from waking up to a torrent of complaints. Zhao Duo swiftly lifted the little one off the floor and gently placed him back on the bed. Next, he shook his slightly groggy head, trying to rouse himself from sleep, reflecting on the events of the previous day. Zhao Duo couldn't suppress a proud grin. He had showcased astonishing prowess, effortlessly subduing the entire village. Had it not been for the elder Zhao and a few other elders being of advanced age, they too might have succumbed to drunkenness. Zhao Duo licked his parched lips, musing to himself, "I fear no one when it comes to drinking. In my past life, I was well acquainted with the challenges of alcohol. Moreover, my subordinates are no less. How could we possibly lose to ordinary folks who haven't even begun their martial journey?" The memory of that scene, where they emptied the village's entire stock of liquor while imploring the elders for more. Brought a smile to Zhao Duo's face as he recalled the twitching corners of the elders' mouths. Rising from his bed, Zhao Duo settled into a cross-legged position, immersing himself in his cultivation as he activated his technique. The surrounding spiritual energy surged like a tide into his being that a vast quantity of spiritual energy first entered the chaotic blue lotus seed, circulating before returning to Zhao Duo's body. Despite the refining process enhancing the purity of the energy and imbuing it with formidable transformative power, the reality that only half of the energy that entered the seed flowed back out left Zhao Duo feeling quite disheartened that he longed to shout, "Down with the chaotic blue lotus seed. Refuse middlemen to profit." Yet, this cowardly thought remained unvoiced, for Zhao Duo was well aware that his current achievements were largely due to the chaotic blue lotus seed. Thus, the true leader is quite clear in his heart. As Zhao Duo immersed himself in cultivation, the slumbering Xiao Abeo sensed the extraordinarily rich aura of creation, instinctively wriggling towards Zhao Duo's direction, much like a maggot. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, the black stallion, Lightning, also felt the emanating aura of creation from Zhao Duo. Its bright, dark eyes brimmed with excitement as it eagerly thrust its head into Zhao Duo's bedroom, inhaling deeply in his direction, drawing the strands of transformative power into its being. Subsequently, this essence coursed through Lightning's body, enhancing its already robust physique and rendering its coat even shinier. As if radiating a faint glow as time passed, Lightning's body underwent continuous refinement, expelling streaks of dark impurities, alongside a foul odor that wafted into the air. Gradually, the bedroom became saturated with this unpleasant scent, causing the sleeping Abeo to appear as though he was dreaming of something terrifying. The once serene expression on his face faded, replaced by a frown, making him resemble a small bun adorned with 18 folds. Eventually, unable to endure the stench any longer, Xiao Abeo abruptly opened his eyes, sprang up like a carp, and scurried outside, gasping for fresh air. Upon discovering that the source of this unpleasantness was none other than the foul stallion undergoing its transformation, an intense anger surged within him, puffing up his cheeks like a small bun. However, Abeo was not an ignorant child without restraint. He understood that Lightning was in a critical phase and that he must not disturb its fortune. Thus, he could only stand by, glaring at Lightning in a huff, adopting an expression that suggested he would settle the score later. Yet, to outsiders, his adorable demeanor exuded no semblance of menace. Despite the unbearable stench permeating the room, Zhao Duo was deeply engrossed in his profound state of cultivation, completely oblivious to the outside world. The foul odor had no impact on him whatsoever. Were it not for Zhao Duo fortuitously entering this deep meditative state, it is likely that Lightning's advancement would have been hindered by the emanating stench, delaying its progress significantly. This time, Zhao Duo chose not to continue refining his bones, but instead devoted all his energy to comprehending the elusive technique of the hidden turtle breath-concealing art. Although recorded in the Yin Fu canon, this technique was not created by Giguzi. Rather, it was an accidental acquisition during Giga's early travels in a cave. Due to its extraordinary profundity, it was included in the compilation of the Yin Fu canon. The hidden turtle breath-concealing art was developed by a senior expert who observed the cultivation practices of the Xian turtle clan. Upon reaching the pinnacle, it not only perfectly conceals one's aura, but also significantly extends one's lifespan, representing an unparalleled secret technique. After extensive research, Zhao Duo had gained profound insights into the hidden turtle breath-concealing art, especially since Pang Wan had also practiced this technique, allowing Zhao Duo to avoid numerous detours. With a focused thought, the blood and qi originally circulating along the path of the Qinglian Dao suddenly shifted direction, embarking on the path of the hidden turtle breath-concealing art throughout his body. As the technique operated, he could distinctly feel his breathing elongate, the rhythm of his heartbeat slow, and the daily consumption of his bodily functions diminish at an astonishing rate that a mysterious aura enveloped Zhao Duo. Heavy and deep. Thanks to Pang Wan's cultivation experience, Zhao Duo, upon first encountering the hidden turtle breath-concealing art, bypassed the introductory and proficient stages, swiftly entering the realm of minor accomplishment. Simultaneously, the aura of creation within his sea of consciousness surged forth. flooding into Zhao Duo's body under the influence of the hidden turtle breath-concealing art. However, despite Zhao Duo's earnest efforts to absorb it, a small portion of the aura overflowed from his body, inadvertently benefiting the black stallion, Lightning. The intricate patterns atop the Qinglian seed grew increasingly distinct, and before long, a mark of the Xian turtle leaped into prominence. At this moment, Zhao Duo's mind was crystal clear, and various insights regarding the hidden turtle breath-concealing art continuously emerged, as if a mysterious scroll unfurled before his eyes. These revelations flowed into his soul like a clear spring, deepening his comprehension of the hidden turtle breath-concealing art. The aura of creation that overflowed from Zhao Duo finally enabled Lightning to take a crucial step forward, unleashing a formidable momentum as it successfully advanced in rank. Chapter 45. Lightning, I Suffer. Lightning, exhilarated by its successful breakthrough, was about to raise its head and neigh, declaring its arrival as the Lightning Demon King when an irritating pebble struck its face, instantly dousing its excitement with a sour sensation. Who dares to be so audacious? How dare they disregard the majesty of this Demon King? Infuriated, Lightning glared in the direction from whence the stone came, determined to punish whoever dared to throw stones at the great Lightning Demon King. However, upon seeing the figure before it, Lightning's fierce expression instantly froze, rapidly transforming into a broad smile, its speed rivaling that of the Sichuan face-changing act. With tiny steps, it approached Abeo, wearing an obsequious grin. "Boss, what can I do for you?" Seeing the grinning Lightning rushing towards him, Abeo's little face filled with terror as he frantically waved his hands. "Stop! Stop! Don't come any closer." He was not eager to endure another session of Lightning's foul-smelling aura. Yet to Lightning, Abeo's terrified expression conveyed an entirely different message. "Wow, I have become so powerful after my advancement that even Boss Abeo looks at me with fear." No, he is no longer Boss Abeo. From now on, he must acknowledge his place as number 2. Lightning's mind was consumed with fantasies of basking in glory and reversing their roles, as he watched Lightning blissfully unaware of the stench emanating from its body. Bounding towards him with excitement, Abeo could no longer maintain his composure, imagining the possibility of fainting from the overwhelming odor. His little hands moved swiftly, dancing like fluttering butterflies, as he cast a spell that gradually spread mist throughout the courtyard, ultimately coalescing into a stream of clear water. Finally, as Xiao Abeo completed the last hand sign, the water began to swirl, forming a towering water vortex 5 meters high. In the midst of this vortex, Lightning, in a state of panic, realized that the surrounding powerful currents had firmly bound it, rendering it immobile. It struggled desperately, but to no avail, as if shackled by invisible chains. That moment, it recognized how ludicrous its previous thoughts had been. The dream of becoming the leader now seemed utterly unattainable. With no hope of breaking free from this overwhelming force, Lightning promptly altered its strategy. It gazed up at Abeo with its obsidian-like eyes, filled with a pitiful plea for mercy. It hoped that Abeo would show leniency and spare it. However, fate had already sealed its destiny. Abeo paid no heed to its imploring gaze. Under Abeo's command, the water vortex began to spin at a remarkable speed. Initially rotating clockwise, it abruptly halted before commencing a counterclockwise whirl. This cycle repeated like a colossal washing machine. As time elapsed, the vortex gained momentum, forming a powerful whirlpool. After several intense rotations, the water vortex finally ceased its motion amidst Lightning's anguished cries, gradually diminishing in size. In the blink of an eye, the vortex vanished without a trace, leaving behind a transparent water sphere, quietly suspended in the air. Lightning found itself trapped within the sphere, curled into a ball, its eyes devoid of spirit, as if it had lost consciousness. Abeo stepped forward and gently prodded the water sphere with his finger. With a soft pop, the sphere burst and Lightning tumbled out, soaked and cleansed of its previous odor. Lightning trembled before Abeo, its eyes filled with fear and reverence. It silently mused, "This little ancestor is truly formidable." The key is that even now, it still does not understand how it has provoked this little ancestor. Abeo chuckled triumphantly, teasing, "Oomph. Let us see if you dare to be unhygienic in front of me again." After undergoing such a transformation, didn't you realize how foul you smelled? How could you dare rush at me? Were you trying to suffocate me with your stench? Lightning shook its head in alarm, letting out a whinny to express its absolute contrition. I want to do it again. I want to do it again. You are the strongest, boss. Seeing Lightning's reaction, Abeo nodded in satisfaction. Warning, then mind your behavior and don't cause any more trouble. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Lightning trembling in place, contemplating its grim fate ahead. Master. Lightning. I weep. Come save your poor steed. Abeo was nothing short of a demon. Lightning let out a sorrowful wail, evoking pity in the listeners and tears in the hearers. Filled with regret, Lightning chastised itself for its reckless behavior the previous day. Had it not accidentally knocked Abeo off Zhao Duo's shoulder, it would not have faced that brutal beating, nor would it have been compelled to bow its head and call him boss. In the present moment, the heart of Lightning is filled with sorrow and helplessness. The scent that permeated the room gradually dissipates, and Abeo finally fulfills his wish to return to Zhao Duo's side. Eagerly absorbing the vital energy emanating from him, at this juncture, Zhao Duo's cultivation has entered a pivotal stage, just one step away from a breakthrough. The Xiangui breath-retaining technique is on the verge of reaching perfection. Zhao Duo is wholeheartedly contemplating the mysterious turtle pattern on the Qinglian seed, and to his astonishment, he discovers that deciphering these patterns significantly accelerates his progress as the realm of the breath-retaining technique advances. Zhao Duo's aura becomes increasingly elusive, at times vanishing, at times reappearing at last. Zhao Duo successfully enters the consummate state of the Xiangui breath-retaining technique, a colossal phantom of the Xianwu enveloping his form, while simultaneously his presence within the room vanishes without a trace. This sudden turn of events jolts Abeo, who is deeply engrossed in absorbing the vital energy, back to awareness at this moment. Abeo's eyes are filled with panic, scanning the surroundings for any sign of Zhao Duo. However, upon spotting Zhao Duo calmly seated nearby, the confusion in his eyes is swiftly replaced by astonishment, for he finds himself utterly unable to perceive even the faintest trace of Zhao Duo's aura. As if the figure beside him were not a living being, but rather a lifeless stone that in the midst of Abeo's astonished gaze. Zhao Duo slowly opens his eyes in merely the span of an hour. He has cultivated the Xiangui breath-retaining technique to perfection, an unprecedented feat in history. Should this news reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded. Zhao Duo rises, stretching his limbs. Although he senses no significant increase in his strength, he can distinctly feel the vitality coursing through his cells, his aura now more profound, and if all goes as anticipated, his lifespan should have been greatly extended under the influence of the perfected Xiangui breath-retaining technique. Abeo, how do you feel? Zhao Duo inquires softly. Abeo, returning to reality, promptly replies, Brother, your aura has become even more inscrutable. I cannot sense even the slightest trace of vital energy. That a satisfied smile spreads across Zhao Duo's face. He no longer needs to live in constant fear of being seized and devoured by some formidable entity. Chapter 46. The Art of Cavalry Archery. Time flies, and the days pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Duo has returned to Zhao family village for over half a month at this moment. He has just concluded his training guidance for the villagers and is heading towards the teaching squad's camp with Zhao Yun and his two brothers, Zhao Wen and Zhao Wu. Along the way, the three young ones frequently cast glances at Abeo, who is perched on Zhao Duo's shoulder, their affection for him palpable. However, in Abeo's eyes, they are akin to little devils, each one eager to pinch and poke him, which only serves to vex him, and he cannot resort to the same methods he used on Lightning to discipline them, fearing they would flee in terror. Thus, children can indeed be quite bothersome. Though there remains some distance to the camp, the sounds of training are distinctly audible, occasionally accompanied by the resounding clashes of weaponry, creating a lively atmosphere. Captivated by the commotion from the camp, the trio's attention shifts away from Abeo. Upon passing through the camp gates, they are greeted by a spacious training ground, where two cavalry squads are engaged in fierce combat. Zhao Duo leads the three young ones directly to the high platform of the teaching area, where Zhang Long and Ma Han are conversing in hushed tones, occasionally gesturing towards the two battling squads, analyzing their current skirmish. Spotting Zhao Duo approaching with the children, Zhang Long and Ma Han quickly rise, exclaiming, My lord, you have arrived. Zhao Hu and Wang Chao's squads are currently Zhao Duo raises his hand to halt Zhang Long, instructing, "Let us observe first, and we shall summarize the gains and losses afterwards." Both men respond in unison and take their positions behind Zhao Duo to at this moment. The trio is completely engrossed in the thrilling battle unfolding before them, their eyes wide open, fixated on the fierce combatants. Unwilling to miss a single detail, their faces flush with excitement, and whenever they witness a particularly intense scene, they cannot help but exclaim in awe. Their hearts brim with longing, wishing they could also be part of the battlefield. The two squads on the training ground are locked in a fierce struggle. Although only a handful of cavalry are engaged in this duel, the intensity of their clash rivals that of 1,000 soldiers. However, from his vantage point on the high platform, Zhao Duo furrows his brow as he observes the conflict. The Wang Chao squad completely neglects their advantages, engaging in a desperate melee with Zhao Hu's squad. Both sides wielding blades and spears strike with deadly intent, their movements indistinguishable from those in a real battle. Yet compared to an actual battlefield, the scene here is somewhat different. For safety reasons, the weapons used by both sides are made of ironwood, ensuring that even strikes against the armored warriors inflict minimal harm. When Zhang Long notices Zhao Duo's frown, his heart immediately sinks, apprehensive that one of the squads may soon face misfortune. The two squads, on the brink of confrontation, quickly regroup and charge anew. This time, they form a wedge formation, with Zhao Hu and Wang Chao, the two most powerful individuals at the forefront, racing towards one another like arrows. Slightly stronger, Zhao Hu smirks coldly, raising his imitation Qing Long Yinyue blade high, emanating a fierce aura as he brings it down with the force of a mountain onto Wang Chao. Wang Chao, undeterred, meets Zhao Hu's fierce advance with unwavering resolve. Gripping his spear firmly and executing a blocking maneuver that a sharp, resonant clang rings out as Zhao Hu's blade crashes against Wang Chao's spear shaft, the tremendous force causing Wang Chao's arm to tremble slightly. Yet, Zhao Hu presses on, attempting to break through Wang Chao's defense with relentless force. Just as the situation reaches a critical point, two of Wang Chao's comrades rush in from the sides, brandishing their spears and thrusting them towards Zhao Hu. Left with no choice, Zhao Hu withdraws his blade and swiftly swings it, creating a flurry of flashing steel to deflect the incoming attacks. While he successfully alleviates Wang Chao's immediate peril, this action exposes his two assailants to danger. Seizing the opportunity, two of Zhao Hu's comrades burst forth from behind, wielding their spears with lightning speed, taking down the unguarded adversaries from their mounts. The two warriors, upon hitting the ground, do not resign themselves to defeat. They quickly execute a roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the stampede of the pursuing horses. However, Wang Chao's squad has lost the initiative and found themselves in a passive position that I end the subsequent 2 rounds. Zhao Hu and his comrades maintain tight coordination, launching continuous assaults. Members of Wang Chao's squad tumble from their mounts, unable to withstand the ferocity of Zhao Hu and his allies, ultimately leading to the total defeat of Wang Chao's squad. Zhao Hu and Wang Chao, leading their respective squads, approach Zhao Duo. Zhao Hu and his companions radiate joy from their victory, while Wang Chao's squad walks with heads bowed, faces filled with dejection. Observing this scene, Zhao Duo cannot help but sigh. His gaze sweeps over Wang Chao's squad before landing on their leader, Wang Chao, as he coldly admonishes, "On the battlefield, only by leveraging your advantages can you hope to win. Tell me, what are your advantages?" At Zhao Duo's inquiry, Wang Chao lowers his head even further, seemingly unable to face Zhao Duo's gaze. Witnessing Wang Chao's demeanor, Zhao Duo feels a pang of disappointment, mixed with a surge of anger. He bellows, "Lift your heads. You are my finest subordinates. Even in death, hold your heads high." Under Zhao Duo's thunderous command, the members of Wang Chao's squad raise their heads, straightening their spines, their gazes resolutely fixed on Zhao Duo. Seeing this, Zhao Duo nods in satisfaction, remarking, "Now that is more like it." Meanwhile, Zhao Hu and his companions also retract their smiles, their expressions now serious. Zhao Duo continues, "Wang Chao, your squad has consistently been the best in archery among all the teams. Why did you not utilize your advantage in archery during the battle? If you could combine archery with cavalry tactics, leveraging high mobility and long-range capabilities, you could easily eliminate your enemies and secure victory." With that, Zhao Duo casts an encouraging glance at Wang Chao, hoping he grasped the underlying principle. Zhao Duo's words act like a guiding light, dispelling the fog before Wang Chao, illuminating the path ahead, allowing him to excel in the realm of cavalry archery. Suddenly, Wang Chao slaps his forehead, exclaiming in realization, "What a foolish oversight! How could I have missed such an obvious truth?" He expresses his gratitude for Zhao Duo's guidance. Zhao Duo smiles and waves his hand, continuing, I have a 16-character mantra to share with you. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy camps, I disrupt. When the enemy tires, I strike. When the enemy retreats, I pursue." These 16 characters encapsulate the essence of light cavalry tactics. I hope you engrave them in your hearts that as the 16-character directive was uttered, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han found themselves momentarily frozen, as if the sound had reverberated within their minds like the toll of a morning bell or an evening drum, striking a chord of profound realization. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Ma Han suddenly felt a chill creep up their spines. Contemplating whether, should Wang Chao's team truly adhere to this 16-character strategy and leverage the high mobility of their warhorses for long-range harassment, they possessed any means of countering it. The answer was a resounding no. Wang Chao, after a brief moment of contemplation, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "My lord, this 16-character strategy is truly ingenious. If we can master its application, it will undoubtedly enable our light cavalry to thrive and emerge victorious in every engagement." The other three, disregarding any semblance of decorum, quickly surrounded Zhao Duo, eagerly imploring, "My lord, please assess the advantages our respective teams possess. You must not show favoritism." Faced with their fervor, Zhao Duo could only shake his head in resignation and began analyzing the strengths of each squad. Chapter 47. Gravity Armor. As Zhao Duo led his three young companions out of the training squad's camp, the moon hung high, casting a silvery glow. Under the moonlight, Zhao Duo's silhouette appeared particularly imposing, his strides firm and resolute, as though each step was anchored upon solid ground. The three youngsters trailed behind him, their gazes fixed upon Zhao Duo, filled with admiration and reverence for these three little ones. Zhao Duo was not merely their clan brother. He embodied the very essence of a mentor. His prowess, intellect, and courage deeply impressed them. While walking ahead, Zhao Duo found himself lost in thought, pondering whether to implement military training for the instructional squad. Having successfully entered the ranks of martial artists, the members now needed only to follow a structured regimen of practice. However, based on the earlier skirmish between the two teams, it was evident that the instructional squad lacked military knowledge and could not fully exploit their advantages. Thus, they would undeniably struggle to shoulder the significant responsibilities Zhao Duo intended to bestow upon them. Only by cultivating them into a formidable force, a true instructional team, could Zhao Duo later utilize them as a backbone in his strategies to contend with the ancient families and clans that had existed for centuries and even millennia, vying for supremacy in the Central Plains. Just as Zhao Duo was immersed in his musings, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment, but he turned to find Zhao Yun, one of the three youngsters, grasping his clothing tightly. Puzzled, Zhao Duo inquired, "Zhao Yun, is there something you wish to convey?" At this moment, Zhao Yun, his face flushed with embarrassment, scratched his head and replied, "Clan brother, you've arrived home." It was only then that Zhao Duo realized he had unknowingly approached his doorstep, that he couldn't help but display a sheepish expression, inwardly chiding a Bao for failing to alert him in time, thereby tarnishing his illustrious image. Turning to look, he spotted a Bao, perched on his shoulder, stifling giggles behind a tiny hand, resembling a weasel that had just pilfered a chicken. Zhao Duo playfully tapped a Bao's little head, delivering a light-hearted reprimand as a form of punishment. Witnessing a Bao feign great pain, baring its teeth in a comical grimace, Zhao Duo couldn't help but smile, shaking his head in amusement. Entering the living room, Zhao Duo glanced at his three young companions, trailing closely behind him like little tails, and chuckled. "You three have been with me all day. Why have you not returned home yet?" Without hesitation, Zhao Yun chimed in with a grin. "Well, the village is abuzz with rumors that your family's cooking is exquisite. We merely wish to verify the truth of those claims." Even a Bao, who had previously appeared somewhat lethargic, perked up at the mention of food. Looking at Zhao Duo with eager anticipation, clearly yearning for a taste, "Oh, then you must savor it thoroughly." Zhao Duo replied with a subtle smile. amused by the cleverness of the little rascals, that he turned to the kitchen and soon emerged with several exquisite dishes that were a feast for the senses. The three youngsters' eyes sparkled with delight as they eagerly dug in. "Delicious! Clan brother, your culinary skills are truly remarkable," they exclaimed, praising him as they savored the food. Zhao Duo observed their voracious appetite, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Eat slowly. Don't choke, that if you wish for more in the future, you are always welcome to come," he said gently. The three youngsters nodded enthusiastically, their hearts brimming with joy. After finishing their meal, they bid farewell to Zhao Duo. Leaving in high spirits, Zhao Duo tidied up the dishes and took a seat. He found himself lost in thought. Perhaps he could open a restaurant in the village, allowing more people to experience delightful cuisine. This way, he could bring joy to others while also generating some income. After all, pursuing supremacy in the Central Plains required robust economic support. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the workshop where Zhao Duo stood bare-chested before his workbench. Wielding a massive hammer that echoed with rhythmic clangs, that he was intently focused on crafting a specialized set of armor for the instructional team, which would serve as vital equipment for their training. Zhao Duo was deeply invested in their training, considering that with their exceptional physical prowess as martial artists, they needed to adopt specialized training methods to further enhance their capabilities. Thus, he resolved to forge a batch of armor designed to increase weight, enlisting a Bao's assistants to inscribe gravity runes upon them, powered by spirit stones. This way, when the team donned these armors, they would bear additional weight, intensifying their training regimen. Zhao Duo believed that with the aid of this gravity armor, the instructional team would undergo a remarkable transformation. Fully immersed in the forging process, each swing of the hammer showcased the rhythmic movement of his muscles, evoking a unique aesthetic that in this moment, he had seamlessly integrated the act of forging with his own cultivation, strengthening his physique through relentless hammering. Ever since visualizing the wondrous chaos blue lotus seed, Zhao Duo had perceived a significant enhancement in both his comprehension and innate talent, propelling his cultivation to new heights at an astonishing pace. The prolonged training had rendered Zhao Duo's physique increasingly resilient and powerful. His skin shimmered with a metallic luster, each muscle defined with the precision of a sculptor's chisel, akin to a deity from ancient Greek mythology. Had he returned to his past life and walked the streets bare-chested, he would undoubtedly incite a sensation. Those lonely and bored noble women would flock to him, their eyes glimmering with admiration and desire, even going so far as to slip him notes of affection. Beads of sweat cascaded down his chiseled face, splattering onto the heated iron, creating a sizzling sound that filled the air. After hours of arduous labor, a series of exquisite and sturdy armors finally lay before him. Zhao Duo surveyed his creations with pride, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. Eagerly, he sought out a Bao .10 roasted whole lambs, plus 10 blessings of transformation. Otherwise, there's no discussion. Zhao Duo, laying out his terms, was taken aback by Bao's demands. This unexpected turn left him astonished and helpless, wondering when this little rascal had become so cunning. "That's excessive. At most, 2 roasted whole lambs and 2 blessings of transformation. Do you think my blessings come from thin air?" Zhao Duo argued, attempting to persuade Bao to lower his demands. 15 roasted whole lambs and 15 blessings of transformation. Bao countered, unwavering, his audacity both infuriating and endearing. "Goodness, have the prices gone up? Fine, you win this round." Zhao Duo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Upon witnessing Zhao Duo's capitulation, Bao beamed with victory. "Who told you to smack me yesterday? I don't hold grudges, but I do believe in immediate retribution." Zhao Duo could only chuckle helplessly, secretly enjoying the banter and negotiation with Bao. Chapter 48. Training the following morning. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow over the training grounds of the instructional team. 20 recruits stood in neat rows, their eyes bright with anticipation as they awaited Zhao Duo's arrival. Soon, 4 figures, 1 large and 3 small, emerged at the entrance of the training field, marking the arrival of Zhao Duo and his 3 young companions. Zhao Duo held tightly to the reins of Lightning, who wore an expression of utmost reluctance, its long face drooping in discontent. This morning, it had been forcibly dragged from its leisurely existence, compelled by Zhao Duo to haul nearly a ton of heavy armor to the training ground. Adding to its dismay was a Bao seated atop its back, occasionally delivering playful kicks while issuing commands like "Go Wo," as if directing Lightning's movements. However, due to a Bao's undeniable influence, Lightning could only endure in silence. Refusing to resist, that Zhao duo arrived with a horse-drawn cart and his three companions, the four squad leaders, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. Rushed forward to greet him. That "My lord, you have arrived. These armors are truly magnificent." "Are they all for us?" Zhang Long exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gazed upon the exquisite battle gear. Observing this scene, a Bao, perched atop Lightning, couldn't help but smirk, letting out a series of mischievous chuckles. This action rendered Lightning restless, dragging its hooves anxiously as it pondered whether this little mischief maker had devised new pranks yet again. Meanwhile, the trio of small ones gazed enviously at Zhang Long and the other three, sighing inwardly for not possessing such exquisite armor. However, in an instant, they seemed to recall something, and their faces lit up with joyous smiles. That it turned out that along their journey, they had exerted themselves, employing every trick in the book to finally persuade Zhao Duo to craft armor for them. With Zhao Duo's command, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, along with the other squad leaders, eagerly began distributing armor to their respective team members. When the 20 members of the training squad stood before Zhao Duo clad in their immaculate armor, the fine equipment accentuated the aura of ferocity that surrounded them. The trio watched the others with eyes gleaming with fervor, wishing they could don their own armor immediately. Observing the excitement on their subordinates' faces, a faint smile crept onto Zhao Duo's lips. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of training rookies in special forces during his past life. Though he wondered if they would retain their current vigor in the moments to come. Noticing the slight smile at the corner of Zhao Duo's mouth, the training squad members shivered involuntarily, sensing an ominous premonition as if they were being scrutinized by some formidable beast. "Ahem, we will only conduct one training exercise this morning, which is to maintain a military stance," Zhao Duo announced. As soon as he finished speaking, the squad members began to murmur among themselves. "Captain, I see something amiss with the Lord today. This training task seems rather trivial. Surely standing still isn't that challenging? There can't be any hidden tricks involved, right?" Seeing the sudden commotion among the team members, several captains grew uneasy. They did not want Zhao Duo to think they were incompetent leaders, and they promptly silenced their subordinate chatter. Once the team members regained their composure, Zhao Duo cleared his throat and continued, "While you all know how to stand at attention, I must inform you that my standards are much higher than you can imagine." With that, Zhao Duo personally demonstrated the proper stance. His movements were precise and methodical, with every detail executed impeccably, leaving onlookers in awe. "First, bring your feet together, toes angled at 60 degrees. Keep your body straight, and let your arms hang naturally." Zhao Duo elaborated while meticulously correcting the members' postures. "Remember to puff out your chest, draw in your abdomen, keep your gaze leveled ahead, do not blink, and maintain steady breathing." As time passed, the members gradually mastered the correct military stance, yet they remained unaware that this was merely the commencement of their training. "Next, we will engage in an extended standing practice. Each of you must maintain this position without the slightest relaxation," Zhao Duo declared. "From now until lunchtime, you are to hold this posture unyieldingly, that if anyone finds it too difficult, they may exit at any time. But remember, choosing to give up means foregoing lunch today." Upon hearing Zhao Duo's words, the members displayed expressions of shock and confusion. They had assumed that standing at attention was merely a simple warm-up exercise, never anticipating such stringent requirements. Nevertheless, no one dared to concede easily, as they understood that only through arduous training could they become true warriors. Thus, the members adjusted their stances and embarked on their lengthy standing ordeal. As Zhao Duo observed everyone gradually settling into the rhythm and grasping the essence of the military stance. A sly smile emerged on his face. He exchanged a knowing glance with a Bao, who was perched atop Lightning. A Bao, previously somewhat lethargic, instantly perked up. The little fellow swiftly gestured with his hands, weaving a series of intricate signs. A Bao completed his hand seals. A dusty yellow glow emanated from the armor worn by the training squad members. This sudden transformation left everyone wide-eyed, bewildered as they questioned why their armor had begun to glow. However, they soon sensed the consequences of this change. The 20-member squad felt their armor become exceedingly heavy, as if they were bearing the weight of a colossal mountain. And the mastermind behind it all was none other than Zhao Duo. There was no way he would allow them to breeze through this with ease and enjoy their lunch. Thus, he commanded a bow to activate the gravity formation on the armor, presenting them with a minor challenge. Observing the determination etched on their faces, Zhao Duo smiled contentedly, internally remarking, "These fellows exhibit quite a bit of perseverance. It seems our painstaking preparations were not in vain." Every move made by the training squad members was keenly observed by the trio, who quickly recognized the unique nature of the armor and began to reconsider their earlier enthusiasm. "Heh, cousin, I no longer desire that armor," Zhao Yan said, his face filled with anticipation as he looked toward Zhao Duo, hoping for his consent. However, Zhao Duo displayed a radiant smile before uttering words that dashed the trio's hopes. "Do you think that is possible? Once I have finished crafting it, the three of you must also participate in training." This proclamation struck the trio like a heavy blow, leaving them feeling desolate and engulfed in darkness. Their previously joyous spirits evaporated in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of despair. They had never anticipated having to confront such a grueling training regimen. Under the scorching sun, sweat gradually soaked their garments, yet they clung to their resolve. Time ticked away, and some individuals began to tremble slightly, their faces pale, but none chose to abandon their post. Finally, as lunchtime approached, Zhao Duo announced the end of the training. The members breathed a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground to rest. Chapter 49. Visitors from afar. The afternoon sun cast a golden hue over the training grounds of the instruction squad, illuminating the scene. Numerous squad members sat neatly on the ground, their gazes fixed intently on the commanding figure of Zhao Duo on the platform. Each person listened with rapt attention to his speech, as if fearing the loss of any word among this crowd. Three little figures stood out distinctly. They occupied the front row, their eyes brimming with curiosity and focus, clutching charcoal sticks and rustling paper as they diligently recorded every word Zhao Duo spoke. At this moment, Zhao Duo was passionately imparting essential training techniques and experiences, his voice resonating powerfully, echoing throughout the training ground. Seeing the earnestness etched on the faces of those below, Zhao Duo felt a surge of satisfaction swell within him, and a slight smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of pride. However, just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps abruptly shattered the tranquility. Zhao Cheng burst into the training ground like a whirlwind, calling out loudly, "Village Chief, are you here?" Upon spotting Zhao Duo standing on the platform, his previously tense expression relaxed, replaced by a look of relief that he hurried to the front, breathless, exclaiming, "Village Chief, I finally found you," gazing at the slightly disheveled Zhao Cheng. Zhao Duo furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "Second uncle, what has transpired that necessitated such urgency in seeking me?" In response to Zhao Duo's inquiry, Zhao Cheng's face flushed with anger, his chest heaving as he muttered under his breath, "Humph. It's all those outside brides' fault. After just a few days of good living, they've begun to forget their roots. They completely disregarded the matters entrusted to them by the elders. And now, returning to their natal homes." He hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts, yet the anger within him could no longer be contained. Observing Zhao Cheng's stammering, hesitating demeanor, Zhao Duo couldn't help but feel curious about what could possibly render him so conflicted. However, after a moment's contemplation, Zhao Duo suddenly realized that in this small Zhao family village, it was hard to conceive of any other matter that would prompt the elders to demand such secrecy. After some thought, he concluded that the issue of the curved plow likely warranted such serious caution. With this in mind, Zhao Duo voiced a suspicion. "Second uncle, could it be that someone inadvertently leaked information about the curved plow?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Cheng's expression darkened considerably, yet he soon exhaled a long sigh of relief. Guilt washed over his features as he murmured, "Village Chief, it's just that the busy farming season has just concluded, and quite a few brides from other villages have taken this opportunity to visit their families. Alas, who would have thought these women would be so indiscreet, unwittingly revealing the matter of our village's curved plow? This noon, several village chiefs have already come knocking, and they are currently at my home. That my father keeps saying he is sorry for your trust, as he hasn't managed to handle even this minor matter properly." Hearing this, The members of the instruction squad were filled with righteous indignation, furious and clamoring to punish those who had leaked confidential information. The atmosphere grew charged, creating quite a commotion. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Qing quickly finished his explanation, then cautiously stole glances at Zhao Duo, attempting to glean some insight from his expression. However, he was taken aback to find that Zhao Duo displayed no hint of anger. A stark contrast to his expectations that in an instant, Zhao Cheng was engulfed in suspicion, pondering to himself. Could it be that he had already foreseen this occurrence? Zhao Cheng's gaze slowly swept across the surroundings. Noting the faces of the crowd, all marked with indignation, especially those of the three little ones. Their originally round and adorable faces were now puffed up with anger, resembling dumplings, evoking a sense of pity. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Duo appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated it all along, stating this was entirely to be expected. With thousands of souls in Zhao family village, achieving absolute confidentiality without a single leak is no simple feat. He then shifted his tone, his voice growing sharp. However, should those village heads intend to profit from Zhao family village without effort, attempting to pressure us with their numbers, they ought to first seek the consent of everyone present. With that, Zhao Duo cast a resolute glance towards the members of the teaching team. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han, the squad leaders, instantly understood Zhao Duo's intent. Without hesitation, they stepped forward, rallying their teams to declare in unison. If you wish to reap benefits from Zhao family village without labor, you must first test whether our steel knives are sharp. The fervent shout resonated like thunder, echoing through the air and demonstrating the collective resolve of the crowd to defend their interests and refuse to yield. Even the three little ones joined in, shouting, "Disagree." Their voices were deafening, as if striving to pierce the heavens. Seeing this, the weight that had been pressing on Zhao Cheng's heart finally lifted. Truth be told, he had previously worried that Zhao Duo, being overly youthful and impetuous, might be easily swayed by those cunning old men, thus relinquishing the technology of the curved plow too readily. However, it was now evident that his concerns were somewhat unfounded. "All right, second uncle, let us hasten to meet those village heads," Zhao Duo exclaimed, and without missing a beat, he dashed down from the high platform, striding purposefully towards the residence of Old Man Zhao. He silently calculated that he must personally ascertain the positions and attitudes of the other village heads, as their stance would play a crucial role in the strategies Zhao Duo would adopt moving forward. Thus, under Zhao Duo's lead, a group of well-trained and spirited teaching team members advanced like a disciplined army. Exuding an imposing presence that a few paces behind, Zhao Qing silently observed this vibrant and energetic group. Yet his heart remained calm, that he understood that as long as Zhao Duo maintained his composure and rationality, undeterred by emotions, and with the reliable support of his companions, Zhao family village would undoubtedly prevail against any challenges they faced. Upon reaching the residence of Old Man Zhao, they were met with the sight of dozens of unfamiliar robust men standing orderly in the courtyard. These individuals exuded a fierce aura. Each one appeared strong and vigorous, their faces flushed and eyes bright. That it was evident that they hailed from neighboring villages, embodying exceptional strength. Yet, Zhao Duo's keen and perceptive spirit quickly discerned that not a single one among them had even reached the rank of a martial artist. It was hardly surprising. Had there been any martial artists present, they would not have endured the humiliation from the Black Wind Band for so long. That moment, as Zhao Duo led his team forward, the previously boisterous courtyard fell into a profound silence. The villagers from neighboring territories, as if caught in a spell, halted their discussions and turned in unison, their gazes fixed intently on the members of the teaching team. However, these villagers seemed unaware of the impropriety of their behavior. They unabashedly scrutinized each member of the teaching team with a curious yet slightly provocative gaze, as if attempting to see through them. In response to such insolence, the members of the teaching team found the situation somewhat amusing rather than infuriating, thinking to themselves, "These fellows truly do not know the heights of heaven or the depths of earth. Do they not understand the phrase, 'When the tiger does not roar, they take me for a sickly cat'?" It is vital to note that the members of the teaching team were not to be trifled with. Each one was a martial artist of considerable prowess. At this moment, they were all brimming with energy, and their displeasure towards the neighboring villagers was palpable. They would not tolerate such flagrant disregard and disdain. Not even their own children would be spared should they dare to misbehave in this manner. They would certainly be taught a lesson in proper conduct. This instant, despite the considerable number of villagers from neighboring territories. They posed no threat to the teaching team. The disparity in strength between the two sides was staggeringly vast, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. Thus, facing an opponent whose numbers far exceeded their own, the 20 members of the teaching team exhibited no fear, their hearts remaining resolute. Instead, they summoned their spirits, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, prepared to deliver a severe lesson to their adversaries. In an instant, the teaching team suddenly unleashed an overwhelming, suffocating aura, akin to a surging torrent sweeping towards the throng of adversaries. This aura was imbued with a sense of ironclad resolve and martial ferocity, its might crashing like tumultuous waves one after another, bearing down upon them. The neighboring villagers were instantly engulfed by an unprecedented pressure, as if the world itself were collapsing around them, in a state of sheer terror. They felt as though they were trapped in a tempestuous ocean, surrounded by towering waves that threatened to engulf them. They were like a solitary, fragile boat adrift on this vast sea, tossed about precariously, at any moment on the brink of being consumed by the merciless surf. Under the weighty pressure exerted by the teaching team, these villagers resembled fish out of water, mouths agape, gasping desperately for air, as if striving to inhale even the slightest breath to stave off suffocation and impending doom. As time passed, the faces of some began to turn as pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down their cheeks, stirring up tiny clouds of dust. Zhao watched this spectacle unfold before him, feeling an immense satisfaction. After all, for someone of his upright character, it was indeed a challenge to resort to intimidation. It was clear that he had likely endured considerable humiliation from these individuals in the past, just as these villagers appeared to be on the verge of collapse, teetering as if ready to faint. Zhao decisively intervened, halting any further escalation. Once the members of the teaching team reigned in their formidable aura, the villagers from neighboring territories seemed utterly drained of strength, collapsing to the ground, gasping greedily for air. Their eyes brimmed with unending fear and panic, as if standing before not humans, but a horde of vicious, terrifying beasts. That moment, one among them finally regained his composure, trembling involuntarily as he pointed a quivering finger at the group, his voice stammering due to sheer shock. "Why, you are all martial artists. How is this possible?" His eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face, as though he had witnessed the most astonishing phenomenon in the world. In that instant, his entire perception of these individuals shattered, replaced by a profound sense of fear and reverence. Seeing the neighboring villagers huddled together like frightened birds, their bodies trembling as if a flickering candle might extinguish at any moment. Zhao and his entourage found the situation utterly uninteresting, lacking any inclination to engage further. Reluctantly, they turned away, striding towards the spacious and bright living room. "Old brother Zhao, your actions are rather inappropriate. We are neighbors after all. Your Zhao family village possesses such a remarkable curved plow, yet you conceal it from us, which is truly difficult to comprehend." One of the village heads from neighboring territories took the initiative to voice his grievances, his tone laced with evident dissatisfaction and reproach. Soon after, several other village heads echoed in agreement. "Indeed, old brother Zhao, your conduct in this matter is quite unseemly." Their shameless words struck like a razor-sharp sword, piercing directly into old man Zhao's heart. It nearly caused him to experience a moment of extreme rage. His eyes widened in shock and fury, while his characteristic goatee shook violently, as if it might detach and fall away at any moment. Moreover, the deep lines etched into his face, already pronounced, turned a furious shade of purple, akin to a ripened tomato. Before even crossing the threshold into the living room, Zhao had already heard these jarring remarks. The remnants of his smile vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy demeanor, akin to the biting winds of winter, instilling a palpable chill in the air. Even those who trailed behind him could distinctly perceive a palpable drop in the surrounding air, seemingly altered by the fluctuations of his expression. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhao, his countenance darkened, strode directly into the living room. Upon entering, he beheld the assembly in the room, divided into two sides. On one side sat the venerable Zhao patriarch along with several other clan elders, each bearing a visage of indignation. On the opposite side, 6 elderly men, each appearing to have crossed the threshold of 60. Their faces etched with wrinkles. These elders now unabashedly directed their hostile glares towards the Zhao patriarch, as if he had committed an unforgivable transgression. Witnessing this, Zhao Duo felt his fury ignite to its zenith. A formidable and terrifying aura erupted from him, akin to a surging torrent, sweeping towards the village heads of the neighboring hamlets. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming pressure of a seventh-tier bone refinement expert descended upon the village leaders like a mountain crushing an egg. In that instant, the entire space seemed to freeze. The air grew unbearably heavy and oppressive, rendering it almost impossible to breathe. The neighboring village heads, sensing this unparalleled might, turned pale as parchment, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They wished to resist, yet found themselves utterly immobilized, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped their throats, leaving them to watch helplessly as death loomed ever closer. Chapter 51. Seeking allegiance just as the village heads were on the brink of fainting under Zhao Duo's oppressive aura. The Zhao patriarch finally spoke. "Village head, I implore you to temper your wrath and abandon your ferocious demeanor, that if you continue this pressure, these old fools will surely meet their demise on the spot." At that moment, the Zhao patriarch and the other clan elders wore expressions of mirth, as if the earlier tempest of anger had vanished without a trace. Zhao Duo's display appeared to have administered a miraculous calming balm, extinguishing the flames of their indignation in an instant. Upon observing the elder statesmen appearing as though they were on the verge of meeting their maker, the Zhao patriarch and the others hastily urged the wrathful Zhao Duo to reconsider. For they understood all too well that should Zhao Duo inadvertently mismanage his strength and truly send these old men to the underworld, it would inevitably invite a deluge of unnecessary troubles. Despite their confidence that the Zhao clan could easily overwhelm them, Zhao Duo let out a heavy snort and, with a scornful retort, declared, "Humph! Consider yourselves fortunate this time, you ignorant old fools. Have you no self-awareness? You come seeking assistance while adopting such an arrogant and haughty demeanor. Do you believe our Zhao clan owes you something? Were it not for the patriarch interceding on your behalf, I would have already sent you on a one-way trip to the Yellow Springs." At the moment his words fell, Zhao Duo moved like lightning, taking a single step to ascend to the main seat of the hall, settling down like a towering mountain. His posture was as upright as a peak, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, as if he were the sovereign of this domain, radiating an overwhelming presence that commanded respect throughout the room. The members of the teaching team, standing nearby, witnessed this scene, their eyes gleaming with fervor, filled with admiration for Zhao Duo. Under the guidance of the four captains, they arranged themselves in perfect formation along the sides of the hall, resembling a well-drilled army. Subsequently, they all unleashed their own formidable auras simultaneously, flooding the hall with a surging wave of power. The already trembling elders found themselves utterly undone by the sheer weight of the oppressive atmosphere. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, they felt their legs weaken, their bodies collapsing into their seats. Some, overwhelmed by fear, experienced involuntary loss of control, leaving unsightly stains upon their chairs. Observing this, Zhao Duo furrowed his brow in disgust. Casting a disdainful glare at the offending individual, time slipped by silently, and after what felt like an eternity, the elderly men, who had been rendered utterly disoriented by fear, gradually began to recover from their panic. They blinked as if awakening from a dream, their faces betraying expressions of relief at having survived. Subsequently, they collectively turned their gaze towards the Zhao patriarch, their eyes brimming with gratitude. After all, under Zhao Duo's terrifying pressure, they felt as though their ancestors had come to escort them to the underworld. This brush with death deepened their gratitude towards the Zhao patriarch. This realization filled the Zhao patriarch with secret delight, as he inwardly chastised them, thinking, "Indeed, they are nothing but wretches." Once the village heads regained their faculties, their wits returned to the fore. At this juncture, one among them stepped forward, addressing the young Zhao Duo, who sat majestically in the main seat, with a profound bow and an extreme display of humility. "I am but an unworthy individual, the village head of Zhou Village. I presume you are the esteemed village head of Zhao Village? It is truly awe-inspiring. I never expected you to be so youthful and vigorous, having already attained the status of a first-tier martial artist at such a tender age. Given time, you may very well ascend to greater heights and achieve extraordinary feats. Zhao Duo's expression remained as unyielding as stone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he quietly listened to the sycophantic flattery of the Zhou village head. Like a still pond, undisturbed by ripples, that it was only when the elderly man exhausted his repertoire of praise that Zhao Duo finally interjected. There is no need to continue. Any further words would likely yield no novelty. This flattery lacks originality. Let us discuss matters of substance. His brief remark struck the old man like a hammer, causing his face to flush a deep shade of embarrassment. It must be said, these antiquated figures were woefully inept at flattery, for after such a brief exchange, they could no longer summon any fresh expressions that in contrast to seasoned professionals adept in the art of persuasion. Their efforts seemed to pale in comparison. Zhao Duo mused silently to himself. This sudden turn of events ignited a surge of uncontainable joy among the village heads, who had previously been disheartened by the Zhou elder's opportunism. It seems even old Zhou can falter at times. Just then, another voice emerged from the crowd, announcing, "I am the village head of Li Village. Recently, I heard from a woman who married into your village that you have developed a new type of plow called the. It is for this reason that we old men have come to your esteemed village, hoping you could impart the techniques for crafting this implement, that we earnestly await your favorable response." However, in response to this earnest request, Zhao Duo merely snorted coldly, his face contorted with anger as he retorted, "Umph. Was your previous aggressive stance truly the appropriate method to seek the plow-making technique? Just look at how agitated you have made my patriarch." As the old adage goes, the elderly are cunning, and the horse is sly. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, the village heads hastily rose in unison, bowing deeply as they repeatedly apologized. "We are truly remiss, having acted so disrespectfully. Our fervent desire for the plow-making technique led us to offend you all in our impulsiveness, that we implore you to forgive our rashness." Upon witnessing this scene, the once fuming clan elders felt their anger dissipate like mist. Zhao Duo's lips curled into a slight smirk, as he remarked with a hint of mockery, "As for the plow-making technique, it is not beyond teaching to you. Even the methods of martial cultivation could be shared with you. However, what benefit shall Zhao village gain from this exchange?" Upon hearing this, the village heads first displayed a glimmer of surprise, particularly when they learned that even the methods of martial cultivation could potentially be shared. Their faces flushed with joy, but as Zhao Duo mentioned the benefits Zhao village would derive, they fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, the clan elders of Zhao village exchanged anxious glances, their expressions revealing their growing unease. After all, this was the very foundation upon which Zhao village depended for survival. Regrettably, Zhao Duo seemed oblivious to their urgent concern to that moment. The Zhou village head's small eyes began to dart, as if calculating something. After a brief pause, he suddenly bent low, respectfully stating, "Zhou village is willing to pledge allegiance to you, village head Zhao. From this day forth, we shall follow Zhao village's lead and obey your every command." His words were sincere, and his demeanor was humbly submissive. Chapter 52. The countryside surrounds the city. The remaining village heads watched in dismay as the Zhou village heads seized the initiative once more, their faces reflecting a shared sense of regret and remorse, internally lamenting, "Alas, how could I have been so foolish? Why did I not awaken to this sooner?" As he observed others taking action, their reluctance to fall behind became evident. They hastily bowed in deference, expressing their desire to align themselves with Zhao family village in unison. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Duo could not help but beam with delight, feeling a sense of private satisfaction. My efforts have finally borne fruit. Indeed, this entire sequence of events was the culmination of Zhao Duo's meticulous planning that anticipated, faced with the alluring prospect of cultivating martial arts. These individuals found themselves utterly unable to resist such a formidable temptation. After all, no one wished to endure losses as grievous as those suffered during the summer harvest. At that moment, the elders of Zhao family village also displayed expressions of contentment. Finally realizing the true intent behind Zhao Duo's actions, they could not help but exclaim in admiration. "Who would have thought that our young village chief possesses such foresight? Truly commendable." Sitting at the head of the table, Zhao Duo recognized that the time had come, and he slowly rose to approach the village chiefs from neighboring settlements, with a warm and amiable smile, akin to that of a gentle sheepdog. He extended his hand to assist each of them, laughing heartily. "Ha! From now on, we are one big, loving family. There's no need for such grand gestures." The village chiefs, having witnessed Zhao Duo's rapidly shifting countenance reminiscent of a chameleon, could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. "Village Chief Zhao, you were not quite so amiable moments ago. Your fierce and intimidating demeanor still sends shivers down our spines." At this juncture, Zhao Duo abruptly turned to the elder Zhao and called out, "Elder, please summon the village cooks to prepare a grand feast for tonight, ensuring we extend our warmest hospitality to our newfound friends." However, before the elder could respond, Zhao Cheng, who had been standing respectfully nearby, interjected, "Rest assured, village chief, I will take care of this matter." Zhao Duo's face broke into a satisfied smile, nodding in agreement before instructing, "Second uncle, quickly retrieve some of the beast meat stored in our granary, so everyone can indulge in a delicious feast. At your command, village chief." Zhao Cheng replied, immediately striding out of the hall to commence preparations. Upon hearing that there would be beast meat to savor, the other village chiefs were left agape, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. They were well aware that ordinary folk like themselves seldom had the opportunity to relish such rare delicacies. At that moment, their hearts brimmed with boundless gratitude as they collectively expressed, "We are immensely grateful for your generous hospitality, my lord." That night, Zhao Duo looked upon the harmonious gathering with a sense of fulfillment. When the villagers of Zhao family village learned that those from external villages had pledged their allegiance, they promptly accepted them, shedding any initial hostility. Nevertheless, both the tenants of Zhao family village and its villagers held their heads high in pride, their sense of superiority unmistakable. At this moment, Elder Zhao approached Zhao Duo with a serious demeanor. "Village chief, do you truly trust them with the bull demon body refining technique? Are you not concerned they might turn against Zhao family village once they master it?" "Haha, dear elder, you are far too courteous that I in your presence. I am but a junior, that am why intention in imparting the bull demon body refining technique is rooted in my own considerations," Zhao Duo replied earnestly. Elder Zhao, observing the humility in Zhao Duo, felt a surge of admiration but maintained a serious expression. "Young Duo, you are now the village chief and the patriarch of our Zhao clan. We must uphold propriety. Lest the authority of the village chief be undermined," he continued. "However, we old-timers have encountered more than you, that I must caution you that the bull demon body refining technique is the very foundation of Zhao family village. Therefore, is it wise to share it so readily with outsiders?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Duo felt a shiver run through him, fully aware of the truth in Elder Zhao's words. After all, one must not casually transmit profound techniques. Yet, he had already formulated a plan, and with a slight smile, he explained to Elder Zhao, "Elder, I understand your concerns. However, my decision to teach the bull demon body refining technique to them stems from my absolute confidence in Zhao family village. As long as we maintain our dominant position, they will not dare harbor any treachery. Moreover, since these individuals have chosen to align themselves with Zhao family village, they are now family and will not betray us. This course of action is also intended to prepare for future acquisitions of other villages, rapidly bolstering the strength of Zhao family village that, in due time, we can envelop the urban centers and seize power." Elder Zhao nodded slightly but still voiced his doubts. "But what if someone exceptionally gifted emerges, advancing swiftly and surpassing Zhao family village? Would that not undermine our advantage?" With a hearty laugh, Zhao Duo responded confidently, "Fear not, elder. While I am here, such an occurrence shall never transpire. Furthermore, I will not divulge all techniques at once, but will instead impart them gradually. This will allow us to better manage the dissemination of knowledge, ensuring we remain at the forefront. Additionally, our teaching team will penetrate various villages, educating those who aspire to martial prowess. Through their influence and guidance, we can further solidify our position, ensuring that the initiative remains in our hands." After taking a sip of tea, Zhao Duo continued, "Elder, even if such a talent were to arise, it would merely indicate that Zhao family village has been fortunate enough to attract a genius. Such individuals should be nurtured and developed as core strengths of Zhao family village. Besides, we possess a wealth of techniques and resources to enhance our own capabilities that as long as we persevere, we will undoubtedly maintain our leading status." Elder Zhao, upon hearing this, revealed a relieved smile. "You are right. I have been overly anxious. May Zhao family village grow ever stronger under your leadership that I end the days that followed. The villagers of Zhao family village and those from the allied villages devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their daily farming and training. When Zhao family village delivered plows to the other villages, the villagers witnessed the efficiency of the plows firsthand, filling their hearts with gratitude toward Zhao family village and Zhao duo. Simultaneously, a profound sense of belonging began to take root. Later, as the teaching team settled into various villages and commenced instruction on the bull demon body refining technique, this sense of belonging deepened further that in this high martial world, martial arts techniques held immense allure, regarded as the finest means of breaking free from existing class constraints and achieving personal advancement. One day, at the training grounds of the teaching team, the shouts echoed loudly, creating a magnificent scene. The number of members in the teaching team had far surpassed its initial scale, exceeding 200. Most of them were accomplished youths from Zhao family village and its tenant villages, who had broken through to the skin refining stage with the aid of Zhao duo's spiritual herbs and beast meat. A smaller portion hailed from the villages allied with Zhao family village. Although they had yet to advance to the rank of martial artist, Zhao duo still welcomed them into the teaching team. Acting out of a desire for balance, that moment, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Wang Chao, and Ma Han were leading their respective teams, having just completed a round of training and begun to rest. Suddenly, an urgent sound of footsteps approached from outside the training grounds. They turned to see Zhao Cheng, flanked by a stranger, rushing in anxiously, calling out, "Village chief, we have a grave situation." This exclamation was akin to a stone cast into still waters, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. The sound reverberated across the entire training ground, capturing everyone's attention. They all braced themselves, wondering what calamity had befallen them. In stark contrast to the accomplished Zhao Cheng, the unfamiliar man appeared utterly disheveled. Breathless and panting, he staggered to Zhao duo's side, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Noticing this, Zhao duo quickly instructed his subordinates to bring a glass of water. After the man drank, he regained some strength and began recounting the events. Upon seeing Zhao duo, the man immediately knelt, tears welling in his eyes, his voice thick with sorrow and fear. "Village Chief Zhao, please, you must save our village. We have encountered an eerie incident." Zhao duo, witnessing this, swiftly extended a hand to assist the man to his feet, offering comfort. "Brother, there is no need to panic. Speak slowly." His heart raced, realizing that every peculiar occurrence was not to be taken lightly. And he finally understood why Zhao Cheng had spoken of a grave situation. "Village chief, this brother is named Zhou Dainio, a villager from Zhou family village. Today, an eerie incident unfolded there. A villager was mysteriously drained to a desiccated corpse. He was sent by village chief Zhou to seek our assistance." Zhao Cheng began to explain beside him. Upon hearing this, Zhao duo's mind conjured the slightly plump figure of village chief Zhou. After all, that rotund fellow was the first to express his allegiance to him. How could he possibly forget? Just as Zhao duo lowered his head in contemplation, the members of the teaching team had already begun to discuss among themselves. It was truly unexpected that, even before the Zhongyuan festival this year, such strange occurrences had emerged. Villages devoid of warriors would surely face dire straits. Indeed, it was fortunate that our village had the presence of the village chief. These anomalies could also be referred to as supernatural beings, including spirits that exist in a spectral state and zombies that exist in corporeal form. Among them, ghosts are considered ominous entities, embodying poverty, sorrow, decay, disaster, disgrace, cruelty, foulness, pain, illness, and death, an amalgamation of all that is dark and foreboding, arising from the souls of the deceased. Conversely, zombies emerge due to unfavorable burial conditions or contact with items imbued with heavy energy, resulting in the corpses undergoing a grotesque transformation. They typically possess immense strength and an undead nature, sustaining their existence by consuming human blood or souls. Such eerie entities often instill fear and menace. Yet, fortunately, they tend to roam only around the time of the Zhongyuan festival. Otherwise, the troubles they could inflict upon humanity would far surpass that of demonic beasts. The vigorous chi and blood of martial artists are the nemesis of these sinister apparitions. However, should one's strength be insufficient, they would merely serve as a tonic for these creatures, enabling their rapid evolution. This leaves villages bereft of martial artists feeling helpless and vulnerable in the face of such anomalies. They can only rely on the aid of neighboring villages and the government to weather the storm. While Zhao Duo pondered whether the strange occurrences in Zhoujia village were the work of ghosts or zombies, Zhou Dainiu was growing increasingly anxious, akin to an ant on a hot pan, sweat pouring from his brow. Observing Zhao Duo deep in thought, Zhou Dainiu felt an overwhelming urgency, nearly driven to madness. Pacing back and forth, yet daring not to disturb Zhao Duo for fear that a moment's anger would lead him to abandon Zhoujia village. Finally, unable to contain himself, Zhou Dainiu spoke up, his voice tinged with anxiety and unease. Zhao Duo lifted his head, regarding Zhou Dainiu with a flicker of confusion. That I understand your urgency. Rest assured, I shall certainly come to the aid of Zhoujia village. I would never forsake you. Zhao Duo asserted with unwavering conviction that in his heart, this rescue was imperative. After all, Zhoujia village regarded him as their leader. How could he turn a blind eye? Should he fail to act? The promising situation in Zhao village would crumble in an instant. Indeed, if a leader cannot shield their subordinates from adversity, what reason would the subordinates have to follow? Zhou Dainiu gritted his teeth and nodded. He recognized the validity of Zhao Duo's words. Yet the worry in his heart remained unassuaged. Brother Dainiu, has anyone encountered this anomaly? Zhao Duo inquired, his brow furrowing as he could not help but seek further information about the strange events. For knowledge of both oneself and the enemy is the key to victory in any battle. Zhou Dainiu trembled at this question, clearly terrified, and replied with a look of horror. My lord, we have no idea what this anomaly is. If we were to encounter it, what hope would we have? All we found was Zhou's corpse, which was nothing more than a desiccated shell, devoid of moisture, as if it had been dried out for many years. A gentle touch would cause it to shatter into pieces. Upon hearing Zhou Dainiu's description, Zhao Duo's brows knitted even tighter. The useful information was scant, observing the troubled expression on Zhao Duo's face. Zhou Dainiu too felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain if the information he provided would be of any assistance. Just then, Zhou Dainiu recalled a detail and hastily continued, My lord, I remember when we examined Zhou Lar's body. We found no signs of zombie bites. Generally, if a zombie were responsible, the victim's corpse would bear distinct bite marks. Yet Zhou Lar's body had none of these injuries. Thus, I suspect this incident may not have been the work of a zombie. Chapter 54. Zhoujia village. Zhao Duo's eyes brightened with a glimmer of delight. Zhou Dainiu had finally provided a useful lead. Perhaps, as he suggested, these strange events were not caused by zombies, but were related to spirits. In silence, the journey of over 10 li was swiftly traversed by Zhao Duo and his companions on horseback, taking merely the time to brew a cup of tea to reach Zhoujia village. Upon entering, a chilling aura enveloped them, causing Zhao Duo and his party to frown involuntarily. Although the chill was of little consequence to seasoned martial artists, it was an unbearable torment for ordinary folk like Zhou Dainiu. Once inside the village, Zhou Dainiu immediately sensed a shift in the surrounding environment. Involuntarily shivering, that he murmured to himself, Strange, the village seems colder than when I left. As he spoke, he wrapped his clothing tightly around himself, attempting to fend off the biting cold. Brother, the energy in this village is unusually thick. There must be supernatural beings lurking here, the perceptive Xiao Abeo remarked, halting her fidgeting legs and leaning closer to Zhao Duo's ear to whisper her concern. Zhao Duo nodded slightly in acknowledgement, remaining vigilant as he scanned the vicinity for any potential danger. The streets of Zhoujia village were eerily deserted, with only a few hurried figures passing by. Their faces etched with worry, devoid of the usual vibrancy and noise. It was evident that these strange occurrences had plunged the entire village into a state of profound panic and unrest. Upon hearing the sound of hooves echoing on the cobblestones, the residents peered out from their homes, speculating who could be bold enough to stroll through the streets at such a time. Some intrepid villagers even peeked through cracks in their doors. However, upon recognizing Zhou Dainiu leading a group of strikingly poised and spirited young martial artists, their fears began to dissipate. Moreover, some daring villagers stepped outside, warmly approaching, inquiring with genuine concern, Dainiu, are these truly the martial artists you summoned from Zhao village? Indeed, cousin. Not only have I summoned martial artists, but the village chief of Zhao has personally come to assist us. At last our village is saved, Zhou Dainiu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hope, convinced that with such powerful allies, the supernatural troubles plaguing the village would surely be resolved. As Zhao Duo and his entourage approached the village chief's residence, they spotted the rotund Zhou, huddled with his family in anticipation. Upon seeing Zhao Duo upon his steed, Zhou rushed forward with astonishing speed, pushing aside Zhou Daniu, who was holding the reins of Zhao Duo's horse. "My lord, allow this humble old man to tend to your steed. Those young ones might not handle such delicate work well, that I never expected you to personally come and resolve our village's supernatural calamity. It will surely be an effortless task for you." Zhou then deeply bowed to Zhao Duo, his face alight with excitement. Hearing Zhou's nauseating flattery, those behind Zhao Duo wore expressions of disdain and contempt, silently criticizing Zhou for his utter shamelessness. They wondered when holding the reins of a horse had become such a meticulous task. Even Zhou Daniu, a fellow villager, felt a flush of embarrassment as he experienced the depths of his village chief's shamelessness. Yet, upon reflection, he understood. Such shamelessness was precisely what had allowed Zhou to maintain his position for over a decade. Zhao Duo, observing the ingratiating smile on Zhou's face, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Gaining a deeper understanding of Zhou's unscrupulous behavior, he stifled a smile and replied, "Village Chief Zhou, there is no need for such formality, that I have come expressly to address the challenges facing your village. Since Zhoujia village has chosen to pledge its loyalty to me, how could I stand idly by in this critical moment?" With that, he gracefully dismounted from his steed and approached Zhou, upon hearing Zhao Duo's words. Zhou's eyes sparkled with a flicker of gratitude. He quickly nodded, beaming as he said, "I thank you, my lord. Your arrival is indeed a momentous occasion for Zhoujia village." He glanced back at his family and cheerfully added, "My lord, please follow me. Let us first go inside for a warm cup of tea." However, Zhao Duo declined Zhou's invitation. Throughout the journey, he had observed the grateful and hopeful gazes of the villagers. He was acutely aware that these villagers had placed their hopes upon him. "Village Chief Zhou, we can drink tea at any time. Let us first inspect the deceased," Zhao Duo stated with a serious demeanor. Zhou nodded repeatedly, immediately rising to lead Zhao Duo into the village. Along the way, Zhao Duo inquired about the details surrounding the victim. The deceased was Zhou Lizi, well in the village, known for his idleness and lack of ambition. Much despised by the villagers. This morning, a villager went to his home to collect a debt, only to discover him lying there as a mere desiccated corpse. As I observe, it seems that this peculiar phenomenon is indeed brought forth by that wretched lad. Truly a malevolent being. Zhou Pongzi, filled with loathing, expressed his disdain for this Zhou Lizi with palpable hatred. Zhao Duo furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, "So, you mean to say that none of you have actually witnessed this anomaly?" Zhou Pongzi shook his head and sighed. "Zhou Lizi's home is rather isolated. None of us heard any disturbances last night. However, the villagers residing nearby mentioned that it was particularly cold during the midnight hour. And even now, our village remains unseasonably frigid." As they spoke, the group arrived at the doorstep of Zhou Lizi's abode, a dilapidated structure that appeared on the verge of collapse. Zhou Pongzi gestured towards the house, stating, "My lord, this is Zhou Lizi's home." Zhao Duo strode forward, unceremoniously pushing open the precarious door, only to be met with an overwhelming stench that assailed his nostrils. Wrinkling his nose in discomfort, he steeled himself and scrutinized the interior. The scene within was one of utter chaos, with refuse and debris littering the floor, and the walls were grimy and repulsive to behold. Quite frankly, it was even filthier than the pigsty back in Zhao village. In one corner, upon a rickety bed, lay the emaciated corpse of a small figure. Just as Zhou Daniu had described, the body was completely desiccated, its skin shriveled and taking on an incredibly. She was a stunning beauty, her skin as fair as snow, delicate as if it could be broken by a mere breath, and as smooth as mutton-fat jade. Her eyes resembled deep, mysterious lakes, a brilliant blue that captivated the soul, with long lashes that fluttered lightly like the wings of a butterfly. Her lips, adorned with vibrant red lipstick, were as succulent as ripe cherries, exuding an alluring sheen. She wore a resplendent red wedding gown, intricately embroidered with exquisite phoenix patterns that appeared almost alive, as if poised to take flight, presenting a haunting yet enchanting sight. Zhao Duo also noticed that wherever this breathtaking figure passed, a layer of crystalline frost formed upon the ground, and even from a considerable distance, they could feel the surrounding temperature drop significantly. Hey, bad brother, how long do you plan to stare? Let me tell you. That's not a human. It's a vengeful spirit. Upon noticing Zhao Duo's unrelenting gaze upon the stunning figure, Ah Bao, perched on Zhao Duo's shoulder, became displeased and tugged at his hair in frustration. Just as the woman was about to enter the ancestral hall, Zhao Duo and a group from Zhao village suddenly appeared before her, blocking her path. The chilling gaze of the breathtaking woman swept across the crowd, and with each person she regarded, they felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Freezing to the core, her gaze finally settled on Zhao Duo, and she found it intriguing that his eyes were as clear as spring water, devoid of any trace of lust, a realization that softened her expression slightly. However, this clarity lasted but a brief moment before her gaze was once again replaced by a cold malice, filled with hatred and resentment as she surveyed the crowd. Dark mist began to emanate from her, swirling around her like a thick fog, gradually enveloping the entire space, akin to a colossal black hand. This oppressive aura, heavy with resentment and malevolence, rendered the air around them dense. The beautiful figure, shrouded in layers of darkness, began to fade from view. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed through the night sky of Zhao family village. The sound was sharp and jarring, akin to nails scraping glass, sending chills down the spine and instilling a sense of dread. I will slaughter all you filthy men for daring to desecrate my corpse and rob me of peace. I shall ensure that not a single soul remains in this village. Hearing such a heart-wrenching cry from the stunning female, Ghost sent a wave of shock through Zhao Duo, his scalp prickling. His heart brimmed with fury and curses directed at Zhou Lizi. Damn it. Not only did you raid a tomb, but you also disrespected a corpse no wonder she harbors such deep-seated hatred for you. She turned you into a desiccated husk. If it were up to me, I'd reduce you to ashes. However, despite Zhao Duo's profound sympathy for the ghost's plight, coupled with the fact that the culprit had been vanquished, it did not justify her indiscriminate slaughter of innocent villagers. Resolving to stand up for the people of Zhou family village, Zhao Duo stepped forward, addressing the specter amidst the dark mist. Ah, esteemed ghost lady, we deeply empathize with your misfortune. Yet since you have already avenged yourself upon the true villain yesterday, you should not trouble Zhou family village today. After all, they are unaware of the events and are in no way accomplices to Zhou Lizi. The beautiful ghost regarded Zhao Duo with an impassive expression, her eyes glimmering with vengeful light, clearly consumed by her own resentment and rage. Paying no heed to his words, slowly, she parted her lips, emitting a sharp, piercing scream that seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the soul. This wail left Zhao Duo and the other villagers reeling, nearly unable to maintain their footing. I will kill you all, eradicate you, echoed her relentless cries. Yet none of this deterred Zhao Duo. With a flash of dark light, the Feng Tianhuaji appeared in his hand. Aware of the formidable nature of the ghost before him, he unhesitatingly drew his weapon. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and the others behind him gripped their long knives tightly, their blades all aimed at the wedding dress specter. Zhao Duo bellowed, "Esteemed ghost lady, if you are willing to depart and pledge not to harm the people of Zhou family village, we can coexist peacefully. However, should you persist in your misguided quest for vengeance, you may wish to inquire whether my Feng Tianhuaji concurs." With that, he pointed the weapon directly at the breathtaking woman. "Very well. I shall first send you on your way, and then I will slaughter the entire village." The wedding-dressed ghost shrieked, her voice capable of piercing the very essence of being, with her hands outstretched like talons. Tendrils of dark energy coiled around her fingertips, slithering like serpents. With a chilling wail, the ghost abruptly vanished before the onlookers, leaving only a cold wind in her wake. When she reappeared, it was mere steps away from Zhao Duo, close enough for him to catch the foul stench emanating from her. Her eyes burned crimson, devoid of any emotion, and her jade-like hands, imbued with icy, ghostly energy, lunged ferociously at Zhao Duo's chest. Her fierce momentum seemingly intent on eviscerating him in one swift motion. Yet, faced with such a ferocious assault, Zhao Duo remained unperturbed. He inhaled deeply, regulating his breathing, and in the blink of an eye, He deftly retreated 10 paces, his movements light and swift. Reminiscent of a nimble leopard, he successfully evaded the ghost's lethal strike, causing her claws to swipe through empty air. Simultaneously, the Feng Tianhuaji in Zhao Duo's grasp did not remain idle. He swung the long halberd, slicing through the air with the force of a sweeping autumn wind, targeting the wedding-dress ghost. The halberd traced an arc through the sky, exuding a fierce momentum as it bore down upon the specter. At last, the Feng Tianhuaji clashed with the ghost's claws, producing a sharp metallic ring. Their encounter was akin to two meteors colliding, unleashing a tremendous force and energy wave. The surrounding air seemed to tear apart, creating swirling vortices of wind. As the saying goes, a master reveals his skill with a single move, but a single exchange. Both combatants understood that their strengths were evenly matched, their gazes locked, each seeking a flaw in the other's defenses, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike a decisive blow. Only a few breaths had passed when the man and ghost engaged in another fierce clash. The battlefield was divided. One half radiated intense heat, a result of Zhao Duo's sanguine energy, while the other half, shrouded in the ghost's chilling aura, was frigid enough to freeze water droplets in an instant. It was a battle of ice and fire. After dozens of intense exchanges, Zhao Duo finally seized a rare opportunity, bringing the Feng Tianhuaji down with force against the ghost's waist. This strike held great hope for Zhao Duo. He firmly believed he could fell the wedding-dressed ghost with it. However, as is often the case, ideals are often more radiant than reality. Just as the halberd's tip was about to connect with the ghost's waist, her form suddenly became ethereal, as if transforming into an illusion. The Feng Tianhuaji rushed through the space where she had been, inflicting no tangible damage whatsoever. In truth, the blow had little effect on the wedding-dress ghost. Only the searing energy from the halberd managed to evaporate a fraction of the dark energy surrounding her, a mere trifle in the grand scheme of things. Witnessing this unfold, Zhao Duo furrowed his brow. Confronted with a spirit capable of shifting between the tangible and the intangible, he found himself momentarily at a loss for a better strategy. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Zhao Duo focused intently, attuning himself to the subtle movements around him, hoping to detect the hidden presence of the red-clad ghost. A faint sound sliced through the air, the sound of claws cutting through the atmosphere. The wedding-dressed ghost materialized silently behind Zhao Duo, launching a lethal strike. The ghostly claws, pale as bone, swiftly tore through Zhao Duo's clothing and sank into his flesh. Fortunately, by this time, Zhao Duo had already reached the pinnacle of the segment bone realm, refining his skin to perfection. Thus, what could have easily sliced through steel was halted at the surface, failing to penetrate further. Having narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of the wedding-dress ghost, Zhao Duo quickly turned to examine his shoulder wound. Fortunately, it was minor, with only a trickle of blood seeping out, though it was tainted with ghostly energy, hindering the healing process. Just a few steps away, the wedding-dress ghost provocatively glanced at Zhao Duo, raising her bloodied right hand to her mouth and sucking on her finger. However, upon swallowing that single drop of his blood, it transformed into a torrent of life energy, solidifying her somewhat ethereal form. This change filled her with elation, her gaze toward Zhao Duo brimming with fervor, as if she longed to devour him whole, to use him as sustenance for her cultivation. Zhao Duo, ever vigilant, realized the gravity of the situation as he noticed the ghost feeding on his blood. He was acutely aware that in the eyes of those monsters, he was merely a walking feast. Alert and prepared for a potential attack, he noted with growing concern the ghost's body becoming increasingly solid. The wedding-dress ghost seemed to sense Zhao Duo's stare. She lifted her head to meet his gaze, her eyes reflecting both greed and yearning, as if he were the very sustenance she had been yearning for. A chill coursed up Zhao Duo's spine, signaling to him that the female ghost had taken a keen interest in him, an interest that could very well lead to further complications. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He realized he could no longer afford to wait, that he had to act immediately to rid himself of this ghostly bride. For should his secrets be exposed, it would inevitably bring about his demise. Without hesitation, he swung his halberd with precision, unleashing a fierce and relentless barrage of strikes, akin to a howling tempest aimed directly at the ghostly bride. Yet, the spectral figure seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his techniques, effortlessly evading each of his assaults through deft manipulation of her corporeal form. Each of his attacks met with failure, leaving him in dismay. Zhao Duo could scarcely believe how formidable this ghostly bride was. As though she could read his very thoughts, he was compelled to continually alter his strategies, searching for a flaw in her defenses. But each attempt was skillfully sidestepped. In the midst of this, the ghostly bride seized the opportunity to counterattack, her razor-sharp claws leaving deep gashes upon Zhao Duo's flesh. Though these wounds did not threaten his life, they steadily drained his strength and vitality, plunging him further into a precarious situation. As time wore on, Zhao Duo felt the weight of exhaustion bearing down upon him, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. He understood that if this continued, he would soon be bested by the ghostly bride. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd. "Brother, quickly apply your blood to the blade of the halberd. The blood of a warrior is the bane of spirits." It was Bao, the only one among the throng with this vital knowledge. Upon hearing Bao's urgent reminder, Zhao Duo was overwhelmed with excitement, an exhilaration that words could scarcely convey. However, he couldn't help but internally chastise. How could a Bao keep such crucial information to himself until now? Why wait until I was in dire straits to speak up? Yet, time was of the essence, and there was no room for contemplation. Quick as a flash, he seized the moment, reversing the halberd and slicing his fingertip against the razor-sharp blade. Blood, bright as rubies, surged forth, swiftly coating the halberd's edge. As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart, and the blood that flowed was the essence of his life force. Empowered by his own lifeblood, Zhao Duo felt an invigorating surge of strength, confidence swelling within him as he once more charged at the ghostly bride. This time, as the halberd struck the ghostly figure, the specter could no longer elude the onslaught. The searing blood blazed like flames, scorching the ghostly bride and eliciting a wretched wail that echoed through the night. This blow ignited a fervor within Zhao Duo, transforming him into a fearless beast as he pressed the attack. Liberating himself from the embarrassment of being ineffectual, this strike also served as a balm for the anxious crowd, their hearts gradually settling. Just moments ago, Zhao Duo, the most formidable among them, had been reduced to mere defense against the ghost's relentless assault. Should he falter, they would be as lambs to the slaughter, at the mercy of the vengeful spirit. At last, the tide had turned. The dynamics of the battle shifted entirely. Zhao Duo's halberd became a dancing dragon, weaving an impenetrable barrier against the ghostly bride. With each ferocious strike, the specter grew increasingly insubstantial, as if a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Finally, when the last blow descended with the force of a tempest upon her ghostly form, the overwhelming power shattered her essence into dust. Yet, as Zhao Duo beheld this, he noticed a look of relief cross the ghostly bride's visage, as her ghostly essence dissipated like mist in the air. There materialized a translucent orb resembling a luminous pearl, the soul condensation pearl. Chapter 58. Soul recognition. Ghostly spirits can be classified into various realms: wandering souls, malevolent spirits, ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. Wandering souls are those of ordinary people who, for myriad reasons, linger in the mortal realm, unable to enter the afterlife. Lacking any cultivation, they pose no threat to the living. However, once a soul coalesces into a ghostly form and enters the realm of malevolent spirits, its power undergoes a profound transformation. Akin to a human martial artist at the pinnacle of physical prowess. In this realm, there exists a minuscule chance that a soul condensation pearl may form within a ghost's essence. This pearl serves as the core of the ghost's power, embodying the vast majority of its spiritual energy. Of course, not every malevolent spirit can produce a soul condensation pearl. Only a fraction, less than 1 in 10, can achieve this. The soul condensation pearl aids in the cultivation of one's soul, and for those at the 4th tier of martial arts, it can expedite their breakthrough to the 3rd tier of soul recognition, thus rendering it a highly coveted treasure. Zhao Duo could hardly believe his fortune at encountering such a rare occurrence that he felt compelled to exclaim to the ghostly bride, "You were quite the benevolent spirit after all." Eagerly, he stepped forward to seize the soul condensation pearl. As he felt its cool touch, a jolt of clarity surged through him, sharpening his mind. With a mere thought, he stored the pearl within his spatial ring, intending to refine and absorb it in the stillness of the night, hoping to elevate his spiritual realm. perhaps even achieving early consciousness. A.S. Zhao duo triumphed over the ghostly bride, the members of the teaching squad, including Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, who had been mere spectators, gathered around, expressing concern for his wounds. Not wanting to be left behind, a Bao pointed at Zhao duo's tattered attire, indignantly exclaiming, "Brother, are you all right? That vile ghost has left you in such a state." A Bao's words struck a chord, provoking Zhao duo's sorrowful memories. He gently tapped 2 fingers on a Bao's adorable little head, feigning anger as he replied, "Humph, knowing the method to defeat the enemy, yet you failed to inform me in advance. You made me suffer unnecessarily." Feeling aggrieved, a Bao rubbed the spot where he had been tapped, mumbling, "I only just thought of it. Besides, it was such a frantic situation that I completely forgot to tell you. Moreover, while the Ghost Valley scriptures indeed contain records of this, you have always focused solely on martial arts manuals, never perusing these texts." At this, Zhao duo's face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, and even with the torches illuminating the area, no one noticed his discomposure. Zhao duo couldn't help but reflect deeply, realizing his oversight that he was grateful for a Bao's timely reminder. Amused yet exasperated by the little fellow, he also recognized that he had been sitting atop a treasure trove, blind to the wealth of knowledge contained within those precious tomes. It seemed imperative to broaden his focus beyond martial arts and strategies. Only through continuous learning and knowledge acquisition could he effectively confront various challenges and crises. Zhao Hu stepped forward, admiration gleaming in his eyes, exclaiming, "My lord, you are truly remarkable. Who would have thought you could vanquish such a formidable malevolent spirit single-handedly?" We could only watch helplessly, feeling utterly ashamed. Zhao duo smiled modestly, responding, "You flatter me that in truth, everyone contributed to this victory. Without your unwavering protection of the villagers of Zhoujia, allowing me to focus entirely on the ghostly bride, I would not have had the opportunity to confront her. Moreover, none of us could have predicted how many evil spirits would assail us tonight. This triumph is the result of our collective efforts." The crowd felt a warm surge within them upon hearing Zhao duo's words. They were acutely aware of their limitations, yet each had exerted their utmost in safeguarding Zhoujia village. Zhao duo's acknowledgement and praise inspired them, instilling a renewed sense of confidence for the future. After Zhao duo exchanged pleasantries with the teaching squad, the rotund Zhou led several esteemed elders and numerous villagers, surrounding Zhao duo and his companions like stars orbiting the moon, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. The younger villagers gazed at Zhao duo with eyes ablaze, filled with fervor and admiration. They had witnessed his formidable prowess, their hearts racing with excitement. Having witnessed Zhao duo's might, each individual felt a tempest brewing within, igniting a passionate desire to pursue martial arts with unwavering determination, aspiring to one day become as powerful as Zhao duo. After all, Zhao duo had already imparted the principles of martial arts to them. Now, it was merely a matter of their own diligent practice that, in contrast to the youthful villagers, the young maidens of Zhoujia looked upon Zhao duo with eyes brimming with affection, akin to blossoms blooming in spring, vibrant and enchanting. Their gazes shimmered with shyness and admiration, cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Some maidens stole glances at Zhao duo, their eyes reflecting an ineffable tenderness. Others, bolder in spirit, unabashedly fixed their stares upon him, smiles radiant upon their lips that a few even blushed and darted away when Zhao duo's gaze fell upon them. Some married women, observing the unreserved demeanor of the unmarried young ladies, could not help but sigh quietly within themselves. They lamented that their parents had married them off at such an early age, pondering that if only they had waited a few more years, perhaps they could have wed a heroic figure like Zhao duo. However, Zhou Pongzi, witnessing the bashful expressions of the village girls, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, and he understood that their infatuation with Zhao duo was merely a delightful fantasy, and how he too wished to see Zhao duo become a son-in-law of Zhou village. Yet he was acutely aware that this was nothing more than his own wishful thinking. That as night fell, encompassing the world in a profound stillness, Zhao duo sat alone in a secluded courtyard of Zhou Pongzi's home, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight that illuminated his resolute visage. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, making the final preparations for the refinement of the soul-condensing ghost pearl. With eyes firmly shut, he concentrated, channeling the vital energy within him into the palm of his hand, gently grasping the soul-condensing ghost pearl. Instantly, a chilling and eerie aura radiated from the pearl, permeating the surrounding air. Zhao Duo remained steadfast, unperturbed, as he continued to harness the torrent of energy coursing through him, fervently attempting to refine the soul-condensing ghost pearl that as time flowed by like fleeting shadows. He perceptively sensed the energy within the pearl, akin to a gentle stream, gradually being absorbed by him, transforming into delicate tendrils of energy that continually merged into his being, surging toward his sea of consciousness like a roaring tide. Each refinement felt like a spring breeze caressing his face, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of ease, while his spiritual power surged forth like bamboo shoots after the rain. After a lengthy refinement process that felt as endless as the river of time, Zhao Duo finally succeeded in completely refining the soul-condensing ghost pearl that as the final trace of energy merged into a sea of consciousness like a feather. The misty spiritual energy surrounding the chaotic blue lotus seed solidified as if kneaded by an unseen hand, ultimately culminating in the birth of the first crystalline droplet of spiritual energy. His spirit underwent a magnificent metamorphosis, akin to a phoenix reborn from the ashes, achieving the mastery of spiritual insight with the strength of a perfected bone-forging realm. Truly unparalleled in history. Chapter 59. The secret chamber of the ancestral hall. Suddenly, Zhao Duo's tightly shut eyes snapped open, two piercing gazes shooting forth like lightning, seemingly capable of piercing through all barriers. The courtyard was filled with a sudden brilliance, as if the void had sparked with electricity, but he could distinctly feel that although his martial realm had not yet broken through to the marrow-changing stage, he was tantalizingly close, requiring only a little more effort to cross that threshold. What truly thrilled him, however, was the significant enhancement of his control over his own power, that if previously his strength could only yield a fraction of combat capability, now he could at least unleash double that potency. This increase in power was not merely quantitative, but represented a qualitative leap. Zhao Duo slowly rose to his feet, stretching his body to savor the newly acquired strength. His muscles tensed, and his bones emitted faint sounds, as if adapting to this newfound power. A satisfied smile graced his face, and he mused inwardly. I never expected the soul-condensing ghost pearl to possess such miraculous effects, not only aiding me in condensing my spirit, but also significantly enhancing my prowess. That he understood that this augmentation of strength was not solely due to the pearl's magic, but also stemmed from his own profound foundation. After all, nestled within his sea of consciousness was the chaotic blue lotus seed, a treasure that perpetually nourished Zhao Duo's soul. The following morning, sunlight poured over the earth like scattered gold, and Zhou village returned to its former tranquility and harmony. The people no longer as apprehensive as they had been upon Zhao Duo's arrival. After enjoying a meticulously prepared breakfast by Zhou Pongzi, Zhao Duo and his companions graciously declined Zhou Pongzi's heartfelt invitations and, like arrows released from their bows, galloped towards Zhao village. That on this very day, the news of Zhao Duo's daring act to eliminate the malevolent spirit for Zhou village spread like a gentle spring breeze through the surrounding countryside, etching the name Zhao Duo deeply into the hearts of the villagers of Fangxi County. That as he rode along, Zhao Duo felt elated, his enhanced strength illuminating him like a resplendent star, filling him with confidence. Approaching Zhao village, he noticed a crowd gathered at the village entrance, seemingly awaiting something with eager anticipation. That he urged his steed onward, and as he drew closer, he realized that the villagers had come to welcome his return. They thronged around him, offering congratulations and showering praises for his valorous feat in vanquishing the malevolent spirit. Zhao Duo smiled and exchanged pleasantries, feeling as though he were basking in the warmth of the sun. Upon entering the village, Zhao Duo was taken aback to find the place festooned with decorations, resembling a joyous ocean, brimming with a celebratory atmosphere. Inquisitively, he learned that these preparations were for the upcoming Zhongyuan festival sacrificial celebration. Time slipped away like grains of sand through his fingers. That on the day of the Zhongyuan festival, with the assistance of several clan elders, Zhao Duo successfully completed the sacrificial rites. When he finally returned home, weary and spent, the night had deepened to an inky darkness. Even the usually lively Xiao A Bao, exhausted from the day's labors, sat on Zhao Duo's shoulder, drooping his little head like a drowsy little sloth. After gently placing a bough on his designated little bed, Zhao Duo chose not to rest. Instead, like a specter, he stealthily made his way to the ancestral hall in the backyard that he yearned to pay tribute to his father. Zhao Yuan. In this life that as he walked toward the hall, the figure of his father flickered before him like scenes from a film, memories of their shared life flowing through his heart like a gentle stream. When Zhao Duo reached the door of the ancestral hall, tears had already blurred his vision, cascading like a flood breaching a dam. With the creaking sound of the door opening, Zhao Duo stepped inside, his heart heavy with emotion, and knelt before the tablet of his father. Zhao Yuan he first wept softly for a while, then began to share the story of his growth with Zhao Yuan. After regaining his composure from the weight of his sorrow, a self-mocking smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Duo's mouth, and he inwardly lamented, "In my 2 lifetimes, I have endured so much. Yet I still fail to truly grasp the meaning of life and death." He shook his head helplessly, then lifted his gaze to once again regard the tablet of his father, Zhao Yuan. Zhao Duo stood there in silence, like a statue, seemingly seeking answers or solace from the tablet. Yet, the tablet remained a silent observer, offering no response. Finally, with a deep sigh that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, he turned away, preparing to leave the hall and rest. As he turned, Zhao Duo's gaze inadvertently swept across a floor tile, and he suddenly sensed something unusual. This was something he had never noticed before. It seemed that his newly acquired insight had transformed his perceptions entirely, that he halted, curious, and scrutinized the tile, a wave of inexplicable feelings surging within him like a tide. Approaching the tile, he knelt down and gently caressed its surface. Upon touching it, he discerned that this tile was unlike the others. Though it appeared identical on the surface, a closer inspection revealed that its edges were darker, as if frequently disturbed, leaving traces of time. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhao Duo's eyes, a spark akin to starlight, as he pondered. What makes this tile so distinct? Could it conceal some unknown secret? He surveyed the surroundings, noting that no other peculiarities were present. Only this tile stood out like a jewel in the darkness. His curiosity intensified, burning like an unquenchable flame, and he resolved to uncover this mystery. With a forceful push, he nudged the tile, and a sound akin to ancient incantations echoed forth, accompanied by creaking noises as the tile slowly shifted. That a deep opening appeared in the floor of the ancestral hall, resembling a gaping maw. Who could have anticipated the existence of such a secret chamber within the hall? As if it were a forgotten corner of time, bringing forth an oil lamp, Zhao Duo cautiously approached the opening, and a musty odor, a result of long-standing stagnation, wafted out. As the air flowed, the flame of the lamp flickered in the breeze, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. Finally, with a soft puff, the flame of the oil lamp went out. Fortunately, he had not recklessly ventured into the passage. Otherwise, even with his bone-forging prowess, he would not have survived long in an oxygen-deprived environment. How many years had this secret chamber remained unopened? Zhao Duo pondered silently that he waited patiently for a quarter of an hour, allowing fresh air to adequately circulate into the passage before extending the oil lamp once more into the opening. This time, the flame did not extinguish, but Zhao Duo remained cautious. That he carefully observed for a moment, ensuring there was no danger before raising the lamp and stepping into the passage. The passage held no traps. Nor was it particularly lengthy. In no time, Zhao Duo reached the end of the passage where a secret chamber awaited. Upon comprehending the contents of the chamber, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Wide enough to fit a goose egg. Chapter 60. Descendants of the first emperor. In the center of the chamber stood a towering statue of an emperor, seemingly animated and lifelike, vividly detailed. Before him stood a statue draped in a dark imperial robe, crowned with a majestic diadem, and a sword hanging at its waist. The garments exuded an air of nobility and authority, as if narrating tales of a glorious past. The statue's tall and slender figure featured sharp brows and bright eyes, emanating an aura that felt as oppressive as Mount Tai, nearly suffocating Zhao Duo, as if an invisible force bound him tightly. Just as he struggled to breathe, a brilliant light erupted from the azure lotus seed above his consciousness, resembling a resplendent galaxy that shielded him from the statue's overwhelming pressure, allowing Zhao Duo to gasp for air. leaning heavily on his knees. After a considerable time, Zhao Duo regained his composure and pondered. Why had his father never mentioned that beneath the ancestral hall lay such a hidden chamber? Had his father failed to inform him in time? Or was it possible that even he was unaware of its existence? It seemed that the Zhao clan into which he was born was perhaps not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Surely, some earth-shattering secret lay concealed within. With a heart full of questions, Zhao Duo slowly stepped into the chamber. Finally able to discern its entirety, to his left stood a high table adorned with 3 tablets, thickly coated in dust, as if years of neglect had accumulated upon them, leaving Zhao Duo unaware of whose tablets they were done. On the right, 5 golden figures stood in solemn formation, though they were not as towering as the imperial statue. Each stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, exuding an air of authority akin to that of iron giants. The surfaces of these figures were etched with intricate runes that shimmered with a mysterious glow, seemingly recounting their extraordinary origins. These runes embodied an ancient and potent force, making the golden figures particularly captivating. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through Zhao Duo's mind. Could these be the legendary 12 golden figures forged by the Qin state with the strength of the entire nation? Yet he quickly shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. After all, historical accounts of the 12 golden figures had become vague over time, and these figures appeared far less grand and imposing than the legend suggested. Still, the sight before him ignited a spark of doubt. What indeed were these golden figures? Zhao Duo turned toward the table bearing the tablets, for the oppressive aura radiating from the central imperial statue was simply too heavy for him to bear. He sensed that perhaps the tablets could unravel the mysteries clouding his mind and provide some answers. Thus, he approached the tablets reverently, bowing slightly as he spoke softly, "Though I know not which ancestors of the Zhao clan you are. I, your descendant, pay my respects." With that, he cautiously extended his hand, gingerly lifting the central tablet and beginning to wipe it clean. As the dust gradually dispersed, the inscriptions began to emerge clearly. Upon reading the inscriptions, a profound shock surged within Zhao Duo, crashing over him like a tidal wave. The tablet bore the name of the first emperor of Qin, Yingzheng, and the title of his son, Zhao Fusu. "Goodness gracious!" Zhao Duo exclaimed, for only such words could encapsulate the tumult of emotions he felt. His eyes widened in disbelief, as an indescribable thrill and astonishment flooded his heart. Zhao Duo surmised that in this high martial realm, Prince Fusu of Qin had not met his demise at the hands of Zhao Gao and Li Si as in the original timeline, but rather had adopted a new name and concealed himself here. With trembling hands, Zhao Duo carefully lifted the tablet bearing the left inscription. Fearful of damaging it in the slightest, as he wiped it, the characters gradually became clear. Prince Fusu of Qin, son Zhao Hao. Upon seeing the name Zhao Hao, Zhao Duo's suspicions were finally confirmed. It turned out that Zhao Hao was the name of the founding ancestor of Zhao village. Legend had it that this ancestor was a powerful warrior who vanished after embarking on a journey. Shortly thereafter, Zhao village faced an unprecedented beast tide, and Zhao Hao's son, Zhao Qin, took up the mantle of clan leader with courage and valor, but ultimately perished in the battle against the beasts. From that moment, Zhao village began its decline. Zhao Duo's gaze shifted slowly to the 3rd tablet, his thoughts racing. Surely, this must be the tablet of the founding ancestor Zhao Hao. He gently wiped the tablet, hoping to uncover more secrets about his family's history. As he focused, he was not surprised to see the clear inscription. Zhao Hao, son Zhao Q, at last. Zhao Duo understood why the chamber was so thick with dust. It must have been that Zhao Qin, upon his sudden passing, had failed to pass this secret to the next clan leader, resulting in the Zhao descendants neglecting to honor their ancestors for centuries. Leaving the chamber in such a dilapidated state, he chuckled softly to himself, realizing that in the blink of an eye, he had become a descendant of the ancestral dragon. It seemed that fate had granted him a rebirth in this martial world to put an end to the impending chaos. Reflecting on the weakness of the Han descendants following the reunification of the 3 kingdoms, Zhao Duo felt a surge of indignation. The subsequent turmoil brought by the 5 barbarians had nearly shattered the backbone of the Han men. Deep in thought, he felt no fear about his plans to engage in the conflicts at the end of the Han dynasty in a few years. Rather, he brimmed with a resolute ambition. Furthermore, as a descendant of the ancestral dragon, How could he submit to another's command? Even if he wished to serve someone who would trust him enough to take him in. After all, the Han dynasty was built upon the ruins of the Qin dynasty, placing him at odds with the powerful families of the time. The only option before Zhao Duo was to seize the moment before chaos descended, to rapidly enhance his strength, and to forge his own faction, ensuring his foothold in the forthcoming turmoil. Simultaneously, he would seek out any remaining descendants of the Qin dynasty, uniting them to confront the impending crisis together. Only in this way could he secure a position of invincibility in an era rife with challenges and opportunities. Becoming a true sovereign. Various thoughts surged through Zhao Duo's mind, and finally, he solidified his resolve. He would establish a grand era where all would rise like dragons, resurrecting the unparalleled glory of the Qin dynasty. Just then, the imperial statue in the center of the chamber trembled, and a shadowy figure of deep black emerged, seemingly responding to a mysterious summons, breaking free from its constraints and speeding toward Zhao Duo like a bolt of lightning. The occurrence was so sudden that Zhao Duo had no time to react before the dark figure shot into his mind's eye, entering his consciousness. The dark figure entered Zhao Duo's consciousness. His body felt as if it had been frozen by a mysterious power, standing still in place. Meanwhile, within his consciousness, a tempestuous scene unfolded. A black shadow writhed and danced within. This shadow resembled a mythical dragon. Its antlers like those of a deer, its head akin to that of a camel, its eyes resembling those of a rabbit, its neck like a snake, its belly like that of a clam, its scales akin to fish, its claws resembling those of an eagle, its paws like those of a tiger, and its ears resembling those of an ox, exuding an extraordinary aura the very moment the shadow entered Zhao Duo's consciousness. He instinctively understood that this black dragon represented a remnant of the Qin dynasty's human fortune, the legendary fortune golden dragon. The reason for its black hue was that the ancestors of the Qin people were believed to be descendants of the northern heavenly emperor. And in the five elements, the north corresponds to water, which is associated with the color black. The fortune golden dragon of ancient Qin was black, that he also realized that this fortune golden dragon had been captured and sealed within the statue of the first emperor by Prince Fu Su at the moment of the Qin dynasty's demise, hoping that future generations could use it to revive the glory of Qin. However, sealing the fortune golden dragon was an act against the heavens, and its consequences were beyond what Prince Fu Su could bear. The backlash from the human fortune not only harmed Prince Fu Su's essence, leading to his untimely death shortly thereafter, but also caused the Zhao clan to decline, with not a single warrior emerging during Zhao Yuan's generation. Just moments ago, Zhao Duo had suddenly gained insight into himself, thereby gaining the recognition of the human fortune that it was precisely for this reason that the human fortune broke free from its seal and merged into his consciousness. Suddenly, the fortune golden dragon within Zhao Duo's consciousness seemed to sense something, unwillingly raising its head to the sky and letting out a cry, before unleashing a torrent toward the azure lotus seed in his consciousness. Before the torrent could touch the azure lotus seed, Zhao Duo's essence already perceived a delightful fragrance. The azure lotus seed appeared to come alive, beginning to tremble slightly, as if anticipating something. The torrent of human fortune that had been expelled was the legendary dragon's saliva, a treasure coveted by all-powerful beings. Rare and sought after, the dragon's saliva washed over the azure lotus seed. It grew increasingly vibrant, as if receiving immense nourishment. Ultimately, the azure lotus seed emitted a crisp sound, and a crack appeared upon it, signaling that it was about to sprout. With the emergence of this fissure, the azure lotus seed ceased its consumption of the dragon's saliva. Though the remaining essence was but a fraction of the original, it gleamed like a brilliant pearl, greatly benefiting Zhao Duo, that he felt as though he had returned to his embryonic stage. His essence flourishing like a seedling in the spring breeze, in the external world, centered around Zhao Duo's body. A massive vortex of spiritual energy emerged, resembling a ferocious beast, opening its gaping maw to devour the surrounding spiritual energy, which then flowed into Zhao Duo's body like a miraculous funnel, merging with his vitality. With the infusion of such immense spiritual energy, the once sluggish flow of vital force surged forth like a rocket ignited, accelerating rapidly and beginning to temper Zhao Duo's body, like the hammer in a blacksmith's hand. The vital force roared and surged. The impurities within Zhao Duo's body were swiftly expelled. Akin to leaves swept away by a tempest that in the blink of an eye, Zhao Duo's entire skeletal structure underwent its ninth refinement, achieving a state of perfection, shimmering with a radiant luster akin to a finely crafted piece of art. A sound akin to a thin membrane being ruthlessly pierced erupted from Zhao Duo's body as the vital force surged forth like a wild stallion, breaking free from its restraints and racing towards the marrow within his bones. An indescribable pain, accompanied by a chilling sensation, slithered up Zhao Duo's heart like a venomous serpent, allowing him to truly experience the essence of suffering intertwined with pleasure. Initially believing that the dragon birth fragrance would be entirely consumed upon breaking through to the marrow exchange realm, Zhao Duo was mistaken in underestimating the miraculous effects of this treasure. Thus, his realm advanced at a terrifying pace, soaring like a rocket into the heavens. Initial stage of marrow exchange, mid-stage, late stage, and finally achieving the great perfection of marrow exchange. Step by step, Zhao Duo ascended to a higher realm, ultimately breaking through to the blood exchange realm. The blood exchange realm is typically divided into 4 levels: Vital Force Veil, Vital Force Garment, Vital Force Mercury, and Vital Force Dragon. Each elevation in realm requires a substantial expenditure of resources, which often forces many martial artists to hastily break through to the organ refining realm after only attaining the Vital Force Veil. A rushed approach that frequently limits their future development, that as the saying goes, without a solid foundation, the earth shakes and mountains sway. The path of cultivation must be walked with diligence, never taken lightly. The carelessness of today will surely exact a painful toll tomorrow. However, Zhao Duo harbored greater aspirations and ambitions regarding his cultivation in the blood exchange realm, that he understood that, with his own foundation and resources, reaching the Vital Force Dragon realm was not a daunting task. Should this thought be disclosed to outsiders, it would undoubtedly invite mockery and skepticism, for those capable of attaining the Vital Force Dragon realm are universally regarded as prodigious beings of their time. To achieve the Vital Force Dragon realm, one requires not only exceptional talent, but also an abundance of resources, both of which are indispensable and mutually reinforcing. Yet, in the eyes of those prominent families, Zhao Duo's clan was merely a small, unheard-of lineage, hardly capable of possessing such precious cultivation resources. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the dragon birth fragrance far exceeded Zhao Duo's expectations that as its effects gradually unfurled. His realm ascended like a rocket, ever more swiftly, while the consumption rate of the dragon birth fragrance accelerated like a wild stallion breaking free. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and the blood within Zhao Duo became increasingly dense. Ultimately, a colossal blood-red pillar, reminiscent of a heavenly column, erupted from his body, stirring a whirlwind of dust within the chamber. The Vital Force Dragon realm was finally attained, yet Zhao Duo keenly sensed that this was not his terminus. Beyond the Vital Force Dragon realm, even higher realms awaited his breakthrough. Thus, without hesitation, Zhao Duo chose to continue his ascent. Meanwhile, within Zhao Village, the highest-ranked Bao and the closest lightning both sensed the overwhelming vital force emanating from the direction of the ancestral hall. A sudden flash of earthy yellow light illuminated Zhao Duo's bedroom, causing a Bao to vanish from his small bed, reappearing on Lightning's back, exclaiming, "Stinky horse, hurry to the backyard ancestral hall. Surely my brother has made a breakthrough. We must go and safeguard him." Lightning let out a loud neigh, seemingly protesting a Bao's remark. Yet under a Bao's imposing presence, it could only gallop towards the ancestral hall that as they approached the courtyard of the ancestral hall. They felt a scorching aura, a testament to Zhao Duo's overwhelming vital force. With no choice, a Bao and Lightning obediently stood guard outside the ancestral hall that as time passed, amidst a Bao and Lightning's astonished gazes. A furnace entirely composed of vital force materialized above the ancestral hall, exuding no heat, embodying a return to simplicity. Zhao Duo had astonishingly pioneered a new realm for blood exchange warriors, the Vital Force Furnace. In Zhao Duo's courtyard, a gigantic furnace towering 9 zhang loomed like a majestic mountain, suspended above the ancestral hall. Initially, this furnace appeared as a phantom, evoking a sense of unreality, as if it could shatter like fragile glass at any moment. At this juncture, having regained his ability to act, Zhao Duo would not permit the newly formed vital force furnace to collapse. That would render his previous efforts futile and potentially inflict irreparable damage upon himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Duo focused his will, pouring every ounce of remaining dragon birth fragrance into refining it. The immense potency of the elixir transformed into vital force like a torrential flood, surging into the newly formed furnace under Zhao Duo's command. Akin to a tumultuous as the vital force continuously replenished the furnace, it gradually solidified, resembling a resplendent pearl, when the last vestige of dragon birth fragrance was refined by Zhao Duo. The towering vital force furnace was finally perfected, glistening like jade, akin to a masterfully crafted work of art, as if sculpted from the purest jade. However, within Zhao Duo's sea of consciousness, the golden dragon of fortune, having expelled the dragon birth fragrance, became increasingly ethereal, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Gradually, the golden dragon began to undergo a transformation, with its horns, claws, and tail slowly degrading, ultimately devolving into a fortune dragon. In truth, under the pressure of the great Tao, human fortune could only nurture a single golden dragon, and as the Han dynasty had yet to perish, this golden dragon naturally belonged solely to them. Consequently, the golden dragon sealed by Prince Fusu found itself in a rather precarious situation. While the seal was still intact, it was somewhat manageable, as the power of the formation concealed the heavenly secrets. However, with the seal now broken, its ultimate fate boiled down to two possibilities: either being mercilessly obliterated by the world's forces or transforming from dragon to serpent in a bid for survival. It was for this reason that the golden dragon of fortune let out an unwilling roar, generously bestowing the majority of its essence, the dragon birth fragrance, upon Zhao Duo, willingly completing its transformation. Though the golden dragon of the Qin dynasty had devolved into a fortune serpent, it had at least solidified, no longer existing as a mere wisp. This could be seen as a small consolation in the face of loss. Yet, Zhao Duo could faintly sense a lingering scent of decay emanating from this fortune serpent, for the Qin dynasty had fallen hundreds of years prior. Only upon Zhao Duo's completion of unification would it have the opportunity to metamorphose back into a dragon and soar through the skies. Of course, the fortune serpent and Zhao Duo were mutually beneficial. With the aid of fortune, Zhao Duo's path to supremacy would be far smoother. Noticing the terrifying vital force furnace, which had appeared like a demon, vanished from above the ancestral hall, Bao and Lightning felt the overwhelming pressure weighing upon them dissipate entirely. With a sense of relief, they exhaled deeply before darting towards the ancestral hall, like arrows released from a bow. Upon their swift arrival, they discovered a dark, concealed passageway on the ground. "Big brother, the master should be within that passage. I can sense his aura, but it feels terrifying," Lightning exclaimed, turning its elongated horse face towards a bow, a hint of trepidation in its voice. "Hee, the entrance of the passage is so small that you, stinky horse, cannot fit. I shall go in to find brother," a bow retorted, pushing away Lightning's outstretched face with a sense of glee, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained triumph. Thanks to Zhao Duo's transformative energy, Lightning had successfully grown taller and more formidable. In comparison, the passage within the ancestral hall appeared as narrow as a sheep's path, rendering it impassable for Lightning. Watching a Bao enter the passage, Lightning's face became as long as Changbai Mountain. Within the passage, a Bao proceeded cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, wary of encountering any danger, for he was entirely unfamiliar with this place. Fortunately, the passage was not lengthy, and in a brief moment, a Bao beheld Zhao Duo standing in the center of the chamber. At this moment, Zhao Duo was gazing fervently at the 5 golden statues on the right side of the chamber. Under Zhao Duo's formidable spiritual perception, the oppressive aura emanating from the 5 golden figures crashed upon him like monstrous waves, leaving him in the haziness. Zhao Duo could even detect a strong scent of blood, making it evident how many lives had perished beneath the feet of the 12 golden men of the Qin dynasty. As Zhao Duo approached these golden figures, his perception grew increasingly vivid and potent. Each of the 5 golden figures radiated the power of the 5 elements, the sharpness of metal akin to a blade, the heat of fire reminiscent of the blazing sun, the embrace of water akin to the vast ocean, the weight of earth resembling towering mountains, and the vitality of what akin to budding spring shoots, all manifesting vividly in their presence. Zhao Duo's gaze toward these golden figures became increasingly fervent, akin to a man enamored by a breathtaking beauty. Just then, a melodious voice, as clear as silver bells, echoed from the entrance of the chamber. "Brother, you should wipe away the drool. It's about to reach your feet." This delightful voice instantly pulled Zhao Duo back from his reverie of envisioning himself wielding the 12 golden men to dominate the world. Turning to see none other than a Bao, Zhao Duo instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. However, the moment his fingers touched his lips, he awoke from his stupor, realizing he had been playfully teased. There was no drool at all. Thus, he feigned anger and bellowed, "Little rascal, are you itching for a lesson? How dare you mock me time and again? Just wait and see how I administer the family discipline." And no sooner had he spoken than Zhao Duo's mind flickered. And in an instant, a shadow of himself appeared, dashing towards Abeo with the swiftness of lightning. Before Abeo had a chance to react, he found himself firmly pinned beneath Zhao Duo's thigh. It appeared that Zhao Duo was poised to administer the Zhao family's discipline with a smack on the behind. After a thorough reprimand, Abeo let out a heart-wrenching wail, a sound as piercing as that of a slaughtered pig, intermingled with desperate pleas for mercy. "Brother, Abeo was wrong. I shall never dare to tease you again." The lament was truly heartbreaking, evoking tears from those who heard it. However, only the lightning outside the secret chamber heard Abeo's anguished cries and wore a look of schadenfreude, as if to say, "This is what you get for being naughty." In reality, Zhao Duo had exerted no real force during the chastisement, as he merely wished to impart a mild lesson to Abeo. After all, had he truly unleashed his full strength, with his perfected realm of blood exchange, a single slap could have rendered Abeo's posterior as swollen as a blooming bun. Yet, while the Zhao family's discipline may lack lethal force, its humiliation was profoundly impactful, and Abeo, the immortal, cared greatly for his dignity. At that moment, Abeo was secretly relieved that the foul horse had not entered, for otherwise he would have truly been too embarrassed to face it, likely wishing to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Unbeknownst to him, his cries of despair were fully audible to the lightning, which was currently laughing uproariously within the ancestral hall. Chapter 63. The 12 Golden Figures. It is said that the Qin people possess the bloodline of the shamanic tribe, endowing them with unparalleled martial arts talent, which in turn forged the formidable military strength of the Qin army, laying the foundation for the unification of the 6 states under the Qin banner. The records of the Grand Historian recounts that in the 26th year of the Qin Emperor, all the soldiers of the realm were gathered in Xianyang, and 12 golden figures were cast, each weighing 1,000 stones, placed within the royal palace. This serves as compelling evidence of the Qin people's shamanic bloodline. Legend has it that the 12 golden figures correspond to the 12 ancestral shamans of ancient times, each representing a different natural law. Di Jiang, corresponding to the laws of space and speed, resembling a yellow pouch, entirely red like flames, with 6 legs and 4 wings, and a round head devoid of facial features. He is the ancestral shaman of spatial speed. Zhu Meng, corresponding to the laws of wood, green as bamboo, with a bird's body and a human face, riding upon 2 dragons. He is the ancestral shaman of wood from the east. Zhu Rong, corresponding to the laws of fire, with a beast's head and a human body covered in red scales, adorned with fire serpents, and treading upon fire dragons. He is the ancestral shaman of fire from the south. Ru Shou, corresponding to the laws of metal, with a human face and a tiger's body, covered in golden scales, sporting wings on his shoulders, and treading upon 2 dragons. He is the ancestral shaman of metal from the west. Gong Gong, corresponding to the laws of water, with a python's head and a human body, covered in black scales, treading upon a black dragon, and entwined with a green python. He is the ancestral shaman of water from the north. Xianming, corresponding to the laws of rain and ice, he takes the form of a colossal beast adorned with bone spurs, the ancestral shaman of rain. Ho Tu, corresponding to the laws of earth, with a human body and a serpent's tail, possessing 7 hands on his back and 2 in front, holding 2 writhing serpents. He is the ancestral shaman of earth from the center. Chang Liang, corresponding to the laws of thunder, with a tiger's head and a human body, grasping two yellow serpents. He is the ancestral shaman of thunder. Zhu Jiuyin, corresponding to the laws of time, with a human face and a serpent's body. Entirely crimson, governing the movements of the sun and moon, he is the ancestral shaman of time. Tianwu, corresponding to the laws of wind, with 8 heads and a human face upon a tiger's body with 10 tails. He is the ancestral shaman of wind. Shihi, Yuzi, corresponding to the laws of electricity, with a human face and a bird's body, adorned with a green serpent on his ear and wielding a red serpent. He is the ancestral shaman of electricity. Shibai Shi, corresponding to the laws of weather and poison, with a human face and a beast's body, resembling a dog with serpents adorning his ears. Governing the weather, also known as the drought demon, he is the ancestral shaman of weather. The shamanic tribe, a powerful race that existed in ancient times, played a pivotal role in the great calamity of the shaman-demon war. Unfortunately, in that cataclysmic ordeal, they suffered greatly, engaging in a mutually destructive battle with the demon tribe. Their clan's great formation, known as the 12 Divine Evil Formation, is regarded alongside the Celestial Star Formation, the Primordial Heluo Formation, and the Exterminate Immortal Sword Formation as one of the 4 great slaughter formations of the primordial era, its power deemed astonishing and unparalleled. The 12 Divine Evil Formation, crafted by the 12 ancestral shamans, is an unparalleled array that attests to their strength and mastery of the path to as the treasured heirloom of the ancient shamanic tribe. Its might is capable of shaking the heavens. This formation gathers the power of the 12 ancestral shamans, harnessing the essence of Pangu and the malevolent energies of heaven and earth, coalescing into the true form of Pangu, its power akin to that of a celestial sage personally intervening. A terror to behold. Zhao Duo reflected on the legends of the Qin people and the shamanic tribe from his past life, his heart swelling with excitement like a surging tide, difficult to contain. Of course, Zhao Duo was acutely aware that this was merely a product of his imagination. The Qin people of this era had only acquired a fragment of the shamanic heritage, lacking any genuine bloodline. Observing Zhao Duo lost in thought once more, Abeo could only shake his head in resignation, puzzled by Zhao Duo's peculiar demeanor today, as he frequently fell into contemplation, pointing with his chubby little finger at the 5 golden figures. His innocent eyes sparkling with curiosity, he asked, "Brother, what are these statues? Why do I feel a chilling sensation every time I look at them, as though I have fallen into an ice cellar?" Snapped back to reality by Abeo's inquiry, Zhao Duo offered an awkward smile and replied in a low voice, "It is said that in the 26th year of the Qin Emperor, all soldiers of the realm were gathered, and 12 golden figures were cast. These 12 golden figures were the foundation of an unparalleled deadly formation, which slaughtered the invading barbarian tribes, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of corpses in their wake. For 50 years thereafter, no barbarian dared approach the Great Wall fortifications. These 5 statues are likely among those 12. Zhao Duo's revelation struck Abeo like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Having spent several months in the human world, he was well versed in the legends of the 12 golden figures, that he knew all too well that after the fall of the Qin, the whereabouts of the golden figures became a mystery. He could hardly believe that in this cramped secret chamber he would encounter these legendary figures, and even 5 of them at that. "Brother, how can there be 12 golden figures here?" Abeo asked, his wide, innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. Zhao Duo, charmed by Abeo's adorable demeanor, could only chuckle helplessly and patiently explain, "I only learned today that my Zhao clan is actually descended from the ancestral dragon, and these 5 golden figures must have been brought by our ancestor Fusu." Upon hearing this shocking news, Abeo stood frozen in place, unsure how to respond. He had never imagined that his seemingly ordinary older brother would undergo such an astonishing transformation in identity. After a considerable pause, Abeo finally regained his senses and murmured, "Brother, I never expected you to be a descendant of the ancestral dragon." Zhao Duo offered a wry smile and softly replied, It's not just you. I'm still trying to process it myself." Seeing this, Abeo could only chuckle in response, for such extraordinary revelations would leave anyone feeling bewildered. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Abeo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly asked, "So, brother, do you know where the other 12 golden figures are? If we could gather all 12, wouldn't we be invincible?" As he spoke, Abeo's face lit up with a gleeful smile. Lost in wild fantasies, Zhao Duo gently tapped Abeo's little head with a finger, attempting to rouse the dreamy child from his reverie. With a light chuckle, he remarked, such secret matters are beyond my knowledge. It is likely that only the imperial family of the Han and those top-tier clans would have the opportunity to seize and safeguard such treasures that I ask for your notion of being invincible. It's best not to indulge in such fantasies. The Qin of Ur was immensely powerful, even possessing the 12 golden figures, yet they too have become a thing of the past. Zhao Duo's words fell upon Abeo like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his dreams and leaving him feeling disheartened, his spirit dampened. Observing Abeo's peculiar expression, Zhao Duo continued, to have obtained these 5 golden figures is already a blessing from the heavens that I ask for gathering all 12. The time has not yet come, but it is no longer far off. Zhao Duo seemed to envision the imminent collapse of the ailing Han dynasty, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 64, a decade in this mysterious and vibrant world of the 3 kingdoms. Treasures are classified into 4 tiers. Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, each tier further subdivided into 9 grades. Among these, the Heaven tier, 9th grade, is the highest, while the Yellow tier, 1st grade, is the lowest. This classification does not encompass the utterly mundane weapons. As for the existence of weapons of even higher grades, Zhao Duo was uncertain, as he had acquired this information from the hidden texts of Gigu. Before Zhao Duo stood the 5 golden figures, each possessing an astonishing Heaven tier, 3rd grade ranking. When arrayed together, their rank escalated to a terrifying Heaven tier, 9th grade. It is no exaggeration to say that, in terms of rank alone, the 12 golden figures had indeed reached the pinnacle of the world. The 12 golden figures undoubtedly represent the highest tier of artifacts Zhao Duo has encountered, thus FARDI in his presence. Even the set of weapons he discovered within the vast confines of the Pang Wan space ring, seemingly tailored exclusively for him, appeared trivial, akin to the stark contrast between clouds and MUD. It is worth noting that this set of arms was of the esteemed Earth grade, a rare and formidable treasure in the world. Only those artifacts that have undergone ritual refinement can recognize their true master. The ancient texts of the Gigu contain detailed accounts of 2 methods for refining artifacts. The first is blood sacrifice, requiring the warrior to let their own vital blood fall upon the artifact, thereafter nurturing it with their magical essence. This method is as steadfast as Mount Tai. However, its drawback lies in the immense amount of time and energy it demands from the practitioner. The second method involves spiritual refinement, wherein the warrior must forcefully imprint their spirit into the artifact using a vast reservoir of magical power, thus completing the recognition of ownership. This approach is swift as lightning, conserving both time and effort. Yet should the attempt to claim ownership fail, it would inflict harm upon the warrior's very soul. The advantages and disadvantages of these 2 methods are as clear as day and night. One requires a prolonged period of acclimatization and understanding, while the other resembles a brash youth, eager to assert dominance for the sake of expediency. Faced with the terrifying presence of the 12 golden men, Zhao Duo lacked both the courage and strength to engage in spiritual refinement, leaving only the path of blood sacrifice before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Duo sliced his fingertip, allowing 5 droplets of his vital blood to fall like twinkling stars upon the forehead of the golden figures. The blood was greedily absorbed by their bodies, and within Zhao Duo's mind, waves of profound comprehension surged forth, imbued with the sharpness of gold, the vitality of wood, the inclusiveness of water, the fervor of fire, and the weightiness of earth. Zhao Duo even experienced the illusion that he might break through to the refining organ stage at any moment. However, he resolutely stifled this impulse. After all, he had just accomplished a remarkable leap, transitioning from the bone-forging stage to the pinnacle of blood refining. Only after he had thoroughly grasped the distinction between the 2 would he contemplate the next step of his advancement. As time passed, Zhao Duo felt an enigmatic connection forming between himself and the golden figures, to the extent that he could command them to perform simple actions. With a mere thought, the 5 golden figures obediently entered the confines of his spatial ring. At this moment, he had yet to open his dantian, rendering it impossible to store the artifacts within. Having completed these tasks, Zhao Duo meticulously searched the secret chamber once more, and only after confirming the absence of any other treasures did he slowly exit with Abeo. It seemed that the ancestors had been in a great hurry during their escape, leaving behind no additional treasures, not even a single spirit stone. Zhao Duo mused inwardly to the exit of the secret passage. The face of lightning resembled a twisted mass of dough, contorted in internal struggle, contemplating whether to let out a thunderous roar to inform the two within the chamber of his impatient waiting outside, akin to an ant on a hot stove. Yet, recalling Abeo's previous malicious deeds, he felt as though his throat were being constricted, forcing him to remain silent. Just then, Zhao Duo and Abeo finally emerged from the secret chamber. Upon seeing them, Lightning's previously sorrowful countenance instantly bloomed with joy, transforming like spring flowers, his expression shifting with astonishing rapidity akin to the face-changing art of Sichuan opera, leaving one utterly astonished. The next day, Zhao Duo summoned several esteemed elders of the Zhao family and the village heads who had pledged allegiance to him to Zhao family village, imparting his latest directives: to spare no effort in recruiting refugees, cultivating the land, and meticulously crafting his own merchant caravan, all in pursuit of his grand ambition to fortify walls, amass grain, and gradually ascend to kingship. Time flowed like the magical brush of the artist Ma Liang, carelessly sketching the vicissitudes of the world that in the blink of an eye. A decade slipped by like a fleeting shadow. This year marked the first year of Guanghua, with merely 7 fleeting years remaining until the earth-shattering Yellow Turban Rebellion. At this moment, a towering fortress-like town stood at the entrance of Hulu Valley, with the word Zhao Family Fortress inscribed above the gate. Within the secret chamber of a grand mansion at the center of the fortress, intricate patterns were etched into the ground, intertwining to form a mysterious and ancient design. At each junction of this design, translucent spirit stones were embedded, emitting a faint glow akin to twinkling stars. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these spirit stones were not placed haphazardly, but rather arranged according to a specific pattern, forming a flawless array, a gathering spirit formation. At this moment, the spirit stones situated at the nodes radiated a soft white light, illuminating the entire secret chamber like the brightest stars in the night sky. This indicated that the gathering spirit array was in a state of full operation, continuously drawing in external spiritual energy. During this process, a vast amount of spiritual energy converged within the cultivation chamber, causing the aura within to reach near liquid density, shrouded in a mist that seemed to transport one to a realm of immortals. Within this grand array sat a towering figure in meditation. His physique was robust and muscular, exuding an aura of strength. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Yet the formidable presence radiating from him instilled fear in those who beheld him, like a long blade unsheathed. This individual was none other than Zhao Duo. At this moment, he was wholly immersed in cultivation, diligently absorbing the rich spiritual energy within the chamber. His breathing was steady and deep, each inhalation drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body, that as he continued to absorb, a powerful suction emanated from him, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy that ravenously devoured the essence around him. The spiritual energy, once absorbed, did not linger, but was swiftly integrated into his vital blood. His blood surged with the weight of mercury, unstoppable and tumultuous, resembling a roaring river. The fusion of this spiritual energy with his blood invigorated him, amplifying his vitality. As time progressed, Zhao Duo's aura grew ever more potent, his blood increasingly dense within his meridians. The force of his blood coursed like fiery dragons, nourishing both his body and soul. Finally, at a certain moment, the blood force within Zhao Duo seemed to gather its strength completely, surging towards the 3 inches beneath his navel, his dantian's location. Chapter 65. The opening of the aperture, the surging blood force charged toward the dantian like a flood breaching a dam. With a thunderous roar, the blood force violently impacted the outer wall of the dantian's chi-si. And Zhao Duo suddenly sensed an intense turmoil within his vital force, as if it sought to break free from his corporeal constraints, causing his 5 internal organs to tremble under the strain. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he resolutely declared, "Ha! It seems my strength is still insufficient. Let the blood force continue to bombard." With that, he intensified his efforts, concentrating all his power against the chi-si of his dantian for a more ferocious assault. Another deafening roar echoed. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. The outer wall of the Dantian's Qi remained impervious, showing no signs of damage. Observing this scene, Zhao Duo could not help but smile bitterly, inwardly lamenting, "Alas, I have truly woven myself into a cocoon." For an entire decade, Zhao Duo had been forging an unparalleled foundation for himself, originally expecting to break through to the aperture opening stage and become an extraordinary warrior 5 years ago. However, now, despite possessing an unparalleled foundation, he had been stagnating at the pinnacle of the meridian connecting stage for 2 full years that a flash of determination crossed Zhao Duo's face, and he resolved to give it his all. Withholding no strength, he began to fully mobilize the blood force within his body, even calling upon the newfound essence of the 5 elements he had just comprehended, merging it all into a formidable force to launch a full frontal assault on his Dantian. Boom! The sound reverberated endlessly, each strike imbued with boundless power, repeatedly slamming into Zhao Duo's body, that he felt as though his internal organs were being struck by a heavy hammer, causing him immense pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, that a trickle of crimson blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth, a sign of internal injury. However, he did not relent. Rather, he resolutely continued to endure the onslaught of the blood force. Finally, when the 9th wave of blood force surged forth with unprecedented might, a faint crack appeared upon the outer wall of the Dantian's Qi. This crack rapidly expanded, and then the outer wall of the Dantian shattered with a thunderous crash, akin to glass breaking. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Duo revealed a hint of a smile, that he knew that his breakthrough to the aperture opening stage had become inevitable, that an overwhelming torrent of blood force surged into the Qi of the Dantian, plunging into a realm of chaos. The warrior, utilizing the blood force, tore through the chaos to carve out the Qi of the Dantian, with the size of each individual's Dantian determining their future potential. The Dantian of a warrior is categorized into 3 grades: the human grade below 3 feet, the earth grade between 3 and 6 feet, and the heaven grade above 6 feet. Zhao Duo took a deep breath, focused his mind, and gathered all his blood force into his hands. Then, with a thought, the blood force instantaneously coalesced into a massive square halberd. Gripping the halberd tightly, he felt a powerful energy surging within him. With a mighty swing, the square halberd, imbued with immense strength and radiance, sliced through the chaos like a bolt of lightning. At the intersection of the halberd's light and the chaos, a glimmer of spiritual light suddenly flickered, illuminating the entire chaos like the brightest star in the night sky. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Duo's heart swelled with elation, for he recognized that he had unearthed the key to his breakthrough. The image of the primordial Pangas slicing through chaos to create the world incessantly flickered in his mind, as if he could see the great deity wielding his axe, cleaving the void, and crafting a magnificent realm. He profoundly realized that the process of a martial artist opening their Dantian and Qi bore an uncanny resemblance to Panga's legendary act of creation. With this revelation, Zhao Duo hesitated no longer. He intensified the force of his Feng Tianhua Ji, simultaneously altering his attack method to emulate Panga's movements. As he swung the weapon with fervor, the ethereal light surrounding him expanded, growing ever more radiant. Concurrently, the trajectory of his strikes subtly transformed, beginning to echo the divine charm of Panga's primordial creation. With this newfound resonance, the ethereal light surged forth like a rocket, swiftly growing to a size of 1 inch. This marked the moment a typical martial artist would achieve their Qi. However, Zhao Duo's luminescent manifestation did not halt there. It continued to swell at an astonishing pace, reaching 9 inches, 1 foot 9 inches, and 3 feet 9 inches, until it finally ceased its expansion at an impressive 9 feet 9 inches. At that moment, a space of 9 feet 9 inches subtly materialized. This was the Dantian Qi that Zhao Duo had longed for. Had others known that Zhao Duo could establish such a vast Qi right from its inception, they would surely be left in astonishment. After all, this was a height that even countless martial artists struggled to attain after 100 days of foundation building. Zhao Duo gazed at the 9 feet 9 inches of Qi before him, his heart brimming with an indescribable joy, realizing that a decade of relentless effort had not been in vain. Without hesitation, he channeled all his blood and energy into the nascent Qi, fervently working to expand it as much as possible before the 100 days of foundation building concluded. The vigorous force within him surged like a tempestuous river, converging upon the Dantian and serving as a formidable impetus for its expansion. The Qi Si within Zhao Duo expanded at an astonishing rate, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, swiftly surpassing 4 feet. This was merely the beginning. It did not pause in its advance, but rather pressed forward with unwavering determination. Soon, the barriers of 5 feet and 6 feet were effortlessly crossed, as if no obstacles existed to AT that moment. Had anyone else been present in the chamber, they would have witnessed Zhao Duo's beaming smile, nearly stretching to his ears. Fully immersed in his cultivation, he paid no heed to anything else. He diligently practiced the Qinglian Dao Jing, voraciously absorbing external spiritual energy while refining his blood and energy to provide ample power for the opening of his Dantian. As time ticked away, a soft hissing sound echoed, signaling that the Qi Si had finally breached the 7-foot threshold, successfully entering the realm of heavenly quality. Although Zhao Duo's Qi Si continued to expand, the pace had noticeably slowed, no longer exhibiting the exaggerated speed of its initial growth. Upon channeling the final vestige of his blood and energy into the Dantian, its diameter reached a staggering 9 feet 9 inches. Thus, Zhao Duo successfully advanced to the Qi opening realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Once the 100 days of foundation building were completed, he would be able to condense his internal energy into true Qi, officially joining the ranks of extraordinary martial artists. Furthermore, his lifespan would be greatly extended as a result. That I in the chamber. Zhao Duo quietly opened his eyes, 2 sharp glimmers radiating from his gaze, illuminating the previously dim space. A smile crept onto his lips as he softly murmured, "Now that I have become a first-tier martial artist, I can finally begin to prepare for certain matters." Chapter 66. Zhang Fei rising to his feet. Zhao Duo stretched his somewhat stiff body, a result of prolonged seclusion. With each movement, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his joints, resembling a string of firecrackers exploding in the air. He surveyed his physique with satisfaction, feeling that every muscle was brimming with strength. Before the mirror in the chamber, he gazed at himself with unabashed admiration, akin to a figure from ancient Greek mythology, and boastfully remarked, if this were my past life, I would surely captivate countless maidens." Afterward, he struck several dashing poses to showcase his physique and charm. Once he had indulged in his self-admiration, Zhao Duo left the chamber with a sense of fulfillment, striding purposefully towards his family's hall. Along the way, his spirits were high as he contemplated how to relish the forthcoming moments. However, as he made his way to the living room, he encountered Qian Duo, the steward, who had come to check on his emergence from seclusion. Qian Duo, a middle-aged man with a perpetually cheerful countenance, bore a resemblance to the Buddha, yet to mistake him for a mere amiable fellow would be a grave error. Beneath his seemingly benign smile lay a cunning intellect. 5 years ago, Qian Duo had been saved by Zhao Duo while hunting demonic beasts at that time. He was gravely injured in a death's door. Zhao Duo had expended precious transformative energy to pull him back from the brink. Since then, Qian Duo had remained fiercely loyal to Zhao Duo, becoming one of the pivotal figures within the Zhao family. Though he always wore a jovial expression, he demonstrated remarkable wisdom and decisiveness in critical moments. That as for the circumstances surrounding his injury and past, Zhao Duo had never inquired, yet he was well aware of Qian Duo's unwavering loyalty. Upon seeing Zhao Duo, Qian Duo hurriedly approached him with evident delight and reported, "Young master, the 3 young masters, Zhao Yun, Zhao Wen, and Zhao Wu, have come to seek you." Zhao Duo, taken aback, was filled with astonishment. Pondering, before I entered seclusion, I had indeed spoken with those 3 rascals. Could they be mind readers, knowing I would emerge today? He shook his head in dismissal of the thought, as if shaking a rattledrum. Uncle Qian, please lead the way. Did I imagine those 3 little monkeys are eagerly awaiting my arrival? Zhao Duo chuckled. Young master, you are ever so polite. Just call me old Qian. The 3 young masters are in the company of young Master Abeo. Qian Duo replied, turning to guide Zhao Duo to the hall. Before Zhao Duo could reach the front courtyard, he heard the joyous laughter emanating from within the hall, the sound ringing like silver bells, clearly indicating that everyone was enjoying themselves immensely. As Zhao Duo entered the hall, the others immediately stood in surprise, their faces lighting up with innocent smiles. "Cousin, you have finally emerged. We missed you terribly." exclaimed Zhao Wen, whose antics resembled those of a mischievous child, while the others nodded in agreement, clearly echoing his sentiment. Did you truly miss me so dearly, rather than merely seeking to slack off? Zhao Duo teased, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Zhao Wen and Zhao Wu exchanged awkward glances, as if struck in a tender spot. Ultimately, it was Zhao Yun, ever kind-hearted, who could not bear to witness his brother's embarrassment and interjected. Cousin, during your seclusion, these two have not languished. Their martial prowess has advanced by leaps and bounds. Zhao Wen and Zhao Wu cast grateful glances towards Zhao Yun, well aware of their past shortcomings in Zhao Duo's eyes. At that moment, a Bao, now resembling a 6 or 7-year-old child due to Zhao Duo's nurturing aura, had also reached the 7th level of qi refinement in his cultivation. Such rapid progress among atypical practitioners was indeed remarkable. Seeing their lively conversation, he quickly approached and said, "Brother, I can attest that their progress has been swift. If you are skeptical, you may challenge them to a duel later." Initially, Zhao Wen and Zhao Wu were filled with gratitude towards Bao, but soon their gazes turned less amicable, wondering if Zhao Duo wished to pit them against each other, as if suggesting they had overstayed their welcome, just as the group was engaged in their jovial banter. A servant rushed in, breathless, and upon spotting Zhao Duo, his face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Young master, you have emerged. It is wonderful news. At Shui Xianlu, there has been a disturbance, and Captain Zhao has been defeated while attempting to quell it." Upon hearing this news, Zhao Duo's expression shifted, filled with astonishment and confusion that he was acutely aware of Zhao Hu's strength within the entire Fanzi County, aside from the elder members of the Li family. Few could rival him. After all, in the past decade, not only had Zhao Duo's prowess improved, but the training squad under Zhao, who had also advanced rapidly due to the abundant resources provided by Zhao Duo. As a standout among the training squad, Zhao Hu had reached the early stages of the second-tier meridian opening realm at such a young age. Truly a prodigious talent. Yet now, to hear that Zhao Hu had been bested by a troublemaker left Zhao Duo reeling. He could not help but speculate about the identity of the individual bold enough to cause a ruckus in Zhao family territory. Could it be someone from the Li family come to provoke them? Or was it a master from another faction? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. As Zhao Duo pondered, the hot-headed Zhao Wu, akin to an ignited powder keg, could no longer suppress his fury and shouted, "I never imagined someone would dare to stir trouble in our Zhao family stronghold. This is sheer audacity. Master, please allow us brothers to take action. We must avenge Zhao Hu and ensure that ruffian does not escape." His voice resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the entire hall. However, at that moment, Zhao Wen suddenly interjected, "Second brother, our lord is present. Such disrespect is unacceptable." His tone was stern, imbued with a hint of authority, clearly indicating his displeasure at Zhao Wu's impulsive behavior. Furthermore, he no longer referred to Zhao Duo as his clan elder, but addressed him directly as Lord, demonstrating his respect and loyalty towards Zhao Duo. "Heh, Zhao Wen, do not be so solemn, since matters have come to this. Let us go and see for ourselves," Zhao Duo remarked, his face as grave as a still lake, as if embodying the spirit of justice itself. Before striding purposefully out of the hall, he was eager to discover which audacious individual dared to disturb the peace of the sovereign. The four of them raced towards the Zhe Xianlu like a gust of wind. All were seasoned practitioners, each step akin to the mighty flight of a great rock, covering dozens of feet in mere moments. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Zhe Xianlu, where a throng of people had gathered, jostling against one another, creating a scene reminiscent of a tightly sealed iron drum. Before Zhao Duo could approach, a voice as thunderous as a bell boomed, "I am Zhang Fei, also known as Zhang Ida." The sound echoed down the street, compelling all to turn their heads in astonishment. Chapter 67. Zhang Fei buys wine before the bustling crowd. Zhao Duo gazed upon the sea of faces, a wave of emotions washing over him. It seemed the innate tendency of the Chinese people to gather in crowds had endured through the ages. Even the ancestors from millennia ago had not escaped this custom. Amidst the crowd, various murmurs of discontent arose. This outsider is truly unreasonable. Who doesn't know that the fine wines of Zhe Xianlu require reservations made half a year in advance? This man, without a reservation, dares to attempt to procure the divine intoxication. It's utterly absurd, one informed individual declared. Indeed, however, the strength of this man is truly formidable. Even Zhao, who, one of the four great leaders, is no match for him. Another chimed in that I wonder if anyone from Zhao family fort can subdue this fellow. Someone voiced their concerns, prompting anxious expressions to spread among the crowd that moment. Another person remarked, once the Lord arrives, he will surely quell this ruffian with ease. Our esteemed Lord possesses the strength of the Tongmai realm, far beyond that of this coal-black-headed brute these words were spoken. The expressions of those surrounding lightened considerably, and praises for Zhao Duo began to flow freely. Such flattery caused the corners of Zhao Duo's mouth to rise slightly, and he thought with a sense of pride, it seems that my image of valor and strength has already taken root in the hearts of the people. Yet, despite Zhao Duo's imposing reputation, it was of little consequence. The onlookers, craning their necks to observe the spectacle, were completely oblivious to the fact that their esteemed lord had been standing behind them for quite some time. It wasn't until Zhao Duo's smile turned rigid that anyone finally parted to make way for him. Zhao Wen and Zhao Wu, witnessing the scene before them, struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces adorned with expressions that conveyed a rare moment of amusement. They then summoned their collective might, their voices booming like thunder. Esteemed uncles and brothers, the Lord has arrived. Please make way. Though their voices were not particularly loud, the enhancement from their vital energies ensured that every individual present could hear them clearly. The throngs that had been craning their necks to peer inside immediately ceased their clamor, as if a pause button had been pressed, and fell silent. They swiftly parted, creating a pathway wide enough for two to walk side by side. Observing this scene, Zhao Duo did not immediately traverse the newly formed passage but paused, clasping his fists in gratitude towards the residents on either side. Thank you all for your kindness. Zhao Duo extends his heartfelt appreciation. Lord, you are too courteous. This is merely what we ought to do. Indeed, without our Lord, how could we enjoy such a splendid life today? Similar sentiments echoed from the crowd lining the pathway. After all, most of those present were recent refugees taken in by Zhao Duo, and their gratitude towards him flowed as ceaselessly as the mighty Yangtze River. This harmonious scene resembled a beautiful painting, capturing the attention of an elderly man and a young boy observing from outside the crowd. The elder's eyes sparkled with wisdom, his gaze shifting as if pondering something profound, akin to the enigmatic expanse of the night sky. In contrast, the boy looked at Zhao Duo with curiosity and admiration, his eyes shining like bright stars. As Zhao Duo and his companions navigated through the crowd, they were met with the intense confrontation between Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, who stood united against a formidable opponent that 100-strong guard from Zhao family fort stood resolute, akin to an unyielding fortress, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The adversary opposing Zhang Long and Zhao, who towered at 8 feet tall, resembling a colossal mountain, with features reminiscent of a fierce tiger descending from the heights. His lion-like visage roared with power, his voice booming like thunder, and his fists swung with the force of a tempest, causing the air to crackle and pop with each strike, reminiscent of firecrackers bursting in celebration. Despite their combined efforts, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu struggled to hold their ground against this daunting figure, akin to two tigers contending with a single lion. Standing behind Zhao Duo, Zhao Yun's gaze remained fixed upon the towering figure, his eyes alight with fierce determination, akin to flames eager to engage in battle. After all, such a powerful opponent was as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns within Zhao family fort. Only Zhao Duo could rival Zhao Yun's prowess. Each encounter left Zhao Yun at a disadvantage, which surely contributed to his frustration. That moment on the battlefield, all parties had unleashed their true fury, executing their signature attacks against one another. Zhang Long and Zhao, who summoned the devastating technique known as the Bull Demon Mountain Pressing Fist. Their combined might akin to two mighty mountains crushing an egg. The formidable adversary, unwilling to yield, unleashed his fatal strike, the barbaric bear's roar, reminiscent of a dragon soaring into the sky, exuding an aura of invincibility. The terrifying forces unleashed by the three clashed, creating a tumultuous wave that compelled the surrounding guards to retreat in haste. Seeing this, Zhao Duo furrowed his brow, contemplating. If this strike lands, the three will surely suffer mutual destruction, potentially jeopardizing their future martial journeys. Just as he prepared to intervene, Zhao Yun spoke up, "Elder brother, allow me to handle this." Noticing the burning fighting spirit and confidence in Zhao Yun's eyes, Zhao Duo nodded slightly in agreement. With a swift motion, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and propelled himself into the fray, appearing at the center of the fierce battle with the speed of an arrow shot from a bow. This sudden development struck the three combatants like a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly astonished, and they instinctively reined in their strength, fearing they might inadvertently injure the unexpectedly arrived Zhao Yun. Zhang Long and Zhao, who were particularly alarmed. Zhao Yun was their dear brother. They shouted in unison, "Zhao Yun, be careful." This perilous moment prompted the onlookers to shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending brutality. Yet, in the face of the three onslaughts, Zhao Yun remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of confidence that he gracefully extended his arms, each hand tracing a graceful arc as he employed the Tai Chi technique of moving with the fluidity of flowing water. Zhao Duo nodded slightly. After all, having Zhao Yun utilize the Tai Chi skill he had imparted was indeed the wisest choice given the current circumstances. Bang, bang, bang. Three resounding impacts echoed as the formidable forces collided with Zhao Yun's defense. Fortunately, the trio had already tempered some of their might. Nonetheless, Zhao Yun's complexion paled, akin to leaves battered by a tempest. Yet he managed to withstand their overwhelming strike. Chapter 68. Zhao Yun mediates. The scene fell eerily silent, as if a spell of stillness had been cast. The surrounding crowd held their breath, not daring to exhale. After what felt like an eternity, some spectators slowly reopened their eyes, only to be met with the astonishing sight of Zhao Yun standing unscathed amidst the terrifying assault. Their faces registering shock and disbelief, eyes wide as saucers, before erupting into a thunderous cheer, celebrating Zhao Yun's safety. Upon seeing Zhao Yun emerge unscathed, Zhang Long and Zhao, who breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet their expressions soon turned to indignation at Zhao Yun's reckless intrusion into the battlefield. After all, a mere misstep could have cost him his life. Their faces flickered between relief and anger. A Bao and the others charged toward Zhao Yun like arrows loose from a bow, shouting, "Zhao Yun, are you all right?" Feeling the concern of his comrades, Zhao Yun, having regained his composure, replied, "I thank you all for your care." However, upon meeting Zhao Duo's profound gaze, he felt as though he had been stripped bare, with nowhere to hide, and his face flushed a deep crimson, for he knew that his actions had indeed been somewhat reckless. At this moment, Zhang Long and Zhao, who approached Zhao Yun, their expressions grave as if they could drain water from a stone. Zhao, who was the first to speak, his tone as sharp as a winter's chill. "Zilong, you have been too rash this time. A moment's carelessness could have left us facing the wrath of Uncle Zhao and our lord." This marks the first occasion for Zhao, who to publicly chastise Zhao Yun. His harsh words striking like a bolt from the blue, landing heavily upon Zhao Yun's face. The previously flushed cheeks of Zhao Yun turned as crimson as a ripe apple, as if they might bleed. In that moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the gathering, creating an atmosphere fraught with discomfort and tension, as if the very air had solidified. Ultimately, however, it was Zhao Yun who broke this stifling stillness, gritting his teeth. He approached Zhang Long and Zhao, who, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "You are both right in your admonitions. I have indeed been somewhat overweening." Though his voice was low, it resonated with sincerity and remorse, akin to a grand bell tolling. Zhao Yun's candid admission of fault left Zhang Long and Zhao, who momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond. They had anticipated a defense or an excuse from Zhao Yun, but his direct acknowledgement of error took them by surprise. Observing this exchange, Zhao Duo offered a slight smile, akin to a gentle breeze stirring the surface of a lake. Breaking the deadlock, he intervened, saying, "Indeed, Zilong's actions were somewhat impulsive and reckless, yet they stem from a cause. After all, the three of you had been engaged in a fierce contest, if it had not been curtailed at that moment." He let the thought linger, as the unspoken implications were understood by all present. The potential consequences of continuing that conflict were too dire to contemplate. The imposing figure of the dark-faced man, who had witnessed the entire scene, now found his own face flushed with embarrassment. Though his dark complexion obscured this from the onlookers, that he swiftly stepped forward, addressing the assembly, "I am Zhang Fei. and I express my gratitude to this young brother for his timely intervention. The entire matter originated with me, and reflecting upon it now, I feel a deep sense of shame that I must say. It is all due to the allure of the divine wine. I initially believed the innkeeper was deceiving me, for who in this world would require a 6-month advance reservation for liquor? This misunderstanding led to the subsequent conflict, and I extend my apologies to you all. With that, Zhang Fei bowed deeply to At this moment. Zhang Fei exuded sincerity. His earlier arrogance vanished, prompting admiration for his generous spirit and capacity for contrition. As he introduced himself, Zhao Duo felt a surge of excitement akin to a tempestuous sea that he recalled Zhang Fei's earlier thunderous roar and impulsively inquired, "Might you be Zhang Fei of Zhuojuan in Yuzhou?" Upon hearing Zhao Duo's question, Zhang Fei instinctively turned to him. However, as he sensed the profound and terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Duo, his eyes widened in awe, gazing at him as one would at a towering mountain. Zhao Duo, filled with surprise, regarded Zhang Fei as if he had discovered a rare treasure. This sparked a flicker of confusion within Zhang Fei, yet he nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed. That is, how do you come to know of me?" Zhao Duo's heart surged with elation. Astonished to encounter the renowned Zhang Fei in such a setting, he hastened to explain, "I am Zhao Duo. I have long heard of your valor in Zhuojuan. Likening you to a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, to behold you today is truly a stroke of fortune." Upon hearing this, a radiant pride illuminated Zhang Fei's face as he laughed heartily. "Ah, I see. You flatter me, my friend." Recognizing Zhang Fei's boisterous nature, Zhao Duo then inquired, "I understand that the conflict arose due to your attempt to purchase the divine wine." At the mention of Zhao Duo's inquiry, Zhang Fei's expression darkened, frustration evident as he retorted, "Whoever established such a ridiculous rule that one must reserve wine 6 months in advance deserves a taste of my fist the size of a sandbag. Ever since I tasted the divine wine, I realized that all previous drinks were but horse urine." As Zhang Fei continued to lament like a torrent, he remained oblivious to the peculiar gazes of those surrounding him. "Ahem, brother Zhang, let us not dwell on this further. It is entirely my fault that if you would not mind, might you join me at my home for a hearty drink?" To prevent Zhang Fei from uttering any more outrageous remarks, Zhao Duo had to intervene and invite him to his residence for a drink. Upon hearing of the prospect of wine, Zhang Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement, though he soon wore a puzzled expression. Asking, "Where might I find the divine wine, Zhao brother?" At this, Bao, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, akin to a monkey that had been tickled. This left Zhang Fei bewildered, like a monk unable to grasp his surroundings. Casting a perplexed glance at Zhao Duo, with a fierce glare directed at the still giggling Bao, Zhao Duo managed a pained smile, explaining, "Ah, brother Zhang, the bird you mentioned, who deserves a taste of your mighty fist, is indeed me." At this revelation, Zhang Fei resembled a goose caught by the throat, becoming utterly dumbfounded. He then adopted the demeanor of a child caught in wrongdoing, offering an awkward smile as he stammered, "Ah, I truly had no idea that the Drunken Immortal Tavern belonged to you. Zhao brother, if I have caused any offense, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Although Zhang Fei was brash and bold, he was not foolish. Recognizing the futility of opposing a formidable adversary, he sought to salvage the situation. The onlookers, witnessing Zhang Fei's embarrassment, erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 69. The Oath of the Bamboo Grove Zhao Family Fortress. The verdant bamboo grove, formerly the wild boar forest, the valley where Zhao Duo discovered the millennia-old stone marrow in his youth, housed a splendid residence that resembled a dazzling gem nestled within. Within, pavilions and corridors were interspersed like stars in the night sky, with fish ponds and rockeries scattered throughout, creating a vivid tapestry of beauty that as dusk approached. A row of lanterns flickered like stars scattered across the night sky, each ignited by the servants, illuminating the estate as brilliantly as daylight. Along the path leading to the parlor, Zhao Duo and his entourage strolled leisurely, guiding Zhang Fei and his companions, coming from a butcher's family. Zhang Fei had never encountered such architectural elegance reminiscent of the gardens of Suzhou in later times, that he lamented his own limited vision, wishing to fully take in the breathtaking scenery. The servants trailing behind him stood agape, rendered speechless upon entering the estate, moving like marionettes, closely following the group. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Fei finally exhaled deeply, as if shedding a great burden, his expression returning to its usual calm, though the wonder in his eyes still surged like a tide. He turned to Zhao Duo, who was leading the way, exclaiming with heartfelt admiration.